Chapter 1. The story begins here. My head feels so dizzy. Awakened, young one. Is this a dream? It is not. As he emerged from the chaos, Luo Yun found himself in a vast expanse of white. The surroundings were utterly devoid of life, yet a voice resonated from nowhere. A dream? Luo Yun pondered in confusion. It is not. A question mark hovered above his head, but he soon realized that there was no sensation of lightheadedness typically associated with dreams. Every sensation was vividly clear. This is the 3236th branch of the Multiverse Commission. Another question mark appeared, and Luo Yun's emotions were a blend of fear and anticipation. May I ask, what has transpired? You have perished. Your soul has been collected by our company. The question marks stood erect in shock, and Luo Yun's mind became a whirlwind. Why? I haven't done anything. I was merely staying at home. Cause of death? Sudden demise. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luo Yun refused to believe it. He was the type who could binge on games and shows for 3 days without issue, perhaps only experiencing a slight stomach ache or palpitations. Correction. Cause of death. Asphyxiation. Phew, I told you. I'm just a slacker. How could I die from stress? Correction. Cause of death. Cardiac arrest induced by severe choking. Still a sudden demise. Are you mocking me? Who are you? Why do you claim I am dead? Where's this place? Finally, Luo Yun managed to focus amidst the chaos, firing off 3 precise questions. Cough, cough. Good sir, I am the representative in charge of this commission, number 5239. Now, please cooperate with the reincarnation process. Luo Yun, deceased, aged 18, lived alone, without relatives, relying on his parents' inheritance while cohabitating in seclusion. He dropped out of school at a young age, possessed maxed-out life skills, followed numerous food and wellness influencers, and despite lacking proper upbringing, became a mild social anxiety sufferer under the guidance of a group of online jesters, excelling in online antics while being inarticulate in reality. Gasp! Luo Yun inhaled sharply. Although this hidden figure seemed somewhat insulting, they had indeed dissected his life quite thoroughly. How peculiar! Who would take the time to investigate a recluse like him? It is merely a common protagonist template. However, only individuals like you, who harbor little attachment to their past lives, are suitable for convenient packaging and delivery to the benefactor. So what exactly are you saying? Luo Yun raised his hand, only to realize something terrifying. Where are my hands? He looked down, surrounded by a vast expanse of white. He raised his gaze. It was still a white void. To the left and right, nothing but white. What is happening? Is there a glitch? Why hasn't my body loaded? Could it be? A chill ran down Luo Yun's spine. Am I truly gone? Indeed, I can assist you in recalling your final moments in life. You were savoring a stir-fried noodle dish you learned from a food influencer. Your phone was beside you, engaged in daily draw at 12 p.m. sharp. Finally, you received a reward. You were quite excited. However, you were in the midst of slurping noodles. Suddenly, you felt unwell, coughing violently, searching for water, but finding none. You remembered there was soda in the fridge, yet the incident was abrupt, and you could not react in time. Your consciousness began to fade. And then you choked to death. This was due to your long-standing, irregular lifestyle. A normal person would not succumb to cardiac arrest, merely from severe coughing and breathing difficulties. Stop talking. If he had a body now, Luo Yun would surely cover his face and crouch down. How infuriating. He prided himself on maintaining a healthy lifestyle. He followed so many wellness influencers. Fine. Following and saving does not equate to actually learning. So does this mean I'm truly dead, choked to death by my own stir-fried noodles? Luo Yun could only accept this reality, as the discomfort of airway blockage remained vivid in his memory, with each breath becoming increasingly difficult. Only he had caused trouble for his landlord, suddenly dying in their rental, undoubtedly creating quite a hassle. All right, enough with the sorrow. I've witnessed stranger reincarnation deaths. Some individuals have even died from fright at a tractor. You inquired about this place, yes? Consider it akin to a transit station. The Naya Bridge? Similar, but not quite. In any case, allow me to explain. The voice, which had been conversing with him, suddenly adopted a serious tone, speaking in a mysterious manner. Have you heard of reincarnation into another world, young one? Oh, that one. Upon hearing this, Luo Yun was instantly alert. As a seasoned otaku, he had indulged in light novels, manga, and anime. Reincarnation into another world was a classic trope. Precisely, you adapted swiftly. I appreciate individuals of your type. I don't have to explain extensively. Remember that last elite professional type? Convincing him of his demise took an immense effort. It was utterly exhausting. Excuse me, may I interject a question? What sort of other world are you referring to? Is it Western fantasy or Eastern mystical? Luo Yun interrupted the mysterious voice's complaint, cautiously and anxiously inquiring. Well, based on your understanding, it should be a Western fantasy, right? Elves, beastmen, dwarves, magical beasts, demon races, divine races, human races, aquatic races, all of these exist. Yes, Luo Yun exclaimed with glee. Though every world has its shades of good and evil, black and white. However, his preconceived notions of Eastern mystical tales were deeply ingrained, filled with various sects scheming against one another, underdogs rising overnight, protagonists reincarnating, and antagonists resurrecting, various great figures reincarnating. It was truly a hassle just to think about it. He, being the simpleton he was, would likely be devoured by a shark or face dire consequences. In contrast, a Western fantasy world seemed more suitable for someone like him, who struggled with cunning intrigues. Perhaps it was due to excessive exposure to enjoyable otherworldly tales? Or perhaps he had been too deeply poisoned by the genre of underdog stories. Luo Yun held on to these stereotypes, believing that survival conditions in a Western fantasy world might be more favorable. To reiterate, these are merely Luo Yun's preconceived notions. That said, Luo Yun possessed a fair degree of self-awareness, understanding his own limitations and his inability to navigate schemes. Let's call it humility in flattering terms, or inferiority in unvarnished terms. Wow, that sounds really harsh. Furthermore, I have been suspecting since earlier, you can read minds, can't you? Rest assured, I won't disclose it. From the moment you heard elves, beast-eared girls, you have been obsessively thinking about harems. Where's my right to privacy? Moreover, this kind of reaction is unique to the otaku, isn't it? Loudly, it is indeed a normal response, extremely loudly. And as for beast-eared girls, I recall you just mentioned beastmen. Oh, are you disappointed? So, it turns out you care about muscular beastmen, huh? You. Just kidding. It's the soft and adorable beast-eared girls you have in mind. If there was still any semblance of dignity left, Luo Yun would undoubtedly be blushing profusely. Oh no, this unknown entity is definitely not a serious one. Luo Yun realized this clearly at this moment. Do you have a task for me if you are sending me to another world? Something like a hero defeating a demon king? Luo Yun attempted to shift the topic, aiming to conclude this public execution-like conversation. Nope. Though there are indeed requests for summoning heroes. But, do you consider yourself someone with the qualifications of a hero? Not really, Luo Yun replied honestly, reiterating his self-awareness, which had always been his strength. All right, you will know your task once you are reincarnated there. Let us proceed to the next reincarnation bonus. Lucky boy, what kind of cheat would you like? Yay? So you actually provide a golden finger? Of course. We are a conscientious organization and would never send an ignorant person directly to another world. What kind of cheats do you have? Luo Yun was no longer drowsy. He was invigorated, excited. I don't know, it varies from person to person, depending on their personality and qualifications. For instance, some may be chosen for the hero's qualifications, like the traditional heroes you mentioned, who would receive the talent. Chosen 1EX, along with numerous luck buffs, experience gain multipliers, resilience buffs, fearlessness buffs. Some might be chosen as sages, gaining the divine talent. Heavenly IEX, with functions such as mind reading, identification, and prediction. A plethora of abilities, while also accelerating their skill mastery, allowing them to reach master level within just a day or two. There are also magic lords, divine priests, shields. Of course, aside from these professional types, one might also receive artifact-like cheats, such as a time-stopping watch. Oh, are you thinking of something inappropriate again? Rest assured, those selected by us are generally individuals with a moral compass. At the very least, they are like you, with desires but lacking the courage. Hey, that's offensive. I wasn't thinking anything inappropriate. All right, such matters are inconsequential. Let's begin matching your talent skills. Bang! In the pure white space, a classic-looking Gasapon machine suddenly appeared, filled with vibrant, dreamlike orbs of light, numerous in quantity, including those cheats just mentioned, radiating a dazzling golden glow. You just need to pull that lever with your mind, and it will automatically match you with suitable skills. Luo Yun's heartbeat seemed to quicken. This Gasapon-like existence is simply too unfair. Although it's not about drawing a wife. Wait, did it say you can't draw a wife? In any case, this thing before him is an absolute delight for someone like him. An otaku, Luo Yun was filled with excitement, envisioning himself tugging at the red-capped white wooden lever. Click! With a soft sound, the orbs within the Gasapon machine began to spin and dance like stars, gradually intensifying before slowly calming down. Dang! An orb rolled out from the Gasapon machine's exit, and the machine transformed into specks of shimmering light and vanished. Wow! Gold! White! Luo Yun's mindset began to crumble, and he couldn't help but emit a lament. Why? Why is it that I've already met my end, yet still have to endure this heart-wrenching experience of being a non-lucky person? Oh, strange. Although it's a white skill, it seems to have a hint of golden quality within it. Now that you mention it, this white orb does seem to carry a touch of gold. Luo Yun noticed that the basketball-sized white orb flickered with tiny golden glimmers, faintly visible. Upon realizing this, Luo Yun's mindset calmed slightly. It seems to be a rare find after all. Why didn't you say so earlier? This starting point is acceptable to him. It's akin to someone initially obtaining a yellow-level technique, which appears ordinary, but can evolve magnificently through the consumption of certain elements, eventually transforming into a heavenly-level technique. Wake up, young man. The skills drawn are fixed and unique. Even if chosen as a hero, the effects of the talents may vary significantly. There is no such thing as super evolution. The ups and downs were simply too much. Luo Yun had abandoned his struggle and resigned himself to connect with the orb using his mind. Despite all that had been said, Luo Yun was indeed quite eager for the skill he was about to acquire, especially since it was a freebie. According to that unknown entity, skills are matched based on affinity, so it shouldn't disappoint him, right? Congratulations on acquiring the skill. Interworld online shopping. Skill effect. Establishes a trade route connecting to the original world, allowing the chosen one to purchase goods from the original world. Wow. Online shopping. Luo Yun was ecstatic. Indeed, this was the skill most suited for him. Love it. Originally, Luo Yun had intended to obediently become the protagonist of an adventure in another world. But now, sorry, I am actually a farming-type protagonist. I knew it. How could those combat skills possibly suit me? My own skill is the cutest. It speaks to my heart. So that's how it is. Due to the differences in world civilizations, this skill, when fully realized, can indeed change the world, hence its slight golden quality. Alright, skill selection is complete. You will now be transported to the designated otherworld. So please prepare yourself. Okay, I'm ready. Wait, am I going to be reincarnated in a body? Or as a soul? Or directly as a fetus starting over? You will know in due time. For now, just hurry along. Eat well and travel safely. 3, 2, 1. Transporting now. I hope you enjoy your second life in another world. Lucky chosen one. Phew, this job is so easy, amusing souls. In any case, I can go back to slacking off now. Sayonara. Chapter 2. Creator God. Ilarodea. Head so dizzy. My child, have you awakened? A dream? No. Wait, this familiar dialogue. Have I successfully reincarnated into another world? Luo Yun opened his eyes, feeling slightly disoriented. What greeted him was a face that was very close to him. It was a youthful visage, yet it bore a gentle maternal warmth. Beauty, exquisite beauty, is a manifestation of the divine that invokes a sense of awe. As their gazes met, Luo Yun beheld a pair of captivating golden eyes, from which he sensed a gentle warmth emanating, framed by their softly curved shape. Yet, despite the apparent tenderness, Luo Yun could not shake the feeling that those beautiful, gentle golden orbs concealed an overwhelming authority. Too close, far too close. Luo Yun spoke, shattering the serene atmosphere. His voice was different from what he had anticipated. Nevertheless, that was not the crux of the matter. He could perceive that he possessed a corporeal form and was lying upon an unyielding, frigid surface. Instinctively, he attempted to rise, but the girl, so near that she seemed to rest upon him, exuded an undeniable pressure that kept him grounded. A response, tranquil and ethereal, floated through the air. His field of vision broadened, revealing a cerulean sky adorned with drifting white clouds. At last, Luo Yun managed to sit up, finding himself at the center of a mysterious altar, surrounded by dimming summoning circles. It was a marvel, an experience from another world. Luo Yun meticulously examined the first individual he encountered since his rebirth. A girl? A mature woman? He pondered. Time seemed to hold no sway over this being before him. Though she appeared to be a girl of 17, there was an ancient, timeless quality about her that resonated deeply. This is quite peculiar. Yet, the enchanting figure before me is undeniably a beauty, a transcendent beauty whose grace and visage defy even the most exquisite of descriptions. However, despite her striking allure, this ethereal maiden has left a perpetually daydreaming recluse like me devoid of any impolite thoughts. It is as though, akin to an ant on the television screen, I cannot tarnish the grandeur of the giant beyond it. There exists an otherworldly distance between us. Could she be a goddess from another realm? A notion began to form in my mind. Unlike the foolish deities portrayed in various entertainment mediums, this silver-haired, golden-eyed being exudes an undeniable divinity. Her gaze is gentle, and her delicately pursed lips radiate tranquility. When our eyes met, and I found myself staring into those golden orbs, my heart began to race uncontrollably. I was engulfed by fear, not due to her morality, but as a mere mortal facing the boundless greatness of existence. A primal instinct awakened within me, much like humanity's dread of the unfathomable depths of the ocean or the vastness of the cosmos. Yet, amidst my trepidation, I felt a cautious sense of closeness toward this maiden, which was rather bizarre. Child. The girl sensed my trembling and drew closer, wrapping her arms around my quaking form. What? Am I going to die? My cheeks flushed crimson, my mind short-circuit, and in that moment, all fear was swept away by sheer embarrassment. An unfamiliar fragrance enveloped me, and I basked in an unprecedented warmth. My thoughts became a blur, and as consciousness returned, I realized I was resting upon something more comfortable than a pillow stuffed with the finest cotton. The intoxicating scent lingered, and gazing at a fragment of the azure sky, I finally grasped my current predicament. Is this a lap pillow? My previously dulled mind surged back to life, and a blush once again graced my fair cheeks. Fortunately, I had developed some resilience. The intensity was bearable, merely a delightful blend of shyness and comfort. In an instant, I felt as if I had returned to the embrace of my mother, cradled in her loving arms. My consciousness began to wane, but this time not from overstimulation. Rather, after all the tumult, my spirit grew weary, and the inviting environment beckoned me toward slumber. Are you tired, child? Then sleep. Why? The drowsiness was slight, something I could resist, especially as a night owl. My mind was filled with confusion. It's all right, sleep. A soft hand caressed my cheek, and enveloped in comfort and tenderness, my fatigue surged. Time slipped away, and when I reopened my eyes, I was greeted by that divine countenance once more. My mind now clear. Are you feeling better now, child? No. Thank you. Though I was unsure of her identity or intentions, I could sense her pure goodwill. Having lived alone for so long, I had never found it bothersome nor felt the urge to seek companionship. Yet, an unexpected fondness blossomed for this maternal figure before me. Confused? The woman seemed to peer into my soul, her fingers gently brushing my face, her tone calm. I am Irodea. I was at a loss. My name? Oh, I am Luo Yun, hailing from Earth, summoned here by a strange space. I quickly reciprocated with my own introduction. Welcome to the world of Mokalode. I am the creator deity, Irodea. You may call me Iro. Creator deity? Yes, creator deity. I was flabbergasted, my mind struggling to comprehend. How was it that upon my rebirth, I encountered such a formidable entity? No, this was beyond a mere boss. She was akin to a game master. Restlessness took hold of me. I had to rise, for surely prolonged exposure to the creator deity's lap would be detrimental to my lifespan. Then, Irodea firmly pressed her hand against my forehead. Fear not, you are my creation. Free from concerns of mortality, unable to resist her overwhelming force, I ceased my futile struggles. I gazed up, anxious, at the deity who gently caressed my brow. Divine One. I do not quite understand. I hail from. Refer to me as Iroh. No, that is not right. Regardless, you must. Iroh will suffice. Yes. Lady Iroh. What do you mean by child? You are my vessel, sculpted by my own hands. Iroh Dea gracefully unveiled the hem of my garment, revealing my smooth, fair abdomen, not adorned with bulging muscles, but rather a pleasingly sculpted line. It was evident that I was a creation of divine craftsmanship, and I found myself momentarily entranced. Although I had previously followed numerous fitness influencers in my past life, I certainly did not possess a physique like this. Isn't it rather unimpressive? Disappointed? Apologies. I initially sculpted your form based on a female template. While female, my thoughts inevitably drifted below my abdomen. Do not fret, my dear child. Upon summoning a boy, I promptly rectified the situation, creating for you the most perfect form known to humanoids. Stop. Please, cease this discussion. Embarrassment surged within me, and I let out a sound akin to a groundhog's cry, attempting to mask my shame with noise. Are you displeased, child? Iroh tone sounded somewhat disheartened. And no, it's not that, just. I fell silent, pleading internally for the conversation to shift. Not pleased. Her voice grew even more forlorn. The goddess's compassionate visage stirred the hearts of those around her. I'm quite happy. As long as you are happy, my child. Never mind. Let it all be destroyed. I surrendered to despair, bewildered by this creator deity. After a time, once my emotions had settled, I cautiously inquired about my situation and finally learned the reason for my summoning to this other world. Iroh Dea, the creator of the Mokalode realm, though emotionally distant, cherished her creations. To nurture her world, she had struck a deal with the technologically advanced world I once inhabited, exchanging a vast amount of useless, magical energy for my soul, which served as a conduit connecting the two realms. Since Iroh Dea had personally crafted my body, she regarded me as her own creation, a child. In essence, my task was merely to exist in this world as an emotionless conduit for magical energy, resting my head upon the soft lap of my creator. I began to comprehend why that unknown entity in the white space had claimed I had no tasks. To arrive in this world and simply relax, that was indeed a lack of obligation. It suited a recluse like me perfectly. You need not feel constrained. As long as you do not disrupt the essence of the world, you may do as you please in my realm. Iroh Dea cared solely for the world itself and was indifferent to its self-evolution. To her, the myriad races were merely like hair on a child, needing only a slight grooming for aesthetic purposes. I want to do anything. I will live well in Iroh's world. An otherworldly experience awaited me. I was utterly thrilled. Such a darling. Iroh Dea caressed my cheek, then noticed something. You possess two conduits linking to the original world. Linking to the original world? Oh, I remember. It's that skill. As soon as I uttered those words, a virtual panel appeared before my eyes. Recharge zone. Valuable items may be deposited for recharge. Daily necessities zone. All daily necessities from the original world may be purchased. Food zone. All food items from the original world may be purchased. Weapon zone. All weapons that have ever existed may be purchased. Gazing at the vibrant and diverse array of items on the interface, I began to grasp the nature of my skill. I see. So it was they who matched you with this ability. Quite impressive. Then, I bestow upon you my blessings. My child, welcome to my world. With these words, Iroh gently cradled Liyun's face resting on her lap and leaned down to plant a soft kiss upon his forehead. Before Liyun could fully process the warmth on his brow, his body began to gradually dissipate. I hope you will find joy in my world. I shall always keep watch over you, my beloved child. What a declaration of voyeurism. Thank you. Please take good care of me. Liyun had ample reason to suspect that this being could indeed read his thoughts. Although every cell within him was created by her, he still wished for a morsel of privacy during her surveillance. Chapter 3. Perhaps invincible, my head. It feels so dizzy. Is this a dream? What the hell? 3 times. 3 times. Please, don't start me off like this again. Liyun propped himself up from the grass. He felt drained, in a mere span of time. He had transitioned from death to reincarnation in another world, being transported like mere cargo. What sort of life experience was this? However, as he calmed his mind and gazed into the distance, he beheld a vast expanse of greenery beneath a sky as blue as the deepest ocean, complemented by towering trees of otherworldly grandeur. Covering his heavy head, a smile crept upon his lips, one that he could not suppress. An otherworldly experience, indeed. Once he regained his composure, Luo Yun silently chanted within his mind. A semi-transparent virtual interface materialized before his eyes. This virtual panel seems different this time. In the bottom right corner of the shop interface, a sprite-like creature suddenly appeared, its petite and exquisite visage complemented by adorably long ears. The small being initially peered with a tiny head before propping itself up on the frame and climbing onto the virtual page with a spirited effort. Luo Yun stared at her in a daze, his mind utterly blank. With long, light teal twin tails and an enchanting little face, was this not Mika-chan? Greetings, esteemed customer. I am the front desk sprite of this store, utilizing the character design you adore most. If it does not meet your satisfaction, I can switch it out. I can cater to any character design you desire. The sprite bowed slightly, politely explaining in response to Luo Yun's astonishment. That's splendid. I am truly satisfied. Luo Yun thought to give the designer a 5-star rating. He had previously experimented with desktop companion software, which allowed for simple interactions, but they had been exceedingly rigid. This front desk sprite, however, was vibrant, her eyes glimmering with a faint blue light, displaying remarkable intelligence and agility. I'm delighted to hear you like it. I adore this design too. The shop's front desk sprite beamed, her cuteness radiating. This maximizes your consumer desire. Is that so? Rest assured. We have signed a commercial contract for the character authorization. It is quite convenient that the original is a songstress. It seems she believes we are a game company. The sprite elaborated about her design. You can actually meet the original? How enviable. Luo Yun expressed his admiration. I would love to meet her. A signed autograph would be even better. You can just look at me, esteemed customer. I am approximately 95 accurate. The sprite twirled in a circle, hands on her hips, tilting her adorable face upward and fluttering her crystal-clear green eyes. While you are indeed charming, I still wish to meet the real person. Esteemed customer, if that's the case, I happen to have a few signed photo albums. Although there are regulations against selling merchandise from other worlds, a little smuggling should be fine. Luo Yun swallowed hard, glancing sideways, feeling as though this cheerful little sprite exuded an air of unscrupulous merchant. It hardly felt like a legitimate business, but I like it. Name your price. Wonderful. Since it is not a shop item, but rather my personal possession, it is not clearly priced. Now, let us discuss the price of this one-of-a-kind, limited edition photo album of the world's most adorable princess. Esteemed customer, I have just restarted my life, utterly impoverished, so please offer me a discount. Under the guidance of the sprite, Luo Yun began to explore earning his first pot of gold in this other world. He initially sought out unfamiliar plants and aesthetically pleasing stones, yet to no avail. After laboriously collecting a pile, he managed to redeem a mere 0.233 yuan. Yes, the shop converted to the currency he was familiar with from his homeland. Given that his point of origin was an endless monster forest, Luo Yun found himself in a state of wilderness survival. Fortunately, he had a talent skill to support him. With initial funds at zero, Luo Yun heeded the sprite's advice and took out a loan to purchase a set of animal traps. Thinking of it sent a thrill through him, as this was a staple of wilderness survival. Of course, he had considered that the traps from Earth might not be effective on otherworldly creatures, but it mattered little. He simply wished to rely on his efforts and give it a try. After all, while calling for parental assistance felt somewhat embarrassing, in a critical moment, he would not hesitate to call out for Lady Arulodia to save him. Plans in place, it was time to get to work. Yet, he was still a recluse. Despite his inexplicable confidence that he could install anything by merely following the instructions, his lack of experience led him to make a blunder. He hastily laid out the components of the traps on the grass to assemble them. Among the trap components was a synthetic meat emitting an enticing aroma designed to lure beasts, which reliably attracted a charging wild boar. While crouching on the ground assembling the trap, Luo Yun was taken by surprise. What the hell? He exclaimed. With a rustling sound, a boar-like creature over a meter high, with elongated tusks, burst forth from the thicket, charging towards Luo Yun with great force. Was this a lustful magic boar? A first-tier magical beast? The moment Luo Yun laid eyes on the beast, his dark eyes sparkled, and the basic information of the magic boar naturally surfaced in his mind. Simultaneously, the love-struck magic boar kicked up a cloud of dust as it barreled towards him, and his mind went blank, even forgetting to call for help. He instinctively raised his hands to shield his face. Crack! The sound was akin to snapping a frail twig. Luo Yun's slender arm effortlessly broke the boar's robust and tough tusk, and following the momentum, His elbow slammed down on the boar's skull, reputed to be the hardest part of its body. Thud! The love-struck magic boar could not halt its charge, meeting its demise head-on. It was as simple as smashing a watermelon. The boar collapsed heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. Watching the fallen creature, blood and viscera splattering, Lun was drenched in gore, yet his expression remained calm. Mentally, he felt queasy and disgusted. But his body remained eerily composed, his heartbeat steady. Only then did he realize that this body was no ordinary vessel. It was a creation of the Creator. I was puzzled as to why Lady Arulodia was so carefree, casually abandoning me in this evidently perilous forest. The power of the dark demon sealed within me is about to unleash. Arulodia, a mischievous child, I am the Creator. As the crisis subsided, Luo Yun felt the extraordinary calmness begin to fade, and his inner turmoil surged once more. Nevertheless, he coughed, ahem. That was a bit over the top. Although I have outgrown that age, I should refrain from being so melodramatic. In any case, upon realizing the miraculous power within his body, Luo Yun promptly returned the pristine hunting trap to the online shop at half price, retaining only the bait of synthetic meat. From there, Luo Yun began enticing wild beasts while continuously testing his physical capabilities. Small stones that appeared solid were shattered with a single punch. Trees that required 5 people to encircle were penetrated with one blow. Massive boulders comparable to artificial hills were crushed in a single strike. No, he could not continue using punches. He wished to preserve his handsome hairstyle. A palm strike will suffice. In the time that followed, his tests escalated, and Luo Yun ventured further down the path of reckless abandon, holding his breath underwater. 10 minutes later, this is so boring. I'll head back to shore. Bungee jumping off a cliff without ropes. It felt almost the same as bouncing in place. Challenging fearsome magical beasts. Refraining from bullying them, after all. They are lives within the realm of Iroh. Instead, I shall fish with bait and leave it to fate. How delightful to discover that the fruit I consumed is toxic. Yet it has unveiled a new ability within me. It feels as though I was born with this knowledge. The fruit, surprisingly, is quite crisp and sweet, which explains its ability to entice other creatures. In summary, after a series of tests, Luo Yun realized that despite his varied examinations, he could not ascertain the limits of his capabilities. It is no wonder, for he possesses a body meticulously sculpted by the hands of the Creator God. He feels no overwhelming surge of power that leads to loss of control. Instead, whatever he wishes to accomplish, this body effortlessly achieves the desired outcome, maintaining a perfect balance of strength. Looking up at the darkening sky, adorned with twinkling stars, he pondered, "What manner of body have you bestowed upon me, great Lord Iroh? Can I still be considered human?" After this moment of reflection, Luo Yun turned to the unfortunate magical boar that had just collided with him. It is quite serendipitous that this hunting expedition and physical assessment began and ended with the magical boar. He tossed the wild boar, meat and hide included, into the recharge panel of the online shopping store. "Congratulations, esteemed customer. Recharge successful." The magical boar he captured was considerably stronger than the previous ones, being a second-tier beast. And the quality of its hide, meat, and magic core was commendable, amounting to a total of 51,648 yuan. Luo Yun shrugged, maintaining his composure. Initially astonished at the high price for a wild boar, he soon understood, for the combat prowess of the pigs in this world vastly surpassed those from his previous life. These are the muscle-bound battle pigs. It is worth noting that the products in the online store are priced in familiar currency, making comprehension convenient. However, the price of a bun astonishingly reached 100 yuan. A moment's thought led Luo Yun to the conclusion that, considering the interdimensional nature, increased shipping costs are indeed reasonable. Just then, a store sprite appeared with her promotional package, cheerfully exclaiming, "Behold, the most advantageous wilderness survival deluxe package in the entire mall. You cannot go wrong with this purchase." How infuriating. Do not say such things with Mika-chan's face. Chapter 4. Outdoor cooking. As Luo Yun traversed through the forest, he sought a more open area to set up camp. At this moment, the sunset resembled wisps of red smoke, filtering through the dense foliage, casting a dappled light upon the grass. The shadows of the swaying leaves danced on the ground, creating an array of peculiar shapes, dark and enchanting. The forest of this other world is not dreary. Rather, it is filled with an abundance of fantastical, glowing flora. These plants appear as treasures from legends. Yet Luo Yun knows that most are merely gaudy temptresses, luring small insects with their luminescence. Of course, some possess remarkable medicinal properties, which Luo Yun typically collects whenever he encounters them. It is hard to believe that within half a day, Luo Yun transformed from a pauper to a millionaire. Alas, in the face of inflation within the online store, such savings are but a pittance. After purchasing a wilderness survival package, his funds swiftly dwindled to nothing. According to common lore, maps of magical beast forests tend to grow increasingly perilous the deeper one ventures. Luo Yun was uncertain of his current location, but among the magical beasts he hunted during the day, nearly half were first-tier magical boars, suggesting he was likely in a beginner-s area. Taking a deep breath, he noted the refreshing air of the forest, imbued with a scent reminiscent of pine resin, subtly mingling with the unique aroma of the woods. Indeed, this is another world, far removed from the pollution of urban life. As he leisurely strolled through the thicket, Luo Yun discovered yet another advantage of his divinely crafted body. In a stealthy state, he possessed an extraordinary level of concealment, blending seamlessly with nature itself. Unless he boldly provoked a magical beast, he could pass by without disturbing them. As dusk approached, it was crucial to find a suitable spot to pitch his tent, so he refrained from ambushing any creatures. Fortune smiled upon him as he eventually discovered a serene and picturesque lake, its clear waters rippling gently in the breeze, disrupting the remnants of the sunset. The shore was lined with a vast expanse of lush grass. Although it struck him as odd that no magical creatures resided by such a flat lakeside, Luo Yun confidently decided to set up his tent there. It was not recklessness. Rather, he felt assured that, despite his uncertainty regarding the limits of his body, his current abilities would suffice to ensure his survival in this novice zone. If all else fails, he could always call upon the great Lord Iroh for assistance. With a powerful figure watching over him, Luo Yun felt utterly unperturbed. What? You question the integrity of a young man? Please, in the realm of otaku, integrity is merely something to be discarded. Why keep it for the new year? Before long, the tent was perfectly and swiftly erected. He expressed gratitude for the body crafted by Lord Iroh, which endowed him with remarkable dexterity. With the tent ready, it was time to prepare dinner for the evening. Luo Yun retrieved the portable stove from the deluxe survival package, which came equipped with a high-quality iron pot as a complimentary item. The package also included instant foods, but Luo Yun dismissed them entirely. After all, he had honed his culinary skills by learning from numerous creators in his past life. While he could not afford extravagant dishes, he had gathered a wealth of knowledge, even impressing his discerning landlord with his cooking. After a moment of nostalgia, Luo Yun opened the online shopping store. Esteemed customer, what may I assist you with today? The front desk sprite cheerfully inquired. Please take note, I may require several items this time. I need 400 grams of ribs, 1 carrot, 3 mushrooms, scallions, ginger, garlic cloves, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, chicken essence, and rock sugar. Can you remember all that? Luo Yun asked. Rest assured, esteemed customer, I am a professional at the front desk. I may remember more than necessary, but I will certainly not forget anything. The sprite beamed with confidence. Please do not purchase any unnecessary items. I assure you, I uphold professional standards. Suddenly, Luo Yun recalled, by the way, do you have a name? It feels odd to keep calling you the front desk sprite. You may very well become my closest confidant in this other world. The sprite hesitated. A name isn't really necessary, is it? I am merely a shop sprite accompanying you, without any need for external interaction. Did you not sign a contract with me, Kachan? That was another version of me. Well, not exactly. It's complicated to explain to you, esteemed customer. Just know that here, I am bound to you forever. I think a name is indeed necessary. Consider it my whim. I enjoy our conversations. Without you, I would surely struggle in this wilderness. Really? You enjoy chatting with me? Of course. Mika-chan is incredibly cute, and even if you were just a stick figure, it would still be fascinating. Of course, I am not a stick figure. Haha, regardless, anything is better than being alone in this forest. Is that so? Well, aside from promoting products, I wouldn't mind occasionally chatting with you. Perfect. You need not always address me as esteemed customer. Feel free to call me Luo Yun. Wait, I truly got carried away. No, you are the esteemed customer, and that cannot change. Well, your words have inspired me greatly, so I shall introduce a chat service here. Please pay by the hour for my services. Is that even an option? No, I was just joking. Oh, how disappointing. I was considering subscribing for 39 years. Indeed. Conversing with you is delightful. How about I call you Future from now on? Luo Yun smiled. After all, you are in the likeness of Mika-chan. I have already mentioned that my form can change. Never mind. As long as it brings you joy, esteemed customer, I am happy. Excellent. Little Future. The sprite turned away, pouting. Humph. Even if you are flattering me, I want to give you a discount. Amid their playful banter, Luo Yun activated the convenient portable stove and arranged the purchased ingredients on the cooking table. It is indeed quite convenient. The ingredients have been pre-prepared, akin to having a gourmet chef from a high-end restaurant meticulously chop and mix everything for you. One merely needs to take the ready-made components and commence cooking. This way, he can experiment with dishes that require several days of preparation without having to personally invest time in marinating and processing the ingredients. Of course, if he wishes to be even lazier, he can simply purchase fully prepared meals, much like ordering at a restaurant, although indulging in that occasionally suffices. After all, he plans to assume the role of a farming protagonist in this world, honing his culinary skills and discovering new interests. Although he does not believe that he would be more passionate about cooking than gaming. Chapter 5. The wolf approaches with a fluid motion. A dish named fragrant braised pork rice emerged, freshly prepared. Luo Yun inhaled deeply. The aroma of the pork had fully permeated the rice, each grain glistening and exuding a rich, meaty fragrance. Truly delightful, as expected of me. Luo Yun felt a surge of pride within. At this moment, alone in the wilderness, he was too lazy to prepare additional side dishes to accompany the white rice, making the braised pork rice the optimal choice. Let me first check the seasoning. It should be just right, I hope. As Luo Yun picked up his chopsticks, eager to savor his well-deserved meal after a long day. A haunting wolf howl echoed from the distant, tranquil forest, deepening the already dim night. A chill wind swept through, and Luo Yun shivered. His enthusiasm for the feast abruptly shattered. Was that a wolf? Could he have encountered the legendary beginner's friend of this other world? Luo Yun swallowed nervously, peering cautiously into the shadowy thicket, aware that he was exposed in an open area, and a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Indeed, he felt a thrill. Under the assurance of his safety, Luo Yun was exceedingly curious about what the fabled magical wolf looked like and how it differed from wolves on Earth. Unbeknownst to him, a massive, enchanting silhouette emerged stealthily from the dense forest, exuding an intimidating aura. Just as he had anticipated, it was a wolf-like magical beast. Bathed in the pure, cool moonlight, Luo Yun discerned the creature's form. It possessed fur as silver as moonlight, adorned with intricate crimson magical runes. In the dark of night, its scarlet wolfish eyes radiated an entrancing beauty, imbued with an intelligence that seemed capable of penetrating the very soul. Incredible! How extraordinarily handsome! Is this truly the beginner's friend of another world? While Luo Yun was astonished, information naturally surfaced in his mind. 9th tier magical beast, Fenrir the wolf. Fenrir, also known as Fenrir, is a mythological species from the world of Mokular, innately mastering the elemental essences of wind and earth, its physical form rivaling that of ancient dragons. Humans, are you the ones who have been poaching my domesticated magical pigs? Huh. Luo Yun was utterly bewildered. Fenrir the magical wolf, upon reaching the 9th tier, had established its territory in the core area of the magical beast forest. To satisfy its appetite, it had driven away all high-tier magical beasts surrounding its territory and raised a batch of exquisitely tender magical pigs. Most sentient magical beasts feared it and dared not prey upon the weaker pigs within its domain. However, today, Fenrir was exceedingly enraged. It sensed the life force of its marked pigs dwindling one after another. One could consider it an accident, but the continuous deaths of multiple pigs constituted a blatant provocation. How dare they touch my reserves? Such audacity. This was a direct affront to the dignity of a 9th tier magical beast. It immediately set off to hunt down the provocateur. Aside from undead creatures like the corpse wolf and bone wolf, most wolves within the clan possess acute senses and excel at tracking. Being a 9th tier magical wolf, Fenrir was endowed with hundreds of detection-oriented wind magic spells, including the top-tier earthquake perception. One could say that once it focused, not a single blade of grass or tree within its territory could escape its awareness. What Fenrir did not anticipate was that its prideful hunting skills had utterly failed. The opponent was undoubtedly an expert in stealth. Humph. No wonder they dared to poach its magical pigs. Wait, these rocks, these trees, damn. No attempt at concealment whatsoever. Is this a challenge to me? Truly laughable. It seems they have no comprehension of the terror that a ninth-tier magical beast embodies. In its extreme fury, Fenrir scoured its territory in a fit of rage throughout the entire day. Whoa! In a fit of exasperation, the magical wolf howled at the sky. How infuriating! Where could that wretched creature be hiding? There seems to be a scent wafting through the air. So delicious is that roasted magical pig. No, that direction leads to my nest. Damn it! Not only have they come to poach my magical pigs, but they have also set up a cooking pot right at my doorstep. Your days are numbered. In a fit of rage, Fenrir, known as the Phantom Hunter of the forest, unleashed its full speed, moving soundlessly yet with lightning swiftness. It treated the dense thicket as if it were non-existent, returning to its dwelling by the lakeshore within mere breaths. The magical wolf Fenrir paused behind a shadowy thicket, transitioning from extreme motion to utter stillness, making not a single sound. Haha, finally caught you, little mouse. How dare you come to my nest and light a fire to cook? Is that a human? Fenrir instantly became alert. While magical beasts with stealth abilities could be dealt with, humans, those treacherous beings, would not dare venture deep into the magical beast forest without some means of protection, let alone into its core territory. Something is amiss. I must proceed with caution. Fenrir slowly emerged from the thicket. Human, are you the one who has been poaching my magical pigs? A voice, no? It cannot be called a voice. It is more like a thought. Despite the fact that this imposing, boss-like magical wolf did not move its mouth, Luo Yun clearly understood its conveyed meaning. Impressive. However, this implies that those magical pigs he had encountered earlier were indeed its livestock. This place is not some beginner zone after all, but rather the territory of the other party. How terribly sorry. I was unaware that those magical pigs were under your care. Although it is a misunderstanding, the fault lies with me, and Luo Yun promptly admitted his mistake. I do not care about your excuses. You must pay the price for this, human. Fenrir conveyed a wave of furious emotion, baring its sharp, saliva-coated fangs, glistening like polished steel under the moonlight. This should intimidate him. As for the price, that food of his seems quite aromatic. It carries an unfamiliar scent. I must devise a way to ensure he leaves the food behind. No, perhaps I could keep him here. He could serve as my cook for the magical pigs. Fenrir's gaze inadvertently shifted to the iron pot beside Luo Yun, which was emanating a mouth-watering aroma. Luo Yun furrowed his brow. Initially, upon discovering the ability to communicate, he intended to apologize sincerely and invite the creature to share a meal, but the atmosphere had turned perilously hostile in an instant. Luo Yun, resigned, assumed a fighting stance, hoping that the body crafted by Lord Luo would prove formidable enough. A ninth-tier mythological magical beast. How impressive. What a pathetic fighting stance. Could it be that this person is a weakling? No, wait. Hiss. I can sense a threat. Fenrir's fur bristled, and it became serious. Its habitual vigilance had proven wise, for even other ninth-tier magical beasts could rarely evoke such a sensation of threat. This human is indeed suspicious. Yet, caution does not imply that a dignified ninth-tier magical beast would fear a mere human. It would first probe the depths. Windblade whoosh. In an instant, a tear ripped through the left pant leg of Luo Yun, revealing his smooth, fair skin beneath. Is that magic? How utterly unfair. Though that was his initial reaction, Luo Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Magic. Since arriving in this fantastical otherworld, he had longed to witness it. Is there more? Is there more? Luo Yun's face radiated enthusiasm. Your physical strength? Although it was merely a casual low-level spell, he had anticipated it would be evaded. Yet he had not expected it to be endured without harm solely due to physical resilience, something that even the so-called advanced shield-bearers of humanity could not achieve. This cricket of a human actually managed to accomplish such a feat. The formidable Fenrir, the magic wolf, exuded an intimidating presence. What if its magic resistance was high? It had faced dragons before. Strictly speaking, this was not entirely my own achievement. Luo Yun felt a tinge of embarrassment from the praise. He was merely a homebody, not particularly formidable. So, are you still going to fight? Although he was curious to see if his opponent had other spells up their sleeve, mealtime had arrived, and his hunger took precedence over combat. After all, cold stewed ribs and rice would be unappetizing. Could we wrap this up quickly? How vexing. That was merely a test. Do not be too arrogant, human. This time, let us take it a bit more seriously. Wind spirits around, whirl and swirl, tornadoes and clouds. Ah, what are you doing? My hard-earned dinner is right behind me. Luo Yun sensed that his opponent was attempting to cast a more potent spell. While he was intrigued to accept the challenge, he realized he wasn't wearing the outfit gifted by Iroh, and receiving the spell would likely leave him exposed. Wait, what was I thinking? The priority now was to protect my dinner. Stop it. In a moment of desperation, Luo Yun teleported in front of the magic wolf Fenrir and delivered a punch to its forehead. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as one of the forest's apex predators, the ninth-tier beast Fenrir, collapsed. Everything transpired too swiftly for even Luo Yun to comprehend. What just happened? Am I really this strong? He acted purely on instinct. And by the time he regained his senses, the wolf lay motionless. This did not imply Fenrir was weak. Rather, it was a testament to the extraordinary physical prowess bestowed upon him by Iroh. Luo Yun began to reassess his own strength. It shouldn't be dead, right? He poked the unconscious wolf with some concern. Chapter 6. The wolf transforms indeed. It was his fault initially, and having finally found a being capable of communication, Luo Yun did not wish for it to perish. He hurriedly transported the still-breathing wolf back to his tent, procuring bandages and ice packs from an online shopping mall to tend to the swelling on its forehead. He even fashioned a lovely bow with the bandage. Before long, Fenrir awoke. After all, being a ninth-tier beast comparable to a dragon, its vitality was resilient. Moreover, since Luo Yun had no intent to kill, the divine power he inadvertently unleashed was minimal, enabling a swift recovery. I'm still alive. I wasn't skinned or had my magic core extracted. Oh, you're awake? I sincerely apologize. My body acted on its own. Regardless, it was prudent to apologize. Luo Yun had indeed been impulsive in his desire to protect his meticulously prepared dinner. Fenrir gazed blankly at the human before it, who had clasped their hands and bowed slightly, utterly confused. What nonsensical words were being uttered? Did it still wish to toy with it? This was troubling. This human had effortlessly breached its physical defenses with a single punch, rendering it unconscious. No. As a ninth-tier beast, every part of it was precious. A greedy human would undoubtedly not let it go. It needed to devise a strategy quickly. First, summon aid. While maintaining a dazed expression, Fenrir discreetly infused pure magic into the ground, sending it racing far away. Secondly, by time. Since this human wanted to act, it would play along. Suddenly, the massive form of the magic wolf began to emit a faint azure glow, and its once mighty body gradually shrank. Ah, are you all right? What is happening? Luo Yun noticed the wolf's unusual transformation. Woe is me. It's all your fault. You're a bad person. Not only did you steal my pig, but you also hit me. Bad person. As the glow dissipated, the imposing magic wolf transformed into a petite, weeping lowly. Her long, silvery hair cascaded down to her waist, shimmering as if kissed by moonlight, and her skin was as smooth as fine mutton fat. Beneath her white brows, her ruby-like eyes glimmered with mysterious patterns, which, instead of exuding authority, brimmed with innocent tears. And her current state was utterly bare. No, wait. Phew. Thankfully, Luo Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He had wrapped a long piece of white bandage around her, which now hung down with her diminished form, providing some semblance of modesty. However, the white bandage against her snow-white skin made her appear like a white puffball at first glance, leading to a misinterpretation of nudity. But that was not the crux of the matter. The real focus was on, hey, those are beast ears, right? I'm not mistaken. Those are definitely beast ears. On the little white wolf Loli's head, her ears were not human-shaped, but rather fluffy beast ears, quivering gently as she sobbed. Her face youthful and adorned with a faint blush, exuding an air of mystery that belied her age. Luo Yun stood frozen, his rationality evaporating, his desire to capture this moment overwhelming him. Ah, customer, why are you still staring? Hurry and buy her some clothes. A suddenly appearing sprite at the front desk shouted loudly. Wait, I actually opened the shop interface. However, what the future said made sense. Luo Yun quickly turned around, facing away from the white wolf Loli, his fair ears blushing vividly. Observing Luo Yun's meek and slender back, the formerly weeping wolf Loli's eyes sharpened. Her instinct urged her to leap forward and bite his delicately fragile neck. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself, allowing reason to triumph over instinct. This 1T work, his speed is significantly greater than mine. He could knock me out in an instant. No risks. I may not know what is happening, but could you please put on some clothes? Without looking, Luo Yun purchased the outfit selected by Little Future and hurriedly tossed it behind him. The white wolf Loli momentarily halted her sobbing, eyeing the finely crafted Lolita dress on the ground, tilting her head in confusion. What is this clothing? I've never seen anything like it. Yet, she looked up at the back of Luo Yun, her petite lips curving into a gentle smile. Oh, is it possible to feel aroused even in this fragile state? Truly, humans are remarkable. Sigh. Ever since I advanced beyond childhood at Tier 3, I had not employed the tactic of feigning weakness. I never expected to rediscover it today. I can't wear this. Luo Yun glanced at the purchase record, only then realizing what he had just bought. Little Future, you took advantage of the situation to siphon my money. Hurry and get me something easier to wear. Otherwise, I want to order through you again. No, I'm sorry. Customer, I'll help you find suitable clothing right away. After a flurry of activity, Luo Yun finally managed to dress the white wolf Loli. Although it was merely a large t-shirt, it at least allowed her to be presentable. In an effort to soothe her tears, Luo Yun presented his dinner. The generous portion of stewed ribs and rice was nearly the size of her head. Upon receiving the bowl, the white wolf Loli discarded the chopsticks Luo Yun offered and dove right in. Awu. While she is adorably cute, I still need to find an opportunity to teach her how to use chopsticks. The large serving of stewed ribs and rice quickly vanished. After setting down the bowl, the Loli's snow-white face was speckled with rice grains and a bit greasy. Do you need to wash up? Luo Yun offered a basin of warm water and a towel. Thankfully, she was not a dim-witted Loli. She knew how to use a towel, and her lovely face quickly regained its cleanliness. Of course, water alone couldn't remove grease, so she cast a supplementary spell. Clean magic. Now she was genuinely clean. I was overly worried. She could use magic and didn't need to wash with water. So, Fenrir, can you forgive me now? What? You actually know my race. The white wolf girl was astonished. As a rare mythical species, she had lived in seclusion within the forest since childhood, never having ventured into human society. Indeed, this human seemed well prepared, launching a surprise attack on a newly matured wolf. Despite her tumultuous thoughts, she maintained an adorably naive facade and murmured, well, considering the delicious food, I forgive you. She found it utterly incomprehensible that this human, despite her being the captive, was so intent on theatrics rather than simply stating his intentions. Adhering to the forest law of the survival of the fittest, the white wolf girl could not fathom Luo Yun's apologetic demeanor. Moreover, Fenrir was the name of her species. Her name was Finlear. Finlear? The difference seems negligible, she protested. Not at all, Finlear exclaimed, declaring her true name in the presence of this formidable opponent, who could subdue her with a single move. All right, Finlear, I've noted it down. My name is Luo Yun, he replied, chuckling awkwardly as he introduced himself. Since this was all a misunderstanding, I shall eat first. After all this commotion, I haven't had a bite yet. Overwhelmed by social anxiety, Luo Yun found it challenging to engage amicably with a stranger like the white-haired girl. He sought conversation topics as best as he could. In the ensuing silence, Luo Yun scrolled through the food section of an online shopping mall, ultimately purchasing a black pepper fillet steak, reportedly from a high-end restaurant. He had given the rib stew to appease Finlear, and with time running short, he decided to indulge in a luxurious online dinner. Wow, you can conjure hot food. How impressive, Finlear exclaimed, feigning ignorance of spatial magic's existence. Realizing she could not defeat him, she committed to the strategy of feigning weakness. Well, Luo Yun hesitated, unsure how to explain. Luo Yun, that food in your hand, it's making my stomach growl. It smells so good. Please, don't look at me like that. Fine. You can have this portion, I'll buy another one. Yay, Luo Yun, you're a good person. But even if you give me a good person card, I won't be happy. Chapter 7. The wolf has run away after a satisfying meal. Luo Yun felt utterly relaxed. Dear customer, would you like some dessert? The little elf at the counter eagerly recommended a vanilla cream pudding. You've piqued my interest, Luo Yun admitted. The divine body truly was remarkable. He had just felt full, yet the mention of dessert reignited his appetite. However, his savings, acquired through sacrifices, were dwindling. Well, I suppose I will continue my hunting tomorrow. For now, I have settled in and should enjoy the moment. I'll buy some small desserts to reward myself. He convinced himself. Luo Yun, do you often talk to yourself? Is this a trait of your kind? Finlear asked with a puzzled blink, wondering why this human seemed to converse with the air. Oh, Can't you see little future in the online shopping panel? Luo Yun noted this point and smiled as he explained. Though I am not a deity, I am fortunate enough to have contracted with one, allowing me to exchange valuable items for various goods from other worlds, including exotic cuisine. Luo Yun recalled the unknown entity in that white space, concluding it was fair to call her a deity. What? Otherworldly cuisine? Those deities have such abilities? Finlier's eyes sparkled with excitement. If they can summon heroes from other worlds, summoning food should be easy. Finlier's realization sent her fluffy white tail wagging with delight. What deity? I want to sign a contract too. I could offer her a roasted magic pig every day. I'm afraid I don't know her name, nor how to seek her out. Luo Yun replied honestly, thinking it unwise to send a gluttonous wolf on a journey. Oh, that's disappointing, Finlier pouted, clearly disheartened at not acquiring the ability to summon otherworldly delicacies. Dear customer, are you still interested in dessert? The little elf at the front suddenly exclaimed loudly, her cute face slightly displeased. Honestly, I just mentioned activating a chat service, and now I'm facing this wolf girl. Ah, sorry to keep you waiting. Please bring me 2 servings of vanilla cream pudding, 1 with chocolate. Thank you. This wolf girl is fantastic. That has quite the expense. Thank you for your patronage. Your 2 servings of vanilla cream pudding will be delivered shortly. The little elf regained her enthusiasm, quickly fetching the desserts for Luo Yun. Noticing Finlier still sulking, Luo Yun handed her the vanilla pudding. Cheer up. The gifts from the deity are random. You might not receive the same contract as mine. Here, enjoy the dessert. Though merely a gilded skill, Luo Yun felt quite satisfied with his ability. Wow, this is incredibly sweet. Sweeter than the pastries the silly dragon brought. It has this strange, bouncy, soft texture, unlike the sweet fruit slime. What is this? It's pudding. Pudding. Why is your pudding a different color? Because I added chocolate. I thought, being a wolf, you might not be able to eat chocolate, so I left it out for you. Don't underestimate the appetite of a 9th-tier magical beast. Finlier protested loudly. All right, I won't underestimate it. Luo Yun nodded solemnly, planning to prepare more food in the future, viewing Finlier through the lens of a foodie. Don't underestimate the appetite of a 9th-tier magical beast. Finlier reiterated, raising her voice. I said I won't underestimate it. Luo Yun echoed. Finley, eyeing the black pudding in Luo Yun's hand, pursed her lips and gulped down the remaining vanilla pudding in one go, holding up her empty cup towards Luo Yun. Don't underestimate the appetite of a 9th-tier magical beast. This roar was so loud that the lower-tier magical beasts in the Wolf King's territory bowed their heads, trembling in fear. I understand, Luo Yun smirked, finally grasping this awkward hint. Reluctantly, he purchased a chocolate cake from the online shopping mall. Here, a chocolate cake. It's a different delicacy from the pudding, but it also has chocolate in it. Give it a try, just don't choke on it. Hee hee. Wow. Is this what chocolate tastes like? This is super sweet. I've never tasted anything like it before. As Finlier enjoyed the chocolate cake, a blissful smile spread across her round face, her fluffy white wolf ears twitching involuntarily, and her bushy tail had not ceased wagging since she began eating. So cute. I want to pet you. This is a donut. Luo Yun fell victim to the charm skill, failing his saving throw, and continued to feed her. Wow, this is so good. Want to try something different? These are called potato chips. Luo Yun failed again and kept feeding her. Crunch, crunch. Ah, this is so fun. So crispy and fragrant. Thirsty? How about some ice cola, also known as the lazy person's happy drink? He failed his save again and continued the feeding. Glug, glug. Ah, why is there fizz coming out? What a strange sensation. After a sweet burp, Finlier held the cola in her small hands, her cute face smeared with remnants of food, gazing at the grinning Luo Yun with a puzzled tilt of her head. By the way, why do you keep offering me food? Luo Yun suddenly realized, hastily stopping his feeding, and explained in a flustered manner. I'm sorry. You looked so cute eating that I got a bit carried away. I promise I won't do it again. Finlier paused, looking anxious, and began searching around. She found what she was looking for. She grabbed her large tail from behind, hugging it, and gazing pitifully at Luo Yun. I'm cute, please give me food. Wow, where did you learn that? Your cuteness is off the charts. What a shame. That last bottle of cola was my limit. Dear customer, we offer loan services here, please continue feeding the wolf girl. Don't come out and cause trouble. Luo Yun fought against Finlier's charm skill, shutting down Little Future's pop-up panel while saying, I'm sorry, Finlier, but the energy from the contract is insufficient. I'll go hunt more magical beasts to sacrifice tomorrow. Magical beasts, huh? Just wait. I'll go catch some. Upon hearing this, Finlear's red eyes lit up, and she dashed off in a flash, disappearing from Luo Yun's sight. Of course, to others, it was an instant, but from Luo Yun's perspective, Finlear merely crouched down, clad in a cartoon t-shirt, her delicate legs propelling her forward as she leaped into a nearby thicket. Gazing at the thicket ahead, Luo Yun blinked in confusion. Was there such urgency? Surely nothing untoward would happen on a dark night. Or perhaps, he withdrew his gaze from the bushes, his growing concern gradually dissipating. Indeed. Having enjoyed their time together so much, he had nearly forgotten. After all, she was a 9th-tier magical beast, a creature of world boss caliber. Not merely an adorable puppy found by the roadside. Was she still on guard against him? A touch of regret washed over him, for despite the brevity of their acquaintance, Luo Yun found himself quite fond of the lively and charming Finlear. Surveying the scattered remnants of food, he tidied up with a whirlwind of conflicting emotions before rising to return to the tent for some rest. Finlear dashed off a considerable distance, only halting her run when she sensed no pursuing footsteps behind her. Oomph, foolish human. Did you think Finlear would not find an opportunity to slip away? She wished to laugh heartily to release her pent-up emotions, yet found herself unable to do so. In silence, Finlear sought refuge against a large tree, her petite form sliding down until she sat upon the grass, her soft tail cushioning her beneath. She wrapped her slender arms around her knees. Her small head bowed as her pair of snowy, plush ears drooped atop her head. A flicker of annoyance danced within her. She could not deceive herself. The moment she had fled, her true desire had been to capture the magical pig. It was only later that she realized it was an opportune moment to rid herself of her captive status, hurriedly altering her course away from the lakeside habitat. The night in the beastly forest was unnaturally quiet. The usual rustling of wind and chirping of insects seemed to vanish amidst the dimness of the forest. Finlear wrestled with her thoughts for some time before finally looking up at the night sky. Her crystalline red eyes sparkled like stars. The deep night was adorned with a constellation of brilliant stars, while the mysterious tri-colored moon, blue, white, and red, cast a mesmerizing charm over the realm of Mokalode. As Finlear's red eyes reflected the starry sky, they gradually lost focus, her thoughts drifting far away. This enchanting and mysterious night sky had been her companion for ages. Countless nights over the centuries, she had silently licked her wounds beneath its expanse, healing until dawn broke. Then, she would return to the hunt for survival. Yet, she had not always been alone. Once, she had a friend, a young dragon, and together they had supported each other in this perilous, beastly forest, growing side by side. But as time passed, the dragon had matured and departed for the human world it yearned for. Finlear had never harbored affection for humans, and upon reaching the pinnacle of her 9th-tier dominance, she claimed a territory within the beastly forest, no longer needing to fight for survival. Yet, despite her newfound stability, her days had grown stagnant, resembling a still pond. The young wolf, despite her youth, had inexplicably transformed into an empty nest elder. In the days that followed, the most joyful and anticipated moments were those when the dragon returned, bringing with it the novelties of the human world. Thus, Finlear began seeking tasks to occupy herself. She began raising magical pigs, claiming they were for sustenance, yet often found herself counting them instead. 1 magical pig, 2 magical pigs, 3 magical pigs. The number of magical pigs increased as she rarely hunted them, leading to a curious phenomenon in the beastly forest. Despite being merely a group of low-tier, weak magical pigs, they thrived under Finlear's protection in this resource-rich core of the forest, living carefree. Finlear buried her small head in her knees, her long, silver hair cascading down to conceal her petite form. In this ancient forest, where the strong preyed upon the weak, she remained ever vigilant, having imagined her own defeat on numerous occasions. And today, she had indeed been bested by a human renowned for their cunning and greed. Yet strangely, though she had faltered, she felt she had lost nothing. Unlike other human adventurers she had encountered, this peculiar human had left her baffled. He possessed immense strength, yet appeared deceptively weak, aware of her status as an exceedingly rare mythic beast, yet harboring no covetous intent. Even when their gazes met, he would shyly avert his eyes, exposing his delicate, pale neck before her, revealing a disarming lack of wariness. Finlear was perplexed. Her instincts for hostility were keen. Thus, when Luo Yun fed her, She discerned the genuine sincerity reflected in his eyes. They were beautiful eyes, akin to obsidian, gentle and devoid of malice. Strange human, Finlier murmured softly as she curled up beneath the tree. Chapter 8. The wolf joins the team inside the tent. Luo Yun spread out a soft carpet and unfurled a comfortable quilt, preparing to succumb to slumber, for the night by the forest lake was still quite chilly. However, in this wondrous otherworld, one could never predict how the weather would shift in the blink of an eye. Boom! A long serpent of lightning cleaved through the darkened skies above the beastly forest, accompanied by a series of ominous thunderclaps, reminiscent of a colossal thunder-based forbidden spell brewing, instilling dread within the heart. Crash! A torrential downpour unleashed itself, as if the heavens had opened, drenching the land in sheets of rain that formed a web, instantly bending the towering trees of the beastly forest as if they were bowing. Far removed from the beastly forest, in the realm of the divine, the goddess of water exclaimed, "You must accept your defeat. Randomly select a location and maintain a downpour for an hour with divine power. Remember to seal your authority and use divine might throughout." Ugh, fine. It's such a hassle. Who told you to have such rotten luck? I won't be playing this broken adventure with you ever again. This otherworldly game is no fun at all. Inside the tent, Luo Yun was startled by the sudden deluge, the drowsiness he had begun to feel evaporating in an instant. He glanced at the tent roof, swaying precariously in the wind, and frowned, suddenly anxious for the yet-to-return Finlier. Though he had a vague suspicion she might have slipped away, he shook his head, sighing as he rose from his warm cocoon. Alas, I can't seem to let it go. Let it be my meddling. The image of Finlier, with her endearing, gluttonous demeanor, was too vivid to associate her with a ninth-tier magical beast. Just a glance from afar would suffice to ascertain how she was faring in the ring. Convincing himself of this, he soon sensed a familiar presence, which became increasingly clear. Is this Finlier's location? Luo Yun surmised it was thanks to the divine creation's ability, and he couldn't help but offer another silent gratitude to Lord Luo. On the first day of his traversal, he had lost count of how many times he had thanked the great Lord Luo. Having sensed the location, Luo Yun unhesitatingly opened the tent, the wind howling and the heavy rain crashing toward him. Unflinching, he stepped into the downpour. He had already discovered earlier in the day that his body possessed a cleansing function. Humph! Mere raindrops cannot even dampen my clothes. There is no need for an umbrella. The patter of rain against the dense foliage filled the previously tranquil night with a cacophony of sounds. Finlier, curled up beneath the tree, felt her agitation mount. Humph! Mere raindrops cannot even touch my fur. The elemental winds I naturally emit keep it at bay. Yet the blanket of dark clouds obscured her starry sky, interrupting this fleeting moment of tranquility. Finlier buried her small head deeper into her knees, appearing somewhat withdrawn. Suddenly, she froze, her drooping snowy ears twitching. Without lifting her gaze, she remained withdrawn. Nearby, Luo Yun shifted the umbrella over her head, shielding her from the rain. This umbrella was one he had borrowed in haste. He had not deceived Finlier. He truly lacked the funds to continue feeding her at that moment. "You are quite strong," Finlier spoke suddenly. To approach her, the phantom of the forest's predator, without a sound, was an unexpected show of power. "Indeed," Luo Yun replied, exasperated. Some matters were not easily explained. "I didn't capture any magical beasts." Luo Yun fell silent, uncertain how to continue the conversation. Finlier, too, found herself speechless, burying her head once more in her knees. Amidst the relentless downpour, their silence lingered for a spell. "Human, I cannot possibly trust you," Finlier declared, her earlier demeanor transformed as she looked up at Luo Yun, her expression devoid of the previous silliness. Luo Yun was taken aback, gazing into the most intricate yet purest pair of eyes he had ever seen. Beneath her disheveled silver locks, her crystalline red eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly cold, sharp, and filled with suspicion, radiating the aggression of a wild wolf. Yet, he distinctly felt as if a pitiful puppy was casting a pleading glance at him amid the rain. Finlier let out a deep sigh, attempting to relax her tone as she spoke softly. "You need not trust me. I can leave your territory now. No, this very moment. I apologize for disturbing you. Believe me, I truly did not know this was your domain, nor did I intend to provoke you. There is a tent by the lake, though I am unaware of your needs. It can shelter you from the rain. I offer you this umbrella as well. I shall take my leave, and I promise not to intrude again. Nor will I hunt your magical boars." Finlier instinctively accepted the umbrella that Luo Yun offered, her eyes reflecting sincerity amidst the rain. She could discern that every word he spoke rang true. Luo Yun turned to depart, uncertain of his destination or the extent of Finlear's magical wolf territory. Yet he felt assured there was somewhere he could go. As he caught sight of Finlear crouching beneath a tree, allowing the heavy rain to drench her, he suddenly realized something. According to her, he had unwittingly trespassed upon her territory, the very place she had called home, leaving her without a refuge. This thought weighed heavily upon him, preventing him from returning to the tent by the lake with a clear conscience. Well, it is not a precious item. I shall consider it a gift for Finlear. Tomorrow, I can easily find a fatter magical beast to sacrifice and recover what I lost. He still felt capable of dealing with those ordinary magical beasts, driven solely by their instincts. As he observed Luo Yun's retreating figure, Finlear furrowed her brow, an inexplicable sense of melancholy swelling within her. The umbrella slipped from her grasp, and she clutched her chest, bewildered as she watched Luo Yun depart. This feeling was reminiscent of when her former dragon friend left, but it was far more intense. She sensed that if she allowed this human to leave, she would undoubtedly regret it. But why? He was merely a human whom she had known for less than a day. Yet, the young magical wolf, though inexperienced, possessed an instinctual sixth sense regarding choices that could profoundly affect her fate. Humph, just a human. Hurry and leave my territory. Who cares? Finlear stubbornly bit her lip, her gaze fixed on Luo Yun's back. Just as Luo Yun, gradually moving away, sensed a disturbance behind him and turned to look back. He saw Finlear's umbrella on the ground, her small hand pressed against her chest. She raised her adorable face, her beautiful brows tightly knitted, her fair cheeks glistening with either rain or tears, her snowy tail and beastly ears drooping like a forsaken puppy. Luo Yun sighed for what felt like the umpteenth time. He turned around and swiftly approached Finlear, picking up the fallen umbrella. Miss Finlear, I have changed my mind. You have been recaptured by me. Now please return with me to the tent by the lake and refrain from plotting anything. Humph, I knew it. Cunning humans love to go back on their word. Finlear appeared quite disdainful, yet the corners of her petite mouth subtly lifted, her snowy ears perked up, and her large tail swayed animatedly behind her. Without anyone urging her, she stood up and walked past Luo Yun, heading towards the lake. Chapter 9. Together in sleep, breakfast inside the tent, Finlear curled up in a corner, hugging her knees. Appearing small, pitiful, and helpless, Luo Yun rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat helpless. He had impulsively brought her back, and now he was uncertain of what to do next. The atmosphere growing somewhat awkward, he surrendered to the moment. As a person with mild social anxiety, he instinctively wanted to escape, to avoid communication. I'm tired. I will sleep first. You should rest early too. He lay down, wrapping himself tightly in his small blanket, turning away from Finlear as his consciousness began to drift away. The next day dawned clear and bright. Towering trees flourished in lush greenery, golden sunlight filtering through the leaves, dappling the moist grass by the lake. After a night of heavy rain, the entire forest appeared exceptionally clean, the air fresh and invigorating. Luo Yun naturally opened his eyes, gazing at the light gray fabric of the tent's ceiling. Ah, what a wonderful sleep. His previous lifestyle as a reclusive individual had accustomed him to late nights, his sleep merely sustaining him. Yet, on his first night in this other world, he experienced the high-quality slumber of his childhood, stirring a small sense of gratitude within him. As his mind began to awaken, Luo Yun finally noticed an unusual sensation in his hand, soft and warm. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his cozy blanket had somehow been kicked to the edge of the tent. To his surprise, it had been replaced by a similarly warm little girl with beastly ears, and the source of the warmth was her fluffy, snow-white tail. Blanket, you may rest in peace. I shall remember you. Finlear lay atop Luo Yun's chest, her petite form nestled comfortably. Luo Yun swallowed hard, one hand gently stroking her small head while the other grasped her fluffy tail, using it as a makeshift blanket. Oh dear, what an awkward position. I cannot move, lest I awaken her. What on earth happened last night? As anxiety coursed through him, Luo Yun wondered how he found himself in this peculiar situation. Gurgle Finlear stirred, a charming sound emanating from her throat. She instinctively nuzzled against Luo Yun's hand resting on her head, her delicate lips glistening with a hint of moisture. Oh, this smells so good. Finlear inhaled the scent of Luo Yun's slender, pale arm, her expression reminiscent of one savoring a chocolate cake. Wait, could it be? Oh, whoa. To his astonishment, she actually bit him. Though her initial ferocity was intimidating, Luo Yun, with his current physique, felt no pain whatsoever. What a pity. If only she left a mark, he could have capitalized on that. As he pondered, he suddenly felt a slight itch where Finleer had bitten him. Ah! Praise the magnificent Lord Iroh. Your gifts are truly remarkable. Luo Yun exclaimed loudly. Ah! That hurts. Finleer lifted her beautifully groomed brows, slowly awakening. Upon seeing Luo Yun's face so close, and sensing the unusual taste in her mouth, her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her thoughts drifted back to the previous night. Watching Luo Yun sleep defenselessly, his back exposed, she felt a surge of emotions. This was something she could never bring herself to do. Thus, she could not fathom what gave this human the audacity to do so. Did he trust her, or was it his confidence in his own strength? What a naive individual. Finleer murmured softly, gazing at Luo Yun, who was deeply asleep. Her chin rested lightly on her arm as she became entranced by his presence. He seemed to be out of place in this world, possessing an aura distinctly different from those greedy human adventurers. His eyes sparkled with curiosity about the world, even the most rudimentary magic illuminating a radiant glow within them, akin to a newborn child. In his dreams, Luo Yun rolled over, lying on his back. He slumbered peacefully, his gentle, refined features glowing with a rosy hue. Finleer blinked in surprise, momentarily captivated. Coming from the forest, her sense of right and wrong was blurred. Yet in this moment, her understanding of beauty sharpened. One must reiterate, the great creator had meticulously crafted a vessel for this soul from another world. This body possessed an allure that transcended species, naturally attracting all beings of the Mokurode continent, even if Luo Yun randomly selected a temple to join. Regardless of whether the deity was humanoid, he had a high probability of being favored by the divine, destined to become a holy child. Finleer gazed, entranced, unknowingly inching closer to Luo Yun. What a curious human. She reached out and gently poked his fair cheek, the sensation delightful, prompting her to poke him a few more times. As she admired the sweetness of his sleeping face, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. She lay down beside him, propping herself on her side to gaze at his face. Despite the clamor of rain outside the tent, Finleer felt a sense of peace and tranquility. It was astonishing. Her typically vigilant nature allowed her to feel secure lying beside the young man. Gradually, her eyelids grew heavy, and she began to drift off to sleep. Different individuals possess varied sleeping habits. Some prefer headphones, others require eye masks, while some need a cuddly pillow. In a haze of consciousness, Finley felt the warmth of an embrace, as if she had returned to her mother's womb, enveloped in a sense of security cherished by the entire world. Thus, this forest spirit, the ninth-tier magic wolf Fenrir, who was perpetually on edge, indulged in a long-awaited, deeply relaxing slumber. Oh dear! Realizing that she had not only nestled close to the young man, but had also slept beside him without a shred of caution, Fenrir instinctively tightened her bite, casting a complex gaze at Luo Yun. This human was truly peculiar. In his presence, she found herself unrecognizable, unaware of the change in her grip. Luo Yun merely looked at the glaring Fenrir with an apologetic smile. Although I'm not sure what transpired, could you kindly release me? I am unable to prepare breakfast. The mention of breakfast proved effective. Upon hearing the word, Fenrir relaxed, her crimson eyes sparkling with brightness. Breakfast? There was food. Saved at last. Luo Yun sighed in relief as he glanced at his dampened arm. In truth, he was not as composed as he appeared. While the sensation of pain was absent during her bite, the feeling was akin to having his arm licked, which was rather unpleasant. Shopping mall notification. Obtain saliva from the 9th-tier magic wolf Fenrir, valued at 333 yuan. Would you like to recharge? Little future. It smells like money. The little sprite in her pajamas appeared alongside the shopping mall interface, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The online store had a response. It made sense. Although he had yet to experience it, Fenrir was an existence comparable to ancient dragons, her materials exceedingly precious. If one considered this, could it be that she was indeed a top-tier entity in this beast forest? Why did she seem so timid? Luo Yun puzzled over Fenrir, wondering if she was truly terrified of him. Even though he had forcibly, in his opinion, pulled her back yesterday, he considered himself quite amiable. Is something wrong? Fenrir asked cautiously, her gaze darting towards Luo Yun's pristine arm. With her 9th-tier magic wolf's bite strength, she had only managed to leave a quickly fading faint red mark. This individual's physique was indeed extraordinarily formidable. It's nothing. Thanks to you, our breakfast will be a bit more sumptuous. Luo Yun shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it, and directly recharged the shimmering liquid remaining on his arm. Recharge successful. Your assets, 333 yuan. Fenrir looked utterly bewildered. Although she had no idea what had just occurred, as long as there was food, all was well. That said, Luo Yun preferred a lighter breakfast. Thus, he prepared boiled eggs, fried dough sticks, and soybean milk. Fenrir devoured the fried dough sticks and sipped the soybean milk, then stared blankly at the boiled egg. This isn't fragrant at all. Your logic is flawed. Delicious food isn't necessarily aromatic. This is even less fragrant than you. Thank you, but I feel somewhat offended. Observing Fenrir's disinterest in the egg, Luo Yun sighed. All right, I'll get you a flavorful one. Future, a tea egg, please. Thank you for your patronage. 2 eggs for a total of 400 yuan. 1 is sufficient. I can't afford a tea egg. In pursuit of purchasing the exorbitant internet equipment within the mall, Luo Yun adhered to the virtue of frugality. Chapter 10. The contract. After relishing breakfast, Luo Yun began to devise his action plan for the day. First and foremost, he aimed to achieve a modest goal. Having just reincarnated into this world yesterday, he had been mostly bewildered, managing only to accomplish a daily income of 1 million. Today, he had roughly assessed his level of strength, allowing him to shift his focus from the pitiful magic boar to seeking higher-tier magical beasts. What? Are you suggesting selling the saliva of a white-haired, beast-eared lowly? How embarrassing. Fenrir, do you know where I can find higher-tier magical beasts? Luo Yun asked with enthusiasm. Are we about to commence a sacrificial offering to the deity? Fenrir exclaimed, her small hands rubbing together in excitement. I'm applying to join the hunt. You've been a great help. I'll treat you to a grand lunch. Luo Yun chuckled. The application was approved. He was not a battle fanatic, and having a 9th-tier magical beast as an ally was indeed a blessing. Yay, a feast. Fenrir's tail wagged rapidly behind her, brimming with enthusiasm. I want to eat that pork rib rice you make. In truth, that was not a significant dish, as long as there were enough prey. Any gourmet meal could be prepared. Oh my, there are even better dishes? Does such food truly exist? Of course it does. If you want to eat it, you must work hard. Luo Yun smiled gently, observing the beast-eared little lowly's eyes sparkling with determination, a twinge of guilt stirring within him. He never anticipated a day where he, despite being penniless, would paint grand dreams for another. However, the visions he conjured were not only enticing but genuinely attainable. So it was all fine. Yet there was a matter that needed addressing. Fenrir, do you possess any magic that can help me with navigation? This forest is vast, and I fear getting lost. Actually, I've been meaning to ask, why do you possess so much magic power, Luo Yun? Why don't you use it yourself? Do I have magic power? Yes, indeed. Although I can't sense it now, I recalled it last night when we were close, Fenrir said. Her snowy cheeks slightly flushed. In any case, yes, there's plenty. A vast amount. It's like sensing the world. Monster. How outrageous. Being labeled a monster by a magical beast. However, with this revelation, Luo Yun remembered that he seemed to possess an identity connected to a magical conduit. So, was Fenrir not exaggerating? Was she genuinely sensing another realm? Given that, aren't you afraid? Luo Yun couldn't fathom how terrifying a monster he would be if Fenrir's words held true. After facing such an extraordinary existence, cautious Fenrir should be even more frightened. Why did it seem like she was only slightly more timid than before and not overwhelmingly terrified? Well, Fenrir pondered, tilting her small head. Initially, I was quite afraid. After all, you are a 9th-tier magical beast, brimming with treasures, irresistibly attractive to humans. A horde of low-tier ants would dream of hunting me down. So, when you captured me, I was looking for an opportunity to escape. Yet, after escaping, I found myself not so happy. I realized that rather than returning to count magic boars, it was far better to bicker with you, and your food is delicious. As Fenrir spoke, her crystalline red eyes grew increasingly bright, the threads of confusion in her heart gradually dissipating. Speaking solely of cuisine, I could create new dishes every day for an entire year without repetition. Luo Yun felt a swell of pride. Huffed. Fenrir giggled, recognizing that he was indeed different, radiating an aura that felt out of place in this world. She gazed at Luo Yun, her red eyes sparkling with clarity. Luo Yun, would you be interested in raising a 9th-tier beast companion? Why the sudden proposal? Luo Yun's mind momentarily faltered, caught off guard. Seeing Luo Yun stunned, Fenrir eagerly pointed at herself with her delicate hand. Because I'm incredibly powerful, though I may not match your strength. Even if I can't be a battle companion, I could certainly serve as a mount. With a 9th-tier magical beast like me, how impressive would that be? You needn't say more. Luo Yun interrupted her self-introduction, sensing the urgency of the moment. Now is not the time for hesitation. Actions speak louder than words. Decisively, Luo Yun opened his palm. A droplet of vibrant red blood, rich with immense energy, emerged from his fair hand. Luo Yun was familiar with the magical beast contract ritual. It seemed that Lord Iroh had implanted an encyclopedia in his mind, and peculiar knowledge would surface at opportune moments. As the blood floated upwards, Luo Yun summoned his soul's power, swearing an oath with his own spirit. I, Luo Yun, vow to be Fenrir's companion, a partner, promising to provide her with delicious food daily, ensure her safety, and bring her joy to the best of my abilities, never depart for life. In truth, the oath was not the focal point. The terms of the contract between individuals and magical beasts varied. The essence lay in linking their souls through the oath. There are generally 2 types of magical beast contracts, one of master and servant, and one of equality. What Luo Yun presented at this moment was an equitable contract. As Fenrir gazed at the blood in Luo Yun's palm, she momentarily lost her composure, her charming little face appearing somewhat dazed. Wait, isn't this a master-servant contract? How is this possible? Luo Yun's cheeks flushed as the pale skin of his palm was adorned with a faint golden spirit of the vow, swirling around the droplets of crimson blood. He glanced nervously at Fenrir. To be frank, this so-called contract ritual felt akin to confessing to a crush, causing the inexperienced youth to instinctively feel anxious, his heart racing. Fenrir noticed the trepidation and tension in Luo Yun's eyes, her emotions becoming subtly complex. Her thought process was still largely dominated by the law of the jungle, making it difficult for her to change in a short time. In her view, the strong should lead. However, Luo Yun had presented her with an equal contract. A gentle smile graced her lips as she quickly adapted. Indeed, it was not surprising that this young man would take such an approach. With a smile creeping onto her face, Fenrir extended her hand and squeezed out a drop of her own blood. I, the magic wolf Fenrir, swear by my true name to become the companion and partner of the person before me, regardless of whether he provides me with delicacies. I shall do my utmost to bring him joy, remaining loyal for a lifetime. She abandoned the original pledge of servitude and directly amended Luo Yun's vow. In contracts between humans and magical beasts, such oaths often encompass the conditions and requirements of both parties. Should one party breach the contract, the other could easily dissolve it with minimal backlash, while the violator would suffer severe repercussions. After declaring her vow, Fenrir swiftly pressed her small hand against Luo Yun's, who tightened his grip, their blood intertwining. A profound bond of souls formed between them. Within this contract, their only mutual condition was to share joys and sorrows, remaining steadfast and united. Thus, 2 lonely souls became intricately connected. Chapter 11. Heartfelt exchange. After signing the contract, Luo Yun gently pressed Fenrir's soft little hand, experiencing a surreal sensation. Fenrir, is it because I can provide delicious food that you wish to sign this contract with me? Both of their vows referenced culinary delights. And although Fenrir claimed in her oath that food was inconsequential, Luo Yun assumed she was jesting. Delicious food? Well, that is certainly part of it, but truly, it is because you are rather peculiar. Fenrir replied, squeezing Luo Yun's hand tightly. What? I actually detest oddities. Yet you, despite your quirks, I can never truly dislike. You are powerful like a monster, yet being held by you makes me feel safe and comfortable. I cherish this feeling. I no longer wish to count magic pigs alone each day. I desire to share my life with you. Luo Yun was a recluse, possessing ample theoretical knowledge but lacking practical experience. He was aware that such theoretical knowledge was often unreliable, especially in this instance, as he found himself completely flustered by her straightforwardness. Those suave lines he had accumulated over time now felt trapped, leaving his mind blank, unable to produce a single response. Dear customer, here, I strongly recommend the Love Guru's Guide to Flirting. Wow, at a time like this, please don't disrupt me, Luo Yun muttered, shaking his head, feeling a bit more composed. In any case, here he was, confronted by a white-haired, beast-eared little girl clad only in an oversized white t-shirt. Her rounded, pale thighs exposed. As she expressed sentiments akin to a confession, theoretical knowledge informed him that Fenrir was not genuinely confessing, as a magical beast, even in her human form. Her thought processes leaned towards those of a beast, merely articulating her internal feelings. Wait, isn't this a confession? No, the focus isn't on that. Think, Luo Yun. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation in his life, and he needed to respond earnestly. He reiterated to himself that he possessed much unreliable theoretical experience, yet he could vaguely grasp the current dynamics. Fenrir seemed to embody the archetype of innocence. Though it was inaccurate to assume she was merely a little girl, having reached the 9th tier, her actual age could rival that of many ancestors of humanity. Stop thinking about unrelated matters. Cuteness is justice. I willingly accept the overaged lowly. The pressing question remained. How should he respond to Fenrir's affections? Luo Yun pondered. As Fenrir's expressions were hazy, yet she was making an effort to communicate her innermost thoughts. What about my feelings? Think, Luo Yun. Why do you wish to form a contract with her? Beast-eared girl, white-haired, red-eyed, adorable, and wanting to care for her? Initially, such thoughts were indeed superficial, stemming from a mere otaku mindset. However, witnessing Fenrir's innocent and blissful smile while eating brought forth a radiant warmth within him, a smile he had long lost. Thus, he yearned to protect that smile. Well, that still sounds like an otaku mentality. Think deeper, something you can proudly declare. Just like Fenrir, Luo Yun had also been solitary, passively accepting the sporadic kindness of others. Though he had long numbed himself with the joy of the two-dimensional world, he ultimately craved companionship, a family who could be by his side, savoring his culinary creations and praising his cooking. Gradually, Luo Yun's resolve solidified. Although their time together had been brief, he could not ascertain the depth of his feelings for Fenrir. Nonetheless, he wished for her to remain by his side. Sharing meals with her brought him joy, and watching her eat filled him with happiness. Fenrir, here, listen to me. Perhaps to you. I appear as a remarkably strong individual. I am acutely aware of my own weaknesses. I am not one of those true warriors forged by trials, but merely an exceedingly fortunate ordinary human. I am not even as resilient as you, Fenrir. I sincerely apologize for having regarded you as a coward, but upon reflection, if our roles were reversed, I might not perform as well as you did. Fenrir contemplated this. Well, I did initially intend to confine you and make you my personal chef after smelling your food. What? Then, if I were an ordinary human, I would have indeed been intimidated by you, Fenrir. I would have trembled as your chef, preparing meals for you daily. Perhaps I would have gradually adapted, even secretly taking pride in your enjoyment of food. I might have inadvertently witnessed your human form and developed a bold, yet clandestine affection for you. However, I am certain that achieving such a bond would take me months, if not years. Yet, Fenrir, you made your decision in just one night. Therefore, Fenrir is truly remarkable. I should not perceive you as a coward. You are incredibly brave. You are far superior to me. Ah, is that how it is? Fenrir felt a bit bashful at Luo Yun's praise, realizing that her desire to contract with him stemmed from her own reasons, and her swift decision was due to various unexpected factors. However, Luo Yun's words made her ponder. If he were merely an ordinary human, would he have the audacity to love a 9th-tier magical beast like me? How could he say such things? Would I fall for an ordinary human like Luo Yun? Oh, how unfair. I cannot fathom the answer. Thus, Fenrir, I am not the kind of formidable individual you envision. Had I known I possessed great strength but lacked a strong heart, would you still choose to contract with me? Luo Yun's unique upbringing had rendered his heart quite sensitive. Fenrir's rosy lips pursed slightly. Ah, I see. No wonder your personality and strength seem so incongruous. Oh, I am truly sorry. My essence is that of an ordinary person. No need to apologize. I quite like you as you are. For some reason, when Fenrir uttered those words, a spirit of defiance seemed to emanate from her. I will sign. Even if you are an ordinary person, after we come to understand each other, I shall contract with you. In fact, that would be even better. Then, I would be the boss. Hee. As your protector, you must prepare whatever I desire. Luo Yun was momentarily taken aback. The current Fenrir felt somewhat overpowered, and he found himself drawn to her. Did you not say that I am superior to you? Wait a moment. Are you implying that you still have not developed feelings for me? After all, it has only been a day. But didn't you just say you would secretly come to like me? Oh, that was merely a hypothesis. A supposition. Fine. I no longer harbor any affection for you. No, please don't. Humph. A chocolate cake. And an additional strawberry chocolate ice cream. Utterly delightful. I adore it. And there's also the new flavor of matcha pudding. I am absolutely enamored. Chapter 12. The Power of the Dark Demon God Whoosh. An invisible and colorless line shot forward with incredible speed. Windblade. A first-tier wind attribute spell. A skill shared with me by Fenrir. Once a contract is established, the fates of both parties become intricately intertwined. Besides being able to sense each other's life status and general location, they can also share abilities to a certain extent. As for the specifics of that extent, well, I believe I am now capable of wielding magic, particularly wind and earth attributes, as I seem to have mastered the knowledge from entry-level to forbidden spells. As I observed the direction in which I cast the spell, I couldn't help but wonder why there was no reaction. Could it be that my skill proficiency is too low? Suddenly, a resounding crash. As I pondered, the scenery ahead appeared as if sliced through by a line, colossal ancient trees crashing to the ground. In the distance, a small hill began to slide slowly. Gulp. This windblade seems to have some issues. The source of the magic within me does not originate from this world, but is transmitted from my original realm. Consequently, when I release magic, it stirs this power, and coupled with the innate magical aptitude of my divine body, the effect is remarkable. I silently withdrew my hand. It's too dangerous. Offensive magic should be sealed away. Well, support magic seems quite appealing. I shall become an adorable support mage in the future. By the way, what are the types of support magic available? For defensive magic, lacking a target makes it difficult to experiment. So let us try Wings of the Wind God. Whoosh. A whirlwind gathered around me, forming a pair of wings made of wind elements that unfurled from my back, lifting me off the ground. Is this the feeling of flying? As my perspective elevated, the view of the Beastmaster Forest unfolded before me, an endless sea of deep green, lush and dense. The massive elemental wings flapped gently, and I stood amidst the azure sky, marveling at the expansive vista I had never before experienced. My heart felt as though it had been forcibly broadened, and I was tempted to shout with joy, though I ultimately refrained. In the distance, various flying magical beasts perched on the clouds, some as small as larks, others as large as bipedal dragons. At this moment, I was akin to them, possessing wings that could soar freely through the heavens. They observed me, seemingly assessing this creature from the ground that had suddenly joined the ranks of the skies. After a brief exploration, I restrained my impulse to fly wildly and found a serene lake in the territory of the Wolf King, landing gracefully by the lakeshore. Just as I effortlessly commanded my physical strength, I had also mastered the magic I released instantaneously, lacking the clumsiness typical of a novice using flight magic for the first time. Before the tent, a robust and sleek silver-furred magical wolf lay sprawled. The mystical patterns on the wolf's body swirled erratically, its aura fluctuating, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. I reached out, worried, to stroke the wolf's soft fur. Ever since the contract with Fenrir was forged, she had uncontrollably transformed into this form before me. I understood that just as I had gained insights into magic from Fenrir, she too seemed to have shared something from me. She was evolving. This was a good sign. Gazing at the magnificent, albeit unconscious, giant wolf, I felt a sense of anticipation. I wondered what Fenrir would look like after her evolution. Would she become even more striking? More impressive? According to the knowledge imparted by Lord Eiler, Fenrir was about to become the world's first Tier 10 Fenrir, a being that transcended her race's limits, worthy of being called a divine beast. While I was eager, my priority was to protect Fenrir. Nothing else mattered. Safety was paramount. Time passed, and as dusk fell, Fenrir finally stirred from her slumber. Her chaotic aura began to solidify, and it seemed that additional magical patterns adorned her body, their colors deepening and intensifying. Moreover, her silver fur shimmered even more brilliantly. I sensed that if I were to strike her as I had before, she might still fall, but she would not lose consciousness outright, nor would she lack the opportunity to escape. However, if I were to strike, this time it might not be resolved with a simple meal. Fenrir's aura surged to its peak. She was on the verge of awakening. The moment she opened her striking crimson eyes, filled with an imposing presence, a divine light flickered within. The instant she awakened, she could not restrain a howl that echoed towards the heavens. A whoa! The powerful and penetrating roar pierced the sky, as if declaring her existence to the world. Indeed, accompanied by her howl, a wave of energy surged forth, racing in all directions, as if intent on sweeping across the entire world. I had anticipated that Fenrir's breakthrough would create a significant commotion, so I had prepared well in advance. Oh, ubiquitous wind spirits! Please erase my traces and conceal my presence. Wind's Veil. This is a widely applicable low-tier wind magic, a staple for adventurers. Whether entering the Beastmaster Forest or infiltrating labyrinthine caves. While I was unsure if it could evade the keen senses of the magical beasts, it could provide a semblance of self-deception, greatly enhancing my sense of security. At this moment, I cast it upon Fenrir. For good measure. I even recited that embarrassingly shameful incantation. Ah, my dark, middle, demon god, second, power is stirring once more. However, the effect was apparent. The commotion caused by Fenrir's breakthrough was silenced under the influence of my low-level spell. Chapter 13. The wolf has emerged. I sensed that Fenrir was not the type to be ostentatious, so I assisted in concealing the noise of her breakthrough. It proved that we shared an unspoken understanding. After her triumphant howl, Fenrir transformed back into her human form, gazing at me with eyes filled with admiration. Well done. Truly worthy of being my contracted partner, you possess an astute understanding of my cautious nature. This, to put it bluntly, is akin to mere survival. Humph. Though I am unaware of the peculiarities of your murmurs, they certainly sound uncomfortable. Ahaha. While I jest, my gaze wanders, and my heart is anything but calm. For at this moment, Fenrir, now in her human form, stood completely exposed to the air. This time, I had not provided her with any bandages. Although I averted my gaze as much as possible, it was inevitable that I caught sight of certain details. It appeared that she had grown slightly taller after her breakthrough. As for the rest, well, it was hard to articulate. Noticing my gaze, though not out of shyness, Fenrir nonetheless covered herself with her delicate, pale arms, her fair face puffing slightly. It seems humans are fond of ample proportions, aren't they? This is a gross misrepresentation. At this moment, I turned my back and approached the petite fairy to purchase clothing anew, my expression sincere. I have no preference regarding size. I can accommodate anything. Is that so? Seeing the clothes I offered, Fenrir felt somewhat uncomfortable. Yesterday, she had no choice but to comply, now that our relationship had improved. She had her own thoughts. In truth, I rarely utilize human form. Can I not wear anything? I am not accustomed to these coarse fabrics that are rougher than my fur. This is not merely a matter of your comfort. You must at least don a t-shirt. My stance was firm, for this concerned my integrity as a being, and I was acutely aware of my own lack of confidence in it. I was not lying. As long as it was adorable, I could truly accept anything. Finiel pouted as she donned an oversized white t-shirt, making her appear larger than her petite frame suggested. However, her slender arms and fair, well-proportioned thighs betrayed her small stature. Luo Yun glanced back at Finiel with a smile. So, you are now the legendary Tier 10 powerhouse, she exclaimed, hands on her hips, head held high. She had every right to be proud, although she was born with the bloodline of a mythical creature. Reaching Tier 9 was already the pinnacle for her kind. Now, by transcending to Tier 10, she had become an individual who had broken through her racial limitations. It is known that the stronger the innate race, the more challenging it is to surpass its boundaries. Generally, races strive to enhance their offspring, optimizing their bloodlines and gradually pushing the limits of their kind through the passage of time. Most races capable of reaching Tier 9 potential, apart from a few communal species like dragons and unicorns, are rare entities, often represented by just 2 or 3 individuals. They are typically born as the culmination of what other races fervently pursue, the pinnacle of bloodlines. Their potential can reach Tier 9, placing them among the world's elite. However, without extraordinary circumstances, they may remain stuck at Tier 9 for life. Yes, indeed, Tier 10 magical beasts are undeniably formidable. And with Luo Yun able to share Finiel's mastery of magic, he truly appreciated her capabilities. Unlike his own extraordinary abilities, Finiel appeared to embody the diligent genius archetype. Given her age relative to her race, she indeed resembled her youthful appearance. So, the remarkable Finiel, would you prefer strawberry ice cream or matcha pudding? Luo Yun retrieved 2 desserts from the storehouse, a promise made to Finiel earlier. Though she hadn't had the chance to enjoy them before being affected by the contract and entering an evolutionary state. The storage was part of the online shopping skill, requiring no rental fees. Upon seeing the desserts in Luo Yun's hands, Finiel's snowy tail wagged excitedly. Wow, They both look delicious. I want them all. Without hesitation. Her eyes sparkled. She resembled a young beast making a choice, despite her status as a tier 10 magical beast. You can have them, you decide. But the ice cream will melt. Then I'll eat the ice cream first. I've never had ice cream before. The pudding can wait. As long as you're happy. The sun is setting, so a light dinner will suffice. Although her attention was entirely on the enticing food, Faineal keenly sensed the underlying meaning in Luo Yun's words. What do you mean? Didn't you say there was something better than steak? That was unexpected. I didn't foresee your advancement, so today's hunting plan is temporarily shelved. Tomorrow I shall treat you to a grand feast. Originally, the hunting plan was loosely arranged, as Luo Yun had no desire to venture into the shadowy forest to hunt monsters at night. Today's plans were set aside. For dinner, would you be open to steamed buns? I can also add a pack of expensive pickled vegetables. Pickled vegetables? Is that the head of a magical beast from another world? No. It's made from a plant called wheat. Upon hearing plant, Faineal's interest visibly waned. In that case, pickled vegetables must be something similar. Although I used to chew on sweet grass infused with magic after finishing roasted magical boar, unless it's an exceedingly rare spiritual herb, I have little interest in plants. So, the reason is the absence of a magical beast sacrifice? Faineal revealed her pearly teeth, two adorable little fangs faintly visible. Wait for me. In an instant, Faineal vanished silently before Luo Yun. Luo Yun hadn't sensed any movement prior to her disappearance, indicating it wasn't merely a feat of speed. While Faineal could easily achieve such a teleportation effect through speed alone, this time it was likely a spatial magic. He gazed into the distance of the magical beast forest. The bond of their contract revealed that Faineal had created an immense distance between them in an instant. Chapter 14. The bug is blocked. The bug is delivered after a while. Faineal returned, dragging the massive remains of a magical beast. It was the corpse of a worm-like creature, plump and pale, reminiscent of an oversized silkworm. Even in death, the creature emanated a terrifying aura. Luo Yun, this is a tier 8 behemoth. Quickly, see how much energy it can sacrifice. Luo Yun opened the online shopping store, and as expected, the little sprite at the front desk was instantly captivated by the beast's corpse. Wow, a tier 8 Shippa worm. Where did you find such a rare specimen? Is this large worm truly rare? How much can it be sold for? The Shippa worm itself wasn't rare, akin to the common magical boar, but this particular worm had reached tier 8, which was indeed extraordinary. Typically, even after numerous molts, the species limit was only tier 3. So breaking through to tier 8 was nothing short of miraculous. That sounds like an inspiring story. But how much is it really worth? The corpse is exceptionally well preserved. With the magical core showing no signs of depletion, it likely didn't even struggle before being slain. Converted, that would amount to 39,523, 923, 966 yuan. Wow. A sudden windfall for you, dear customer. Please make sure to visit our little shop again, since the exchange result was provided by the recharge panel. The little sprite merely relayed the information, making it trustworthy. Thus, Luo Yun was left in a state of bewilderment. Had he not only achieved his small goal, but exceeded it by several hundred? You magnificent creature. I pay my respects to you. A grin spread across Luo Yun's face as he looked at Faineal. This little guy is quite impressive. We are in for some good fortune. Indeed. A tier 2 magical boar was worth 50,000, while this tier 8 Shippa worm was worth many multiples more. Even considering the inflated prices at the online shopping store, he still had nearly 39 times the purchasing power of his small goals. Such wealth was more than sufficient to indulge in a life of leisure. Wi-Fi, computer, smartphone. Set them all up for me. Yes, you heard correctly. Although the internet fees had increased a tad, this world could indeed connect to Wi-Fi. A crucial point. Hooray. Seeing Faineal mirror his excitement, an unfamiliar sensation welled up in Luo Yun's heart. Was this what it felt like to share joy with someone? Yes, it's settled. Beyond gourmet food, I must also let Faineal experience the allure of the internet. And then we can play games together. By the way, how did you come across this large worm? Did you randomly choose a lucky magical beast? Of course not. Faineal shook her head, enlightening Luo Yun about the survival rules of the magical beast forest. Under normal circumstances, magical beasts without bloodline heritage develop intelligence upon reaching tier 6. And upon reaching tier 7, they can attempt to take on human forms. Thus, high-tier magical beasts can communicate, and unless there are deep grudges, they typically wouldn't engage in mutually destructive battles. as the commotion would inevitably attract unwanted attention from those with ill intent. So, this large worm once provoked you? Yes. At that time, I was just about to break through to Tier 9, and this creature ambushed me while I was evolving, taking advantage of my unstable aura. Luckily, I was fortunate, otherwise it would have succeeded. After I successfully advanced, I intended to seek revenge, but this creature had no other skill than fleeing. It could easily burrow into the ground to escape. It's not that I couldn't catch it, but it would require considerable effort. At that time, I had just ascended to Tier 9, and my realm wasn't stable enough for chaos in the magical beast forest. So I had to let it go for the moment. Later on, I lost track of it, and couldn't be bothered to expend effort searching for it. So I postponed my revenge until I encountered it again. However, upon advancing to Tier 10, I sensed it immediately, surprisingly. It had been hiding on the outskirts of the magical beast forest. Coincidentally, since you needed a magical beast for sacrifice, I took the chance to settle the score. Phineal spoke nonchalantly, and indeed, that was how it transpired. Just not long ago, in a hidden gorge at the edge of the magical beast forest. You foul worm. I never expected you to hide here. Phineal, exuding the majestic aura of a divine beast, blocked the entrance to the giant worm's lair, sealing the surrounding space in an instant. However, her setup evidently proved ineffective. Once the Shippa worm laid eyes on her, it lost all capacity for thought, its mind descending into chaos, forgetting even to resist. Tier 10. How is that possible? Weren't you just promoted to Tier 9 a few centuries ago? How could this be possible? How did you achieve this? Is it true that mythical beings are utterly unreasonable? Born as a lowly magical insect, so feeble that a mere pebble could end its life in an instant, it somehow managed to evolve through sheer biological instinct and extraordinary fortune. Countless times it escaped death and consumed untold treasures of heaven and earth, gradually gaining wisdom and growing to a point where it is no longer underestimated, even feared. It has relentlessly pursued strength as its sole creed throughout its existence. Its initial gamble on life to ambush the advancing Fenrir wolf was also to devour her and become stronger. After failing, retreating to the resource-scarce outskirts of the forest seemed of little consequence. It would seek another opportunity to gain power. However, witnessing the terrifying Fenrir radiating a 10th-tier aura, the spirit of this Shippa insect shattered in an instant, not due to being cornered, but because it was overwhelmed by Fenrir's current prowess. Ascending from the 9th to the 10th tier within merely a few hundred years is utterly impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be that mythical beings need not adhere to the laws of the world? How did you manage this? The Shippa insect trembled, its body becoming uncontrollable under the suffocating pressure of the 10th tier wolf, yet its gaze remained fixed on Fenrir. How on earth did you accomplish this? Even as a mythical being, it is inconceivable that you could ascend so rapidly. It is a limitation of your race. Unlike me, a mere insect, your limitations are those of a mythical lineage. How did you achieve this? There was a hint of desperation in the Shippa insect's voice. As a common magical beast that has spent its life striving to surpass its limits, this answer is one it desperately wished to know, even at the cost of its life. You sense my aura because I just broke through and Haven T had the chance to conceal it? Well, I suppose I can tell you. You are correct. I could not have achieved this alone. I must admit, as a creature of ordinary bloodline, your current strength commands my respect. However, you still must die. Fenrir's tone was indifferent, her crimson wolf eyes narrowing slightly as murderous intent surged like a tidal wave. Although she appeared quite embarrassed in front of Luo Yun before meeting him, she was an authentic pinnacle 9th-tier wolf. Indeed, she is a mythical being. But her strength is not solely a product of innate talent. She is cautious, but, as a wolf, she is unafraid of fighting to the death against formidable foes. It is essential to understand that magical beasts do not adhere to any moral code. Before her growth, as a mythical cub, the allure she held for magical beasts was not something that could be easily described. How did you accomplish this? Under Fenrir's oppressive aura, the Shippa insect's spirit was scattered, leaving only this singular obsession swirling in its mind. It was nothing more than a contract with a being 100-fold, perhaps 1,000-fold, stronger than itself. I signed an equal pact with such a monster and then ascended. Fenrir ultimately answered the question posed by the great insect. Is there truly a being more powerful than a 10th-tier divine beast? As the Shippa insect's consciousness gradually faded, its originally dark and eerie pupils dimmed after flickering with the last glimmer of light. Whether its confusion was resolved or merely multiplied remains unknown. Fenrir's cold, wolf-like gaze lingered on the insect's corpse for a while. Howl. With a light growl, Fenrir finally collected the insect's remains and turned away without a backward glance. Shortly after her departure, deep within the sinister cave of the insect, two snow-white cocoons trembled slightly. Chapter 15. Dinner. Once again together braised fish fins, Kobe beef, matsutake mushrooms. Caviar. Thanks to Fenrir, Luo Yun directly achieved nearly 4 minor goals, and thus he honored his promise by preparing an extravagant feast for her. He presented her with various delicacies he had heard of in his previous life, though his experience was limited. He managed to gather around 10 dishes from both ancient and modern cuisines. Additionally, he painstakingly cooked a special braised pork rice using high-quality ingredients himself. The spread looked sumptuous, though the only flaw was that all these delicacies were placed directly on a picnic cloth, creating a somewhat mismatched aesthetic. Yet, he was no noble or wealthy individual, so he didn't mind much. The joy of eating was what mattered most. Fenrir, having grown up in the forest, clearly did not mind and began to devour her meal. Slow down. You're about to swallow your tongue. Watching Fenrir's exaggerated eating style, Luo Yun couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, this creature was incredibly adorable when eating. He felt an urge to pet that swaying big tail. I can't believe it's really true. Fenrir mumbled with her mouth full. Please swallow before you speak. Gulp. There's actually something tastier than braised pork rice, divine fox steak, and braised fish fins. Luo Yun abandoned any further concerns regarding Fenrir's speech, for to her, these were names of dishes from another world, and he had no need to read them off a paper for her. Oh, just look at this steak. The marbling like snowflakes, the tender, juicy texture, and the exquisite melting sensation in your mouth. Wouldn't you like another serving? I swear you'll fall in love with it. Enough. Your bizarre sales pitch has zero promotional effect. Is that so? Then, dear Oni-chan, would you like to try a special recommendation of braised fish fins from Little Future? Little Future likes you the most. Luo Yun, how many times must I say it? Stop flaunting a sales pitch like Mika-chan. However, this time it was somewhat effective. Luo Yun hesitated slightly. It was indeed quite adorable. Thus, he politely declined. He did not possess Fenrir's monstrous appetite, and just sampling a bit from each dish was enough for him to feel satisfied. Of course, there may have been another possibility, perhaps subconsciously. He did not wish to alter the eating habits from his previous life. Thus his divine body provided him with this perfect feeling of fullness. If he were to indulge, he could easily become an insatiable glutton. Regardless, he was daily grateful to the great Lord Yulu. Thanks to her, today was another splendid day. Not only had he gained a contract partner, but dinner was also exceptionally lavish. Amo, silently praying in his heart, Luo Yun felt he was qualified to be a devout believer. Well, perhaps he was still a tad too arrogant. A character like him would barely qualify as a casual believer. After all, his faith was a bit too scattered. For instance, the cult of cute green onions, the FFF sect attempting to defect, the Eastern cult, and so on. Just as Luo Yun was lost in thought, Fenrir was nearly finished with her meal. When he returned to reality and glanced at the only remaining dish, he couldn't help but sigh. On the exquisite, elegant white jade plate lay a fresh, tender cabbage, blooming gracefully, like a pure white lotus rising in a serene pool. This was a pinnacle quality cabbage. Boiled cabbage, a dish requiring meticulous preparation, was left for last because Fenrir seemed somewhat picky about plants, and Luo Yun wanted to broaden her culinary experience. As expected, this cabbage, resting atop clear broth, was the last remaining dish. Fenrir, are you not going to eat this final dish? I'm not particularly fond of plants. Oh, just look at this tender cabbage. It emits a fresh, meaty aroma despite being a plant. Goodness. And this crystal clear, concentrated broth. Do take a sip. I believe you will surely fall in love with it. I swear. Wait. Customer, why are you suddenly stealing Little Future's marketing lines? Haha, it just seems amusing. Don't take offense. Indeed, although Luo Yun spoke strangely, he was not wrong. There seemed to be a meaty flavor to it. Earlier, the array of visually and aromatically appealing dishes had been overwhelming, and Fenrir had overlooked this small cabbage. But now, with only this dish remaining, upon closer inspection, there was a distinctly fresh broth aroma. How peculiar. It was a plan after all. Fenrir picked up her chopsticks, curiously tearing off a piece of cabbage leaf. Having signed a contract with Luo Yun, Fenrir also acquired the skill to use the utensils known as chopsticks, along with some knowledge of table manners. She recalled that burying her head in the bowl while eating yesterday seemed rather uncivilized, although unaccustomed. Fenrir did not wish to leave Luo Yun with the impression of a savage beast. She began to force herself to use utensils for her meal. Fortunately, having shared experiences with Luo Yun, just as he could wield her magic, Fenrir could easily master the chopsticks. With her lips slightly parted, a piece of cabbage soaked in broth was smoothly delivered to her mouth. The flavors danced upon the palate, a delightful freshness enveloping the senses. The clear broth of the cabbage, delicate and refined, exuded a rich aroma, with its essence profound yet ungreasy, delivering a taste that was neither faint nor insipid. The vegetables, tender and golden, transformed into a lovely puree. There exists a realm known as the clear broth cabbage, a culinary masterpiece that embodies simplicity at its finest, evoking a sense of grandeur that rivals even the most exquisite delicacies. How remarkable! Although it was not crafted by my own hands, it belongs to my family's culinary heritage, and I take great pride in that. Our illustrious nation, with a gastronomic history spanning 5 millennia, is not to be trifled with. Whether seeking flavors that are horrendous or divine, it will satisfy your every whim without exception. Delicious. It appears that the flora of this otherworldly realm possesses a meaty flavor. How splendid. But please do not harbor any peculiar misconceptions about the plants. After my playful banter, I recalled certain scenes from an anime I had once watched. Yet, upon reflection, there are indeed some soy products that can mimic meat flavors, and they seem quite delectable, even glowing. Truly, the plants of this fantastical world are extraordinary. No, do not deepen the misunderstanding. That is merely an exception. Most plants remain perfectly ordinary. I wish to vindicate the flora of my original world. After all, prior to my reincarnation, my dietary options were largely limited to plants, and these delightful beings have nurtured me. After a bout of playful antics and some delightful desserts, the forest grew increasingly tranquil, illuminated only by the faint glow of certain plants and insects, a dreamlike quality unique to the forests of this other realm. Of course, the nighttime of the beast forest is far more perilous, with the skirmishes among beasts becoming more frequent. However, this territory belongs to the magical wolf Fenrir, and the scarcity of beasts here lends an air of tranquility. Estimating the time, I ceased my playful interactions with Fenrir and cast a cleansing spell upon myself, preparing to retreat into my tent for slumber. As for Fenrir, well, she is a mature 10th tier beast and should be capable of looking after herself. Truth be told, the overwhelming shock of this morning's events left me at a loss on how to broach the topic of sleep, leading me to choose avoidance instead. Snuggled beneath a soft and cozy blanket, I closed my eyes. Before long, I felt a gentle rustling, and a petite, soft form nestled into my embrace. Is it any wonder that she is a 10th tier beast? Her movements were remarkably nimble, and before I could fully register the sensation, I felt an even softer touch than the blanket enveloping me. Fenrir? Chapter 16. Offense and defense. Having gained prior experience and forged a contract, Fenrir followed me into the tent without hesitation. With our bond now sealed, she placed her trust in me completely. This is the feeling, both fragrant and secure. Fenrir nuzzled against my chest, her adorable little face relaxing into a blissful state. Fenrir? I felt quite uncomfortable, my hands suspended in the air with nowhere to rest. What to do? So close. I longed to touch her ears. I want to pet her tail. Fenrir tilted her head in confusion. Why are you the one who seems puzzled? My face flushed crimson as my rationality faced a formidable challenge. After all, it was incredibly comfortable to hold her. And how delightful she smelled. Please don't bite me. I recalled this morning's experience, with ample resources at hand. I certainly did not wish to be forced to collect the saliva of a 10th tier magical wolf. Fear not. This aroma is unlike that of food. It will not bite. Ding. Detected saliva from the 10th tier magical wolf Fenrir, valued at 50,000 yuan. Would you like to replenish? Hey, this is hardly reassuring. I can't take it anymore. The allure of this white-haired, beast-eared little girl is overwhelmingly potent, and my reason is nearing its limit. If this continues, I surely won't be able to sleep. Fenrir? You see, even if you wish to hold me while sleeping, could you perhaps wait a moment? Just like yesterday. Wait until I am asleep. I coaxed gently. How bothersome. No. Oh, how decisively you refuse, despite being so frightened of me at first. One must say, the 10th tier magical wolf, so adept at reading my character, quickly mastered me, though she retains a hint of innocence. She is not a theoretical nerd like me who can contend with her. My level is far too low. She is centuries old. I cannot compete. In this encounter, where both sides possessed zero experience, Fenrir, with her superior psychological fortitude and wolfish instincts, clearly held the upper hand. Fortunately, I had assistance. Just as my reason threatened to burst, a wave of coolness washed over my mind, followed by the emergence of a sage-like clarity. It is the reliable body bestowed by Lord Iroh. It has halted the release of those hormones. With my mind cleared of all lewd thoughts, I found myself enveloped in a tranquil state akin to that of a sage. In this moment, I fell into silence, though unsure of what to say. Custom dictated that I ought to express my gratitude to Lord Iroh. Now that my mind is clear, I need not fear a momentary lapse leading to reckless abandon. Thus, I confidently placed my hand upon Fenrir's warm little head, my expression mirroring hers as I too relaxed completely. How satisfying. In an instant, the roles reversed. Now it was Fenrir who pleaded, her sensitive ears being caressed while I remained oblivious, cradling the soft Fenrir and drifting into a dream reminiscent of the previous night. The tale. No, it's too much. The years too. A night filled with sweet dreams. Ding. Detected bodily fluid from the 10th tier magical wolf Fenrir. Valued at 50,000 yuan. Would you like to replenish? With the reminder from the online shop, I awoke, bleary-eyed, feeling a sticky sensation on my face and a significant dampness on my chest. I quickly became more alert. How uncomfortable. Quickly help me collect. Ding. Recharge successful. Now I felt refreshed, though there remained something unusual on my chest. I gently lifted my hand to carefully displace the little one who had been peacefully sleeping on me. Though it had only been 2 nights, I had already confirmed that this seemingly soft and adorable beast-eared girl had quite the unruly sleeping posture. While the commotion stirred Fenrir from her slumber, her red eyes blinking awake. At that moment, I was unzipping the tent, and the morning sunlight streamed through the opening, causing her pupils to constrict slightly. Now, she too was awake. Unsure of what to say, I never anticipated that one day, sleep would become such an enjoyable experience. Embraced warmly and shyly, without the need to remain vigilant against every rustle of the wind, Fenrir sat up, gazing at me in a daze. Her disheveled silver hair cascading down to her waist, brushing against the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, I contemplated purchasing a comb, but just then, Fenrir shook her little head, tossing her previously tangled hair behind her, transforming into a vision of elegance, her silvery locks now flowing smoothly, as if meticulously groomed. Wind magic, how else might it be utilized? This display caught the attention of the recently initiated magician in me. Truly, she is a 10th tier magical wolf who has mastered the art of wind. In that fleeting moment, Fenrir had used her magic to tidy each strand of her hair, demonstrating an extraordinary level of magical finesse. Furthermore, this action seemed almost instinctual, as natural as breathing. Her command of magic had seamlessly integrated into her daily life. After finishing her grooming, Fenrir bent forward, placing her hands in front of her and arching her back like a cat, elongating her petite form. Then raised her gaze to me. What shall we have for breakfast today? The concept of 3 meals a day was something Fenrir had learned from me, and she deemed it a commendable custom worthy of enthusiastic support and practice. Ideally, I would prefer to hear a simple good morning as the first words of the day. Good morning. What shall we have for breakfast? Good morning. For breakfast, how about some soup dumplings? In terms of breakfast, they are simply superb. Soup dumplings? Never heard of them. Just wait and enjoy. Hooray. Breakfast. 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 Despite having utilized my cleansing magic, I still made my way to the lakeside for a thorough wash. Then opened the online shop interface. Dear customer, what would you like for breakfast today, given your newfound wealth? Would you care to try the most expensive donut adorned with 24-karat gold leaf, white chocolate, and diamonds, currently on a fantastic discount? Just 1 million yuan each. No need for that. Please just bring me some well-reviewed soup dumplings. Thank you. Today, Luo Yun steadfastly upholds his principles, resisting consumer traps and refraining from purchasing unnecessary items. Very well, I shall retrieve a ranking list for you. You may choose for yourself. The front desk sprite's service attitude has undergone a pragmatic transformation. Still, I would appreciate it if the lovely little future could recommend something for me. I have faith in your taste, little future. Humph. Well then, since the esteemed customer insists, I shall compile a selection of the most cost-effective soup dumpling sets for you. Let us see how about the breakfast lucky trio from Luo's bun shop? Thank you very much. This will do. After purchasing breakfast, Luo Yun returned to the front of the tent, where a small, white-furred, beast-eared girl sat eagerly on the picnic blanket, her tail wagging with increasing frequency upon seeing him. It's time to eat. Hurry up. Please. Oh, is this little white one a soup dumpling? Indeed, it is quite small. Don't underestimate it. The portion is sufficient, Finial remarked. But Luo Yun noticed the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. She had always been enthusiastic about the exotic foods of this other world. Observing her excitement, Luo Yun couldn't help but recall the mischievous pranks his father had played on him during childhood. Finial, soup dumplings are quite particular about how to eat them. You must take a small bite first. I understand. Ah, what is this? Puhaha. Luo Yun, how dare you mock the great Finial? You shall pay for this. Ah, I apologize, but please don't smear the soup on my clothes. Then help me lick it clean. As Finial naturally tilted her delicate face upward, Luo Yun felt his cheeks flush. In an instant, their roles had reversed. Truly, she was no ordinary 10th tier magical wolf. She was not as easy to bully as she appeared. Chapter 17. The dragon arrives. After finishing breakfast, Luo Yun began to plan his actions for the day. With his current funds, he calculated that he possessed the purchasing power equivalent to approximately 39 small goals, enough for him to enjoy a prolonged period of delightful living. Now that he had sufficient money, the next question was where he should establish his home. A survival tent was merely a temporary solution. He needed a proper sanctuary. After all, Wi-Fi and computers would not follow him everywhere. In essence, he had two choices. One was to continue residing in Finial's magical wolf territory and upgrade his tent to a small wooden or metal house. The other was to leave the monster forest and venture into human society, seeking a safer city to dwell in. To be honest, Luo Yun was deeply intrigued by the customs and culture of this other world. Adventurers, wizards, and elves populated a realm reminiscent of the Western medieval era. Although influenced by magical civilization, many aspects were starkly different. The existence of a noble class was indeed a reality, and the troublesome roles often portrayed by nobles in otherworldly novels weighed heavily on him. Whether as protagonists or antagonists, he preferred to avoid interactions with such beings. Of course, exceptions were made for valiant knights, pure-hearted princesses, and pious holy maidens. One must adhere to their own standards. Seated alone before the tent, stroking his chin, Luo Yun contemplated how to survive in this world. As for Finial, after finishing her breakfast, she had gone hunting for magical beasts, or perhaps seeking revenge. Having reached the 9th tier, she surely had more than one enemy. Previously uninterested, she now sought to offer every last one as a sacrifice for culinary energy. Regarding Luo Yun's dilemma, her response was clear. You are my contract partner. You decide. Wherever you go, I shall accompany you. Well, that was somewhat flattering. However, as his contract partner, Luo Yun could discern that Finial held little interest in human society, which made his decision all the more complicated. Just as he pondered the intricacies of life, a fierce gust of wind heralded an abrupt change in the azure sky. Curious, Luo Yun looked up to see a spatial rift tearing through the heavens, from which emerged a colossal dragon clad in golden scales. Symmetrical horns, immense wings, a robust abdomen, powerful claws, and a strong tail. Every part of this golden dragon's physique radiated harmony. This was a 9th tier golden dragon, its presence imposing and formidable, rivaling that of the pre-evolved Finial. Although it appeared aggressive, Luo Yun keenly sensed its concealed fatigue, as if it had undergone a grueling journey. Human, this is the territory of the Finral magical wolf. Where have you hidden her? Why can I not sense her presence? The golden dragon, towering above, gazed down at Luo Yun with its commanding golden slitted eyes. Just as with his first encounter with Finial, though it did not speak, Luo Yun understood its intentions. This is not my fault. After evolving to the 10th tier, Finial has become increasingly adept at concealing her presence. How could you possibly detect her? And could this dragon be the foolish one Finial occasionally mentioned? Her friend? Friend, why don't you come down first? I haven't harmed Finial. She went out hunting for magical beasts. Humph. Do not attempt to deceive me. Cunning human, though I know not what means you employed. To compel Finial to seek my aid, I shall not underestimate you. As it spoke, the golden dragon summoned numerous magical artifacts, each radiating a powerful aura. most of them being magical scrolls. Magical scrolls are common magical items in this world. Wizards require incantations to cast high-level spells, leading them to seek various methods to mitigate this drawback. Items such as staffs, rings, earrings, and necklaces can reduce casting time, while magical scrolls allow for the pre-storage of spells, enabling instant casting of high-level magic in battle. At this moment, Luo Yun sensed that the scrolls surrounding the golden dragon began at a minimum of the 8th tier, with 3 particularly notable fluctuations indicating forbidden-level spells. What the heck? How extravagant! Luo Yun understood that the threshold for using magical scrolls is low. Even a magic apprentice with only a trace of mana can activate them, making them quite expensive. A 9th-tier scroll could easily exchange for the lordship of a medium-sized town, not to mention forbidden-level spells. Such devastating weapons, capable of instantly altering the tide of battle, are typically scarce. Yet this golden dragon had prepared 3. Are you selling dragon scales, or what? This was Luo Yun's first encounter with such a dragon, and the reality starkly contrasted with the information he had learned. In his innate knowledge of buffs, dragons were known to be quite miserly. A creature capable of tossing out a multitude of disposable high-level scrolls in battle was indeed a rarity among their kind. Humph. Are you scared? I advise you, human, to release Finial at once. Otherwise, you shall experience the taste of forbidden spells washing your face. I mean it. Hey, your thoughts are trembling. You're clearly quite concerned, aren't you? Quickly put away those dangerous items. Come down first. Let us talk this over. I swear I haven't harmed Finial. Humph. If you're so bold, come up here. Having assessed the situation, it was evident that this seemingly formidable dragon appeared somewhat intimidated. Although Luo Yun had mastered flight magic, it was unwise to recklessly ascend at this moment. Engaging in dialogue was preferable, should matters escalate to a confrontation. The situation would undoubtedly become more complicated. While he was not afraid of the so-called forbidden spells, he also did not wish for Finial's magical wolf territory to suffer such devastation. The adorable creatures within deserved protection from such destructive forces. Perhaps a 2nd-tier fire burn would suffice, just the right amount of heat. Very well, I shall simply wait here. When Finial returns, you shall see. Although the presence of a dragon overhead greatly hindered his contemplation, Luo Yun would strive to overcome it. So you truly wish to stall for time, cunning human? I shall not be deceived. I give you 5 seconds. If you do not reveal Finial's whereabouts, I shall unleash a forbidden spell. 5, 4, 1. May you be ensnared in an eternal slumber, tormented by nightmares. Endless nightmare. The proud golden dragon only counted to 3, and the magical scrolls beside it suddenly ruptured, unleashing a purple magical light that enveloped Luo Yun. What the heck? An ambush? Since that is the case, let us proceed with the plan. Feeling dizzy, Luo Yun feigned being caught off guard, reclining backward from his seated position. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. After a moment, the golden dragon remained suspended in the sky, utterly still. Enough with the pretense, human, the golden dragon spoke, a flicker of mockery passing through its golden slit-like pupils. The effect of my incantation was a ruse. The actual result is fear, not slumber. Humph. To withstand the most challenging mental magic, you are indeed peculiar. Luo Yun could no longer contain himself. He sprang upright, pointing at the golden dragon soaring above. I am truly amazed. Why do I keep encountering such oddities like you? You are a golden dragon. Could you not be so cowardly? I am but a mere human. You could easily crush me. How do you intend to lose? The more he spoke, the more vigilance intensified in the dragon's eyes. Luo Yun's consciousness stirred, detecting the surge of magical power directed toward a spell scroll, this one radiating an explosive aura, distinctly different from before. It was a scroll containing a 9th-tier offensive spell. Damn it, can't we have a proper conversation? Well then, it is merely magic. I can wield it as well. Gentle winds, bring forth sweet and comforting dreams to the world. He invoked a low-tier wind spell, the Cradle of Wind Spirits, which bore 0 offensive power, yet carried a faint soothing effect. Although it was merely an auxiliary spell to enhance sleep quality, Luo Yun's casting yielded a slight amplification. A soft breeze swept through, causing the golden dragon to sway precariously. Since it was not an offensive spell, the various protective gear and artifacts meant to guard against magical attacks on the dragon remained untriggered. Ugh, why do I suddenly feel so drowsy? The dragon's wing beats grew weaker, its concern for its companion leading it to hastily arrive overnight. Despite utilizing several human city teleportation arrays along the way, it had accumulated considerable fatigue. And under the influence of Luo Yun's spell, that exhaustion erupted. How frustrating. Where is my formidable magical resistance as a dragon? The golden dragon's head grew heavier, its thoughts slowing. Apologies, Finler, I have been cautious enough. With a thud, the golden dragon plummeted from the sky, its massive form crashing through several ancient trees, creating a sizable crater in the ground, stirring clouds of dust. However, given the dragon's formidable physique, it was akin to merely rolling over in bed and falling off. Luo Yun approached the crater for a closer inspection. This slumbering golden dragon exuded a majestic aura, its presence far surpassing that of any 8th-tier magical insect. Even during Finler's 9th tier, the sense of oppression it conveyed could hardly compare to this dragon's. Yet, it was evident that there were discrepancies with the information in his mind. First, the dragon's abdomen lacked any semblance of bloat. Though it appeared powerful, it was somewhat slender. Then, there were the peculiar horns on its head, prompting Luo Yun to stroke his chin in contemplation, feeling a sense of familiarity. At that moment, Finler returned, the surrounding space shimmering with faint ripples as she appeared, hauling a pile of magical beast corpses. You finally arrived. I refuse to believe you couldn't sense such a commotion. Let this foolish dragon witness your prowess. Otherwise, she will never yield. How do you find her? Although she is somewhat weaker than I was before and oddly shaped, she ranks among the higher combatants among 9th-tier magical beasts. Do you have any thoughts? Would you like to make a pact with her? Finler's adorable face beamed with excitement. Is this a test for me? Luo Yun glanced sideways, sensing her intention. A dragon knight, what a splendid title. However, in his understanding, magical beasts would not encourage pact-making with other beasts, as it defies logic. Yet, Finler's words seemed somewhat acceptable. After all, someone who had reached the 10th tier could not be judged by common standards. Yes, Luo Yun nodded earnestly, honesty being his virtue, regardless of whether it is a trap. I shall leap in with respect. Humph. Finler's expression soured in an instant. Indeed, as the foolish dragon said, humans are all magical hogs. However, your magical reserve is so astounding that even if you signed several hundred contracts, it wouldn't be a burden. I consent to this pact. Do you share such a close bond? You can casually agree to significant matters regarding the beast's body. Hey, I can sense your thoughts. Do not underestimate me. This foolish dragon is one I raised with great effort. I nurtured her since she hatched. What is this? A mother wolf raising another's cub? Suddenly, Luo Yun recalled a foreign legend he had read in history books. That's not it. Initially, I intended to fatten her up before having her for dinner. And then? Why do you ask so much? Finler's delicate face flushed with urgency. Wait, I am genuinely curious. Please elaborate. 1 chocolate cake. 2. Certainly. It was just that. While nurturing her, I grew attached, and her hunting abilities turned out to be quite impressive, so it was as if I had acquired a subordinate. I see. Finler's nurturing made sense. No wonder the dragon was so peculiar. Finler. Unbeknownst to them, the golden dragon had transformed into human form and stealthily leaped out of the crater, pouncing onto Finler while she conversed with Luo Yun. Sniff, sniff, how touching. Finler didn't eat me. She raised me so well. It's been so long since I saw you. You're still so small. Before Luo Yun stood a golden-haired girl with 2 horns atop her head, tightly embracing a silver-haired, beast-eared girl clad in nothing but a white t-shirt. Unlike Finler, the golden dragon girl wore a dress, intricately adorned with elaborate trimmings, exuding an artistic flair and appearing quite valuable. Moreover, it was evident that Finler had indeed nurtured her well. This dragon girl was genuinely immense, dwarfing Finler entirely. Observing Finler being squeezed, Luo Yun couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Oh, poor Finler, bearing such a heavy burden at such a tender age. Oh, foolish dragon. Let go of me, don't cling to me. Sensing Luo Yun's sympathetic gaze, Finler struggled fiercely. How infuriating. I should have cooked you from the start. What good is your size now? Are you going to eat me? You can, Finler. I recommend the tail, it's delicious. As she spoke, the dragon girl revealed a dragon tail covered in golden scales from beneath her dress. Hey, who said anything about eating your tail? It's fine. It will grow back anyway. You've had enough. Even if I were to eat insects, I would never take a bite of your tail. Sniff, sniff, how sad. Yet how touching. It seemed their relationship was quite profound. Observing from the side, Luo Yun, with his vast experience, Sensed that there was a story between these two magical beasts, and it appeared to be a significant one. A young dragon raised by a young wolf? Eating tails. You truly know how to have fun in another world. Chapter 19. Fragments of the Past. This was an untold tale from long ago, said to take place in the magical beast forest. A young wolf, bearing wounds and disheveled fur, gazed longingly at a giant egg ensconced in a mass of slime before it. It had just encountered 3 adult wind wolves, although its lineage was exceptional, enabling it to confront adult wind wolves at a young age. It unfortunately faced 3 collaborating adult wind wolves, driven by instinctual thirst for its bloodline. The wind wolves forced it to trade injuries, and it managed to severely wound one before escaping their encirclement. However, fortune smiled upon it, for on its return to the den, it stumbled upon an egg. If the memories of its bloodline were accurate, this was a dragon egg, a true treasure. Confirming that the surroundings posed no danger, the young wolf sprang from the grass, pouncing on the dragon egg and swatting away the slime that attempted to devour it. This creature was exceedingly repulsive, devoid of intelligence, consuming anything in sight. A moment's negligence could lead to the complete consumption of carefully stored food. After dispersing the slime, the young wolf stared curiously at the dragon egg, which stood nearly as tall as itself, motionless. The egg had been devoured by the slime to the point where its shell had thinned. It did not struggle at all. Could it possibly be a dead egg? It was known that even while still inside, it could chase down the slime. The young wolf pressed its delicate paw against the eggshell, sensing its feeble vitality. So weak, in fact, that had it arrived just a moment later, it would have witnessed an extraordinary scene of slime slaying a dragon. Curiously, the young wolf examined the dragon egg from top to bottom, then propped itself up, carefully wrapping its 2 front limbs around the egg, its tail wagging excitedly behind it. It desired fresh meat, but did not wish to extinguish the life within the dragon egg just yet. With a bit of force, it should be able to lift it. The young wolf leaned back slightly, and, astonishingly, managed to cradle the dragon egg in its embrace, mimicking a human's posture, alternating its hind legs as it trotted toward the temporary shelter of a tree hollow. Within a concealed tree hollow, the young wolf placed the dragon egg atop a pile of grass, pondering how to prepare it. Should it toss it into the fire to roast, or boil it by throwing it into hot water? As the young wolf contemplated its options, the dragon egg slipped from its grasp. The already weakened shell, corroded by slime, struck the hard ground outside the grass pile. Crack! The egg fissured in several places. Clearly, the cracked egg could no longer support the tiny life within, and under pressure, the cracks widened, causing a slender, tiny dragon to slide out. With a plop, the little dragon's face met the ground, half of its body still encased in the shell. A howl escaped the young wolf's mouth, instinctively yearning to devour the little dragon. However, it noticed the tiny creature slowly opening its eyes. Just hatched. One would expect curiosity about the new world, yet its gaze resembled a still pool of stagnant water. The newborn dragon appeared utterly disenchanted, lifeless even in the face of the menacing wolf's jaws. The young wolf's gaping maw drew closer, its sharp silver fangs a chilling sight. The hatchling faced death from the very start, yet its eyes betrayed no life, remaining still. Ultimately, it felt a gentle lick on its small face. The lifeless gaze of the little dragon flickered with a hint of life as it looked up, discovering that the young wolf, which ought to have been its predator, was instead tenderly licking its face. The young wolf licked away the egg fluid that clung to the little dragon's face. Just one taste revitalized its own injuries somewhat. Its eyes gleamed with renewed vigor as it licked the entire body of the newly hatched dragon. Then, gazing at the remaining egg fluid, it gritted its teeth. Finally, it gently bit the little dragon's neck, lifting it onto the grass pile. The young wolf raised a paw, pointing at the leftover eggshell and fluid, its crimson eyes fixed on the bewildered little dragon. Do you understand what I am saying? Silly dragon, you have 2 choices. 1. Consume this and grow strong to become my subordinate. 2. I will devour you, egg fluid and all. The young wolf considered the little dragon, silently calculating. Eating it now would yield little meat. It was better to raise it as a reserve. Moreover, being a pure-blood dragon, it held great potential as a subordinate. The young wolf recalled the 3 wind wolves encountered earlier that morning and bared its teeth. Damn, if it weren't for their numbers, I wouldn't fear those mere wind wolves. The little dragon blinked, aware of its lineage and understanding the young wolf's intention. You won't eat me? Its eyes dimmed. They all say I am a hybrid and cast me aside here. Just eat me already. The young wolf bristled at the sight. It reached out and playfully patted the little dragon's head. Silly dragon, what are you moping about? When I was an egg, I was all alone, yet here I am. Thriving. I have decided, you will eat the eggshell now. From now on, you shall be my #1 subordinate. As long as I get a bite, you shall have a tiny morsel, just a tiny one. The young wolf firmly pressed the dragon's head into the half-crushed eggshell. Come on, drink the fluid first. After a moment of silence, a sound emerged from within the eggshell. Gurgle, gurgle. What is this? Something hard, I can't bite through it. Years later, Finial. A little dragon excitedly returned to the tree hollow, cradling something. Look, I found some human adventurer's belongings again, and this time it's delicious. What deliciousness? Wait, silly dragon. You called me by my name again. You should call me boss. A silver-haired wolf emerged from the hollow, its expression displeased. It felt its status as leader diminished in front of its subordinate, despite currently having only one. All right, Finial, you must try this. Humph, the wolf snorted, taking a bite of the food presented by the little dragon. Sweet and soft, it's passable. Yet, it was clear that the wolf enjoyed the food, finishing it in just a few bites. Isn't it great? They say this is some kind of cake. It's really tasty. Wait a moment. The wolf's expression shifted as it sensed something amiss. Ah, no good. The little dragon realized it had let something slip, quickly covering its mouth. Silly dragon, confess, or you'll be in trouble. Ugh, fine. I actually stole these belongings. Huh. The wolf's expression darkened. Silly dragon, how many times must I say it? Humans are the most cunning and troublesome in the beast forest. We must avoid them. How dare you provoke them? But, the little dragon's face was filled with grievance. But Finial, you love their food. I do not. You're lying. They are just humans. Once I transform, I will go into human society and bring back a whole bunch of cakes for you. Absolutely not. The wolf lunged forward, pinning the little dragon to the ground. You have no idea how cunning and dangerous humans are. You cannot leave the beast forest. Sensing the wolf's urgency, the little dragon gently brushed its tail along the wolf's back. All right. Finial, I won't go anywhere. I promise I won't leave the forest. Although Finial always emphasized the danger of humans, the little dragon clearly did not take it to heart. After all, Finial had always managed to easily avoid or dismantle human traps. To the little dragon, Finial seemed far smarter than any mere human. Sometime later, the little dragon carried the injured, fractured wolf through the forest at full speed. The atmosphere was tense. Wah, Finial, you don't have to rescue me. They didn't realize I'm pure blood. They just thought I was a subspecies and wanted to sell me to the arena. I'm not in any danger. The little dragon choked back tears, finally understanding human cunning. Upon noticing beasts showing interest in human belongings, it had hastily tampered with its own. Had Finial not found the opportunity to save it, it would have nearly been captured by human adventurers. Yet Finial was injured in the process and would be unable to move for some time. Humph. The wolf gritted its teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Feeling utterly exasperated by the foolishness of the dragon, the two little creatures found a more concealed tree hollow. The wolf's hind leg was wrapped in hemostatic vines. Sulking atop the grass pile, the little dragon anxiously cared for it. For days, Finial had not spoken to it, and the little dragon was filled with dread. Gritting its teeth, the little dragon approached Finial, its expression resolute. Finial, I'm going out to hunt. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. I will make sure you recover quickly. That night, the little dragon returned with a bowl of savory, fragrant meat soup, using human utensils. Though it was merely ordinary boiled meat, it was incredibly enticing. The groggy wolf instinctively took a sip, instantly feeling its senses sharpen and the pain in its body ease considerably. It opened its eyes, puzzled. Strange, silly dragon, where did you get high-grade beast meat? Wah, Finial, you finally spoke to me. Drink the soup first. The young wolf was presented with the bowl, unable to resist taking another sip. Humph. I forgive you this time for the sake of this soup, but don't act foolishly again. Yes. I will definitely listen to Finial from now on. Now drink the soup. Come on, hurry. Ugh, don't rush me. Let me savor it. The wolf was pushed back by the little dragon, and in a daze, it caught sight of the little dragon's tail, which it had deliberately concealed. In that moment, the wolf felt as though struck by lightning. Xiaolong also noticed the change in Xiaolang's expression, causing him to halt his movements, a tinge of anxiety welling up within him. Fun, Finial, show me your tail. No, I said show me. Xiaolong lowered his head, allowing his tail to droop to the ground. The once sleek tail, adorned with golden scales, was now marred by a gruesome severance. Fenlil, do not fret, I will recover swiftly. Bring me the broth. Xiao Lang interrupted Xiao Long with a cold expression and a deep voice. Though movement was already difficult for Xiao Lang, the sight of the foolish dragon in such a pitiful state made the nauseating broth all the more unbearable. Yet, pinching his nose, he had no choice but to swallow it. Otherwise, with both of them incapacitated, survival in the monster forest would be a Herculean task. This dragon is truly driving me to tears. In hindsight, he should have just eaten it. What purpose did it serve to keep it around as a subordinate? Oh, here. Xiao Long hurriedly placed the broth before Xiao Lang. With wide eyes, Xiao Lang bit down on the edge of the bowl and tilted his head back to gulp down the meat broth. He then discarded the bowl, ripped away the hemostatic vine from his leg, stood up, and shoved Xiao Long onto a pile of grass. You stay there quietly. I will fetch some herbs for you. Once you recover, we will settle this. Fenlil, you're better. It seems my meat is indeed effective. You should eat more in the future. You scoundrel. I shall never eat your meat again. If you dare do this again, I will break your legs. No, Fenlil. As time passed, the two young beasts grew up together. With a resounding roar, the massive dragon gradually shrank in size, transforming on the ground into a graceful, tall human girl. Fenlil, thank you for your protection. I have successfully advanced to the 8th tier. Humph. You silly dragon, do not touch my head. The white wolf girl, with her arms crossed, turned her head away. At some point, the dragon had grown significantly larger, and even in her human form, she remained shorter than her companion by a head. The dragon girl chuckled, skillfully donning garments acquired from human adventurers. Fenlil, I have made up my mind. I wish to explore the world beyond. The white wolf girl paused, her beast ears slightly drooping. When the dragon girl had first learned to transform, there had been no signs of unusual behavior, and it was assumed she had given up. Yet now, having broken through to the 8th tier, she once again expressed her desire to venture into the outside world. This time, the white wolf girl said nothing. An 8th tier dragon posed little threat to humans, provided she did not act recklessly. If she wished to leave, then so be it. The white wolf girl felt a tumult of emotions, her irritation overshadowing the joy of her friend's success. She turned to escape, but the dragon girl embraced her tightly. Fenlil, thank you. We have grown up together. It is thanks to you that I am who I am today. I know you will not leave with me, but rest assured, I will return. Every 10 years, I will come back to see you. I will bring you countless human pastries. This place will always be my home. I am merely going out for adventure. The white wolf girl bowed her head, not wanting the dragon girl to see her expression. She understood the foolish dragon's long-standing curiosity about the world beyond the forest and would not hinder her. The dragon was no longer the small creature that once trailed behind her, calling her big sister. She was now an 8th tier adult dragon, capable of standing on her own. After bidding farewell, the dragon embarked on her solitary journey into the outside world. The first decade passed. The dragon returned and saw the wolf resting beneath a large tree. The dragon, transformed into a girl, gracefully approached the slumbering silver wolf. The ever-cautious wolf had no defenses against her. The dragon girl gently patted the silver wolf's head. Hey, Fenlil, wake up. I brought you delicious food. You silly dragon? The silver wolf opened her sleepy eyes, slowly shifting into a petite girl. The little girl yawned and naturally bit into the food offered by the dragon girl. Sweet and sticky. Apologies, Fenlil, it's just the most ordinary pastries. The dragon girl smiled as she watched the white wolf girl eat, feeling a sense of homey comfort only found in her presence. With great excitement, the dragon girl shared her experiences from the past decade. In the outside world, one must use currency to acquire pastries. Just think of currency as gold coins. Each country has its own currency, but most can be exchanged for gold coins. If you try to take something without currency, humans will hunt you down. And you might even be posted on the Adventurers Guild's notice board. What? You say I'm an 8th tier dragon? That makes it even worse. If labeled as an evil dragon, all human kingdoms will turn against you. You won't even be able to enter towns, let alone buy any pastries. So, at first, I was quite busy. Every day was a struggle to escape, transfer cities. I'm rather dim-wit. After 10 years of hard work, I haven't earned much gold. And the pastries I brought you are merely the most ordinary ones. But don't worry, I've heard of a place called Harmony City that's very profitable. I plan to go there and will definitely bring you high-end pastries from human realms next time. The white wolf girl, listening to the loquacious dragon girl, understood her living conditions. Though she couldn't say it was particularly good, at least it was safe. A smile crept onto her face. I plan to seize a piece of territory in the inner circle of the monster forest soon, where I will raise some magic pigs and lead a life of eating and sleeping. Really, should I stay a few more days to help you seize the territory? Fine. You silly dragon. How dare you look down on me? I can handle it by myself. All right then. Another decade passed. Wah. Fennel, I'm so angry. Those humans are utterly despicable. And those demons, they're all bad. They took advantage of my inability to understand the contract. But don't worry. I started a trading company and made some money. These are the latest pastries from the human kingdom. What? You doubt my intelligence? I'm selling my own dragon scales for profit. You slander me. Yet another decade passed. Fennel, listen to me. I've learned how to do business. Those humans and demons can no longer trick me. By the way, the pastries this time were made by the followers of the god of gastronomy. They are extremely rare. Another decade passed. Wah. I was tricked by those human merchants again. Fennel, I'm so sorry. This time I couldn't afford the pastries from the god of gastronomy. Another decade passed. I've risen again. Those mere humans think they can deceive me. Fennel, this is the latest flavor of pastries certified by the god of gastronomy. Another decade passed. Wah. Those despicable demon merchants. I'm so sorry, Fennel. I can't afford pastries again. The silver wolf, residing in the realm of magic wolves, had grown indifferent. No high-level magical beasts dared to provoke her, and she had no interest in confronting others. Her life was as dull as water, day after day, only slightly punctuated by the visits of the dragon girl every 10 years. However, a few days later, life would return to its monotonous state. This existence continued until she encountered a human boy. Chapter 20. Ao Shui, so that is how it is. I never expected Fennel to sign a contract with a human. Back at the tent by the lake, the three sat together, enjoying the pastries prepared by Luo Yun while engaging in conversation. Unlike Fennel, who was devouring her food, the dragon girl maintained an elegant posture and ate with grace. It was hard to imagine that just moments ago, she had been playfully clinging to Fennel. Though she did not eat any slower than Fennel, her refined manners, complemented by her elegant dress, gave Luo Yun the impression of a noble lady attending a salon tea party. Ao Shui's brow bore a touch of heroism, her skin as white as snow, and her eyes resembled clear water. With every glance, she exuded an air of elegance and refinement. At this moment, she was enjoying the chocolate cake strongly recommended by Fennel while scrutinizing Luo Yun. Not bad in appearance, quite pleasing to the eye. If you wish to contract with me, your looks pass the test. Luo Yun tugged at the corners of his mouth, unwilling to say more. The issue of beauty regarding the divine body had always left him feeling regretful. Due to the body he received from Yulo after his rescue, he had completely lost the handsome features of his past life and barely scraped by in height. Certainly, it is undeniably beautiful. The creator's aesthetic sense is indeed impeccable. As Fennel is of the wolf race, strength is paramount. Thus the allure of Luo Yun's appearance serves merely to foster a sense of affinity. Now, with the arrival of a colossal dragon, although strength remains of utmost importance, the dragon kin are notoriously known for their appreciation of beauty, possessing their own distinct standards of aesthetics across all races. Western dragons are often depicted in legends as abducting human princesses, and in reality, numerous half-blooded dragon beasts exist. Eastern dragons are often characterized by their indulgent nature, with tales of the 9 sons of the dragon. Some things truly transcend the boundaries of East and West. Ahem. I digress. In any case, Luo Yun's appearance significantly influences the dragon maiden. At present, he is undoubtedly a strikingly handsome young man. His exquisitely flawless features seemingly sculpted by the creator's own hands, embodying the creator's love and devotion. However, it is worth noting that this particular creator initially fashioned his form with a feminine premise. Although after his rescue, he presents the immediate impression of an unparalleled beauty, albeit with a cognitive dissonance, exuding a temperament as gentle as jade, naturally evoking positive feelings toward him. Yet, Luo Yun is quite certain that this so-called unparalleled beauty, once adorned in the legendary garb of a great being, could instantaneously transform into an exquisite beauty, seamlessly transitioning without a hint of incongruity. Do not inquire how he knows this. The delicate dress he was once tricked into purchasing by the little future has long since turned to dust. Merely by accidentally holding it up against the clear surface of a lake, he felt as though he had opened the door to a new world. A memory that still sends shivers down his spine. Such an object is frightfully potent, and its retention will surely lead to future troubles. Well, his appearance is commendable, charming like Finler, and as for strength, since he has earned Finler's recognition, I shall not inquire further. Thus, if it is Finler's desire, I may grant you an opportunity. The dragon maiden gracefully lifted her teacup and took a sip, smiling sweetly. Luo Yun found himself momentarily bewildered. An opportunity? I shall pose a few questions to you. The dragon maiden's authoritative gaze, with golden slit pupils, exerted considerable pressure as she scrutinized him. For some inexplicable reason, I sense an uncanny familiarity emanating from you, despite having never seen you before. Familiarity? Luo Yun was perplexed. Indeed, today marked their first encounter. It seems you are unaware. Do you recognize this? The dragon maiden nodded slightly, producing an object. This item was ethereal and translucent, a cerulean hue, circular in form, with a lifelike dragon intricately carved into its center, long and imposing, exuding a magnificent and auspicious aura. A jade pendant. Luo Yun blurted out instinctively, surprised by the depiction of the Eastern dragon on the pendant. You indeed recognize this. The dragon maiden's expression shifted, revealing a hint of excitement. How strange, Luo Yun. How did you come to know this? Finler, taking a bite of pudding, reminisced, recalling that this object had fallen from the foolish dragon alongside its egg, even striking her teeth in the process. The dragon maiden shook her head. In truth, I later inherited some memories and came to understand what this object is. It belongs to another world, and logically, aside from the legendary heroes from other realms, no one should be able to recognize it. The dragon maiden looked at Luo Yun. Her eyes filled with curiosity. Why do you know? Because. Luo Yun hesitated momentarily, glancing at Finler, who was blissfully enjoying her pudding. Feeling the profound bond between them, he managed a faint smile, shedding some of his psychological burdens. Because I might just hail from the very other world you speak of, or at the very least, share a similar cultural background. Another world? You are a hero. The dragon maiden's eyes widened in astonishment. Ahem. Finler seemed to have heard something extraordinary, choking on her half-eaten cake, her eyes reddening with tears as she clutched her chest and fumbled for a drink on the tablecloth. Luo Yun quickly offered her a glass of milk, then shook his head. Although summoned by the divine, I am not a hero. Consider me a traveler from another world. I cannot bear the weight of being a hero. Very well. The dragon maiden nodded lightly, her heart brimming with questions, yet she refrained from pressing further. Now, allow me to formally introduce myself. My race is tentatively classified as Golden Dragon, and my true name is Ao Shui. Luo Yun took notice. This naming style, reminiscent of ancient traditions, could it be that you are also a traveler? Is that so? Ao Shui nodded in understanding. If it feels uncomfortable, you may address me by my alias in the human world, Aoxiel. No. Luo Yun quickly clarified. After conversing for so long, I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Luo Yun, and I find your name quite normal. Finler finally caught on, realizing why she found Luo Yun's name familiar. It shared a similar style to the foolish dragon's true name. Luo Yun, Ao Shui softly repeated, smiling gently. Luo Yun, dear younger brother, would you like to form a contract with me? I am unlike those greedy and miserly fat dragons. Within me flows the blood of a true dragon from another world, and I shall not withhold my riches. Furthermore, there is something she would not say. In order to be with Finler, Ao Shui had initially placed her unconditional trust in this exceptional human boy, as long as he was Finler's choice. How fascinating. I wondered why the horns on your head seemed so familiar. Observing Ao Shui's elegant features and the pair of horns atop her head, Luo Yun felt an instant connection with her. This was no mere attraction. It was a profound affinity stemming from the depths of his soul. I truly wish to know, which dragon possesses such remarkable prowess to propagate to another world? Chapter 21. Just as expected, since neither Finler nor Ao Shui expressed any objections, Luo Yun found no reason to refuse a golden dragon with a unique bloodline. Look at this dragon, how magnificent and majestic it is, with its shimmering golden scales and robust, graceful form. Admittedly, one must be honest, these attributes are superficial. The primary reason is indeed that Luo Yun is quite infatuated. Under the mutual attraction, the contract was naturally sealed. At the moment of its successful conclusion, what is this? A surge of immeasurable magical power, both in quality and quantity. flooded forth with the establishment of the contract, causing Ao Kingsu to revert to her true form as a dazzling golden-scaled dragon. Surely, the foolish dragon is also on the verge of evolution. Finler observed Ao Shui, who had now succumbed to slumber, her dragon form resembling a small mountain, with magical energy ebbing and flowing. Luo Yun, shall we keep watch over the foolish dragon? Certainly. It is said that guardianship requires experience. I am well versed in both theoretical and practical aspects. As Luo Yun expanded his perception outward, he inquired of Finler, may I ask in advance? Since Ao Shui was raised by you, you must know her well. Does she wish to conceal the commotion during her breakthrough? The foolish dragon, like myself, tends to be cautious. However, she will undoubtedly wish to act alongside us in the future, so we can take this precaution. Finler pondered for a moment and concluded, moreover, she has established a trade guild within human society, and as its president, her strength directly benefits the guild's development, so she likely will not wish to conceal her prowess. As she spoke, Finler's lovely white brows furrowed slightly. Additionally, some unforeseen events occurred before her birth. Her dragon egg was discarded into the Beastman Forest by those rascals from Dragon Island, and I rescued her and raised her, due to her ancestral bloodline. She possesses a forbidden lineage, which has led to her ongoing rejection by those old rascals from Dragon Island. In their eyes, although calling her a hybrid may be excessive, her very existence symbolizes a disgrace to the dragon kin. Disgrace? Luo Yun inquired, puzzled. Long ago, during the age when dragons ruled the continent, a dragon from another world rose to prominence, defeating all of the dragon kin's younger generation. After being pursued by the dragons, within a few years, they returned to the ancestral land of the dragons, vanquishing elder-level dragons and publicly abducting the dragon princess, the daughter of the then dragon king. This ancient scandal brought shame to the entire dragon race, and to this day, only we, those of the bloodline with heritage, still remember this event. I see. Luo Yun nodded in understanding. According to the tales recounted by minstrels, it is often the evil dragon that abducts the princess. It is rare to hear of one being defeated and having the princess stolen from them. No wonder Ao Shui is reluctant to be acknowledged. However, Finler, it is rather unseemly for your race to inscribe such events into your bloodline, isn't it? Luo Yun cast a sidelong glance. Indeed, due to the constraints imposed by the world's rules, the descendant of the otherworldly true dragon and the daughter of the dragon king bears a resemblance to the lineage of the dragon king, which presents no issue. However, there are occasional dragons that exhibit ancestral traits, resembling that otherworldly dragon, and therein lies the problem. It indicates a suppression of the dragon king's bloodline, a grave concern. After countless years, such phenomena had dwindled, and the dragon clan had gradually forgotten about it. Who would have thought that this generation would witness the emergence of this foolish dragon, which undoubtedly reopened old wounds for the dragon race? Thus, Ao Shui was cast into the beast forest. Yes, after all, she is a direct descendant of the dragon king, and the pride of the dragon race forbade them from harming an unhatched dragon egg. Consequently, after much deliberation, it was decided to abandon her in the beast forest to fend for herself. Tisk, it is said that even a tiger does not eat its young. Alas, there was no other choice. Finler sighed, gazing at the little lowly with her crystalline red eyes, deep and bright. If she were merely a hybrid offspring from an ordinary dragon family, it would have been acceptable. If she possessed great talent, they could have raised her. Yet, this foolish dragon is the progeny of the dragon king, and the purity of the dragon king's bloodline must be preserved. Thus, she was cast into the beast forest. Luo Yun still disapproved of such actions. His worldview remains that of an ordinary youth educated in the 9-year compulsory education system of Tianchao. Although it is not his business, he cannot help but feel displeased. In truth, the foolish dragon herself is quite conflicted. Luo Yun pondered. Could there be hidden circumstances? Finler bit her silver teeth. Although the foolish dragon was abandoned in the beast forest every few decades, a resource would mysteriously appear in both my and the foolish dragon's lair, regardless of how we changed locations, persisting until we reached the 7th tier of transformation. Though reluctant to admit it, this resource has indeed been of immense assistance, accelerating our growth. Otherwise, even if Finler were a wolf talent, she could not have reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier before encountering Luo Yun. Luo Yun furrowed his brows slightly. This seems rather complicated. Forget it. Let Ao Shui handle it herself. Regardless of her decision, I shall support her. As for the commotion of her breakthrough, I shall not conceal it. Luo Yun smiled faintly. While he desires to lead a tranquil life, he would not impose the same expectation on those around him. Finmal also displayed a charming smile, her silvery, flowing hair and her beastly ears twitching as her radiant smile bloomed like a pure, flawless flower. Yes, I think so too. If the three of us join forces, sinking Dragon Island would be effortless. Harmony is of utmost importance. Though still uncertain of his own limits, Luo Yun felt it best to avoid conflict whenever possible. He is not the type of protagonist who revels in battle. If a conflict arises, he prefers to reason with the opposing side. Indeed, incapacitate and bind them first, then gradually explain. Engaging in conversation with Finmal while safeguarding the evolving Ao Shui, Luo Yun felt time passed swiftly. It was not like the time he spent protecting Finmal, where he was left alone, occasionally soaring into the sky to admire the scenery without venturing too far. Time ticked away. Luo Yun glanced up, noting the dimming light. He estimated the time was nearing, as Finmal's last evolution had only taken a single day. The protection is progressing smoothly. No one has come to disturb. Luo Yun sighed. With me, a 10th-tier divine beast present, who would dare? Just as he was halfway through his thought, Finmal became flustered, her proud expression suddenly darkening. Who goes there? Finmal rose from the picnic blanket, her gaze sharp as she scanned the dense forest. Her expression bore an air of authority, though her delicate face was still smeared with cream, rendering the atmosphere somewhat less serious. Luo Yun was startled by Finmal's sudden reaction, but soon sensed two third-tier magical beasts approaching them. However, their levels were far too low, and their auras were feeble. Such low-tier magical beasts are quite common. Even in the generally high-tier depths of the beast forest, the magic pigs bred by the wolf clan belonged to this tier. Moreover, they had employed sophisticated concealment magic, making them quite adept at hiding. Strangely, their trajectory differed from that of ordinary low-tier beasts, as they were heading directly towards the wolf clan's territory. This detail was what caught Finmal's attention. Luo Yun glanced at the cautious little wolf girl, who could nibble on chocolate cake while remaining alert. Truly impressive, Finmal. Chapter 22. The insects arrive. Neither Finmal nor Luo Yun moved, waiting patiently for the two unknown magical beasts to arrive. While cautious, both were confident in their abilities. Yet confidence aside, Finmal discreetly prepared a wind-based forbidden spell capable of annihilating anything. Corrosive Sorrow Wind. Silent, yet imbued with formidable lethality. This is the advantage of wind magic. In terms of these two aspects, some high-tier wind spells could even rival space magic. Luo Yun also quietly conjured a minor spell capable of temporarily isolating space, a precaution against the unknown beasts potentially launching a surprise attack. While he and Finmal might not be in danger, disturbing Ao Shui's evolution would be troublesome. In that case, he might have to summon the great Lord Yulo for assistance. However, that would be quite embarrassing, troubling someone just a day after crossing over. Yulo, no problem, my child. Call upon me, and I shall come. Rustling sounds emerged. Luo Yun and Finmal maintained their composure, even smiling, while secretly preparing their strategies. Then, Luo Yun beheld two large moths. All right, just kidding. In truth, they were two extraordinarily beautiful butterflies. Delicate and elegant, the butterflies emerged gracefully from the forest, accompanied by a few falling leaves, their tails trailing like ribbons, swaying gently in the breeze with an elegant poise. One butterfly was black, strikingly vibrant, while the other was white, subtly graceful, both exuding an enchanting dreamlike beauty that captivated the heart. Despite their breathtaking appearance, the auras of the two magical beasts were faint, and the beautiful wings of the butterflies bore signs of damage, with several punctured holes. Luo Yun scrutinized them, aware of his innate ability to glean information. However, this time, he did not receive immediate insight. Instead, he paused, as if the latest data was being processed and relevant information surfaced in segments within his mind. Metamorphosed Shippa worm. The Shippa worm collects an abundance of rare materials and cocoons itself to rejuvenate its corporeal form, thus breaking through its racial limits. The Shippa worm prepared two cocoons, one as a backup. Just as it was about to abandon its physical form and allow its soul to enter the cocoon for rejuvenation, it was confronted by the mythic Fenrir, whom it had previously crossed paths with. In a panic, the Shippa worm fled, its soul exiting towards the cocoon. Due to the urgency of the situation, an accident occurred during its rebirth, causing its soul to split into two, Both cocoons were utilized in birth life. It has split. Dual-born illusionary butterflies, a rare mutated insect-type magical beast, with a racial limit of 8th tier. Upon merging, it can possess the combat power of the 9th tier. After absorbing the information, Luo Yun's gaze towards the two butterflies transformed into something peculiar. So, this is the aspirational 8th tier magical insect that he had recharged yesterday? Not only did it survive, but it also executed a move of intertwined fortune and misfortune, inadvertently breaking through its racial limits. Remarkable. Could it be that this creature is the true protagonist? And it seems it has come seeking vengeance? Just as Luo Yun was about to draw a sharp breath, his quick wit kicked in. Wait, don't gasp. Something is amiss. If it were truly the protagonist, it should first lie low and break through, then come seeking revenge. One must be patient. Who would seek vengeance right after being reborn? Even if the two of them can battle beyond their tier, they wouldn't act so foolishly, would they? Could there be some deeper meaning? Or did the splitting of its soul give rise to some grave affliction? While Luo Yun was spiraling into wild speculations, Finmal, on the other hand, maintained her composure. She gazed at the two butterflies and sighed softly. I see you are not having an easy time either. I had intended to let you off the hook, yet here you are, daring to appear before me. Do you truly believe I am so easygoing? Finmal's crimson eyes glinted dangerously, revealing a hint of murderous intent. The two butterflies, as if struck by lightning, plummeted to the ground, their already fragile wings stained with dust. Please, spare me. We are willing to submit. Two faint wills emanated, trembling under the pressure of Finlier, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Yet the will to survive remained resilient. Submit? Finlier relaxed her grip, intrigued. As a magical wolf raised in the beast forest, Finlier embodied all the instincts of a wolf. She bided her time, never attacking a stronger opponent in her youth for the sake of pride. She adapted to circumstances, striving to gain maximum rewards at minimal cost. She moved forward together with her kind, often solitary in her endeavors, yet never abandoning the young dragons she nurtured, even when they began as burdensome and weak. Freedom is precious. She would never degrade herself by wagging her tail for scraps of food. Understanding oneself and one's adversary, she respected each opponent, always striving to comprehend them before engaging, seldom faltering. Her most recent misstep occurred when she reached the 9th tier, becoming somewhat complacent and underestimating the seemingly ordinary human. Luo Yun, resulting in immediate defeat. Although their subsequent interactions were pleasant, Finlier reflected on the lesson learned. Even after ascending to the 10th tier, with her power drastically transformed, she maintained a cautious heart. Therefore, she had thoroughly studied her past enemy, the renowned Shippa worm within the animal kingdom of the forest. This Shippa worm had already made a name for itself in the beast forest during Finlier's youth. They were polar opposites. The Shippa worm was daring and reckless, often engaging in life-threatening ventures. This was dictated by their inherent nature. Finlier, being a mythical breed, would naturally reach the 8th tier upon maturity, with the possibility of attaining the 9th tier through effort, while the Shippa worm had to fight and take risks, lest it remain a mere roadside pest, easily squashed. At that time, Finlier was at the 3rd tier, while the Shippa worm had attained the 8th, making it a minor overlord of the forest. Finlier could only devise ways to avoid it. Later, as Finlier ascended to the 9th tier, the Shippa worm remained at the 8th, merely progressing to its peak. This Shippa worm, in its quest for power, employed all manner of tactics without ever seeking refuge with higher-tier beasts for resources. Finlier could surmise some reasoning behind this. When weak, it was overlooked, and as it grew stronger, its uniqueness made it a potential target for experimentation by other beasts. Finlier was curious about the mindset of this worm, daring to seek allegiance with her, an adversary. Did it not fear death? As Finlier released her pressure, two butterflies on the ground quivered, beginning to emit black and white luminescence, ultimately transforming into two delicate young girls, trembling as they clung to one another. These exquisitely crafted girls were like twin sculptures, sharing refined and delicate features and slender, fragile bodies. The only distinction was that one had hair like snow and pristine white eyes, while the other had hair as dark as ink and deep, mysterious black pupils. Furthermore, their ears were not human nor like the pointed ears of elven children, but rather akin to the small, delicate ears of fairies. The two young girls shivered together, their alabaster skins soiled with dirt, supporting each other against the overwhelming might of Finlier. Simultaneously, they noticed the golden dragon nearby, undergoing its own ascension. Another one. If memory served, that dragon was also at the 9th tier limit, correct? The two girls exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the shock within the other's pupils. When did ascending to the 10th tier become so simple? Besides the dragon, whose imposing aura was steadily rising, there was also a most ordinary, yet striking human present. The two girls, transformed from butterflies, acted decisively. The moment they regained control of their bodies, they bowed toward Luo Yun. To this respected, yet unfamiliar powerful being, we humbly wish to become your servants. Please accept our lowly selves. We pledge our bodies, souls, and loyalty to you. Chapter 23. The worms kneel as the two girls prostrate beneath Finlear's pressure. They instantly felt a sense of relief. While linger-seated, they hastened to bow. This ordinary human was clearly the mastermind behind all the changes. This is awkward for Luo Yun. Typically, when magical beasts first transform, they find themselves in a state akin to what Finlear experienced. But now, two young girls in such a state were bowing before him. In that moment, Luo Yun was filled with goosebumps. How absurd. Great Lord Iroh. He must now appear as a loathsome feudal lord. No, even feudal lords are not this bizarre. Luo Yun reacted as he did before, quickly turning to purchase two identical t-shirts to Finlear's from a nearby vendor. However, this time he was more cautious, avoiding the tricks of unscrupulous merchants and opting for simpler attire. He tossed them back, but the distance seemed insufficient. A gust of wind swept by, delivering the shirts to the prostrate girls. Where this, Finlear commanded, her expression cold and her tone firm. The two girls were puzzled, unable to comprehend such an action. But upon observing Finlear and her t-shirt, they obediently followed suit, donning the white t-shirts before them. They were a single soul in two bodies, sharing a deep connection and memories. Yet now, as independent individuals, their memories were no longer shared, and with time, they might even develop distinctly different personalities. Having emerged from their cocoons, they initially intended to flee the beast forest, distancing themselves from this perilous place. However, what kind of powerful being could prompt a recently ascended Finlear to reach the 10th tier once more? In the cold cavern, the white-haired girl gazed at the black-haired girl, murmuring a question. She had heard it was a being far superior to the 10th tier. The white-haired girl responded. Newly born, their state resembled a self-reflective dialogue. What should we do? Should we flee? The black-haired girl hesitated, looking toward the depths of the beast forest. No, I don't know. The two souls were somewhat disoriented. The white-haired girl was still in a daze, her mind clouded. However, this was to be expected. Spells at the soul level were inherently complex and challenging. Unexpected occurrences were anticipated, with lighter consequences leading to drastic personality changes and heavier ones resulting in transformation into unspeakable monstrosities. Even though they originally possessed 8th tier strength, they had to exercise extreme caution in this regard. Had they not faced a life-threatening situation, they would not have resorted to such desperate measures. Now that our limits have increased, we can surely recover after a period of hiding. The black-haired girl felt a surge of warmth in her white eyes, sensing the exceptional potential of her new body after rebirth. Unlike the mere act of reincarnation, this was a natural transformation through the process of metamorphosis, resulting in a soul and body in perfect harmony. No, I am uncertain. Observing the confused white-haired girl, the black-haired girl suppressed her inner excitement. It appears you utilized that flawed spare cocoon. Cough, it's fine. From now on, I will be the elder sister, and you will be the younger sister. I will protect you, sister. A sincere smile blossomed on the black-haired girl's small face. The worm was indeed envious of the bond between the wolf and the dragon, admiring their ability to entrust each other with their lives. However, there was no need for envy anymore. They were now partners who shared life and death. Who could be more trustworthy than oneself? Furthermore, as long as the white-haired girl received sufficient nourishment, her growth potential would surely rival her own. The black-haired girl had resolved to guide her still bewildered sister through survival. Shall we go take a look? The black-haired girl's gaze lingered toward Wolf Ridge, her heart torn. Although she had considered escaping the beast forest, venturing into the outside world with their current 3rd-tier strength posed a survival challenge. The beast forest, at least, was familiar territory. They knew which areas to avoid, which beasts to provoke, and which ones they could intimidate. Compared to the uncertainty of the outside world, they felt confident they could safely remain within the beast forest, gradually regaining their strength. Thus, There was no need to take risks in search of the powerful being that had aided the wolf's ascension to the 10th tier. The black-haired girl attempted to convince herself. After their rebirth, she seemed to have lost the reckless madness of her former self, opting for cautious contemplation. Adventure? A glimmer of light flickered in the white-haired girl's naive eyes. Adventure, yes. Adventure can lead to strength. Strength means no more bullying. But it's dangerous. It could lead to death. Even in death, it is a choice of one's own making. Compared to the dark-haired young girl, the fair-haired one appears more naive and fearless. Perhaps you are right. The dark-haired girl no longer hesitates. She was once bold and meticulous, willing to charge forward with even a mere 10% chance of success. Now, however, she seems to have lost her former courage. Fortunately, she has another self. All right, let us embark on an adventure. With poor luck, we might become hideous insect husks. No, beautiful butterfly husks. If fortune favors us, we may even grow stronger. Fenrir squinted at the two little creatures crawling on the ground, accepting this notion in her heart. The insect's words seemed to suggest such a choice. It refrained from aligning with high-tier magical beasts out of fear of dissection and experimentation. As a 10th-tier divine beast, Fenrir was evidently uninterested in such matters. After donning her attire and responding to Fenrir's queries, the two young girls continued to crawl towards Luo Yun as a sign of submission. The Fenrir's demon wolf represented the harshness of reality, while this mysterious powerhouse symbolized their ideal pursuit. They yearned to follow this formidable being from the depths of their souls. Having just emerged from self-criticism, Luo Yun felt uneasy as he noticed the two young girls kneeling again. Yet, as a being of aesthetic merit, he could not help but waver internally. Shaking his head to steady his resolve, he addressed Fenrir. Fenrir, I leave their fate in your hands. Regardless, they are your adversaries, and I cannot influence your decision. Gazing at the two young girls who appeared lifeless on the ground, then at Luo Yun, who had turned away with closed eyes, Fenrir smiled faintly, feeling a sense of joy. Well, it seems you two are fortunate. From now on, you shall be my subordinates, while he will be your master. Understood? The eyes of the two young girls brightened. This outcome was indeed favorable. They promptly bowed to Fenrir, addressing her as Big Sister 2, before turning to Luo Yun, calling him Master 2. Luo Yun approached with mixed feelings, gently ruffling Fenrir's silky hair, then squatting down to smile at the two young girls. You two may rise now. He helped them to their feet. As for their titles, let us leave it as it is for now. They may change later once they become more familiar with each other. Forcing one's own perspective upon others is no simple task, especially in a foreign world. Once lifted, the two young girls remained frozen for a long moment. In truth, merely Luo Yun's gesture had shattered the worldviews they had held for so long. Chapter 24. The insects joined the team after being lifted. The two little creatures fixed their gaze on Luo Yun, their eyes brimming with admiration. In the eyes of their master, they perceived no disdain from the strong towards the weak, only a gentle clarity akin to water. A feeling they had never experienced surged within them, igniting a desire to pursue and draw closer to this sensation. For the first time, they felt an earnest longing for things beyond mere strength. Cautiously, the two young girls gazed up at Luo Yun, while Fenrir scrutinized them, even playfully pinching their slender arms and legs. Only 3rd tier, yet able to transform and advance. And to such a degree. However, since you lack bloodline inheritance, you must name yourselves. You have until sunset to come up with names. Fenrir placed her hands on her hips, chin raised, attempting to project an air of authority as she issued her first command to her two little subordinates. Name? The dark-haired girl looked puzzled. Big Bug. The fair-haired girl, with a dazed expression, chimed in, Little Bug. Fenrir's face darkened. That S not pleasing to the ear. Change it. Big Butterfly. 2 Butterfly. Slap. Fenrir facepalmed, unable to bear it. She turned her gaze to Luo Yun, seeking his thoughts on this contractual partnership. Receiving the hint, Luo Yun pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, how about Little Black and Little White? Fenrir took a deep breath, forcing a cute smile onto her face. That rolls off the tongue nicely. Very well, you shall be called Little Black and Little White from now on. However, the names cannot be so casual. I will combine your ideas. As the most reliable entity present, Fenrir decisively seized the naming rights, pointing at the dark-haired girl. You shall be Black Butterfly. Then she turned to the fair-haired girl. And you shall be White Butterfly. Although I will refer to you as Little Black and Little White. You must use these names publicly, understood? Black Butterfly nodded, understanding. Big Sister. White Butterfly pointed to herself. White, white butterfly. Finlier nodded in satisfaction. Watching a little girl expertly instruct two young girls, Leon couldn't help but silently admire. Indeed, it takes a mother wolf to raise children. After some time, a commotion arose in this realm. A sudden flash of purple light illuminated the sky, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, as white lightning clawed its way across the firmament. Luo Yun was astonished to see a colossal, unmatched black cloud rapidly coalescing in the heavens, its surface adorned with scales akin to fish. Finlier had not encountered such phenomena when she broke through. "Child," a gentle voice echoed in Luo Yun's mind. "Do not worry. The dragoness transformation requires a tribulation." This is the other half of her bloodline yearning for expression. It was the voice of Lord Yulo. In an instant, Luo Yun's anxiety subsided. He then held Finlier's hand, which was equally tense with worry, and reassured her, "Do not fret. Ao Shui is undergoing tribulation. This is her unique evolutionary phenomenon. However, I wonder if the concept of tribulation exists in this world? No, but since she is your contracted magical beast, I can help her conjure a tribulation cloud." "Thank you, magnificent Lord Yulo." Luo Yun sincerely offered his gratitude for the day's first acknowledgement. Meanwhile, at the heart of the tribulation cloud, a point of light grew larger and brighter, becoming blindingly radiant, accompanied by a spine-tingling electromagnetic sound. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as a bolt of lightning descended from the scale-like surface of the tribulation cloud, striking Ao Shui's massive dragon form, charring her golden scales. Zzz. After the calamity lightning struck, it poured down upon Ao Shui like water from a tap, incessantly inundating her dragon body. Luo Yun watched in horror. This scene seemed unlike any tribulation he had ever envisioned. Striking one by one is too tedious. I will finish it all at once. Oh, I hope the dragon is unharmed. Fear not, the essential body tempering will not be withheld. This is a splendid opportunity for research. I shall refine her well. As Ao Shui underwent her tribulation, the powerful beings of this realm began to sense the disturbance. The gods of the divine realm exclaimed, "What is happening? A living being is breaking through to the 10th tier. How curious, how curious. Can anyone discern who it is? It seems to be one of the old dragoness offspring. But which one? Ah, it's her. Ha ha ha. The old dragon's face will surely turn green. I wonder if she can engage me in battle after her breakthrough. Damn battle fanatic. Keep your distance from me. This is amiss. I can sense the presence of the mother goddess. What? The stars are in disarray. Something significant must be afoot. What nonsense. Such a grand commotion from a breakthrough. I sensed it clearly. It's the disturbance from the magical beast forest. I hope the impact isn't too severe. This world has only just stabilized. Old man, have you lost your wits? The world has been at peace for nearly 2,000 years. Deep in the endless abyss of the dark sea, a colossal entity emitted a muffled roar. In an instant, the thunderous sound shook the heavens, causing the waters to surge and the waves to howl. Under the protection of the creator god, Ao Shui's evolution proceeded smoothly. The dragon's charred scales trembled, shedding a few ashes to reveal even more radiant golden scales, glimmering with a chilling brilliance. Simultaneously, her dragon form elongated slightly, embodying the elegance of an eastern dragon. The mighty dragon slowly opened her eyes, transforming into a tall human girl. "Foolish dragon." Finlier rushed over, blinking with curiosity as she asked, "How do you feel now?" Ao Shui sensed her surroundings, narrowing her golden eyes, and playfully pinched Finlier's cheek, smiling slightly. "I feel as though I can take on 10 of you." "Change your words, Finlier. From now on, do not call me foolish dragon. Refer to me as Sister Shui." "Rar." Finlier flashed her little tiger teeth, glaring fiercely yet adorably at Ao Shui. How outrageous. This foolish dragon dares to be so arrogant. Finlier exuded a hint of her 10th tier aura, taking a step forward. Although she was only a day ahead, her realm was far more stable than Ao Shui's freshly attained breakthrough. It seems you need a good lesson to remind you of our cautious survival experiences. Observing the chilling glint in Fenrir's crimson eyes, Ao Shui swallowed hard, recalling the feeling of being dominated by the little wolf mother. Oh no, I actually forgot that this fellow's outward demeanor is utterly deceitful. In a state of panic, Ao Shui glanced around, and her eyes brightened as she swiftly concealed herself behind Luo Yun, who was leisurely enjoying a snack. Clearing her throat, she turned her attention to the black butterfly and white butterfly, shifting the conversation. "Who are these two little creatures? They seem so familiar." "Humph." Fenrir cast a glance at Luo Yun, retracting her imposing aura, and lazily explained, "They're just those two fat little worms, but they've transformed. And now they serve as my subordinates." Oh my, Ao Shui regarded the two little girls with intrigue. When Fenrir advanced to the 9th tier, it was indeed her who assisted in safeguarding the transformation, so she recognized the audacious Shippo worm. To think they managed to refine their bloodline in such a manner, it must be said, they are truly exceptional. Upon reaching the 10th tier, Ao Shui merely glanced at them and discerned the state of the black butterfly and white butterfly. She couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Fenrir, when did your temperament become so magnanimous that you could tolerate them? Shouldn't we be having dinner soon?" Luo Yun interjected at the opportune moment. Sensing the situation was amiss, Ao Shui immediately understood upon seeing Luo Yun and cheerfully picked up the conversation. "Dinner? Fenrir has been praising Xiao Yun's culinary skills. Tonight, I must witness it myself." Xiao Yun? Luo Yun's eyes twitched. Was he now being targeted instead of Fenrir? However, given the dragon girl's age, calling her sister seemed quite appropriate. After all, Ao Shui, when serious, indeed embodied the role of an elder sister. Chapter 25. A delightful dinner. Luo Yun spread out the picnic cloth and began preparing dinner for the evening. Considering the earlier atmosphere, he decided to organize a hot pot to foster team harmony. Hot pot is an ancient dining culture, its ambience facilitating a sense of ease, allowing individuals to lower their guards and gently intertwine their lives. With online shopping malls available, preparation was quite convenient. Soon, Luo Yun set up a dual-flavored pot, with a rich and savory clear broth on one side and a spicy, aromatic red broth on the other. He also brought out platter after platter of hot pot ingredients. For meats, there were tripe, tender slices of meat, goose intestines, and lamb and beef, while the vegetables included lotus root, potatoes, sweet potato noodles, and enoki mushrooms, alongside an array of specially crafted dipping sauces. The dazzling assortment of hot pot ingredients left everyone in awe. After distributing the utensils, Luo Yun demonstrated by picking up a piece of tender meat with chopsticks and dipping it into the pot. Just like this. You can place the food you are interested in into the pot to cook. The red broth is spicy and the white broth is fragrant. I suggest you try both. Fenrir could no longer contain herself and immediately grabbed the fattiest slice of beef, plunging it into the fragrant red broth. Ao Shui, equally intrigued, picked up a slice of meat and gently placed it into the white broth. After forming a contract, she too had acquired the skill to use chopsticks from Luo Yun. Moments later, both of them retrieved their cooked morsels to taste. "Delicious," they exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparkling with delight. Meanwhile, the black butterfly and white butterfly, sitting nearby, blinked in confusion, struggling to catch up with the pace. However, Luo Yun had anticipated this when arranging the seating for the two little ones who couldn't use chopsticks. He had naturally prepared bowls and spoons for them, as using a spoon to scoop rice was a necessary transitional step before learning to use chopsticks. As for the food, he kindly helped them by cooking it, ensuring it was warm and considerate. Compared to chopsticks, a spoon appeared more comprehensible, requiring no teaching. The black butterfly and white butterfly gripped their spoons, lifting the white fish balls from their bowls. "Be sure to take a small bite. It tastes better that way," Luo Yun advised gently, his delicate face adorned with a warm smile, resembling a kind angel. Fenrir furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss. Before she could warn them, the black butterfly and white butterfly obediently took small bites. The fish balls were soft and smooth, with a bouncy texture, but the red broth splattered out, staining their fair faces. Luo Yun stifled a laugh, turning his gaze elsewhere, recalling a similar childhood prank taught by his mischievous father. His playful spirit ignited. Witnessing this scene, Fenrir recalled her experience of being tricked into eating soup dumplings by Luo Yun and glared at him. "Luo Yun, you're bad." My apologies. I was wrong. I admit my mistake." Luo Yun hurriedly procured a pack of wet wipes to assist the bewildered black butterfly and white butterfly in cleaning their faces. They still believed that the fish balls were meant to be eaten this way and were about to express their gratitude for the delightful meal, hoping to declare their loyalty. When the scene shifted unexpectedly, their master, with an apologetic expression, helped wipe their faces and then cast a cleansing spell. Both were astute magical beasts and quickly grasped that Luo Yun had perhaps been playing a trick on them. But was it truly a trick? Why could the elder sister reprimand the master so freely? "My apologies. They genuinely cannot keep up with the pace here." Meanwhile, Ao Shui silently observed. her hands continuously repeating the process of cooking, retrieving, and consuming the food, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she watched everything unfold. Due to various reasons, her affinity with Luo Yun was greater. After forming a contract, they had developed a deeper understanding of each other, allowing her to comprehend Luo Yun's actions more readily. After a brief bout of playful antics, Luo Yun solemnly prepared food for the black butterfly and white butterfly, this time serving them slices of lamb. Having been accustomed to a diet of raw meat, the two little ones were experiencing such delicacies for the first time. After swallowing them with gratitude, they exchanged glances. And seizing the moment, they recited their rehearsed lines in unison. "Thank you, great Master Luo Yun." Before they could finish, Fenrir swiftly delivered a light smack to each of their heads. "You too, focus on eating properly. Do you know what it means to eat without speaking or sleeping?" The black butterfly and white butterfly clutched their foreheads, their faces filled with confusion. "Elder sister, what does that mean?" they wondered aloud. Before Fenrir could explain, she realized she herself was uncertain, having merely regurgitated knowledge shared by Luo Yun. It means. Ao Shui smiled gently, taking over the explanation. What Fenrir means is that during meals, one should truly enjoy the food and refrain from uttering irrelevant words. "Yes, that is precisely what I meant." Fenrir nodded calmly. Luo Yun, who was busy cooking, paused for a moment. Was that really the meaning behind it? Never mind, it wasn't important. With a light chuckle, he agreed, "Indeed. That is the meaning." The black butterfly furrowed her brow, still somewhat perplexed, while the white butterfly appeared contemplative, a subtle smile creeping onto her usually emotionless face. She lifted her bowl toward Luo Yun, her voice soft and gentle. The white ones are delicious." Unable to resist such an adorable appeal, Luo Yun served the white butterfly several fish balls, smiling as he explained, "The white ones are called burst fish balls. You must be particularly careful when eating them, as the juices inside may squirt out. My apologies, I played a little prank on you earlier." The black butterfly gazed at Luo Yun, whose demeanor was so amiable, and felt her preconceived notions about absolute power beginning to shatter. Yet, it wasn't entirely negative. The black butterfly also raised her bowl, cautiously stating, "I want some too." Luo Yun added a few fish balls to her bowl as well. "Humph," Fenrir huffed, refusing to glance at Luo Yun as she picked up a slice of meat from her bowl and placed it into her mouth. "Ugh, which rascal put chili in my meat?" The dragon girl, engrossed in her meal, subtly diverted her gaze. Indeed, she fully understood Luo Yun's actions and had deeply internalized this understanding. Luo Yun observed the chili that Fenrir spat out, raising an eyebrow. "I remember. Isn't this a chili pepper?" Quietly, he offered her a glass of ice-cold milk. Not handing over a soda was his last shred of conscience. Fenrir gulped down the milk. Although it wouldn't have a significant effect on her constitution, the taste experience surely wouldn't be pleasant. White remnants lingered around her crimson lips as her fierce gaze scanned the surroundings. Finally, she locked her eyes onto Ao Shui. "It was you, wasn't it?" Fenrir squinted her red eyes, speaking in a low tone. "You know me." The dragon girl feigned calmness, taking a bite of enoki mushrooms. Fenrir, quick-wit, snatched a piece of chili from the pot and, with a flick of her chopsticks, tossed it into Ao Shui's bowl. "It was you." Fenrir's piercing red gaze bore down on Ao Shui, enunciating each word deliberately. Ao Shui fell silent, abandoning any pretense of argument, and quietly picked up the chili from her bowl and consumed it. A gasp escaped her lips as her face contorted. Luo Yun smiled warmly and kindly offered her another glass of cold milk. The dinner was spent amidst laughter and joy. Chapter 26. The City of Harmonies. The following morning marked the first team meeting. Inside the modest survival tent, everyone gathered closely. Luo Yun, Finmal, Ao Shui, Black Butterfly, and White Butterfly. The theme of the meeting was future plans. Initially, Luo Yun intended to settle in Finmal's Wolf King territory, but as he continuously explored his own abilities, his curiosity regarding the other world grew, prompting a desire to experience the diverse cultures of this realm. He sought the opinions of his companions. "I wish to remain in the forest," Finmal declared, ever disinterested in human society. "The master's opinion is our opinion," Black Butterfly and White Butterfly chimed in unison. "I suggest that you accompany me back to the City of Harmonies, where I own a small trading company and life is quite pleasant," Ao Shui proposed with a smile. The City of Harmonies, Luo Yun pondered, was a city established by deities, also known as the Land of Harmony and the capital of trade. It It was a city forged by the goddess of commerce and contracts, Mali, and the goddess of justice and judgment, Gades. This city, not belonging to any nation, was directly governed by the divine, making it the most prosperous trade hub in the world. In the city of harmonies, merchants from all corners of the globe converged. Whether it was forest elves selling exquisite artisan jewelry, dwarven blacksmiths crafting masterful items, beautiful mermaids offering treasures from the ocean depths, or even demon merchants from the abyss, one could always find their presence in this city where myriad races engaged in trade. Contracts could be formed with them. But it was crucial to note that while contracts were inviolable under the watchful eye of the goddess of contracts, ignorance of a clause could lead to unfortunate circumstances, as the others would strictly adhere to the agreements. Of course, the practice of exploiting contractual loopholes was primarily seen among demon merchants and human traders, while innocent elves and honest dwarves often fell victim to exploitation in this bustling trade city. This, however, was the scene during the city's inception. As it evolved, both elves and dwarves learned to safeguard their interests, while increasingly, human and demon merchants began to cultivate their reputations. If one were to recount an interesting event from the past century in the City of Harmonies, it would be the arrival of the miserly dragon engaging in commerce. It was indeed a spectacle to witness a proud golden dragon selling its own scales in the city. Although its appearance was somewhat peculiar, it was undeniably a true dragon of pure blood, boasting formidable strength at the 8th tier. Despite the presence of powerful guardians from various merchant guilds, no one dared to provoke an 8th tier golden dragon, allowing its scales to fetch a handsome price. However, just when everyone assumed the dragon was merely there to exchange coins for its nest, it astounded all by establishing a trading company with the proceeds from selling its scales. This unprecedented event, where a miserly dragon willingly invested its hard-earned money into commerce, was nothing short of remarkable. In the city, under the watchful gaze of the goddess of contracts, agreements made were sacred, and the 8th tier golden dragon was no exception. Curious merchants began to engage in trade with the dragon. Yet, despite its immense power, the dragon's business acumen was rather naive. In the presence of cunning human traders and demon merchants skilled in the art of contracts, the dragon faced numerous setbacks, often unable to discern the pitfalls due to its inexperience. Consequently, the dragon's trading company frequently suffered losses initially, but fortunately, the dragon could exchange its scales for substantial capital. High-quality dragon scales were indeed rare treasures, providing the dragon ample resources to learn through trial and error. After 2 centuries of navigating the trade landscape of harmonies, the dragon's trading company became one of the city's renowned large enterprises, earning a respectable reputation across the Mokurode continent. Without the support of its kin, the dragon relied solely on its intellect and capabilities, along with the scales it shed, to establish a trading company that rivaled those of the elves, dwarves, and mermaids. Upon achieving success, the dragon redeemed all the scales it had previously sold. In retrospect, the dragon's only loss was 200 years of time, a negligible cost for a being such as itself. Thus, the entrepreneurial journey of the dragon, along with its trading company, Wolf Shui, became a celebrated tale among merchants in the City of Harmonies. Wolf Shui, symbolizing wolf in the snow, now thrived under Ao Shui's leadership. As the head of a large trading company, Ao Shui could lie at home each day, watching countless gold coins flow into her coffers. Her story even reached the distant Dragon Island, inspiring countless young dragons to emulate her success. Yet, dragons are notoriously frugal, and these younglings struggled to overcome their innate tendencies, resulting in their endeavors often ending in failure, limited to exchanging juvenile scales for coins, unable to further invest their earnings. Intrigued by Ao Shui's brief introduction, Luo Yun felt a strong curiosity towards the City of Harmonies. His interest was not tied to elves or mermaids, but rather a pure desire to witness a city forged by deities. Perhaps Luo Yun's enthusiasm was too evident, for Finmal, observing the longing in his expression, shifted her stance. "I've changed my mind. I shall accompany the foolish dragon to see it. For years, she has boasted about her trading company, and I wish to witness it for myself." Luo Yun felt deeply touched by Finmal's consideration. "Finmal, you are biased," Ao Shui pouted, having long wished to coax Finmal away from the Beastmaster Forest without success. Conversely, Luo Yun had said nothing, and Finmal had altered her decision, even preparing an excuse for herself. "Humph," Finmal huffed, turning her head away, dismissing Ao Shue's feigned grievance. Chapter 27. Leaving the forest. With the decision made to depart from the forest, Finmal began her preparations for leaving home. The most critical aspect was her territory, which she had painstakingly established and could not simply relinquish. She set up barriers along the edges of the Wolf King territory to warn high-tier magical beasts. Should any beast disregard the warning and intrude, the magic left within the barriers would teach them a lesson. Luo Yun, Black Butterfly, and White Butterfly, unburdened by responsibilities, assisted Finmal in managing the affairs within the Wolf King territory, and soon, they were ready to embark on their journey. Ao Shue transformed into her dragon form. Lying low to the ground, her massive dragon eyes gazing at the group as she communicated telepathically, "Climb aboard. I shall take you to the City of Harmonies." Only those acknowledged by the dragon could ride upon her back. "A dragon!" Luo Yun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he unfurled his elemental wings and scooped up White Butterfly, soaring towards the dragon's back. Finmal, in perfect harmony, grasped Black Butterfly by the collar, lifting her to follow behind Luo Yun. Though the two little ones could fly, they needed to shift back to their beast forms, and the inconvenience of changing attire afterward was too much. Thus, Luo Yun and Finmal each took one of them up. Ao Shue's broad back was remarkably flat, the intricately arranged dragon scales forming a protective barrier around them under her command. With a powerful roar, the agile dragon launched into the sky. Finmal skillfully enveloped the dragon's back with wind elements, creating a stable space for the swiftly moving group, making them feel as though they were grounded. Ao Shue broke through the sound barrier, soaring across the azure sky. The high-speed airflow compressed the air ahead, causing water vapor to condense into tiny droplets, which quickly froze into small ice particles, trailing a long white cloud behind her. Finally, we're off. Observing the dragon's swift silhouette darting over the Beastmaster forest, many high-tier forest overlords withdrew their gazes, secretly relieved. The overwhelming might of the dragon during its ascent had left them breathless, and the memory still lingered. Seated upon the dragon's back, Luo Yun looked down with exhilaration. The mountains rolled endlessly, the layers of trees undulating. From this high-speed vantage point, the Beastmaster forest resembled an expansive green ocean, with the rising and falling peaks akin to waves. Finmal stood beside Luo Yun, her expression dazed as she tightly clutched his shirt. This marked her first departure from the forest, venturing into a realm filled with novelty and the unknown, stirring an indescribable emotion within her. Under the swift flight of Ao Shue, the group swiftly reached the edge of the beast forest, where traces of adventurers became increasingly frequent. Occasionally, Luo Yun caught sight of a few startled forest birds that had taken flight due to distant skirmishes. Peering downward through the dense canopy, he could faintly discern groups of adventurers engaged in battle with a beast, their roles clearly defined: tanks in the front line, mages and clerics in the rear, while rogues or assassins lurked at the edges of the battlefield, poised to strike with lethal precision. At the forest's periphery, the frequency of encounters between adventurers and beasts was high, with many adventurers present to fulfill various quests. It was from this point that Luo Yun, wishing to avoid complications, cast a wind stealth spell on the dragon and the others. Emerging from the beast forest, the vast plains revealed several small villages and towns. As they advanced, the density and scale of these settlements increased, bustling with merchants traversing the well-trodden paths between the towns. Eventually, Ao Shue alighted above a somewhat prosperous town. "Let us descend. Utilizing the local teleportation array will be more convenient," she suggested. The dragon landed gracefully in an open space outside the town, transforming back into a young woman. Luo Yun dispelled the stealth enchantment on the group. In this foreign world, the methods of transporting goods varied greatly to evade bandits. It was common to employ magical concealment techniques. Thus, the sudden appearance of Luo Yun and his companions drew a brief glance from passers-by, who quickly returned to their business. "Look, it's President Ao Shue. By the gods, to encounter her here is incredible," exclaimed one. "Who are you talking about, newbie? Don't expose your ignorance. That's an idol revered by all merchants." Another chimed in. "Hey friend, interested in learning about President Ao Shue's legendary tales?" A slight cough followed, as Luo Yun realized how popular Ao Shue truly was, drawing considerable attention from the crowd. Unfazed by the commotion, Ao Shue smiled modestly at the throngs before leading Luo Yun and the others toward the city gate. "I am doomed. President Ao Shue just smiled at me," Someone gasped. Take my stinky socks. She was clearly smiling at me. Another cried out. It was me. The goddess of fortune is smiling upon me. I have a premonition that this batch of goods will yield great profits. Following Ao Shui, they approached the gate, where a long line of travelers awaited inspection by the guards, paying the entrance fee. Instead of queuing, Ao Shui made her way directly to a side entrance, which was devoid of any line, reserved for dignitaries. Before they reached the gate, a guard promptly opened it for them. Lady Ao Shui, shall I inform the city lord to come greet you? The guard inquired respectfully. No need. I only require the teleportation array for a brief moment. Ao Shui replied with a smile, leading the group inside. Luo Yun, trailing behind, furrowed his brow, pondering a lingering question. Was the small merchant association that Ao Shui referred to perhaps a modest title? Typically, cities with teleportation arrays would house them within the local mage guild, where the mages could maintain the array and profit from charging teleportation fees. As they made their way to the mage guild, Luo Yun eagerly observed his surroundings. The streets thronged with people, bustling with life, and buildings adorned in an otherworldly architectural style. Vendors lined the roads, selling everything from weapons and herbs to materials harvested from beasts. However, Luo Yun's curiosity was piqued by the local delicacies, as he yearned to learn about the culinary culture of this strange realm. Noticing the frequent glances exchanged between Luo Yun and Finlier, Ao Shui gently pursed her lips, altering her pace to approach a stall selling grilled fish. Sir, I'd like 4 grilled fish, please. Certainly. You have a discerning eye. These are freshly caught Kfizi fish. Absolutely delicious. Ao Shui purchased the grilled fish, ensuring there were portions for both the black butterfly and white butterfly. Ao Shui, aren't you going to eat? Luo Yun asked after tasting a bite. The grilled fish indeed tasted exquisite, seasoned with an unknown powder that lent a slightly tangy and piquant flavor. Good enough to be sold on the street, at least. Ao Shui gently shook her head, expressing disinterest. Finlier raised a piece of the fish she had bitten into. You foolish dragon, aren't you going to try it? It may not compare to the yellow mangfish fins, but it's still decent. Seeing the bite taken out of the grilled fish sparked Ao Shui's interest. She brushed her golden locks aside and leaned down to take a bite from Finlier's hand. Thank you, Finlier, she exclaimed. I've said it before, if I take a bite, you get one too. Hey, just a tiny bite. Upon entering the mage guild, Ao Shui's stature surpassed expectations. She and her companions were granted passage with minimal formalities, as the guild leader personally received them, even offering to waive the teleportation fee. However, Ao Shui declined, insisting on paying the full amount. With a flicker of spatial distortion, the group vanished from the teleportation array. Chapter 28. The Wofuegzu Merchant Association. After traversing several cities via teleportation, the group arrived at a small nation, Pahashi, located nearest to Harmony City. This was the endpoint of their journey. Due to Harmony City's renowned reputation, attracting merchants from diverse backgrounds, establishing a teleportation array within the city would lead to frequent spatial disturbances, resulting in potential accidents. Hence, the teleportation arrays were dispersed around the city, giving rise to another tale about this commercial metropolis. Because of its convenience, numerous small nations and large towns sprang up around these teleportation arrays, earning the moniker relay nations. Pahashi exemplified such a relay nation, with nearly all its industries closely tied to Harmony City, providing lodging and supplies to merchants from around the world. This was the nation's primary economic lifeline. Notably, while Harmony City was named a city, its area was comparable to that of a medium to large nation. Under its influence, the surrounding relay nations thrived, with residents enjoying prosperous lives. They frequently hosted merchants from all corners of the globe, broadening their horizons. It could be said that even an ordinary local resident was a savvy merchant in their own right. After a brief respite in Pahashi, the group departed the nation, continuing their journey toward Harmony City. At this point, Ao Shui ceased flying and directed them to the Wofuegzu Merchant Association's branch, where a merchant cart was summoned. A snow-blue-maned four-tiered beast, the Wind Horse, pulled a delicately designed pure white pumpkin carriage that resembled an exquisite pavilion from afar. As the airspace from the relay nation to Harmony City was designated a no-fly zone, permission from the deities was required for flight. This decree was issued by the god of commerce, Mo Early. Initially, the skies were filled with traces of merchants transporting goods aloft, from bipedal dragons to griffins. and even various alchemical flying devices of peculiar design. However, as the city gained fame, the airspace became increasingly chaotic, leading to frequent flying accidents. To maintain order, the god of commerce, Mo Orly, had no choice but to impose flight restrictions, prohibiting disorderly aerial navigation. Standing at the opulently adorned entrance of the Merchant Association, a coachman respectfully bowed to Ao Shui, holding the reins. "President," he called. "Yes," Ao Shui nodded slightly. "My friends, and I need to travel to Harmonies. I appreciate your assistance. It is my honor to serve you." Ao Shui adeptly climbed into the carriage, seating herself on a jade-like white chair. With a gentle tap of her slender fingers, an alchemical teapot levitated from the table, filling her cup with warm, fragrant tea. Curious, the others climbed into the lavishly decorated carriage. Luo Yun was wide-eyed, having only seen such elegant carriages in fairy tales. Crack! The coachman cracked the whip, and the wind horse responded to the command, taking slow steps forward. As the speed gradually picked up, the carriage sped along the merchant road leading to Harmony City. The wind horse infused magical energy into the carriage, which, aided by the Dwarven Association's alchemical technology, made for a remarkably smooth ride. The tea in the cup remaining undisturbed. This journey felt somewhat lengthy, and the group engaged in idle chatter to pass the time. During the ride, Luo Yun's gaze roamed curiously around the interior of the carriage. Noticing this, Ao Shui smiled and began to enlighten him. This is a product of collaboration between the Dwarven Guild and the Elven Guild, with the dwarves providing the craftsmanship and technology, while the elves contribute the inspiration and design. It is one of the more popular carriage styles in the City of Harmonies. Ao Shui is also involved in this carriage project, responsible for supplying suitable magical creatures for pulling the carriages, and she is the largest agent for this carriage brand. Unlike other guilds, her Wofu Shui has a broad business scope, frequently representing brands from other races. Races such as elves and merfolk are generally hesitant to delve into human markets. Except in Harmonies, a city directly governed by deities. Ao Shui, however, harbors no such concerns, thriving as an agent and helping other races venture into human markets. Her guild has established a plaza named Wofu Shui in major human cities, dedicated to selling rare treasures from various races, including elven natural artworks and merfolk oceanic jewelry. In human society, these goods are exceptionally popular. This business model has brought her substantial profits, and a successful model naturally attracts imitators. Some astute merchant alliances have adopted her methods, creating various lifestyle plazas and inviting members to sell their products. Although they have also seen profits, Ao Shui's competitive edge remains formidable. The long-lived races are often more inclined to collaborate with Ao Shui, the renowned Golden Dragon, than with human merchants, whose integrity cannot be guaranteed across generations. Consequently, long-lived races prefer to sign long-term contracts lasting several centuries directly with young dragons. On the Grand Avenue leading to Harmonies, a fairy tale-like white carriage glides swiftly, the scenery on either side blurring past, as several merchant caravans progress slowly. The vehicles of Wofu Shui seem to bear a unique insignia, prompting the caravans ahead to yield to the sides of the road to allow the carriage to pass. Unbeknownst to them, the sun begins to set, casting a crimson hue across the sky and earth. The coachman skillfully pulls the reins, and the striking horses gradually slow their pace, transitioning to a leisurely stroll. Luo Yun gazes upwards from within the carriage, awestruck by the towering city gates of Harmonies, which seem to stretch into the clouds. When the city was established, considerations were made for the larger races such as forest giants and behemoths, resulting in a commercial city of various races with gates and streets far exceeding the scale of typical human towns. The area of this city could rival several human nations. Legend has it that the god of commerce, Mo Li, faced challenges in locating such a vast plain for building a city. Thus, he wielded divine power to construct this magnificent city upon a broad sea of land, transforming the original sea into a moat encircling the city. At this moment, Luo Yun and the others tread upon a magnificent bridge spanning the sea, bustling with diverse pedestrians, adventurers, travelers, and merchants, while below, merchant ships weave through the waters, accompanied by colossal sea creatures creating waves. The grand city of Harmonies comes into view, becoming increasingly clear. With anticipation gleaming in his eyes, Luo Yun's heart races. The enchanting city, rich with the charm and romance of a different world, stirs a desire within him to witness the marvels of this realm. Chapter 29. The Elven Caravan. The gates of Harmonies are imposing and grand, yet the number of travelers and merchants drawn here necessitates order. A long queue forms before the towering gates, buzzing with voices. Fortunately, there are no soldiers conducting security checks. The divine power enveloping the city automatically verifies the identities of those entering. Individuals with discrepancies will be questioned by the patrols, which comprise the primary law enforcement of Harmonies, mainly consisting of followers of the god of justice and judgment, Guide to See. It is with her aid that the merchant god Mo airly established this miraculous city. Even within Harmonies, prominent merchants like Ao Shui possess their own special passageways through the city gates. Welcome, the beautiful and esteemed Lady Ao Shui. Please, go ahead. After a few days apart, Ao Shui is greeted with inquiries about her recent ventures, her demeanor reflecting her success. Merchants in line politely nod their heads in respect upon seeing her, their reverence evident though not as exaggerated as in smaller locales. We have heard that Lady Ao Shui has achieved a breakthrough. Our guild has prepared a congratulatory gift for you. Please accept it. What? Lord Liar has advanced to the 10th rank. This is monumental. We must immediately inform the guild to prepare a celebratory gift. Congratulations, Lady Ao Shui. Our guild shall also prepare a token of appreciation. Indeed, advancing to the 10th rank means becoming a golden saint dragon. How formidable. Truly, the legendary Ao Shui Liar. Long live Lord Liar. Forever a deity. I must inform old shaman immediately. I absolutely adore Lady Ao Shui. Will you marry me? How dare you? The esteemed Lady Ao Shui is not someone you can so casually address. Lady Ao Shui, step on me. Looks like we must be more cautious in business dealings with Wofu Shui going forward. After trading pleasantries with the well-informed merchants, the queue of merchants erupts into a flurry of excitement. The advancement of a leader of a major guild to the 10th rank could reshape the commercial landscape of Harmonies. Fortunately, Wofu Shui is not overly aggressive. Many smaller guilds thrive within its lifestyle plazas, and larger guilds often collaborate with it, resulting in generally amicable relations. Those guilds that feel threatened by Wofu Shui are already contemplating improving their relationships with her. Lady Ao Shui, may I inquire about the individuals accompanying you? A merchant expresses interest in getting to know Luo Yun and the others, recognizing that those standing beside Ao Shui must possess exceptional qualities. Throughout their journey, Funlier has noticed Ao Shui's remarkable achievements in the world beyond the forest, filling her with a sense of pride. Though she suppresses the urge to boast about her role as a caretaker, the divine commercial capital has indeed left a profound impression on the reclusive dwellers of the forest. Ao Shui unabashedly bends down to embrace Funlier's petite figure, her beautiful face adorned with a sincere smile. She is my closest friend. You would do well to remember those around me. Do not provoke them, or Wofu Shui will come knocking for business. Ao Shui's golden eyes narrow as she scrutinizes the amiable merchants. Among them, she can faintly discern the features of their ancestors, recalling the challenges she faced when she first arrived in this unfamiliar world. Absolutely. In the future, any friends of Lady Ao Shui will receive a discount at our shop, 20 off. Our guild will offer 30 off. 50. Quick. Record their images so that the younger generation doesn't provoke them. Go back and send that brainless fellow Jex away. He shouldn't return to Harmonies for a while. Finally breaking free from the persistent merchants, Luo Yun and the others are led by Ao Shui to a special entrance situated off to the side of the main gate. This special gate, while not as towering as the main one, boasts exquisite craftsmanship, with the magical blue stone pillars intricately carved with elegant and mysterious patterns. Ahead, a caravan is entering the city. Few guilds are permitted through this special gate, including those of the elven race. Upon sensing Ao Shui's presence, the leader of the elven caravan halts, prompting the entire procession to come to a standstill. The leader, accompanied by 2 attendants, approaches Ao Shui. Clad in white-green cloaks that obscure their features, the 3 elves remove their hoods upon reaching Ao Shui, revealing their exquisite and beautiful faces. It has been a while. Lady Ao Shui Liar. The elven leader greets Ao Shui with grace, her fair skin and the otherworldly beauty characteristic of her race, complete with strikingly delicate long ears. It has indeed been some time, Anwei heir. Ao Shui responds with a smile, for the elves are one of her significant partners, and their relationship has always been notably amicable. You appear somewhat troubled. During your return to the elven forest to replenish supplies, have you encountered any difficulties? Is it that obvious? A faint smile of bitterness appeared on Annavile's somewhat haggard face as she unreservedly vented her woes in front of this familiar partner and close friend. It's all due to our rather troublesome queen. At her age, she still resorts to running away from home. She has left all the state affairs to the newly born elven princess, who is barely a month old. The queen is truly excessive, so inconsiderate. Ao Shui maintained a polite smile. Indeed, having such an outrageous elven queen was a source of headache for the elves. By the way, could I trouble you to assist us at Wofugzu? Annavile produced a bounty request and handed it to Ao Shui. I hope to have this missing person notice displayed in the largest advertising space in Wofugzu Square. We, the elven race, will provide a suitable reward. Ao Shui glanced at the request and smiled faintly. A minor matter. She then handed the bounty request to the increasingly curious Luo Yun, continuing to chat with Annavile. I will instruct St. Del to handle it when I return, and you should be able to see this notice in Wofugzu Square by tomorrow. Thank you very much. Beside them, Luo Yun curiously unfolded the peculiar paper bounty request. What caught his eye was a lifelike image of an elf, rendered through advanced projection magic. The elf depicted on the parchment possessed a sacred and noble visage, exquisitely delicate. Although Annavile was already a representative of beauty among the elves, she still paled in comparison to the elven queen portrayed in the image. Below, a line of common continent script read, "A generous reward is offered for information leading to this elf. Informants may proceed to the Elven Chamber of Commerce to claim their reward." How outrageous. The elven queen has no sense of pride. Luo Yun scrutinized the beautiful elf in the image, his gaze inadvertently drifting to a nearby elven caravan. Among the caravan, a small elf stood out remarkably. Sitting nonchalantly atop a cargo cart, munching on fruit, her petite feet swinging idly. The small elf on the cart suddenly sensed the gaze upon her, her emerald eyes blinking as she scanned her surroundings. In an instant, her gaze locked with Luo Yun's. Chapter 30. You shall eventually be crowned king. Luo Yun slightly raised the bounty image, comparing it to the elf queen depicted and the small elf atop the cart. The elven queen exuded grace and elegance, embodying a mature beauty, while the small elf was a petite and adorable figure. The elven queen's demeanor resembled a celestial orchid bathed in moonlight, while the small elf appeared akin to a tender sprout newly born. Yet, an inexplicable connection seemed to exist between them. As Luo Yun continued to compare, he observed the small elf rising, stretching her little waist with her hands behind her back, and then leaping gracefully. Whoosh! The small elf defied the bounds of space, landing right before Luo Yun, hovering slightly and coming within mere inches of him. Her large emerald eyes instantly captured Luo Yun's attention, a spark of intelligence shimmering within those beautiful, deep orbs. You were just looking at me, weren't you? The small elf smiled gently, her voice resonating in Luo Yun's mind, melodious and clear as a mountain stream, delicate as wind chimes gently swaying. Startled by the sudden appearance of the small elf, Luo Yun instinctively took a step back. His movement attracted the attention of those nearby. What's wrong, sir? Annavile inquired curiously. Luo Yun glanced at the adorable small elf before him. Chill. The small elf's expression changed dramatically, frantically signaling to Luo Yun. Please, keep my existence a secret. No, it's nothing. Luo Yun understood and shook his head, brushing it off. Though Annavile found it strange, she asked no further questions. As they were not intimately acquainted, Fenrir and Ao Shui exchanged glances, observing the small elf and the faint traces of magic swirling around her. They shared a knowing smile, choosing not to expose her. Since Luo Yun had opted to conceal her, they naturally supported him. Ao Shui continued discussing business matters with Annavile, while Fenrir, arms crossed, gazed with keen interest at Luo Yun and the small elf. You two carry on, don't mind me. The voices of Fenrir echoed in both Luo Yun's and the small elf's minds. The small elf forced a smile, losing her earlier composure. She realized the extraordinary nature of this group. Throughout their journey, none of the elven caravan had seen through her invisibility magic, not even Annavile, an 8th-tier elven sorceress, had sensed anything amiss. However, upon reaching Harmony City, most of the Wofugzu Chamber of Commerce members could see her. A hint of excitement glimmered in the small elf's emerald eyes. Indeed, venturing into the outside world was necessary. Remaining cooped up in the dreary elven court was utterly unappealing. The small elf lightly landed, gracefully lifting the sides of her skirts and bowing. Thank you for your assistance and understanding. I am the queen of the elven race. And you may call me Chloris. Chloris blinked playfully, her demeanor elegant, yet mischievous. The elven queen. Luo Yun quickly glanced at the bounty request in his hand. Although the Chloris before him had transformed into a diminutive figure, her graceful and lively features still echoed the enchanting elegance of the elven queen in the bounty image. Upon seeing the reward offered for the elven queen's return, Luo Yun felt a twinge of temptation. After all, aiding a runaway elven queen back home didn't seem like a dreadful task, and it promised a handsome reward. Wait. I've even told you my name. You can't betray me. Chloris urgently interjected, her delicate hand clutching Luo Yun's clothing tightly. Ahem. Luo Yun stifled his thoughts of reward, yet curiosity remained insatiable. Chloris, is it? Why would a queen abandon her duties and run away? What is so appealing about being a queen? It's just a pile of tedious matters. Boring. Chloris pouted, clearly disdainful of the title of Elven Queen. So, you truly left all the state affairs to the newly born princess? Luo Yun was astonished, recalling Anivil's earlier grievances about their queen. What a disgraceful elf. This completely shattered his idyllic impressions of elves. Don't look at me like that. It's not what you think. I've paved the way for little Lef, ensuring she's ready for her responsibilities before I ventured out to play. This is all an exercise for her. Yes, indeed. This is a trial for becoming the Elven King. My unique way of showing love for little Lef. Chloris exclaimed passionately, growing more confident as she spoke, ultimately raising her little head with utmost sincerity. You must believe me. That day, a breathtaking elf adorned with a crown silently appeared before the ancestral tree of the elven race. Legends have long circulated that the elven ancestral tree, Elfwood, is a branch of the world tree manifesting in this realm, intricately connected to the world tree, making it the most ancient tree in existence. Grandpa Elf, I've returned. How is little Lef faring? The noble elven queen possessed a beauty transcending biological limits, yet upon speaking, she shattered the ethereal elegance she held in silence. Her voice was clear and melodious, quite pleasing, but her lively and playful demeanor was at odds with her dignified grace. Alas, a weary, raspy sigh echoed. Chloris, you are no longer the mischievous elven princess. You are now the queen of the elven race. Why can't you exhibit a bit more composure? Grandpa Elf, you know me. How could I possibly fulfill the role of a queen? Chloris extended her fair, delicate hand to caress the elven ancestral tree, channeling her magical energy as she pouted. So, you would rather sacrifice half of your magic to ensure I quickly nurture the next princess? The ancient voice sounded resigned. Even after living for eons, encountering such a capricious elf was exceedingly rare. The elven race possesses various methods of propagation. Yet the illustrious elven royal family traditionally births elven fruits through the elven ancestral tree. Indeed, so please hasten to deliver little Lef. I can't bear to sit on this throne for even a second longer. It's poking my behind. Chloris concluded her magical infusion for the day and slowly withdrew her hand. The ancient elven ancestral tree found itself utterly at a loss regarding this unprecedented elven queen. Having witnessed countless ages, it had never encountered such a character before. Now, all hope rested on the elven princess currently being nurtured, hoping she would possess a more stable temperament. After the sacrifice, Chloris appeared pallid, her aura diminished slightly. The once unfathomable strength she possessed was now partially revealed, emanating a faint essence. A pinnacle-level Tier 9 Elven Ranger. It has long been rumored that the Elven Queen is a Tier 9 sorceress, wielding nature magic with extraordinary prowess. In truth, her actual vocation is that of an Elven Ranger. In her youth, she traversed the continent under the alias Clor, excelling more in archery and close combat than in elven sorcery. Chloris removed the elven crown from her head, a divine artifact and one of the sacred heirlooms of the elven race, symbolizing the lineage of their kings. The crown was quite unadorned, woven from divine vines, adorned with tender leaves bestowed by the world tree. At its center lay a striking emerald leaf, radiating a sacred aura, gifted from the world tree itself. This crown embodies the pinnacle of elven natural artistry. With delicate steps, Chloris transcended space to reach the towering apex of the ancestral tree. Amidst the robust green branches, a vibrant fruit was slowly maturing. She raised the crown in her hand, gazing at the faint silhouette emerging from within the fruit, a tender smile gracing her lips. Child, on the day of your birth, the entire elven forest shall whisper your name, Aleph. You will be my pride, and I shall impart the essential knowledge unto you, making you the very embodiment of wisdom from birth. You will inherit half of my strength, arriving as a peak tier 8 from the moment of your birth. With your wisdom and power, you will lead our entire elven race forward, and I trust you will wield your immense power with caution. One day, I shall be safe, but you must ascend to the throne. Chapter 31. The escaping queen. Days passed in anticipation, and at long last, under Chloris' ceaseless yearning, the little princess Aleph was born. On that day, the ancestral tree, Elf, invoked miracles with unparalleled might, enabling elves across the realm to learn of a momentous event through the flora surrounding them. Their beloved little princess had arrived, named Aleph. During that period, the entire elven community was suffused with joy, and the royal court hosted grand festivities, where beautiful elves sang and danced, offering heartfelt blessings to the newborn princess. Even the Elven Merchant Guild launched promotional activities, inviting all races to celebrate the birth of the elven princess, for this queen was extraordinarily exceptional. All elves eagerly anticipated the growth of the little princess. The palace of the elven race was constructed atop a towering ancient tree, seamlessly integrating with nature, elegantly reflecting the artistic beauty of the elven lineage. At this moment, within the queen's chamber, Chloris sat cross-legged on the ground, abandoning her regal demeanor, her slender arms open wide, smiling as she gazed at the tiny, innocent elven girl who had just entered the world. Aleph bore a striking resemblance to Chloris, likely a result of the power Chloris had sacrificed for her birth. The two elves shared a remarkable mother-daughter likeness. Aleph blinked her pure, crystalline eyes, her dark green irises brimming with affection for Chloris. She stretched her delicate little arms toward Chloris. Chloris gently cradled the fragile little elf, her radiant smile growing even brighter. Let the inheritance begin. Beneath their feet, a complex magical array shimmered with arcane energy, gradually activating under Chloris' guidance. The foreheads of the two elves touched as knowledge began to flow between them. As the transmission of wisdom progressed, Aleph's initially vacant gaze gradually sparkled with vitality. Time flowed slowly, and the light of the magical array began to dim. Chloris and Aleph parted, and Chloris tenderly kissed her daughter's cherubic face. Mother, Aleph blinked, her youthful innocence now revealing a wisdom that transcended her years. Little Aleph, be good. Chloris affectionately patted Aleph's head. I have sealed all the knowledge you may need within your mind. When the time comes, it will surface instinctively. As she spoke, Chloris' tall and graceful figure began to diminish. I have important matters to attend to. Chloris solemnly placed the elven crown upon Aleph's head. As soon as it was donned, the artifact magically adjusted itself to fit her small head perfectly. I believe in you, a blend of wisdom and strength. You will surely lead everyone well. Now, you are the acting queen of the elven race. Strive to learn and become a worthy queen. Always remember your mother's teachings. In a hurry, Chloris dashed away. For the Merchant Guild's convoy had departed several days prior, and she needed to catch up and blend in. Mother is leaving now, but I will return with many delightful treasures for you. You must work hard. Chloris' figure vanished from the chamber, leaving Aleph, crowned and bewildered. Though she had gained knowledge through the inheritance, she was utterly puzzled by her current situation. What happened? Why did my mother disappear right after I was born? Aleph shook her little head, her confused gaze transforming into determination. Though she could not grasp the circumstances, she resolved to remember her mother's teachings, diligently study the knowledge within her mind, and become an exceptional elven princess. She took her tiny steps, slowly approaching the queen's desk. The wooden table loomed higher than her, and she waved her delicate little arms, conjuring several plant vines with her wood elemental elven magic, which wove themselves into a chair to elevate her to the desk's height. Gazing at the myriad of intricate affairs left by the elven queen, including matters from various elven tribes, financial reports from the Merchant Guild, measures regarding half-elves, and diplomatic issues with other races, Aleph's petite brow furrowed slightly. She gingerly picked up one of the documents, awkwardly summoning the knowledge within her mind as she attempted to learn how to review it. Hee. As she began to revise, a sweet smile blossomed on her adorable face, envisioning a future where her mother praised her. Wow, what a charming little elf, exclaimed Luo Yun. Charming. So very charming. Finlear looked at Chloris with disdain. As a mother, how could she treat her adorable little offspring in such a manner? Ahaha. Chloris laughed awkwardly, her gaze drifting. Well, let's allow little Aleph to endure some hardship for now. I will make it up to her when I return. During the casual conversation with the fleeing elven queen, Aoxu had also finished her chat with Anivia. She gestured towards Luo Yun. Luo Yun, we should be on our way. Sister will take you to see my big house. Upon hearing Aoxu's call, Luo Yun's lips twitched. Given his relationship with Finlier, Aoxu seemed quite fond of this indirect approach to becoming Finlier's sister. Finlier cast a disdainful glance at the foolish dragon. Finding her behavior childish and ridiculous, generally choosing to ignore her unless provoked directly. Well then, farewell, your majesty the elven queen. Lune waved goodbye to Chloris. Although she was a rather charming elf, she certainly possessed an intriguing spirit. Meeting her was a delightful experience. Nevertheless, Chloris still clung tightly to Luo Yun's clothing. Refusing to let go, she lifted her pure, adorable face, adopting a pitiful expression. Oh dear, kind sir, could you, in consideration of my plight as a homeless and wretched elf, grant me shelter for a time? What? Luo Yun was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing uncontrollably. How cunning. She was using her cuteness against him, a homebody. Though he was already aware of this charming elf's true nature, he still found it hard to resist. Medic. Call for a medic. Chapter 32. The elf joins the party. Humph. The corners of Finlier's lips curled into a slight arc as she suspected the elf had an ulterior motive the moment she latched onto Luo Yun. Such a playful spirit would undoubtedly gravitate toward any lively gathering, and their peculiar ensemble clearly piqued her interest. Noticing Luo Yun's desperate glance for help, Finlier, as his ally, no, as his contract partner, could not simply sit by and watch. She emanated a subtle aura, precisely enveloping Chloris. The elf, who was playfully flirting with Luo Yun, was momentarily taken aback. Her complexion paling slightly, she hastily withdrew her hand, her gaze filled with trepidation as she looked towards Finlier. Finlier's narrowed crimson eyes exuded an enigmatic pressure that weighed heavily on Chloris. You are the elf queen. Yet your current prowess seems somewhat misaligned with the tales that have circulated about you. You are the wolf king of the monster forest. Chloris exclaimed, her confusion evident as she regarded Finlier. A colossal mountain range separated the monster forest from the elf forest, yet some information did flow between the two. And the renowned warriors of each realm were not entirely unknown to one another. You are not mistaken. I am indeed that wolf, Finlier replied, arching an eyebrow. Although she was not a wolf king, but a lone wolf, she found no need to elaborate further. My apologies. The circumstances are more favorable for the elves. Chloris promptly acquiesced, bowing to Finlier. Greetings, esteemed wolf king. I implore you, allow Chloris to accompany you. Though I may currently be at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, I still possess considerable utility. I am well versed in the intricacies of human society, and my assistance would be quite beneficial. Finlier remained silent, her delicate chin tilting slightly as she gestured towards Luo Yun. Chloris revealed a knowing smile. She had surmised that this peculiar group was led not by the golden dragon, but by this extraordinarily unique human. Indeed, from Chloris' perspective, Luo Yun was exceptional. As the elf queen, her strength approached the zenith of the world, and her frequent communion with the ancestral elf tree afforded her a heightened sensitivity to the world's nuances. In Luo Yun, she sensed a stature surpassing that of the ancestral tree, almost on par with the world tree itself. This realization was quite daunting, my friend. Upon perceiving a glimpse of Luo Yun's true essence, Chloris' interest in this extraordinary human deepened, leaving her with a splendid initial impression. Such a favored individual by the world would undoubtedly garner the affection of nature's spirits, particularly given the unmistakable air of a novice that surrounded Luo Yun. Chloris found great pleasure in interacting with such uncomplicated newcomers, devoid of ulterior motives. Stop! Luo Yun interjected, swiftly interrupting Chloris' incantation as he moved towards Ao Shui. Come along. I am temporarily residing at Ao Shui's place, and I can certainly assist you in speaking with her. However, I will not make decisions on her behalf. You must persuade her yourself. Small matter. I possess the lowest psychological price point for this batch of goods from the Elf Merchants Association. I believe she will find it intriguing. Is it truly permissible to sell your own confidential information so casually? Consider it a lodging fee from this queen. Had I known, I would have set the price even lower. Chloris, though somewhat capricious, was undeniably astute. In a light-hearted exchange, she and Ao Shui reached an amicable agreement. Of course, the Wofugues Merchants Association warmly welcomes the esteemed queen's temporary residence. Ao Shui smiled warmly, Discreetly retracting the bounty commission Luo Yun had returned to her. She intended to post it on the advertisement board in Wofueg's Square the next day. Though this duality of action felt somewhat unfair to their unfortunate Miss Anavia, Ao Shui had proven herself a competent leader of a grand merchant association. The weighty armor upon her chest shielded her from most pangs of conscience. While her conscience ached slightly, it was not overwhelming. Thank you for your hospitality, President Uxiul, and may our collaboration be fruitful. Chloris beamed sweetly, her visage exuding an innocent charm. At last, the group entered the city. Every brick and tile bore a unique otherworldly flair, the walls shimmering with novel hues. This was the most prosperous urban street Luo Yun had encountered since leaving the forest, with merchants boasting their own storefronts and adventuring teams discussing commissions in the streets. Their equipment appearing refined and their demeanor exuding calm and experience. Here, everyone labored for their dreams, honor, and wealth. This grand commercial metropolis embraced the aspirations of all, their eyes shimmering with hope and ambition. Those who sought comfort and stability would not choose to linger in this city. Upon entering, a carriage from the Wofuegzu Merchants Association arrived to greet Ao Shui. The opulent carriage transported them to a vibrant, picturesque villa district. This area was a private residential zone of the Wofuegzu Merchants Association, inaccessible to outsiders. Only outstanding employees who made significant contributions to the association could own a house within the community. As the president of the association, Ao Shui resided in a grand villa akin to a castle, complete with a sprawling courtyard surrounded by dense greenery. Welcome, esteemed president. Before the courtyard's dark iron gates stood a meticulously groomed old butler in formal attire, awaiting Ao Shui's arrival with a retinue of maids. The old butler, named Kaibo, had once been a young prince of the Heshi kingdom, unsatisfied with a mundane existence in the stationing country. He sought adventure and eventually arrived in the opportunity-rich city of Hamenus. After much deliberation, he ultimately joined the then mid-sized Wofuegzu Merchants Association, drawn in part by the allure of the beautiful and enigmatic president. A youthful infatuation, yet it was destined to be tragic. Upon inadvertently witnessing the president's true dragon form, the young prince was so frightened that he wet his pants, an incident that would haunt him for life. From that day forward, he quelled his youthful exuberance and devoted himself to the association's development. He possessed a remarkable talent for commerce, contributing significantly to the growth of Wofuegzu. In his middle age, he married the daughter of a business partner, a princess from a mid-sized nation. After retiring, he secured a leisurely position in Ao Shui's courtyard, becoming a respected old butler. His youthful dreams had been realized. Though merely an old butler, he commanded respect from kings upon their encounters. Simultaneously, the eternally youthful and beautiful president, endowed with wisdom and strength, became his unwavering faith, the dragon he devoted his life to serving. Kaibo, where is Saint Del? Ao Shui inquired after dispersing the gathered maids at the courtyard entrance. Miss Nate is still attending to matters within the association. She will likely return around sunset. The old butler respectfully replied. I apologize for the inconvenience. Not at all. It is our honor to alleviate the president's burdens. The old butler humbly bowed and then inquired. President, may I ask who these individuals beside you are? In front of her own people, Ao Shui shed her pretense, gesturing towards Finler and Luo Yun. These two, Finler and Luo Yun, are to be regarded as my companions. As for the other three, treat them as you would any regular guests. Old Kaibo regarded Luo Yun and Finler with surprise, understanding and nodding in acknowledgement. Very well, Miss Finler, Master Luo Yun, and these three esteemed guests, please follow me. I will arrange suitable accommodations for you. Should you find them unsatisfactory, you may request a change. Finler's delicate white brows furrowed slightly. Being referred to as Miss by the butler gave her an unsettling impression that Ao Shui had unintentionally elevated herself above her. While she was not overly concerned, it stirred a sense of inexplicable annoyance within her. Observing this, Luo Yun instructed Little Future to procure a cup of vanilla mango pudding. After all, he had brought this forest-dwelling wolf into the outside world, and they would face the unfamiliar together, aiming to cheer her up. Finler, still possessing a touch of youthful spirit, eagerly licked her lips at the sight of the soft, sweet pudding. I want this, give it to me. Here, Luo Yun replied, his face alight with joy as he handed it over. Wow. Finler bit into the tender pudding, her beastly ears quivering with delight. Chloris sniffed the air, a faint sweetness wafting towards her. Her emerald eyes brightened as she turned to Luo Yun. Luo Yun, what is this dessert that resembles slime but has a hint of floral sweetness? I've never encountered such a delicacy before. Just as Chloris was about to build momentum for her request, Luo Yun, perceptively, offered her a cup as well. The pink, strawberry milk-flavored pudding was accepted by Croesus without hesitation as she took a bite. Such a novel texture. Luo Yun paid her no mind, instead distributing a cup of pudding to both the black butterfly and the white butterfly behind him. Oh, thank you, great master. The two butterflies were overwhelmed with gratitude. Why are you crying? Flustered, Luo Yun hurriedly comforted the little creatures before purchasing a cup of caramel pudding that was deeper in color and more layered. Walking over to the old butler, Kaibo. Sir, would you like to try some? It is common among people of Tianqiao to share treats with friends present. A practice known as sharing is caring. You are too polite, just call me Kaibo. The old butler, slightly flustered, accepted the dessert from Luo Yun with great gravity. Yet, he could not help but admire the gentle humility and pure smile of this beautiful youth. Standing upright, he slowly scooped a bite of pudding with his spoon and tasted it. His eyes lit up beneath his graying hair as he instinctively assessed the commercial value of this innovative dessert. He opened his mouth to speak, but noticed Ao Shui gazing at the scene with a silly smile. He had never seen such an expression on the usually reserved and elegant president. Ao Shui was also holding a cup of pudding that Luo Yun had just handed her. Ultimately, Kaibo chose to remain silent, savoring the delightful dessert in his hand. Some things should indeed remain untainted by monetary concerns. Every decade, the president sends someone around the world to procure various desserts, which she then takes alone into the monster forest, claiming it is to visit a dear friend. Initially, the members of the guild were puzzled, but gradually they came under the influence of their esteemed leader. While pursuing wealth, they began to value the sincere emotions around them. The rooms were arranged, and at Ao Shui's suggestion, the rooms for the three distinguished guests were also set within her villa rather than the adjacent wing. Luo Yun's room, located on the second floor, was surveyed by him. The thick magical sheep wool carpet, classical floral wallpaper, and the room adorned with elven art pieces, along with two paintings by renowned human artists, created a lavish yet exotic decor. Despite the opulence, some furnishings struck Luo Yun with a strong sense of déjà vu, such as the faucet engraved with a water-conjuring array, the temperature-adjustable shower, and the self-purifying toilet. According to Ao Shui's introduction, these convenient designs were brought back from other worlds by generations of heroes. Luo Yun felt a deep gratitude for these predecessors who had benefited future generations. Do you know the immense comfort these little designs bring to a reclusive soul like him? With modern furniture already in place, if only the other world had internet access, it would be a game-changer. Enthusiastically, Luo Yun purchased a router, eager to connect his room to the internet. This is a lifeline. I haven't logged into my games for days. Lord Ao Shui. Just as Luo Yun was about to start the installation, a melodious shout echoed from downstairs. He set down his work, opened the door, and peered over the luxurious wide corridor to the staircase. There, a tall girl was excitedly embracing Ao Shui. Her face bore a natural yet subtle beauty, with a pronounced nose and defined lips. Although she was a girl, her slender, expressive eyes conveyed deep emotions. Saint Del Knight, the eldest princess of the Night Kingdom, a rare major power on the Mokoro continent known for producing many knights who became companions to heroes and for its excellent knight training system. It is revered as the homeland of knights. Now, this princess serves as the Secretary General of the Wofugzu Guild, Ao Shui's exclusive secretary. The reason behind this is tied to a classic tale of the despicable goblin and the proud knight, the intricacies of which are not convenient to discuss. Fortunately, the climax of the story involved Ao Shui personally escorting a crucial shipment and inadvertently saving the nearly despairing knight with a breath of dragon fire. In that moment, the brilliant golden dragon became a beacon of hope for the girl. In that remarkable scenario, the knight from the Night Kingdom seemed to fall in love with the dragon. Desperately seeking to be close to her, she successfully joined the Dragon's Guild, distinguishing herself as its secretary. Everything unfolded beautifully until, at the moment of embracing Ao Shui, Saint Del's expression changed dramatically, as if struck by lightning. As an exceptional heir of the Night Kingdom, she was well versed in the knowledge of beast contracts, allowing her to clearly sense that her noble, pure, and powerful Lord Ao Shui had already become someone else's beast. Chapter 34. Fenrir, help me show off. No. Which scoundrel has stolen my home? Saint Del's eyes were aflame with rage as she searched for the faint connection of the contract. She raised her head slightly and locked eyes with Luo Yun, who had stepped out to witness the spectacle. Her gaze was fierce, as if she were ready to devour him. Her teeth gritted in anger with tears brimming in her eyes. Luo Yun instinctively stepped back, feeling as if he had unwittingly stolen someone's beloved. Saint Del retreated a few steps, distancing herself from Ao Shui. Lord Ao Swilly, please forgive my rudeness. She knelt on one knee, her tone solemn. I, Saint Del Knight, request a nightly duel with that insufferable little lord upstairs. She pointed at Luo Yun, her voice brimming with indignation and suppressed fury. In the Night Kingdom, when conflicts arise, it is traditional to engage in a nightly duel, entrusting victory and honor to one's lance and steed. Ao Shui sighed at the determined expression on Saint Del's face, knowing her nature. She turned her gaze to Luo Yun upstairs, a helpless smile gracing her lips. Little brother, please show some mercy to this sister and treat it as a playful match. Don't bully her too much. Lord Ao Swilly QAQ. Saint Del was completely petrified. Ao Shui's words struck her already wounded heart like a critical blow. Luo Yun descended the stairs, a look of confusion on his handsome face. He still could not comprehend why Ao Shui's subordinate would challenge him. However, a flicker of anticipation arose within him. Since defeating Fenrir, he had not engaged in a serious confrontation. Therefore, he found himself intrigued by this challenge. So, what are the rules of this challenge? Luo Yun inquired curiously. This is a duel between knights, us and our steed companions. We shall compete in the arena. Steed? Luo Yun frowned, hesitating. Wait, you can't let Lord Ao Swilly participate. Saint Del declared, unwilling to see the president become another's mount. All right, no problem. I have other companions. Luo Yun smiled, acquiescing to the knightly girl's whims. He planned to ask Fenrir to temporarily play the role of steed and prepared 2 strawberry ice creams as compensation. Ao Shui's courtyard was indeed vast, featuring a designated takeoff and landing area for her dragon form. Now, this expansive lawn would serve as their impromptu duel arena, more than sufficient for their needs. News of their impending duel quickly spread throughout the courtyard. On the lush green grass, a throng of maids hurriedly finished their tasks and gathered curiously to watch. On the meticulously maintained lawn, Luo Yun and Saint Del took their places on opposite sides, creating some distance between them. Saint Del's expression was serious, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Yun. Clad in light armor, the girl appeared sharp and graceful, capturing the attention of many onlooking maids. Go for it, Sister Saint Del. So cool. Marry me, sister. You're not right. Sister, go for it. I'm on your side and the president's. Luo Yun donned casual attire, wishing to present a more serious demeanor. However, as someone who experiences mild social anxiety, he found himself blushing slightly under the scrutiny of a group of youthful and vibrant maids. Despite this, his divinely bestowed good looks radiated an undeniable charm, causing several maidens enthralled by aesthetics to cheer for him. Go, little brother. You're quite handsome. What a fine guest. Where did the president find him? What guest? Butler Kaibo stated that he is now the young master of our courtyard. We should address him as Master Luo Yun. Master Luo Yun is so handsome, so adorable. Sister Saint Del, I'm sorry, I have realized. There is truly no future with the same sex. I think it's you who has become tainted. Though he was new to this place, Luo Yun, through his personal charisma and various factors, managed to garner equal support as Saint Del, who had been established here for quite some time. She, after all, was the most trusted secretary of the president. Saint Del gazed at Luo Yun's face, recognizing its undeniable beauty. Wait, isn't he just a pretty boy? If he won the favor of Lord O'Shea merely by this, I shall never accept it. With a swift motion, Saint Del drew a gleaming silver knight's lance from her storage device, pointing it directly at Luo Yun. Come, let me see what you are truly capable of. What makes you worthy of being chosen by Lord O'Shea? As her words fell, a simple magic circle rapidly formed upon the grass. Summon companion. A resounding and battle-ready roar erupted as a particularly tall, snow-white equine beast materialized within the magic circle. This white warhorse was adorned with delicate, glimmering scales, resembling a creature clad in impenetrable armor. This was a dragon horse, and since then, Saint Del had developed a fondness for dragon-related blood beasts. Such creatures were often powerful and fiercely temperamental, making them difficult to tame as companions. Fortunately, this dragon horse flowed with the bloodline of a white dragon, rendering its temperament relatively mild. The summoning circle for quickly calling mounts had been developed through the collaborative efforts of several saint-level summoners invited by the Night Kingdom. Presently, the Knight's companion summoning had been optimized to minimize the construction time of the circle. Normally, companions could be kept at home, and in times of battle, they could be swiftly summoned to the battlefield through a contract with the beast. However, Saint Del had not formed a contract with the dragon horse. Instead, they had established a mutual assistance agreement, as she harbored bolder ambitions. With agile movements, she mounted the horse, looking down at Luo Yun from her elevated position. "Summon your companion. I wish to see what kind of beast you have contracted besides the president." Saint Del gritted her teeth as she spoke these words. Feeling frustrated at how such a flirtatious character had caught the president's eye, Luo Yun scanned the crowd, noticing that Finler was not among the onlookers. However, she was undoubtedly lurking somewhere, secretly observing the spectacle. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yun summoned the acting skills he possessed in this life. Raising his right hand with a serious expression, "Heed my call and descend before me. Let us battle together. My eternally trusted companion, the magic wolf, Finler." Amidst the crowd's gaze, Luo Yun awkwardly enacted the summoning, while simultaneously establishing a true magical contract with Finler. "Finler, come help me. I'll treat you to strawberry ice cream afterward. I want to. Deal. Hurry up and make your entrance with flair." In a swift motion, as Luo Yun's improvised summoning incantation concluded, a giant wolf with silver-white fur leapt forth like a specter. The two shared a deep connection, their movements synchronized with remarkable harmony. The giant wolf landed gracefully, silent and elegant. Unlike the dragon horse's boisterous neighing, it was a hunter concealed in shadows. Its fur shimmered like the moonlight, adorned with mysterious crimson patterns, and upon ascending to the 10th tier of existence, the magic wolf radiated an aura of divine essence. Even though the silver-white giant wolf remained silent, its profound, translucent crimson eyes revealed a hint of languid indifference. Yet, the moment it appeared, an icy, ruthless menace enveloped the surroundings, instilling an unspoken fear in all present. The beautiful and elegant giant wolf now resembled the scythe of death itself. A single glance left an indelible mark upon the souls of the onlookers. Fortunately, Finler restrained her aura to the utmost, ensuring that the spectators experienced a profound shock to their spirits without suffering physical harm. However, the proud dragon horse and Saint Del were not so fortunate. Facing the imposing silver giant wolf directly, the dragon horse instantly lost its fighting spirit, trembling uncontrollably, ultimately collapsing onto the grass, taking Saint Del down with it in a most undignified manner. Despite the knightly girl's agility, even falling from her mount should not have been so disheveled. Yet under Finler's terrifying pressure, she found even breathing to be a challenge. Saint Del recognized that she had severely underestimated the seemingly harmless youth before her. From the perspective of a summoner or beastmaster, the young man stood as the most terrifying presence on this continent. Although the knight's companion contributed to her combat strength, the young man had undoubtedly defeated her. Yet, Saint Del gritted her silver teeth, suppressing the tears that welled in her eyes. She lifted her right arm, struggling to reach for the fallen knight's lance. Her trusted companion had fallen, but she would not yield, even without her mount. She would exert every ounce of strength to at least thrust her lance at the young man before her. Seeing the stubborn glint in Saint Del's eyes, glistening with unshed tears, Luo Yun could not help but sigh. He had initially fantasized about an honorable duel, with both wielding lances in a gallant charge. However, Finler's entrance shattered that illusion. The opponent could not even stand before her, let alone engage in a charge. Gently stroking Finler's soft, silver fur, he longed to mount her and experience that majestic scene. Alas, that opportunity had passed. He instructed Finler to leave the area. Humph! The silver giant wolf surveyed its surroundings, then raised its head slightly, vanishing from sight with an air of indifference, just as it had appeared like a phantom. As the giant wolf faded from view, a petite white figure emerged, its red eyes keenly observing the duel. At that moment, the knightly girl shakily leaned against her lance, rising to her feet. "Let us duel again, this time, without our companions, relying solely on our individual prowess." Luo Yun understood that the previous encounter would not fully satisfy the stubborn knightly girl, so he gently suggested. He disliked entanglements and preferred to resolve matters at once, aiming to fulfill Saint Del's desires as much as possible. Although it was still somewhat unfair, he would temper his strength, ensuring he did not exceed Finler's overwhelming prowess. Very well, young man. You have gained my respect. You are not merely a pretty face hiding in the background. Indomitable fighting spirit. Saint Del activated a Knight-esque skill that unlocked her latent potential, temporarily dispelling her negative states. Despite her young age, she was a 6th-tier knight. Even without her mount, her knightly skills were formidable, complemented by her excellent royal lance techniques. Night Kingdom's first strike. Without further ado, Saint Del swung her lance, aiming with a sharp angle toward Luo Yun's shoulder, as swift as lightning. Yet, to Luo Yun, her attack appeared as though it were in slow motion, as if he had entered a realm where time itself had decelerated. Luo Yun lacked combat proficiency and experience. He merely extended his fair palm to meet the lance's tip, anticipating its thrust. With a resounding clang, the finely crafted lance shattered upon impact, its sharp tip fracturing along with the lance's seamless body, which became riddled with cracks. A tremendous recoil surged through, causing Saint Del to stagger backward. Her arm that held the lance rendered powerless, hanging limply. With a heavy thud, the lance crashed to the ground, the sound echoing in the now silent arena. As she felt the searing pain coursing through her arm, Saint Del stared in disbelief at Luo Yun's flawless, white palm. Her body, as robust as a mighty dragon, signified her defeat, utter and complete. In every conceivable aspect, she fell short when compared to the delicate youth before her, Luo Yun. As Saint Delia retreated, Luo Yun swiftly cast a wind-based healing spell. Initially intended as a minor multi-target support enchantment, his desperation led him to inadvertently amplify its potency. The warm, healing winds surged forth, imbued with a profound vitality that entirely mended Saint Delia's injuries, even rekindling the faint flicker of despair within her heart. What was merely a mundane wind healing spell unexpectedly bore the uplifting effect of spiritual encouragement. The resurgence winds continuously replenished her vitality, gradually restoring a rosy hue to her pallid cheeks and subtly revealing the charm of her once radiant demeanor. No, stop. There's no need for further healing. Yet, with her injuries healed and spirit invigorated, Saint Delia's aura surged, ultimately breaking through a pivotal threshold. She had ascended to the rank of a 7th-tier knight. Chapter 36. The Path of the White Knight for Saint Delia. The first meeting with the parents? Saint Delia, bewildered, raised her perfectly restored right arm, gazing at the exposed skin. Soft and flawless as the finest jade, radiant with a captivating sheen. Even the lingering dark injuries from years of rigorous training had been healed. She felt an unparalleled sense of ease. Both her mental and physical states had been completely rejuvenated, having regained composure from the shock of her newfound strength. Her gaze towards Luo Yun became imbued with complexity and a hint of peculiar emotion. Tasked as Ao Shue's dedicated secretary, handling her business affairs and enjoying considerable popularity among the maidens of the courtyard, Saint Delia was anything but capricious. In truth, her character was marked by generosity and grandeur. She had already acknowledged Luo Yun's excellence in her heart. Though there remained a gap between him and the esteemed Ao Shue, he was undoubtedly superior to her, the vanquished. Moreover, despite her previous disdain, he had selflessly aided her in healing, enabling her breakthrough. He was indeed a remarkably powerful youth with a gentle disposition. Had they encountered one another in a different context, she would have sought his friendship. Alas, human emotions are intricate. She recognized the youth's merits. Yet the presence of Lady Ao Shue lingered like a knot in her heart, preventing her from confronting him with sincerity. Ao Shue remained silent, observing the scene with a subtle smile of satisfaction. The girl, Saint Delia, indeed possessed exceptional talent. Under the weight of continuous pressure and setbacks, she had managed to break through her own limitations. Noticing the atmosphere grow somewhat somber, Ao Shue understood that the duel had concluded and it was time for her to step in. Approaching Saint Delia, she gently patted the top of her head. Lady Ao Shue, Saint Delia blushed slightly. Ao Shue's beautiful features bore an enigmatic smile as she spoke softly. Saint Delia, I have a suggestion. Would you care to hear it? Of course, Lady Ao Shue. As you can see, I am now the contracted beast of that young man. Is it truly so? Upon hearing Ao Shue's admission, the last vestiges of Saint Delia's fantasies shattered, rendering her once vibrant face as pale as a doll's. Her heart sank. Thus, you two have ascended to the 7th tier. Would you consider becoming his guardian knight? If so, you would, like me, become each other's closest companions and dear sisters. What? Saint Delia's eyes lit up. Could it indeed be so? Stealing a glance at Luo Yun, she set aside her prejudices, realizing that this handsome young man was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. If he donned a gown, he would perfectly embody a beautiful princess abducted by a fearsome dragon. She admitted to feeling a stir in her heart. As a righteous and fearless knight, she would take on both the dragon and the princess. Ao Shue's words opened her mind to new possibilities. Indeed, when it comes to vision, Lady Ao Shue is unparalleled. What if the dragon steals away the beloved princess? Fear not. As long as I conquer the dragon, the princess shall naturally be mine. With renewed ambition, Saint Delia embraced her knightly path. Before reaching the 7th tier, knights must diligently hone their skills and seek compatible mounts. However, once they attain the 7th tier, they embark on a new journey known as the Trial of the Heart. 7th tier knights must confront their innermost selves to advance. The stronger their convictions, the more rapid their progress, and the more solid their power becomes. The concept of the true heart is nebulous. Some knights pursue wealth and power, while others uphold virtue. Through the trial of the heart, they gradually come to understand their true selves and take the next step. Those whose true hearts serve their own interests break through to the 8th tier, becoming black knights, while those whose hearts are altruistic ascend as white knights. There exists no inherent morality in either path. Rather, they reflect differing personal philosophies. A black knight may act heroically for personal gain, while a white knight may wield a merciless blade in loyalty to their cause. Having just ascended to the 7th tier, Saint Delia had commenced her own trial of the heart, choosing the path of a guardian knight among the white knights, with Luo Yun as her target. With a deep breath, she addressed the bewildered youth. Might I inquire if your name is Luo Yun? Luo Yun was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding. Yes, that is correct. A hint of apology graced Saint Delia's expression as she continued. I must apologize. My earlier actions were impulsive. Not at all. It's quite all right. Luo Yun hastily waved his hand, as he had, after all, been the one who had been bullying her throughout their duel. To atone for my misstep, Saint Delia stepped closer to Luo Yun, scrutinizing the youth she had only just met. In truth, her heart was somewhat whimsical. To become his guardian knight upon their first encounter was rather absurd. As she approached, his features became clearer. His fair complexion and strikingly handsome visage radiated a unique charm. The aura he exuded was complex, a blend of various qualities, yet amidst the gentleness and allure, there lay a distinct ethereal grace, welcoming to all. Caught in the depths of his curious, clear black eyes, Saint Delia momentarily lost her train of thought, then shook her head to regain her focus, her resolve strengthening. She knelt on one knee, placing a hand over her heart, her clenched fist aligned with her chest. O goddess of justice, Gades, she proclaimed, I, Saint Delia Knight, hereby vow to become the guardian knight of the one before me, to protect his friends and family, as well as himself. I shall be the sword in his hand, cutting down all foes and obstacles that lie ahead. Luo Yun was utterly bewildered. Observing Ao Shue's amused expression, he quickly reached out through their bond, seeking clarification. What on earth is happening? Weren't you supposed to comfort her? How did it escalate to this? With a twinkle in her eye, Ao Shue winked at Luo Yun. Saint Delia not only possesses a distinguished background, but also remarkable business acumen. At such a young age, she has embarked on the path of knightly cultivation. A talent like hers must be nurtured. Do you think she would abandon her royal status to become my secretary for no reason? Now that I am bound to you by contract, you should take responsibility and share the burden, becoming her new goal to retain her as a valuable asset for my business. Luo Yun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ao Shue, who had consistently exhibited grace and composure, even displaying a touch of childlike innocence in front of Finleal, could possess such cunning. Wait, is this really all right? Ao Shue arched an eyebrow, retorting, what is the matter with you, being a boy and hesitating? She yes on her knees waiting for your response. Hurry up and give her a decisive answer. Well then, Luo Yun steeled himself. He was indeed an LSB. What was there to fear in acquiescing? Very well, I accept your oath. With a crack. As his words fell, the space surrounding both him and Saint Delia began to fracture, as if severed from reality, freezing time in that moment. Their consciousness was drawn into a wondrous realm. Familiar sights, sofa, table, television, ceiling, assailed Luo Yun's memories. This was my home. Indeed. It closely resembled the apartment where he had resided for an extended period, save for the television in the living room, which displayed the duel that had just transpired in Ao Shue's courtyard. The scene was frozen at the moment when Saint Delia knelt before him, pledging her vow. On the sofa before the television reclined an ethereal beauty, serene and composed, a divine goddess, the creator god, Luo Yun, whom he had not seen for many days. Chapter 37, The Fanatic? Child, come here. Luo Yun gestured for Luo Yun to approach, her posture poised upon the sofa. Lady Luo. The space suddenly shifted. And although Luo Yun was initially taken aback, all his thoughts settled into tranquility at the moment he beheld Ilia Udaya, leaving only feelings of comfort and trust. Ilia, with her delicate brow furrowed, reached out her slender hand to embrace Luo Yun. Nestled in the warmth of her embrace, Luo Yun inhaled a soothing fragrance, affectionately murmuring her name. Having offered countless prayers of gratitude to Lord Ilia, he instinctively voiced his thoughts in a moment of excitement. After sharing a tender hug with her beloved child, Ilia Udaya released him, casting a glance at the stunned Saint Del, who stood frozen in place. Under the unyielding gaze of the girl with golden eyes, Saint Del swallowed hard, a wave of immense trepidation rising within her. She quickly lowered her gaze, unable to bear the scrutiny, despite merely sitting on the sofa and appearing even younger than her. The pressure exerted by the girl was more terrifying than that faced when confronting Finler. This pressure was not like Finler's deliberate targeting. The girl merely observed her, devoid of malice. Yet, Saint Del could not quell her anxiety. Her soul, her muscles, every single cell in her body trembled uncontrollably. They clamored for her to kneel in reverence before the girl, for standing in her presence felt like the gravest disrespect. However, Saint Del found herself unable to comply. Under the girl's gaze, she dared not make a single move. It was a situation entirely different from facing Finler. Even in the face of Finler, she had the courage to reach for her weapon, albeit with difficulty. Yet before this girl, she felt no external restraints. Yet a fear and reverence from the depths of her soul rendered her incapable of even meeting her eyes. Pathetic. Ilia Udaya's indifferent tone plunged Saint Del into despair. Child, do you know why I summoned you? When addressing Luo Yun, Ilia Udaya's voice, though still flat, bore a softer resonance. I don't know, Luo Yun replied, bewildered, equally curious about why Lord Ilia had called for him. Because you are utterly inadequate, child. Ilia Udaya's cheeks puffed slightly, and in that moment, the merciless deity resembled an adorable girl, radiating unparalleled charm and allure. To be your devoted follower, you must possess the strength akin to that of a little wolf. At the very least, you should reach the level of that little sprite. This human is far too mediocre. She does not deserve such a fate. Ilia Udaya expressed her frustration as if she had just witnessed a most displeasing plot twist in a series she was following. Is that truly the case? Luo Yun's eyes widened in surprise, filled with remorse as he glanced at Saint Del, whose face bore the expression of someone abandoned by the entire world. Looking exceedingly pitiful, he anticipated that Lord Ilia would constantly be watching over him, leading to the unintended consequences that had caused her to inadvertently receive the ire of the Creator. However, since this is your choice, I shall support you. With a graceful wave of her hand, Ilia Udaya sent a golden light towards Saint Del's smooth forehead, penetrating her brow. Saint Del's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed onto the ground. What happened to her? Luo Yun inquired curiously, confident that Lord Ilia would not resort to malevolence, yet uncertain about what she had done to Saint Delaware. This is the legacy of a Night King from human history. Should this human successfully inherit it, she will be worthy of becoming your guardian knight. Ilia Udaya spoke nonchalantly, as if discarding something trivial. Yet, the Night King she referenced was the greatest ruler in human history, who, during a time of chaos, single-handedly repelled the Demon King's invasion without relying on the strength of heroes from another world. Unfortunately, in that prolonged war, the Night King perished, leaving her realm in disarray, gradually leading to its decline and eventual fragmentation. Subsequent human kingdoms learned from this lesson, opting never to confront the Demon King's army head-on again, instead becoming the supportive allies of heroes from other worlds, which was the most rational decision for a human monarch. Thus, the Night King who dared to confront and succeed against the Demon King's forces stands as a unique anomaly in human history, a rarity indeed. As a result, Her essence was inscribed by the root consciousness of the world and bestowed upon Ilya Udaya as a gift. Though Ilya Udaya held little interest in it, she accepted this exquisite treasure birthed by her eldest daughter, now granting it to another child to assist her chosen knight in transformation. After all, in her eyes, this knightly maiden's potential was far too ordinary, unworthy of becoming her child's knight. This discontented her, making her experience rather unpleasant. Fortunately, Ilya Udaya was not merely a viewer. She was the creator, capable of rewriting any narrative that displeased her. She could be the most capricious being in existence. Yet as a deity, her nature remained detached, perceiving all things as insignificant as ants, rarely allowing her emotions to waver. The only matters that could stir her heart were those related to the world's essence and Luo Yun. In these past few days, following Luo Yun's perspective allowed her a fresh glimpse of the beautiful world she had created, providing her with a novel sensory experience. For instance, that little deity, Mo Early, had built a rather impressive city that brought her child such joy. Indeed, it was an oversight to claim that all ants were insignificant. Among them existed some exceptional beings, like certain deities born from the laws she established during creation. They could be delightful little creatures, garnering her attention more than the inconsequential ants, albeit only slightly more. However, at this very moment, a poor girl lying unconscious on the ground was undergoing the trial of the Night King. Chapter 38. Kanoki Lornayette before her lay an arena steeped in ancient architectural style, still remarkably new, evoking a sense of familiarity in St. Delaware. The capital of the Night Kingdom also boasted a historic arena, albeit one that had been renovated numerous times. Yet, within its overall structure, traces of the current arena could still be discerned. The arena in the Night Kingdom is one of the most renowned tourist destinations on the continent, known as the Arena of the Night King. Each year, curious travelers and bards flock to see the relics left by the Night King, making this arena a hallmark of the Night Kingdom as a land of knights. To better promote and manage it, the Night Kingdom holds various festivals and events in the arena every few years, where visitors can purchase tickets to enter, making each event highly popular and well-attended. However, compared to the lively atmosphere of festival celebrations, the arena before her was starkly silent, imbued with an air of solemnity. "Oh, I never expected there would be descendants to inherit my legacy." A deep voice resonated within the arena, tinged with a hint of surprise. It was a melodious voice, possessing a commanding allure that could compel submission. A flush of excitement blossomed on St. Del's previously numb face. The moment she stepped into this arena, she understood her mission and the identity of the entity that bestowed this opportunity upon her. Upon realizing everything, she felt utterly numb. Her brief experiences within this time frame were beyond description. Even though her mind felt overloaded, the authoritative yet slightly surprised voice rekindled emotions in her once vacant eyes. In the center of the arena stood a girl clad in armor, striding forth with a graceful yet valiant demeanor, emerging from the annals of history. The girl was petite, with golden hair and azure eyes, her face exuding both youthful exuberance and striking beauty, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, and her small mouth adorned with an exuberant smile. Despite being a girl, she possessed a spirit no less gallant than any man. She was the Night King, a ruler who emerged brilliantly during an era ravaged by war. Shining brightly throughout her time, St. Del knelt on one knee before the girl, speaking earnestly as she paid her respects. "Seventh-tier White Knight, St. Del, presents herself before your majesty, the Night King." Princess St. Del Nate, the 79th of the Night Kingdom, pays her respects to the ancestor. Indeed, St. Del had performed this gesture of respect many times today, but this instance was unique. She bowed with the deepest reverence, harboring profound respect for this legendary monarch before her. Kanoki Lornayette. She was forever the most esteemed ancestor in the hearts of the royal descendants of the Night Kingdom. Nate? This familiar term stirred the ethereal memories of Kanoki Lornayette. Unexpectedly, a small capital from long ago has now become the name of a nation. Ancestor, we, the descendants, are here. Kano Cairo waved her little hand, her exquisite and beautiful face adorned with a carefree smile. "All is past. My actions and words are now history, without regret." "Oh, do you not understand? It seems I should not have resorted to such flowery language. What I mean is, I will ensure that my deeds, no matter how displeasing, are etched into history. Remember this." St. Del, momentarily taken aback, intended to express that they, the descendants, have never regretted the decisions of their ancestors, taking pride in the bloodline of the Night King. However, the sight before her, this petite girl exuding arrogance and defiance, shattered her illusions. Why do you wear such an expression as well? Kanokaro furrowed her small brows, sensing something was amiss. Speak honestly, how did those chroniclers note my deeds? Saint Del hesitated, gazing at the ancestor before her, stammering. In the books, you are depicted as the greatest Night King, embodying light and justice, possessing all 8 virtues. A military genius who sacrificed yourself in the final battle to defeat the Demon King, thus bringing long-awaited peace to the world. Joy flickered in Kanekairo's beautiful azure eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by a hint of sadness. I never expected to be written about in such a manner. At least there is some conscience. It is no wonder those fellows displayed the same disillusioned expressions when they first laid eyes on me. After Saint Del recounted the book's contents, pride and admiration illuminated her features. Seeing this, Kanokaro sighed softly, her gaze complex. Forget what the book says, it is all a deception. The true me is merely a proud and headstrong little princess who could not tolerate a vast nation waiting idly for heroes in the face of foreign invasions. In the face of the Demon King's army, they did not even attempt to resist, claiming that as long as a hero arrived, everything would be reclaimed. I refuse to accept this. I believe one can defend their own country without a hero. Thus, I secretly destroyed the hero summoning array and led my knightly order to the front lines. Is that so? Saint Del seemed to see the youthful and naive version of herself. She too had once been a headstrong princess until one day, she was severely beaten by goblins. Hence, Saint Del keenly detected the sarcasm in Kanekairo's tone. What does it matter if one is exceptionally gifted? War is brutally merciless. I have often wished to return to the past and slay that arrogant little princess with a single strike. With a self-deprecating smile, Kanekairo tossed the long sword from her small hand before Saint Delaware. But ancestor, you succeeded. You are the heroic Night King who repelled the Demon King's army. Yes, I have indeed succeeded. Upon hearing this, the sadness in Kanekairo's eyes vanished, and her delicate lips curled into a bold, exuberant smile. Therefore, I am not a sinner who brings calamity to the nation. I defeated the Demon King. I am right. There is no need for a hero. Those knights who fought bravely alongside me are the true heroes. Their story should be inscribed in the annals of history. Saint Del seemed to understand why the ancestor spoke so insincerely. She represented those knights who chose to follow her. As long as the Night King ultimately emerged victorious as the savior, all those knights were heroes, and every sacrifice held significance. Saint Del finally comprehended the burdens carried by this resplendent Night King before her. Having trained alongside Ao Shui for many years, she realized she was no longer the naive little princess. She quickly spoke to comfort her. Yes, ancestor. The deeds of those knights who once followed and supported you have all been meticulously recorded by the seers and are currently preserved in the Grand Library of the Night Kingdom. Splendid work. Kanekairo chuckled heartily, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Enough of this idle chatter. We must now get to the main topic. Saint Del, pick up the sword on the ground and prepare to receive the Night King's legacy. Chapter 39. The ancestor's first lesson. Saint Del obediently picked up the long sword from the ground. It felt icy in her grip, an ordinary training sword. Thrust the sword at me, Saint Del. Kanekairo squinted and commanded with a serious tone, simultaneously releasing her battle-hardened aura. Upon hearing this command, Saint Del instinctively glanced at the sword in her hand, momentarily recalling her shattered knight spear. That was the consequence of her overestimating herself and attacking a stronger foe. Sensing Saint Del's hesitation, Kanekairo frowned and reprimanded her softly. As a descendant of the Night King, do you lack the courage to strike at me? Upon hearing this, Saint Del bit her lip, her hesitant gaze gradually transforming into determination. She recalled the events of the day, from having the admired president taken away to experiencing 2 consecutive dueling failures, then advancing to the 7th tier, discovering her path as a knight, and becoming a guardian knight for others. Typically, a story would conclude here, yet these incidents merely served as an appetizer. The main course was yet to come. The identity of the person she vowed to protect was incredibly daunting, and immediately after the oath, she was presented before their parent. After being scrutinized, she received a rather harsh critique. She felt almost bewildered. Compared to these experiences, battling the Night King here seemed trivial. It matters not, ancestor. Let us proceed. Saint Del's charming face bore a slightly broken smile as she gripped her sword and charged at Kanokairo without hesitation. Allow me to witness the might of the ancestor. Kanokairo's pink lips curved into a beautiful arc, her azure eyes sparkling with a hint of appreciation. Exactly. This is the kind of reckless, all-out spirit I want to see. You better watch closely, little princess of the Night Kingdom. Kanokairo's delicate hand formed a fist in midair, golden light converging within, gradually solidifying into a dazzling golden sword. This is the holy sword unique to the Night King, the sword of shining victory. My sword. With a casual motion, Kanokairo positioned the sword horizontally, blocking Saint Del's thrust with ease, dissipating the force with a slight tremor. Clang. Saint Del swung her sword with fervor, feeling exhilarated as she executed a series of knightly slashes. The whirling sword shadows, imbued with incredible ferocity, descended like a rain of blades. Kanokairo effortlessly parried each strike, allowing Saint Del to vent her pent-up frustrations. She could sense the myriad of complicated emotions brewing within this descendant. Simultaneously, the holy sword's radiance subtly infused Saint Del's body, as the energy within her circulated throughout. In a state of rapture, Saint Del swung her sword again and again, her energy depleting continuously, only to be replenished by the holy light emanating from the sword. This subtle process deepened with every moment. Crack. After an indeterminate duration of intense slashing, the training sword in Saint Del's hand could no longer withstand the strain and developed a crack. Observing that the moment was ripe, Kanokairo slightly increased her force, shattering Saint Del's sword completely. Saint Del's expression froze, halting her movements, her face reflecting excitement as she gazed at Kanokairo. Ancestor. Just as she was getting into the groove, the sudden break of her sword left her feeling unsettled. Kanokairo's lips curved upwards as she guided her. It is indeed quite disheartening and frustrating to possess no indestructible weapon, isn't it? Saint Del recalled her knight's spear, which had accompanied her for so long. It lay shattered. Though she could take it to a dwarven forge to seek a master for repairs, perhaps even enhancements, she knew she could never trust it as she once did. Thus, this is the first lesson I impart to you. Now, channel your imagination and concentrate your energy in your hand to manifest the weapon that best suits you. Saint Del complied, and although she had faced criticism from Iladea, her innate talent remained high. Soon, she tapped into the mysterious power that had surfaced within her, a gentle glow extending from the remnants of the broken sword in her hand. Eventually, a translucent phantom sword appeared in Saint Del's grasp. Ancestor, this is the first legacy and trial of the Night King, to forge my holy sword. I am not a hero and cannot draw forth that sword specifically designed to vanquish the Demon King. Kanokairo placed her hands on her hips, feigning pride. But it matters not. Without the hero's holy sword, I shall forge one myself. I can still cleave the Demon King to tears. Saint Del gazed at the sword in her hand, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Ancestor, in the legendary tales, you have acquired a weapon that rivals the illustrious holy sword of the hero, and it turns out you forged it yourself. However, the one I possess is also a holy sword. Upon seeing the confusion in Saint Dyer's eyes, Kanakalor grinned triumphantly, her youthful visage resembling that of a child boasting about a prized toy. This extraordinary creation is a unique skill devised by your astute and unparalleled ancestor. As long as your spirit remains unyielding, the sword shall not shatter. The stronger your heart and the firmer your resolve, the more indestructible this blade becomes. Unassailable. Saint Dyer comprehended the revelation, awakening to the truth. The world questioned why the holy sword of the Night King did not endure through generations. It was, in fact, merely a skill, lacking a physical form. How remarkable is our ancestor, whose skill can conjure a sword that rivals the holy sword of the hero. Kanakalor felt a twinge of insecurity, averting her gaze. Whether it can truly compare to the hero's holy sword might depend on the wielder. Yet, for the sake of her legacy, she proudly lifted her chin. Do you not recognize my identity? By the way, ancestor, does your holy sword skill possess any special effects? It is indestructible. Anything else? It is as solid as a rock. Anything more? It is as secure as an impregnable fortress. Besides its durability, does it have any other unique effects? Perhaps something like a magic breaking capability? Is sturdiness not sufficient? Kanakalore's petite form radiated a lion-like aura as she glared fiercely. Enough. The sword of our ancestor is the mightiest. It is as steadfast as a mountain. Saint Dire hastily soothed the irate Night King. For a knight, indeed, durability is the paramount quality of a weapon. Although its characteristics may be somewhat simplistic, surely this skill deserves a resounding name? Saint Dire inquired curiously. Then, ancestor, does your skill have a name? Kanakalore raised an eyebrow, displeased. Did I not just tell you? It is called my sword. Saint Dire's expression faltered at once. She cautiously inquired, Ancestor, may I rename the skill? Chapter 40, My Holy Sword. Impudent. Such a distinctive name, and you wish to change it? Kanakalore huffed, waving her hand dismissively. Very well. Since you cannot accept it, I shall not insist. You may use its alternative name, My Holy Sword. Saint Dire nodded vigorously, filled with gratitude. Thank you, Ancestor, for bestowing this sword. I shall diligently practice with my holy sword. At least this name can be shouted in battle. If it feels monotonous, one can always add some grandiose prefixes. Enough for today. Remember to summarize and reflect on what you've learned. Kanakalore's lips curled into a faint smile. You, my successor, are quite to my liking. The inheritance is not over yet. Saint Dire was taken aback, as she had thought the Night King's legacy was a one-time affair. What else? Kanakalore cast a sidelong glance, adopting a serious tone. Do you expect to inherit all my skills in such a brief period, Saint Dire? As a knight, one must not be too impetuous. The mastery of martial arts cannot be rushed. Thank you for your guidance, Ancestor. Saint Dire committed this to memory. Facing the illustrious Night King, she appeared humble and eager to learn. Study diligently. Kanakalore nodded approvingly, then recalled something and asked Saint Dire, by the way, I almost forgot to ask, since you have chosen the path of the Guardian Knight, who is it that you intend to protect? Saint Dire hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate her journey to becoming a Guardian Knight. Never mind, I'll just ask directly. Male or female? Male. Why the confusion? Because I chose to become a Guardian Knight for a revered lady. Oh, Kanakalore's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Saint Dire. Elaborate. Ancestor. Saint Dire's expression grew troubled. Speak quickly. Otherwise, I will cease your instruction. For the sake of gossip, this reckless Night King seemed willing to forego her teachings. Faced with her ancestor's blatant threat, Saint Dire gritted her teeth, resolving to be bold for a moment. After all, who isn't a willful little princess? I will tell you. Ancestor, just listen. Just now, the esteemed person I admired was taken from me, and I dueled with that individual twice as a knight, both times to no avail. Hence, I intend to take an indirect approach to win him over, so that person remains mine. Kanakalore furrowed her brow deeply, a displeased expression crossing her face as she regarded Saint Dire. You are the descendant of the Night King, who is worthy of such antics. Even if your affections lie with a woman, just take her. He seems to be the child of the Creator God. What audacity! Truly, you are my descendant. You dare to pursue even the child of the Creator God. Saint Dire widened her eyes, watching her ancestor's expression shift rapidly. How swift the change. Truly, she is the Night King. Saint Dire lowered her head to hide her expression, unwilling to voice her thoughts. You may return for now. Once you have mastered my holy sword, I will invite you back for further lessons. Satisfied with her gossip, Kanakalore lightly waved her hand, dispersing the holy sword she held, transforming it into glimmering motes of golden light. Saint Dire felt a sudden darkness envelop her, expelled from this wondrous realm of consciousness. Outside, Luo Yun acted as a cushion for Rodea, awaiting Saint Dire's awakening. He moved her to a nearby short sofa. While he was drawn into Rodea's embrace on the long sofa, his limbs were playfully manipulated, resembling a well-behaved, adorable doll. Lady Rodea said this was to check his health. Luo Yun's fair, delicate face flushed with embarrassment as he struggled to suppress the strange sensations rising within him. Rodea gently pinched Luo Yun's tender arm, her commanding golden eyes softening with affection. Your mastery of the elemental magic principles is commendable. I have enhanced your abilities slightly. Now, child, you can utilize the rules of all elemental magic. Additionally, the knowledge base has been updated, incorporating the phonetics of dragon and elven magic. When did that happen? Luo Yun blinked in astonishment, suppressing his embarrassment. His eyes sparkled with amazement. He had thought Lady Rodea merely regarded him as a pretty plaything. But it turned out she was upgrading his system. Just as Luo Yun completed his upgrade, Saint Dire, reclining against a cushion on the sofa, abruptly opened her eyes. A strange feeling met her gaze. Furrowing her brow, her consciousness still hazy, she pushed against the armrests of the sofa to compose herself. Then, she beheld Luo Yun, blushing and nestled closely against Rodea. Oh, I saw nothing. Saint Dyer panicked, quickly closing her eyes and falling back. It was all a dream. She had not yet awakened. She truly saw nothing. Luo Yun, noticing Saint Dyer's trembling form, gritted his teeth and summoned immense willpower to extricate himself from Rodea's warm embrace. Rodea's expression briefly darkened, but soon returned to indifference. Luo Yun shifted on the long sofa, drawing closer to Saint Dyer, kneeling on the cushion and gently nudging her. Hey, stop pretending. Wake up. Tell me what the Night King's inheritance is like. Did they teach you any powerful techniques or bestow upon you any divine artifacts? Or perhaps leave you with a treasure map? Luo Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke, eager to learn of the ancient and powerful legacy of a predecessor. Akin to a protagonist in a tale. To his astonishment, such an event unfolded before him. Truly marvelous. Saint Dyer could no longer maintain her facade. Cautiously opening her eyes to glance at Rodea on the sofa. Once she confirmed that the latter's attention was not on her, she sighed in relief. Observing Luo Yun's eager expression, a sheepish smile graced Saint Dyer's face as she conjured a faint light sword in her hand. Luo Yun. The ancestor only taught me the method to condense the holy sword. Nothing else was provided. Luo Yun, sensing Saint Dyer's reticence, found himself at a loss for words. As he too felt nervous in the presence of Rodea, unable to speak loudly. Rodea, who had been watching Luo Yun intently, finally cast a glance at Saint Dyer and the sword in her hand. Chapter 41. Treasures Beyond Measure Through Training Battles and Conversations with Kinukaluo. Saint Delia has confronted her inner self more directly. Becoming a guardian knight of the Son of God is not a source of shame. Rather, it has earned her the admiration of her ancestors. Thus, she strides confidently along the path of the 7th tier of heart refinement, now remarkably close to completion. Mere moments away from realizing her true self and breaking through to the 8th tier. It is hard to believe, for not long ago, she was merely an ordinary 6th tier knight. Indeed, I shall permit you to become the guardian knight of the child, Aloyda declared, averting her gaze from Saint Delia and focusing intently on Luo Yun. With Aloyda's acknowledgement, Saint Delia's cheeks flushed crimson, her lips and chin quivering with excitement. In that instant, it felt as though she had received the highest praise in the world. Luo Yun's reaction, however, was quite different. He bore the weight of the Creator's pressure, and his expression became notably strained. Keep your focus, Aloyda instructed. Fortunately for Luo Yun, his situation was far better than Saint Delia's. Faced with the inscrutable gaze of the Creator, he still managed to muster the courage to speak. Since Saint Delia has received your approval, may we return now? Well, as it is the child's wish, Aloyda nodded in agreement, her expression remaining impassive. She conjured a remote control and pressed it against the paused television screen in the living room. The space shifted and consciousness drifted. When Luo Yun opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by the curious figures of maidens in the expansive lawn of the courtyard. Before him knelt Saint Delia, solemnly pledging her oath. Time seemed to have been suspended. Only upon their return to consciousness did the flow of time resume. Oh, is this how things can develop? Luo Yun exclaimed. Very well, I accept your oath. Suddenly, it feels like Sister Saint Delia and young Master Luo Yun are quite the match. One is so handsome, and the other so adorable. I can totally see it. The maidens chattered animatedly, though some noticed the peculiar changes. Chloris's light green eyes narrowed slightly. At the moment Luo Yun accepted the oath, she sensed that Saint Delia, who had just broken through to the 7th tier and was previously unstable, had suddenly become remarkably solid, her power surging to nearly rival that of an 8th tier holy knight. Fenrir and Aoxu also perceived this, but they understood the mystery surrounding Luo Yun and found the scene entirely normal. Of course, the two small creatures, Black Butterfly and White Butterfly, also sensed the anomaly, their eyes gleaming with envy at Saint Delia's transformative change. How infuriating! We were the first to arrive. Under the eager and pleading gazes of the two little ones, Luo Yun felt a twinge of guilt and averted his eyes. A 7th tier Saint Delia had already drawn Aloyda's discontent. He could only imagine the chaos that would ensue if two 3rd tier little ones were added to the mix. Perhaps it would be best to wait until they had leveled up a bit more. As the sun set and the night deepened, the stars twinkled overhead, and the evening breeze rustled through the meticulously maintained high trees in the courtyard. Inside Aoxu's villa, the decor blended ancient elegance with otherworldly magic, dominated by hues of black and red, complemented by a touch of silver and jade. The space exuded understated luxury, evoking a sense of warmth akin to returning home. In the grand hall, an exquisite long table was adorned with various delicacies, and fine bone china gleamed with elegance. A vibrant bouquet of golden roses graced the table. However, Aoxu did not indulge in the feast prepared by the old butler. Instead, she instructed Kaibo to remove the food and distribute it among the maidens in the courtyard. Little brother Luo Yun, Aoxu turned with a playful wink, her voice soft and suggestive. Sister prefers the otherworldly delicacies you prepare. Understanding her hint, Luo Yun summoned Little Future with confidence, his commercial funds now quite ample thanks to the contributions of Black Butterfly and White Butterfly. Customer, how may I assist you? The adorable little sprite appeared, beaming with hospitality. Could you arrange a dinner for us? I'm not short on funds, so feel free to go all out. Absolutely. Little Future's smile grew even more enthusiastic. Sensing something amiss, Luo Yun quickly added, but please, no extravagant feast like a full imperial banquet. There are only 6 of us, so let us not go overboard. Understood, customer. Little Future's enthusiasm visibly waned. Please hold on. I will arrange it right away. Soon, a family-sized round dining table materialized before Luo Yun. Aoxu's golden eyes lit up as she swiftly stowed away the exquisite redwood long table into a spatial artifact. She had immediately chosen the small round table, envisioning the joy of dining with close companions around it, reminiscent of the delightful picnic from the previous night. Following the table were 6 elegantly carved Huanghuali wooden chairs. Then came the highlight. The glass turntable atop the round table began to fill with a variety of dishes, expertly curated by Little Future to suit Luo Yun's taste, featuring a spread predominantly from the celestial realm. One dish of vibrant green longjing shrimp, a bowl of milky fish soup, and a plate of fragrant red braised pork, all served in a large water porcelain bowl adorned with lotus petals. Brimming with steaming lotus leaf chicken, altogether, there were more than 10 delectable dishes. It must be said that Little Future displayed remarkable professionalism as a front desk sprite, and Luo Yun was thoroughly satisfied with the dinner arrangement. Customer, a fine set of Huanghuali table and chairs, along with a feast for the senses, totals 3,990,000. Please verify. How expensive? Indeed. The main cost comes from the exquisite table and chairs crafted from the finest fragrant rosewood. I've even bundled it into a special offer. You won't regret it. So this was your scheme, Luo Yun thought to himself, feeling a twitch at the corner of his eye, realizing he had been ensnared. However, he brushed it aside, for Little Future was indeed of such a nature, and Aoxu seemed quite fond of the set. After all, it wasn't disposable. They could use it every day, so why not? Upon seeing the lavish spread, Finlier could no longer contain herself and promptly pulled out a chair, plopping herself down. Luo Yun chuckled as he sat beside her, arranging her utensils, while Aoxu took a seat on Finlier's other side. What are you all standing around for? Come sit down. Dinner is about to begin. Black Butterfly and White Butterfly were less particular. Upon hearing their master's command, they hurried to Luo Yun's side, nimbly climbing onto chairs. Saint Delia appeared more reserved, her royal etiquette from childhood holding her back. Having become Luo Yun's guardian knight, she had also moved into Aoxu's villa, which filled her with a small thrill. After all, even as Aoxu's secretary, she had never had the privilege of cohabitation, but had resided in her own apartment within the nearby Wofuegzu community. Please, sit beside me. Aoxu gestured to the empty chair next to her, her lovely face adorned with a gentle smile. Saint Delia was momentarily entranced by the sincere smile from the president. Thank you so much, President. Chapter 42. Time for games. Once everyone was seated, Luo Yun noticed Chloris joyfully scooping up a spoonful of longjing shrimp to savor. A curious thought crossed his mind. Chloris, can sprites eat meat? As she relished the tender, bouncy shrimp, Chloris chewed thoughtfully before responding with delight. Why not? Even plants digest and absorb the remains of fallen magical beasts. As children of nature, how could we step outside of nature's cycle? However, many among us sprites prefer fruits and vegetables, believing meat to be too strong in flavor. It all comes down to individual taste. Chloris tilted her alabaster neck. sipping the creamy fish soup, her lips glistening with satisfaction as her verdant eyes narrowed in pleasure. I am quite indiscriminate when it comes to food. As long as it is delicious, I am willing to accept it. Trying culinary delights from various regions is an indispensable part of an adventurous life. It turns out that the spirits of this world can indulge in meat as well. Uncertain whether this knowledge is of any use, Luo Yun nodded in realization and lowered his head to savor the food in his bowl, ceasing all idle chatter. After all, with Finlier, the voracious eater, present, if he were to eat slowly, he might be left with less than he desired. Following a delightful dinner, Luo Yun hurried back to his room, eager to set up his Wi-Fi, which was only halfway installed. He absolutely had to play games tonight. Nothing could stand in his way. Finlier, with her sparkling red eyes, quietly trailed behind him, intrigued by the electronic devices she had shared memories of. The two little butterflies, black and white, followed their elder sister's footsteps. Ao Shue's lips were always adorned with a faint, enigmatic smile as she beckoned the maid to clean up the remnants of the meal. As Lady Cheryl was about to speak, Ao Shue raised her snow-white wrist, lightly shaking a slender finger to interrupt her words. Since you have chosen to become Luo Yun's guardian knight, I shall not conceal anything from you. My true name is Ao Shue. Cheryl is merely a fictitious name crafted for convenience. I have considered you a true ally, which is why I have entrusted you with this secret, my dear girl. Listening to Ao Shue's words, Saint Del's handsome face broke into a silly smile, a wave of happiness surging within her. Unintentionally overhearing their conversation, Croy lifted an eyebrow, her light green eyes glancing meaningfully at the gentle Ao Shue. You certainly do not shy away from revealing such matters, do you? Croy shook her head and, disregarding Ao Shue's subtle implication, made her way toward the staircase. Humph. Those people rushed upstairs right after dinner, clearly hiding something fun. I cannot miss out. While dealing with the dim-witted Saint Del, Ao Shue glanced towards Croy, whose petite figure was filled with excitement as she cheerfully headed towards Luo Yun's room. Ao Shue's clear golden eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of her lips curling into a meaningful smile. Saint Del, let us visit the Merchant Guild. I need you to report on the affairs of the past few days. Yes, Lady Ao Shue. While you were away, there has been new progress in the Dwarven Guild's developments. Although Ao Shue had left for a few days with Saint Del temporarily handling matters, certain important business still required her personal attention. Meanwhile, in Luo Yun's room upstairs, he had set up his Wi-Fi and computer, along with a large screen projector and several game controllers. Since Finlier had accompanied him, Luo Yun whimsically decided to play some cooperative puzzle and action-adventure games. After all, some games require a friend to achieve their highest potential, which had previously left him yearning while watching game commentators online. Now, however, he had plenty of friends to enjoy gaming with. Considering that although Finlier had shared the skills necessary for using the controller, she was still a complete novice. Luo Yun chose a beginner-friendly cooperative game. The premise of the game revolved around a quarreling couple who, due to a magical curse, had been transformed into puppets and were trapped in a fantastical world. Guided by an NPC book spirit, they undertook various challenges. The puzzles and challenges were not overly difficult, allowing Finlier to adjust to the controller while experiencing the charm of another world. The two soon began the game's prologue. Embarking on an adventure in a small shed reminiscent of an alchemy workshop, they pulled levers, chased moving fuses, practiced wall jumps, and learned to crouch and sprint. After navigating some uncomplicated tutorial levels, Finlier became adept at handling the controller. Upon completing the tutorial, the game transitioned into dialogue, where they encountered a vacuum cleaner damaged by a male puppet, which angrily blew them away. Falling to the lower level, the NPC informed them that to see their daughter, they must climb onto the vacuum cleaner, prompting them to embark on yet another adventure. Despite not understanding the language of this other world, Finlier found it to be immensely entertaining, marveling at the grand alchemical creations. Are you both going to defeat that? She exclaimed, having inadvertently become a spectator, her curiosity piqued by the innovative projection game. Indeed, you may interpret it that way, Luo Yun replied, his face adorned with a radiant smile that had not faltered since he picked up the controller. While guiding Finlier on how to solve puzzles cooperatively, he conveyed the game's narrative in a manner everyone could comprehend. Next, Finlier and I shall challenge the vacuum cleaner, that alchemical beast. Soon, the duo maneuvered their puppets to a puzzle point, where they faced an electrical puzzle requiring one to race against electricity, acting as the wire. Luo Yun and Finlier, intuitively in sync, progressed through the game seamlessly. The little butterflies, black and white, watched in silence with wide, innocent eyes, thoroughly engrossed in the gameplay. While Croy could not contain her excitement, exclaiming at each novel and amusing scene. What an intriguing mechanism. It guides the flow of electricity through physical interaction. Luo Yun, undistracted by the onlookers, remained focused on directing Finlier's actions. Finley, you need to touch the switch to reverse the wind direction, and then I'll launch you across. All right, Finley, let's push the block together. We are about to enter the BOSS battle. Chapter 43. It's game time after a sequence of narrative dialogue. They entered a confrontation with the gigantic vacuum cleaner. Boom. The roaring alchemical monster slammed the ground while summoning burning metal blocks to rain down upon the players. Finlier dodge. Got it. Once the alchemical monster ceased its assault, Luo Yun seized the opportunity to climb onto a platform, controlling the pipe's launch point as he relayed instructions to Finlier. Quickly help me gather the metal blocks. This is our only means of attacking this alchemical beast. Finlier adeptly maneuvered her character, jumping onto a suction-filled pipe below the platform to absorb the burning metal blocks that had just been hurled. With the ammunition replenished, the pipe above the platform fired off, and Luo Yun controlled the trajectory, unleashing a barrage of projectiles at the vacuum cleaner BOSS, causing its health bar to plummet by half. The attacked alchemical monster roared, furiously pounding the ground with its arms, summoning rings of smoke that swept toward the players. Finlier jumped to avoid. Easy. Oops. Mistake. A misstep led to Luo Yun's game screen turning gray. Uffed. Luo Yun, are you alright? Shall I take over? Croy lightly tapped Luo Yun's shoulder, raising an eyebrow with an implied suggestion. Can you handle the controller? With Finlier still pressing on, Luo Yun quickly revived and, while dodging the boss's attacks, responded to Croy. Do not underestimate me. I am the cleverest fairy queen in the history of the elf tribe. I can grasp advanced magic with just a glance. Let alone this little toy. I've memorized which button corresponds to which action. Indeed, Croy was quite perceptive, having observed for so long. She had already understood the controller's operation, needing only practical application. Fine. Next time my character dies, you can take over. We'll alternate. For Luo Yun, the essence of gaming lay in enjoyment, and he was more than happy to give Croy the opportunity to try her hand. Thus, Luo Yun's subsequent maneuvers became quite cautious. He and Finlier synchronized their efforts, collaborating to overcome various challenges. Make a mistake already. Why are you still alive? I curse you to miss that jump. Fall. Haha. Surely this time you must. How infuriating. You managed to salvage that? Croy grumbled from behind, her adorable face tinged with increasing frustration. Ultimately, Luo Yun astonishingly completed the level without losing a life, arriving before the next BOSS, an alchemical monster resembling a toolbox. Luo Yun could no longer endure the increasingly mournful gaze of Chloe. Ultimately, he staged a faux defeat, purposely allowing himself to be struck by a nail shot by the BOSS during the parkour phase. The screen faded to gray as he relinquished the controller to Chloe. Oh, I'm dead. Your turn. Fantastic. Let me take over. Chloe, who had been eagerly awaiting her chance, eagerly snatched the controller and squeezed herself between Luo Yun and Finley, who had previously been seated side by side with minimal space between them. Chloe's petite form was soft as jade, and the sensation of her closeness was warm and comforting, accompanied by a faint floral fragrance that was quite pleasant. Luo Yun's cheeks flushed, his immersion in the game interrupted, and he quickly shifted aside to make room for the small and soft Chloe who had squeezed in. Finley, disturbed by Chloe's movements, furrowed her attractive white brows, as she was already deep in the game. Hey, fairy, don't hold me back now. Fear not. This fairy is a genius. I can dismantle this alchemical monster in no time. It soon became evident that a two-player game demands a high level of cooperation between the players. The synergy between Finley and Chloe was clearly lacking, resulting in a series of clumsy operations that led to several gray screens. Whenever both players perished simultaneously, the hard-earned health of the BOSS would reset, which was quite frustrating. However, being each other's companions was one of the joys of this game, and the laughter never ceased. Luo Yun chose not to rush Chloe to switch places. He intended for these two novices to face the second level's BOSS on their own, offering guidance from the sidelines. Being an observer also has its own pleasures. Unlike playing, this was akin to the exhilarating sensation of strategizing from afar. Quick, nail its hands. Finley, Swiftly swing over and strike it. Well done. We entered the second phase. Be cautious. This BOSS is not to be trifled with. It's about to shift platforms. So take cover. What a fool. How could you let it crush you? With a lament from the toolbox BOSS, the second chapter of the game was successfully cleared, transitioning into the storyline where the duo rescued the tools trapped inside the toolbox. In gratitude, the tools brought them before the daughter, who, however, failed to notice them. At that moment, a rather annoying book spirit appeared, informing them that to meet the daughter, they must ascend to the upper windows. The next segment was a sliding adventure. Nearly devoid of difficulty, purely exhilarating. They slid down the slide towards the end, needing to stand on two separate tracks to simultaneously hit a switch to open the door. Although they overshot a few times, the game's narrative finally brought them outdoors, where the sun shone brightly and the scenery became vibrant. The two little dolls found themselves atop a large tree branch, a scene that felt particularly familiar to Chloe, who resided in the fairy tree. The view is quite nice. Kanakai controlled the doll, bouncing on the tree branch in the game. This level required them to swing between interlacing branches, presenting a parkour challenge that was not overly difficult yet immensely enjoyable. As they maneuvered, they arrived at the entrance of a treehouse, triggering the game's storyline. Upon attempting to enter the treehouse, they were captured by a hamster, which mistook them for enemies sent by wasps. After some negotiation, the hamster decided to enlist their help in removing the wasps. How dare this little mouse obstruct me, Luo Yun? Are we to eliminate these rodents next? Finley, her cheeks puffed up in indignation, turned to Luo Yun for clarification on the game's plot. No. Next, you'll need to wield the weapons given by the hamsters to destroy the wasp's nest. Observing Finley's furious demeanor, Luo Yun suddenly thought that if he handed her a single-player assassination game, it might lead to scenes of bloodshed. Despite the game being enjoyable, it was growing late, and they ought to consider resting. Luo Yun yawned as his biological clock, formed after entering this other world, kindly reminded him to maintain a healthy routine. Come on. You're so weak. Chloe scoffed with a roll of her eyes. Humph. I could fight for 3 days and nights. Finley retorted dismissively. Chapter 44. Good night. The two little girls, who appeared indistinguishable in age from their outward appearance, boisterously proclaimed their bravado. Yet, this was merely jest. Neither was a naive and innocent little girl. Their experiences were rich, having faced far more harrowing adventures than anything the game could present, making them capable of both seizing and relinquishing their gaming fervor. Chloe set the controller down, stood up, and stretched lazily, softly murmuring, "Well then, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll come back to play with you tomorrow." Turning, she exited the room. She had her own room on the 4th floor, having grown accustomed to residing in elevated spaces with expansive views. After saving the game, Luo Yun switched off the screen projector. You too, return to your nests and rest. Finley waved her tiny hand, casting a cleansing spell over the black and white butterflies. Yes, big sister. The two little ones responded in unison, swiftly taking each other's hands and scampering out of Luo Yun's room. Due to their unique bond, they shared the same room on the 3rd floor. Once the two little subordinates were gone, Finley remained still. She too had her own room, right next to Luo Yun's. But it seemed she had no intention of returning. Understanding her unspoken thoughts, Luo Yun chose not to comment, sensing her desire for companionship. His pale cheeks tinted slightly pink as he walked toward the bathroom in his room, maintaining the habit of showering before bed from his previous life. The bathroom was equipped with a shower designed by the brave of this world, appearing modern, yet operating on a fundamentally different principle, a harmonious blend of magic and alchemy. Additionally, there was a white jade bathtub, though it was empty and unfilled, and Luo Yun had no desire to spend time soaking. At present, he preferred a quick rinse before collapsing onto the soft bed, yearning for sleep. After several days of survival in the wild, he longed for the comfort of a plush bed. On the bathroom wall hung a crystal-clear mirror, polished to perfection. Unable to resist, Luo Yun glanced at his reflection. His flawless face was flushed, and his entrancing eyes made his heart skip a beat. He quickly summoned a veil of mist to obscure the mirror. The body sculpted by the creator was simply too intimidating. He did not wish to leave behind any embarrassing history of gazing at his own physique. Disrobing, Luo Yun pressed a protruding blue crystal on the wall. A trickle of stored magical energy flowed forth, cascading into the Shoriat above him. The concealed micro-magic circle within the Shoriat activated, causing pure water elements to coalesce and heat up. With a rush, water poured down, and Luo Yun squinted in delight as he reveled in the cleansing sensation, tilting his head back to let the water cascade over his face, neck, and chest. Ah, it's been so long, what bliss. Using the high-quality soap provided in the bathroom, he lathered up a few bubbles. This soap was derived from a rare fragrant wood known as Bailon Luo, reputedly invented by a particularly hedonistic hero. Not lingering too long, Luo Yun soon ceased to shower. He magically dried off the moisture from his skin, slipped into a comfortable set of pajamas, and stepped out of the steamy bathroom. As he emerged, a few lingering droplets still clung to him, making him appear even more radiant than usual. Upon stepping out, he spotted Finley still seated on the floor. Her posture unchanged, her crystal-clear red eyes fixed intently on him. Luo Yun was unsure of what to say, yet their bond transcended the need for words. He approached the bed and collapsed onto it. With a soft thud, he sank into the luxurious bedding made from the down of snow-white geese, offering an indulgent sensory experience. Before he could even doze off, a petite white figure leaped onto him, skillfully burrowing into his embrace. Familiarity bred comfort. Luo Yun did not resist this fragrant, soft little pillow. He possessed a skill that defied easy categorization, which he had whimsically named LSB hormone control technique. With the skill, his mind remained forever devoted to the one above, unperturbed by the desires below. It was an active skill whose effects were not universally desired. Yet Luo Yun was grateful to possess it. With his impulses under control, he held Finley's delicate form gently, making every effort to avoid her sensitive ears and tail. At this moment, a gentle warmth enveloped his heart, overflowing with an innocent yet sweet emotion. Compared to the discomfort caused by the incessant nagging of a mind consumed by trivialities, he preferred this pure sensation of happiness. As this bliss lingered, Luo Yun's drowsiness gradually blurred his consciousness, and he whispered softly, "Good night, Finley." Finleyer, greedily absorbing this intoxicating sense of security, knew that for centuries, only this tender haven allowed her to surrender so easily to slumber. Their hearts were in sync, and she instinctively sensed the emotional shifts within Luo Yun. Just as the heat in his heart threatened to ignite his reason, a refreshing current would sweep in, extinguishing his desires and transforming his embrace into one of warmth and tranquility. Finleyer's delicate, rosy lips involuntarily curved into a smile as she tilted her head and gently licked his sleep-laden face. Unbeknownst to Luo Yun, it was during their first night together that his embrace had bestowed upon Finleyer a shy yet fervent experience. Whether it was the fiery passion of that time or the gentle tenderness of the present, Finleyer cherished it all, fully accepting Luo Yun's every sentiment towards her. She rested her fair cheek against his gently rising chest, responding softly, "Good night." The cold and cruel Fenrir wolf had never imagined that one day the profound loneliness within her could be dispelled and replaced by a wondrously sweet emotion. With warmth and happiness nestled in her heart, Finleyer's lips curled into a smile as she gradually drifted into a sweet dream. Chapter 45. The Twin Butterflies as Dawn Broke. The warm sunlight awakened the exotic flora in Ao Shui's courtyard, pouring through the pale crystal glass of the window and casting a soft halo upon the silk bedding. Luo Yun opened his eyes, refreshed from yet another night of profoundly satisfying slumber. Ding! Detected the saliva of a 10th-tier Fenrir wolf, Finleyer, valued at 50,000 yuan. Would you like to recharge? Upon hearing the notification, Luo Yun felt a dampness on his face and chest, an uncomfortable stickiness. Recharge. Ding! The shopping wallet has been credited with 50,000 yuan. With gentle movements, Luo Yun extricated his arm from the slumbering Finleyer. He wondered what dreams she was having as she intermittently licked and nibbled at his hand, causing a light tickle. Though he was reluctant to profit from the saliva of a little girl, it was quite the bargain as it even washed away the weariness, leaving his clothes remarkably dry. Finleyer awoke, her sleepy crimson eyes gazing at Luo Yun as she emitted an adorable yawn. Good morning, Luo Yun." Her sweet and soft voice ushered in a delightful start to Luo Yun's day. "Good morning, Finleyer," he replied with a joyful smile, intending to prepare her favorite breakfast, something he was certain she would relish. "Get up quickly. Today, I'm treating you to a delicious breakfast." "Delicious? What is it?" Finleyer, now wide awake, fixated her sparkling eyes on Luo Yun. "Secret, but I can hint that it contains meat, whether pork, beef, or lamb, whatever flavor you desire." "I can't hold back." I'm going to call everyone right now. In her eagerness for breakfast, Finlear employed spatial magic, vanishing from the bed to summon everyone. However, she soon realized that she and Luo Yun were the last to awaken, while the others had long been up. The black and white butterflies had already gone to the meadow where Luo Yun had dueled with Saint Delia the previous day, constantly striving to enhance their strength and eager to regain their peak. Ao Shui and Saint Delia had also risen early, leisurely admiring the unique flowers in the courtyard. Among them was a flower cluster known as Night Songxiang, which released the fragrance it had accumulated overnight the moment it was kissed by sunlight, refreshing the mind and uplifting the spirits, preparing them for a busy new day. As a nature sprite, Chloris had no inclination for slumber and had leapt to the highest tree in the courtyard, eagerly awaiting the sunrise. The dazzling light pierced through the darkness, and this splendid scene never ceased to captivate her. Indeed, Chloris adored watching the sunrise. For centuries, the interplay of light and darkness had inspired her adventurous spirit. Once awake, Luo Yun informed Ao Shui through their contract that breakfast was ready. He then planned to split up with Finlear to notify the others. Finlear, brimming with impatience, leaped onto a tree, heading straight for the capricious fairy queen perched upon her branch. Luo Yun shook his head, thinking that their time was abundant and there was no need to rush. Turning, he opened a spatial rift in the wall and stepped onto the meadow. As soon as he set foot on the grass, he saw the black and white butterflies charging at each other like fierce beasts, colliding heads-on and entangling their arms. Their fair skin bore bruises and bloodstains. The black butterfly's lips were cracked and bleeding, while the white butterfly's eyes were red and swollen. One might think they were mortal enemies locked in combat. "Hey, you two don't need to fight like this," Luo Yun exclaimed, startled, and swiftly summoned a rejuvenating wind. With the infusion of vitality, the injuries on the two little ones healed rapidly, simultaneously bolstered by the accumulated growth from their recent breakthroughs. The black and white butterflies seized the opportunity to advance, both reaching the initial stage of the fourth tier. Under the nurturing support of Luo Yun's vitality, they continued to strengthen and consolidate, eventually stabilizing at the mid-stage of the fourth tier, nearing their peak, yet still lacking something essential. Though both retained memories of their past as 8th tier dominators, they were now reborn beings, and the path of cultivation they once followed was no longer suitable. They could draw inspiration, but could not simply replicate it. Thus, both butterflies were engaged in the exploration of new routes, charting a unique and promising path of their own. "Thank you for your concern, Master." "Thank you, Master." The white butterfly feels no pain now. After their advancement, the black and white butterflies immediately prostrate before Luo Yun, expressing their gratitude and reverence. "You too." Luo Yun furrowed his brow, finding these little ones a constant source of concern, though they were obedient and well-behaved. Their lack of strength and skewed perceptions led them to view themselves as mere subordinates within the team. Perhaps placing themselves in such a position provided them with a sense of acceptance and comfort, so Luo Yun had never intended to forcefully change them. Instead, he planned to influence them subtly over time. However, it seemed necessary to have a proper conversation with them now. Luo Yun endeavored to adopt a serious demeanor. "What were you two doing just now? Why did you start fighting?" The black and white butterflies were startled, their little heads drooping deeply, touching the grass. Reporting to Master, "We were practicing, honing each other's combat skills." "Yes, the white butterfly is quite weak and needs to work hard to become stronger." Luo Yun's serious expression softened slightly, but he quickly resumed his stern facade. "Even if it's practice, there's no need to be so brutal." "Brutal?" The black and white butterflies exchanged puzzled glances, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. "Master, we were holding back." The white butterfly didn't aim for any fatal spots on the black butterfly. Seeing their woeful little faces, Luo Yun realized he had been subjective. Their definitions of brutality were vastly different. Nevertheless, having decided to establish authority, he could not backtrack. Luo Yun mustered all his effort to appear expressionless. "You both, stand up and look at me." Though lying on the ground was reassuring and alleviated their fear, Master had commanded it, and both the black and white butterflies obediently stood, cautiously gazing at Luo Yun. "Wow, Master's expression is so strange. You all know that I am very strong." Yes. Master's strength is beyond doubt. Master is the greatest." As soon as this topic arose, the black and white butterflies couldn't help but turn into mindless admirers. Luo Yun felt his face redden from their flattery. Yet he persevered in maintaining the image of a strong leader. He couldn't let all his efforts go to waste. So, with me, a strong protector, why do you push yourself so hard? Recalling the two little figures adorned with injuries, Luo Yun's seriousness became more genuine. You don't need to rush. We can take our time to enhance your strength. I will protect you until you become stronger. In addition to Finlier and Ao Shui, they too will offer their protection. Under everyone's guardianship, you can truly take your time to grow. Why this relentless pursuit of power? Do you both doubt my capabilities as a formidable being? Can I not safeguard you? At this moment, Luo Yun still appeared quite solemn, his expression rather intimidating. Hei Dai and Bai Dai trembled not out of fear this time. The adorable faces of the two little ones were flushed with a rosy hue, their gazes towards Luo Yun imbued with a fervent yet innocent affection. Though Luo Yun's stern demeanor lacked his usual gentleness, to Hei Dai and Bai Dai, their master radiated an undeniable brilliance, exuding a captivating charm. A seed long buried within their hearts was now flourishing rapidly under this illumination. The hazy emotions they harbored began to crystallize into clarity. Finally, Hei Dai and Bai Dai recognized that, alongside their fervent desire for strength, they had developed an additional yearning. Chapter 46. Ao Shui's water magic. Luo Yun held Bai Dai with his left hand and Hei Dai with his right, guiding the two little ones back to the villa's hall. Enchanted by his imposing presence, Hei Dai and Bai Dai obediently promised to ease their training efforts. Gathered around the small round table from yesterday, the others were already seated. Breakfast, prepared by Luo Yun, lay untouched as everyone silently awaited their return. Even the gluttonous Finlier exhibiting patience. Upon spotting Luo Yun, Finlier could no longer contain herself, seizing a meat sandwich from the table and taking a hearty bite. The sandwich contained succulent marinated meat enveloped in a fluffy bun. As Finlier took a large bite, her face lit up with sheer delight. Delicious. She took another bite and sipped some warm soy milk, which was equally sweet. Her enthusiastic eating sparked appetites all around, prompting others to sample this novel delicacy. The crispy exterior and tender interior of the meat sandwich, paired with the sweet, high-quality soy milk, created a delightful combination that even the discerning Ao Shui relished. She savored a cumin lamb flavor, finding the exotic spices a delightful new experience for her palate. Clores had a green pepper beef sandwich. Her curiosity piqued by all things novel. It was her first encounter with this vibrant green vegetable, and she couldn't help but take a bite. Clores raised an eyebrow. Sensing a mild spiciness coupled with a hint of sweetness, it was quite an intriguing taste, one she could accept. Moreover, it seemed to whet her appetite, a rather pleasant plant indeed. She resolved to ask the young man for some seeds to plant for little Elif. She would surely thank her mother for it. Sainter had quietly devoured 2 sandwiches, slightly slower than Finlier, yet despite her royal status, her appetite was far from finicky. Years of martial training had honed her preference for hearty meals. After breakfast, the playful Clores eagerly urged Luo Yun, tugging at his clothes to hasten the unveiling of the magical black mirror from another world, to continue their adventure from yesterday. Luo Yun, inclined to resume the gaming experience, stood up to head back to his room. Hey, don't push me. I can walk on my own, he remarked, bemused by Clore's impatience. Could you kindly wait a moment, Luo Yun? At this juncture, Ao Shui called out to him. Is there something you need? Luo Yun paused, turning back with a puzzled expression. As the villa's owner spoke, Clores also ceased her urging, no longer in a rush to play the game. Actually, it pertains to the electronic devices you brought, Ao Shui explained succinctly, her lips pursed, from the knowledge shared through our contract. I learned of a technological invention known as a mobile phone. Coincidentally, our Wofuxu Chamber of Commerce had previously collaborated with the Dwarven Chamber to develop a similar product, intending to create a convenient communication tool. When communication methods were mentioned, various concepts from another world surged in Luo Yun's mind, causing him to ponder. In terms of communication, your means should not be inferior to a mobile phone, right? For example, the crystal ball of diviners? Each civilization possesses its own crystallization of wisdom. The continent of Mokalode has evolved over countless ages, and within this dazzling magical civilization, communication methods abound, each with its own merits and drawbacks. The most renowned of these is indeed the crystal ball of diviners, capable of glimpsing fragments of the future, much less facilitating communication, with just 2 crystal balls. A diviner could even enable face-to-face video calls. Relying on diviners does indeed allow for convenient remote information exchange. Ao Shui chuckled softly. However, The shortcomings are quite apparent. As you may know, in a large chamber like ours, there are always some confidential messages exchanged. Thus, every chamber employs a few trusted diviners long-term. Yet despite the utmost precautions, relaying information through intermediaries always carries risks. Moreover, diviners are a rare profession, requiring expensive materials, making them unsuitable for widespread use, let alone commercial purposes. Hence, developing a product akin to a mobile phone is quite essential. Now I see, Luo Yun said, somewhat understanding. So Ao Shui, did you call me for something specific? Upon hearing Luo Yun's inquiry, Ao Shui's elegant and composed demeanor shifted to one of sorrow. Luo Yun, dear brother, you must assist your sister. She lamented, her eyes glistening with tears. I have invested a significant amount of money into this research. Yet, not a single ripple of progress can be seen. I am nearly destitute and unable to support Finley. Finleyer, unexpectedly implicated, frowned disapprovingly at the tearful Ao Shui. What nonsense has this foolish dragon learned outside to become so shameless? Luo Yun gazed at Ao Shui, who resembled a wronged little wife, her golden eyes shimmering with pleading. Wait, is this how you use water magic? Water escape, tearful eyes. Luo Yun struggled to contain his exasperation. Ao Shui's antics truly left him speechless. Ao Shui, please don't act like that. Just tell me how I can help you. All right, I shall be direct, Ao Shui stated, shifting to serious matters. As mentioned earlier, my chamber is developing a new communication tool. Having invested so many gold coins, we have indeed made some progress. One of the most successful proposals is to use the omnipresent magical energy of the world as a medium for information transmission. Currently, our research team faces the challenge that the signals simulated by magic cannot be transmitted over long distances due to excessive interference. A small anti-magic array on the ground can disrupt our signal transmission. Therefore, my dear brother, could you elucidate the concept of satellites from your world? Although I have only a vague notion, I believe the key to our problem lies here. Chapter 47. Elven Anecdotes. Satellites. Luo Yun felt somewhat awkward. Being a mediocre student suddenly questioned about such advanced terminology. However, he had the all-encompassing online store at his disposal. He procured an encyclopedia on satellites from the store and handed it to Ao Shui. Artificial satellites, in simple terms, are signal relay stations placed in the sky, allowing for the avoidance of terrestrial interference and an expanded signal range. I can't articulate it clearly. You might as well delve into this book yourself. Luo Yun conceded, admitting his limitations. Ao Shui received the book, her smile blossoming, and confidence sparkled in her eyes. No worries. What you've said has given me a clearer direction. I believe our team will soon resolve this issue. The fusion of magic and alchemy ignites brilliant sparks of wisdom. Alchemical technology and magical civilization have thrived on this continent for millennia. Despite experiencing several interruptions in their transmission, their foundation remains rich. They often merely lack inspiration and direction. With a clear path, they can swiftly achieve results akin to modern technology through their own technological trees and theoretical frameworks. Ao Shui passed the book to Saint Der, instructing her to take it to the chamber. She then turned to the others, her beautiful face illuminating with a radiant smile. Since my little brother has helped me so much, as a reward, how about I take everyone out for a stroll today? I shall be your free tour guide. Really? Luo Yun was instantly intrigued. He had long desired to explore this city, to immerse himself in its customs and culture. Having a guide was simply perfect. Harmonies? Clarissa's verdant eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia, recalling her last visit, which had been ages ago. Back then, she was merely a runaway. A little elven princess venturing out into the world for adventure. How delightful it would be to witness the changes this city had undergone over the years. Clarissa raised her small hand and joined the throng of shoppers. After all, the game would always be there. Opportunities to stroll with friends were rare. Finleyer said nothing, silently approaching Luo Yun and grasping the hem of his garment. The black and white butterflies, too, uttered no words, instead scampering to follow their master and the elder sister, transforming into loyal little attendants. Very well, let us set off, Ao Shui announced as she led the group out of the villa's grand entrance. The old butler, Kaibo, soon arrived, guiding a carriage to greet them. Good morning, Master Luo Yun. He boomed cheerfully. Ah, good morning, old gentleman. Though he assumed the role of a humble coachman, this venerable gentleman maintained an air of refined elegance. As they boarded the carriage, Ao Shui instructed, Kaibo, Please take us to the southern gate of the community. As you wish, esteemed leader. Kaibo replied, his hands gripping the reins. With a sharp crack of the whip, the fine horses began their steady trot, the carriage gliding smoothly forward. Along the way, employees within the residential community paused to salute at the sight of Ao Shue's carriage, their expressions genuine, revealing her deep affection among them. Luo Yun's eyes brightened as he noticed the abundance of half-beasts among the staff, rabbit-eared, cat-eared, dog-eared, and even half-elves. It was striking to see that the majority of families residing in the Wolf Snow community were composed of these hybrid beings. Inside the carriage, Clearis spotted several radiant half-elves and, feeling a pang of guilt, instinctively shrank back. These mixed-blood individuals often represented complex political issues among various races. For instance, half-beasts were typically marginalized in both human societies and orc tribes. Only in a cosmopolitan hub like Harmony's could they enjoy a semblance of better living conditions. In more traditional human kingdoms or orc enclaves, they were often relegated to the status of slaves. The plight of half-elves was even more intricate. Given the uniqueness of the elven race, pure-blooded forest elves, while noble and graceful, were also fiercely unyielding. For death was merely a return to the embrace of their ancestral tree. Thus, the birth of half-elves could only be the result of love, often born out of the chaos of war, where greedy individuals sought to coerce the beautiful elves. Yet, they invariably failed. For elves possessed an obsessive devotion to their own purity. During the most tumultuous times, some elves would feel their souls tainted even at a mere glance exchanged with humans on the battlefield, leading them to self-sacrifice, returning to the embrace of their ancestral tree. When physical coercion proved ineffective, some resorted to mental manipulation. Unfortunately, this world is inhabited by deities, and the ancestral tree venerated by the elves could be considered one such deity, one that fiercely protects its kin. The elven ancestor, Elif, was particularly protective. It would accept an elf's return after being slain in battle, but would not tolerate the distortion or control of their free will. Thus, when an elf was mentally manipulated, Elif would heed their true desires, accepting their sacrifice, vanquishing all malevolent schemers, and guiding their souls back. Yet, despite this, half-elves continued to exist in the world. For love undeniably exists. Not all individuals are base and despicable. Throughout the annals of history, poignant love stories have emerged. The first generation of half-elves was born from such miraculous love, embodying the virtues of both parents, and many were distinguished figures in history. However, as their lineage diluted, the proliferation of half-elves accelerated, leading to the emergence of a distinct race with a population surpassing that of the long-lived but low-fertility pure elves. Some wise half-elves foresaw the impending future. The elven forest could no longer accommodate them. To avert conflict with pure elves, they decisively departed the elven forest, seeking new lands for survival. This was a lamentable choice. The half-elves did not wish to incite discord with the elves. Fortunately, their actions garnered goodwill from the pure-blooded elves, who promised to support the half-elves in exile. Nevertheless, as pure elves were few, their promises began to feel inadequate against the growing half-elf population. Some half-elves grew discontent, as the elven race no longer recognized those with diluted bloodlines and questionable conduct. Only those of good character received attention and support from the elves, who prioritized hiring them in their external commercial ventures. Yet, the fundamental issue remained. There were too few pure elves and too many half-elves. Regardless of the elves' efforts, there were always areas that went unnoticed, leading to the emergence of half-elf villages being besieged by ill-intentioned individuals who began covertly trafficking half-elf slaves. Unable to target pure elves, these individuals turned their sights on the more vulnerable half-elves. The elven race condemned such actions vehemently. But aside from attempting to shelter the displaced half-elves and offering bounties for the wicked, they had limited recourse. Thus, Clearis, as the elven queen, felt a sense of guilt when confronted with these neglected half-elves, a remnant of the historical issues between elves and half-elves. Chapter 48. A small group with two wealthy ladies. Thank you, Clearis suddenly whispered to Ao Shui. Oh, Ao Shui replied with a slight smile. You need not mention it. From a business perspective and my own inclination, I am inclined to employ these displaced hybrids. Provide them with a job, and their loyalty will be unwavering. A mischievous grin suddenly appeared on Ao Shui's exquisitely beautiful face. Hee hee, dear sister, I am a greedy and stingy dragon merchant. Such displaced hybrids deserve only to work 6 days a week with 1 day off, laboring from dawn until dusk. Even if they work overtime, they may only receive double pay with a meager 2-hour lunch break, and at the end of the month, a trivial bonus. The most outstanding contributors may only receive a modest dwelling. Wow, how wicked. You truly are a dragon, Luo Yun exclaimed in a mock-serious tone, lamenting that had he encountered a boss like Ao Shui in his previous life, he would not have turned into a recluse. Clearus burst into laughter at Ao Shui's antics. You are too wicked. Even I, the Elven Queen, cannot condone this. You must know, as a queen, I labor tirelessly, often neglecting my rest, during busy times. I scarcely find time to sleep. Oh dear, I can't continue. Sister, do you still need a secretary? I am exceptionally capable. Please take me in. As Clearus spoke, she reminisced about sorrowful matters, leading her to hug Ao Shui and weep. Hey, how dare you steal my water magic? Have you paid for your tuition? Ao Shui retorted without mercy, pushing Clearus's approaching head away, her delicate brows knitting together as she magically dried the front of her dress, dampened by Clearus's antics. Yet, this little sprite indeed possessed talent. The subtle water elemental magic she summoned swelled in her eyes, rolling out in large drops, making her tears seem authentically heartfelt. This intricate and secretive manipulation of magic was not something just anyone could master. Hee. Clearus blinked and grinned, managing to charm her way out of trouble. Old Kaibo's driving was exceptionally steady, smoothly delivering the group to the southern gate of the Wolf Snow community, where a bustling and vibrant street awaited them. By the gods, may you all enjoy your time. I shall take my leave. After disembarking the passengers, Old Kaibo offered a slight bow and returned to his carriage. Let us walk while we explore. The square is just ahead. I will take you there, Ao Shui suggested. This is a bustling commercial street, with numerous alleys branching out in all directions, adorned with countless shop signs that cater to travelers and adventurers alike. Each store is brimming with a variety of goods, including food, equipment, props, and potions. However, the establishments here are primarily small individual shops, while the renowned chain stores tend to cluster around the lifestyle plaza, where one is more likely to encounter exceptional treasures. Ao Shui skillfully leads the way ahead. It seems that Cleois is also familiar with the route, walking alongside Ao Shui. Her slender arms crossed behind her small head, wearing a carefree expression. Her legs are spread wide as she takes large strides, her demeanor hardly befitting that of an elven queen, resembling more of a street urchin. Let me clarify, despite my consistent description, this group lacks any significant depth. It is sufficient for everyone to know this. Ahem, returning to the main topic, ordinarily, when Luo Yun and her companions appear on the street, they would become the center of attention, radiating brilliance and standing out vividly. However, for them, downplaying their presence is an exceedingly simple task, enabling them to relish the ordinary experience of wandering the streets. At this moment, in the eyes of others, they appear to be merely a typical adventurer team, free to act without drawing excessive attention. Of course, this diminishment of presence has its limits. If one were to make a public announcement, I have no words to say. For the most striking individual present would undoubtedly be you. At last, the group arrives at a grand plaza. The bustling square is dominated by several high-rise buildings, infused with an otherworldly style, which together resemble a castle. Connecting passageways link the buildings, maximizing the spatial area of Wolf Snow Plaza, accommodating a multitude of shops and vendors. Naturally, a plaza must maintain a semblance of openness, hence a fountain is constructed at its center, surrounded by magical street lamps that illuminate the alabaster sculptures exquisitely. The sculpture depicts a young wolf, entirely silver white, with large, bright eyes full of spirit, its proud head slightly raised, and its plump, snowy body appearing irresistibly adorable. This sculpture represents the emblem of the Wolf Snow Trading Association, embodying the essence of the entire Wolf Snow region. Upon seeing this statue, Finlier's porcelain-like face flushed with a natural rosy hue, stirring an indescribable sensation within her. Indeed, it is quite adorable. Observing Finlier's conflicted yet bashful expression, Ao Shui's lips subtly curved upwards, feeling that her centuries of toil had finally borne fruit. The young wolf statue, surrounded by magical lights, was the first creature she had seen upon hatching from her shell. It was from that moment that fresh sunlight began to pierce through her previously bleak world. Come, let me take you to explore the ocean star, Ao Shui exclaimed. her beautiful face beaming with a radiant smile as she led the group into a building themed around the blue ocean. She had leased the entire building to a wealthy merfolk royal family, allowing them to design and transform the overall style of the structure. This entire edifice serves as a specialized marketplace for the oceanic tribe, with each floor dedicated to selling products sourced from the sea, categorized distinctly. The first floor offers a variety of oceanic weapons, such as harpoons, tridents, and water-repellent beads, crafted from materials gathered from the depths of the ocean, characterized by their remarkable features, making them highly sought after by adventurers. The second floor showcases various marine plants, including jade corals, colorful ribbons, and blue woods, which are not only visually captivating but also possess medicinal value, often attracting noble merchants and alchemists for procurement. The third floor bustles with activity, offering rare treasures from the ocean and decorative items crafted from oceanic gems, frequented by noble women, wealthy merchants' daughters, and some dashing young men who are no longer inclined to strive. Luo Yun and her companions leisurely wandered through this oceanic marketplace, occasionally purchasing items of interest. After all, their team is financially well off, to put it bluntly. Their average wealth ranks among the highest in the world, even with 4 financially challenged members. The wealth of just one affluent lowly and one prosperous elder sister is sufficient to elevate the entire group. Chapter 49. The courage of food enthusiasts. Time in the marketplace always seems to fly by, and before they knew it, noon had arrived. The sun hung high above the plaza, growing increasingly intense, enveloping the ground in warmth. Fortunately, the marketplace is adorned with intricate ice magic arrays that create a refreshing atmosphere, reminiscent of swimming in the ocean. The oceanic merchants thrive in such an environment, making it bearable for travelers of other races during the sweltering summer. It is worth noting that once winter arrives, the magical arrays within this mall will be entirely replaced, converting the cooling mist into warm vapors, creating a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring, offering unmatched comfort. After a morning of exploration, mealtime approached. Ao Shui led the group to a seafood restaurant on the 4th floor, securing a private dining room. Yes, the 4th floor is dedicated to dining within this ocean-themed marketplace, specifically featuring an array of fresh delicacies sourced from the ocean's depths, offering a unique culinary experience. In a restaurant with an exquisite ambience, Luo Yun and her companions settled in. Upon opening the beautifully crafted menu, a cheeky line of text caught their eye. Dare to challenge your taste buds with the flesh of the fermented magic shark? Luo Yun raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. What is this? Upon hearing the term, Cleos's face paled instantly, as if haunted by some terrifying recollection. Please, don't say it. Ugh. The little elf could no longer bear it, leaning over the table to dry heave. Ao Shui, on the other hand, wore a somewhat stiff smile. Fermented magic shark meat. Well, in terms of texture, it is quite good, but the fermentation. Luo Yun's curiosity deepened, just as a merman waiter approached. The merman was well dressed, his body covered in scales, and his face wore a warm smile, though his fish-like eyes seemed to emit an eerie glow. May I ask what the esteemed guest would like? Luo Yun turned to encourage Finlier. Finlier, would you dare to try this magic shark meat? Humph, if it's food, what is there to fear? Finlier, ever bold, decided to order it. Ao Shui, grinning, marked the fermented magic shark meat on the menu. Along with several other dishes she was well versed in selecting. Once she finished, Cleos eagerly took the menu to add a few items. Luo Yun and Finlier, being novices, merely glanced at the menu to broaden their horizons, leaving the arrangements to these experienced patrons. The restaurant's serving speed was remarkably swift, likely due to the freshness of the ingredients, making the cooking process relatively simple, emphasizing the essence of the flavors. When the dishes were served, one particular item, sealed beneath a lid, was especially alluring, seemingly exuding an uncanny aura. Finlier, you open it, Luo Yun said, swallowing nervously as he gently nudged the indifferent Finlier. Finlier extended her hand to lift the lid. An intense, pungent aroma instantly filled the room, a foul and fishy stench. Finlier scrunched her delicate brows. The scent was undeniably unappealing. How does it smell? Luo Yun inquired, his nose surrounded by a faint layer of wind elements filtering the air. Having been exposed to various experiences in his past life, he held a deep skepticism towards such notorious delicacies. Ao Shui and Cleos shared similar sentiments, each employing their own methods of air purification. Just an ordinary dead fish smell. Finlier glanced at Luo Yun, whose cautious demeanor was almost comical compared to her own. She had already scanned the items several times before lifting the lid. It was merely a piece of ordinary fish meat, nothing hazardous. Upon the white plate lay a chunk of meat, entirely blood yellow and speckled with irregular red spots. The so-called fermented magic shark meat is derived from a type of oceanic frenzy shark, buried in sand for 3 to 6 months, allowing it to rot and emit a repulsive stench, designed to attract individuals with a particular taste for the grotesque, thus becoming popular among such enthusiasts. This principle is akin to the preparation of stinky tofu in the East or blue cheese in the West. At this moment, Cleois had not only closed off her sense of smell, but also temporarily blocked her sight, relying solely on her keen perception to sense the environment around her. For a powerhouse of her caliber, the manipulation of her senses had become quite effortless. Ao Shui, while not as extreme, also wore an expression not entirely favorable upon seeing the shark meat. Give it a try, Luo Yun suggested tentatively. Of course, Finlier was not foolish. She turned her gaze towards the two little creatures, black butterfly and white butterfly. Little black, little white. You two try it first. Two little ones received their orders and swiftly grasped their soup spoons, their expressions earnest. Yes, big sister, white butterfly responded. The two little ones simultaneously scooped a spoonful of fish meat, which had been tenderized through a special fermentation process, making it soft enough to be easily lifted with a gentle dig of the spoon. Black butterfly and white butterfly brought the spoons to their delicate mouths and swallowed in one gulp. How does it taste? Luo Yun asked eagerly. It's edible. White butterfly struggled to find the right words to describe it. Seeing no signs of distress, Finlier nodded discreetly and picked up her chopsticks to give it a try. As a connoisseur of fine cuisine, she was naturally curious about all kinds of food and believed one should not judge solely by appearance. Finlier broke off a piece of fish with her chopsticks and brought it to her mouth. Ugh! She instantly spat it out, her charming face contorting in distaste. Damn it! I was misled by Little Black and Little White. I completely forgot they are from the insect tribe. For them, taste is inconsequential. Is it really that bad? Luo Yun offered Finlier a glass of icy mint water to cleanse her palate. If even a 10th-tier divine beast like Finlier couldn't handle it, it must be something quite dreadful. Luo Yun cast a wary glance at the plate of fermented shark meat, deciding resolutely to avoid it. Finlier took a moment to recover after drinking an entire glass of mint water, her brows furrowed. It's dreadful. It resembles the rotten meat I had to eat during my childhood, but slightly better, with a sickly sweet fishy taste. I suggest you avoid it. Someone like you wouldn't tolerate such flavors. Chapter 50. The Elven tribe's search for their queen. Finlier's suggestion moved Luo Yun deeply, and he certainly did not dare to indulge his curiosity by sampling any unusual dishes. Ultimately, the infamous fermented shark meat was consumed by the two little ones, while the remaining ocean delicacies were much more palatable. Among them was a golden fried red-skinned shrimp, rich in flavor and exuding an enticing aroma, with a dry, crispy exterior and a pinkish hue. To Luo Yun's astonishment, one of the shrimp on the table measured nearly half a meter in length, which was entirely inconsistent with the menu's description of petite underwater shrimp. Furthermore, he noticed that aside from the shrimp, no whole seafood items were visible on the table. Instead, there were only neatly cut pieces of various fish, prepared through steaming, grilling, frying, roasting, and sashimi. In this otherworldly realm, fish often grew to enormous sizes, and what people considered small fish here were those comparable in length to an average human. The grilled calf-eyes fish they had previously purchased on the street was what truly deserved the title of tiny fish. Oh whoa. Emerging from the shadow of the fermented shark meat, Finlier quickly immersed herself in the noble pursuit of feasting. It must be said that although she had no idea what types of fish these were, each dish was succulent, with a rich, velvety taste and delightful sweetness. Luo Yun also relished the meal, savoring the distinctive flavors of this otherworldly cuisine. As for the utensils, the establishment provided a familiar knife and fork set. Despite the cultural differences across worlds, the evolution of utensils like pots, bowls, and spoons had a certain convergence. They did not differ drastically in their final forms. After all, one wouldn't use a flat board to serve soup, would they? Coughing, let us return to the ocean delicacies on the table. Indeed, the sashimi had to be made from deep-sea three-eyed fish. The freshwater fish from forest streams simply could not compare. Although Chloris was known for her adventurous palate among the elves, she still had a preference for natural flavors, and was particularly fond of the sashimi dish. The fish used for the sashimi was tender and pure white, translucent and glistening, paired with a rich and fragrant secret sauce. With one bite, a burst of freshness filled her mouth, the unique sweetness of the sashimi perfectly melding with the sauce, creating a fresh and smooth experience, rich in flavor. Speaking of the seemingly unremarkable sauce on the table, one must mention the influence the otherworldly heroes have had on culinary culture. Many of the popular condiments and sauces today were developed by a certain hero, who, while vanquishing the demon lord, sought to satisfy his own culinary desires. Unbeknownst to him, he significantly influenced the gastronomic culture of this world. For instance, the fluffy mushroom sauce on the table was an exquisite pairing with the seafood. Just how vital is this fluffy mushroom sauce? The tables of the ocean dwellers would be incomplete without it. The fluffy mushroom sauce consists of minced fluffy mushrooms sautéed with sauce. The mushrooms must be carefully selected from deep within the forest, not too large or too old, with those the size of a thumbnail being the most suitable. The meeting of fish and sauce is a spectacular fusion of oceanic delicacies and the essence of the forest, captivating countless sea dwellers as they experience the breathtaking beauty beyond the ocean. Consequently, the Ocean Merchants Association, composed of sea merchants, annually publishes substantial commissions at the Adventurers Guild, hiring numerous adventurers to venture into the forests and mountains to gather mushrooms. A splendid lunch was enjoyed, and after a brief respite, Ao Shui continued to lead the group through the Vofyux Snow Living Square. They traversed the corridors connecting the buildings, leaving the Ocean Merchants exclusive area and arriving at another vibrant merchant venue. Indeed, this was a space operated by the Elven tribe. Much like the Ocean Merchants Association, the elves, as children of the forest, were also quite affluent, with wealth from the forest sufficient to easily encompass an entire commercial building in Vofyux. In contrast to the Ocean Merchants' clear blue ambience, the elves' venue was a lush green, with precious tree species growing in a marvelous manner. Even the floors adorned with vibrant green grass, exuding a captivating fragrance. The top of the building was fitted with translucent crystal panels, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a natural garden, despite being indoors. The only amusing sight was that the advertising wooden signs initially used to introduce various products were now adorned with stunning portraits of the Elven Queen. Indeed, the queen of their tribe had gone missing, and those with information would be generously rewarded. Such advertisements also existed in the Ocean Merchants Association, but they did not display the same level of exaggeration. Here, it was as if the entire place was inundated with notices regarding their queen. At this moment, a crowd had gathered beneath one of the advertisement boards, engaging in animated discussions. Wow, the Elven Queen is so beautiful. She's here. Inspiration for my new poem has burst forth. What a stunning lady. Our tribe has never seen such delicate beauty. Queen, silence. Someone drag this blasphemer of the Queen's image away. In public, put on some pants. The reward offered by the elves is incredibly generous. If we could find a clue, I would retire on the spot. What nonsense, adventurers, I'm done. Elbow, go back and inform the brethren. Remember to keep an eye out for any lurking individuals. Ah, such an elegant and noble elf. How precious and unpretentious you are, so fair and beautiful, so grand. You shine like a firefly in the night. Even hidden among a crowd, I could recognize you at a glance. Ugh. As the enchanting Chloris approached curiously to join the commotion, she couldn't help but shudder upon hearing the exaggerated praises of a bard. How disgusting. The bard instinctively sensed someone mocking his new work and looked down, only to meet the gaze of Chloris, who had deliberately diminished her presence. He frowned, his expression one of disdain. Humph, you little girl who knows nothing of the beauty of an older sister. Only the elegant and beautiful Elven Queen deserves the verses I have painstakingly crafted. Ah, yes, you're absolutely right. Unable to endure any longer, Chloris quickly turned and hurried away. Chapter 51. Guess the flower from the seed. The Elven venue mirrored the layout of the oceanic space, with similar items sold across a single floor. The difference lay in their thematic styles and interior designs. For instance, while the ocean dwellers used concealed magical arrays for cooling, the elves employed a plant known as ice fog grass to regulate the indoor temperature. As Luo Yun and the others explored the Elven venue, they experienced a different kind of joy, a forest charm entirely distinct from the oceanic market. Everyone enjoyed it, with the exception of Chloris. The design and arrangement of this marketplace reminded her of home, resulting in her lack of interest and enthusiasm. The first seed guessing flower competition is in full swing. The winner will receive an 8-petal fairy orchid. As the crowd strolled to the first floor, a charming wooden stage on the expansive lawn captured their attention. Upon this toy-like stage stood a petite flower fairy, clutching a pink morning glory, her voice ringing out sweetly, "Dear guests, come one, come all, and take a look." By participating in our interactive games, you stand a chance to take home this exquisite 8-petal orchid. A marvelous treasure indeed. This 8-petal orchid belongs to the 8th tier of plant materials, proving invaluable in both alchemy and potion making. The surrounding visitors were instantly enchanted, for this was a specialty store of the elven race. Most of those drawn here were either potion masters or botanists, captivated by the wares of the elves. "Oh, what an adorable little flower fairy. Such a clever little creature. Would you like to be my assistant? I can give you a drop of elixir each month." "Dear sister, I have no need for the 8-petal orchid. Can the prize be exchanged for the little one instead?" "Absolutely not. No way, no how." The flower fairy, floating in the air, stamped her tiny feet in frustration, her delicate visage flushed with a rosy hue. "I am not a prize. I am Huajuelu, the host of this event." Flower fairies are remarkable beings, harmoniously attuned to nature, effortlessly locating rare flowers and herbs within the vast forests. They possess an innate understanding of various plants' traits and medicinal properties, making them coveted companions for botanists and potion masters alike. However, these enchanting beings are exceedingly rare, often found only in the company of powerful forest elves. The flower fairy named Huajuelu was particularly extraordinary. Her intellect surpassed that of her kin. While most flower fairies are innocent and naive, guided solely by instinct, Huajuelu was articulate and capable of hosting a market event. Her unique charm drew the attention of the botanists below, far eclipsing that of the prized 8-petal orchid beside her. Some elderly scholars, with eyes gleaming with fervor, fixated on her. Had this not been the domain of the elves, one could easily envision them attempting to capture her on the spot. Kaeluoris was equally surprised as she gazed at Huajuelu on the wooden stage. "I didn't expect this little one to complete her training so swiftly. I must have underestimated her intelligence." "Do you know her?" Luo Yun inquired, intrigued. "Of course. Huajuelu is a special individual among flower fairies, inherently more intelligent than her peers." Kaeluoris reminisced with a smile. Though flower fairies seldom appear before humans, they maintain a close relationship with the elves, often serving as playmates for young elves. "Huajuelu is so clever that she cannot play with her kin, so I invited her to the elven realm to keep my soon-to-be-born little Ilef company. By the way, have you met little Ilef? She's my little darling. Utterly adorable." Kaeluoris's face beamed with pride as she spoke of her child, resembling a doting mother showcasing her offspring. Luo Yun couldn't help but smirk at her enthusiasm. To leave such a delightful youngling behind to frolic about raises questions about your maternal instincts. "You aren't an elf. You're more like a panda mother out for a good time." All right, let's return to Huajuelu and this event." Kaeluoris interjected. "This market event was approved by me. Anywire intends to host some interactive games to enliven the atmosphere. It truly is a burden for her, managing the affairs of the merchant guild while also learning to understand human commercial practices." Kaeluoris sighed. "If only Anywire weren't so busy, I would have entrusted her with the governance of the elven court alongside little Ilef. With her talents, she could easily assume the role of a regent." Kaeluoris lamented. "Anywire is truly something. Being the head of a mere merchant guild is hardly commendable. She repeatedly declines my royal appointments, preferring to engage in commerce rather than serve as my regent. I trust her completely and would delegate any administrative task to her. Do you not have any self-awareness?" Luo Yun scoffed at Kaeluoris's shamelessness. "That regent position is not something just anyone can hold." "Well, humans certainly can't, but neither can elves. Anywire likely finds being a guild leader far more leisurely than dealing with you." "You still haven't mentioned Huajuelu. Weren't you discussing her role with the little princess? How did she end up hosting this event?" "Oh, she overheard Inawe's suggestion and expressed interest in the game of guessing plants based on seeds. So she engaged in conversation with Anywire. Anywire probably saw her potential as a host and offered her the role, even arranging a comprehensive training program." "Well, this sounds intriguing. Let's see how well this little flower fairy has been trained. Attention all visitors wishing to participate in this competition, please register here. Limited spots available. Only 233 participants. First come, first served." Huajuelu exclaimed, holding the morning glory aloft. Beneath her stage, a wooden sign indicated staff members handling the registration. Those interested in the interactive games could register and receive a special number plate. As the game commenced, Huajuelu presented a plant seed on stage, projecting its image above for all to see. Contestants were to observe the seed and input their guesses into their number plates. Correct answers earned points, and the highest scorer would win the grand prize, an exquisite 8-petal orchid. "I want to participate," Kay Luoris exclaimed excitedly, raising her hand as she rushed to register. Luo Yun watched in disbelief as she returned with a number plate, number 66. "How convenient for you. This is blatant favoritism. Accusations. How dare you sully the elf's reputation?" Kay Luoris retorted, waving her number plate defensively. "This question was not mine. I am purely relying on my own merit to compete. Your participation is mere exploitation." "Absolutely not." Kay Luoris shook her head. "I left all my hidden savings for little Ilaf, so I am currently quite financially strained. Winning the 8-petal orchid, which is quite valuable, would help replenish my funds." "Ah, I see," Luo Yun replied, though he still disdained her self-serving tactics. "This is no different from sending a red envelope in a group chat and then immediately claiming it back." "Huh." Aoxu chuckled lightly, shaking her head. "Just ignore what this insipid elf says. Anyone who believes her is a fool. She probably left without any money. All right, the registration is now full. The competition begins," Huajuelu announced, placing a green seed on her small table. "Please observe this seed and record your guesses." "Wow." Number 66 answered correctly, earning 2 points. Before Huajuelu could finish explaining the rules, someone had already guessed correctly. The game now entered a countdown phase. Remaining contestants were urged to submit their answers quickly. "That was fast. It's the spirit fruit. Blast. I was a moment too late. Someone, fetch my alchemy goggles." "Humph, just a 1-point lead. Hardly intimidating." With the first round concluded, 23 contestants answered correctly. Huajuelu then presented a red seed, replacing the previous spirit fruit seed. "Fire blossom." Kay Luoris smiled confidently. "Congratulations to number 66 for answering correctly. 2 points awarded, and the game enters the countdown." As Huajuelu swiftly changed the seed, she raised the morning glory to announce, "What? Again number 66. This is outrageous. How is this possible? Curse it, I was a step too slow. I must take this seriously." Number 77 earns 1 point. The countdown ends, and in this round, 26 participants guessed correctly. Currently, contestant 66 is 4 points ahead. Everyone else, step up your game. As Huajuelu narrated the progress and switched seeds, a giant projection above the stage flickered, revealing a snow-white seed, emanating a chilling aura. Easy to guess. Although Chloris may seem somewhat eccentric, she is undeniably one of the most brilliant fairy queens in history, possessing an astonishing reservoir of knowledge. It's the seed of the snowdrop. Ah, number 66 has answered correctly first, and the game is now in countdown mode. 10, 9, 8. Listening to the host's exclamations on stage, Luo Yun silently glanced at Chloris. Each round of the game had ample observation time, akin to solving riddles, yet she transformed it into a rapid-fire answering session single-handedly. Among the attendees were numerous botanists, all capable of discerning the seed's origins with careful observation, yet many still had a score of 0. Which master is hidden among the crowd? I hope that some unknown old professor will show mercy and allow us youngsters a chance to shine. Is the response really that quick? I haven't even gotten a good look yet. Humph, I truly must take this seriously. Huajuelu switched to another black seed. Her image remarkably round. Chloris narrowed her beautiful eyes and promptly provided the answer. How did this Anavelli obtain a seed directly from my garden? It's the inkleaf lotus. Congratulations to number 66. Correct, 2 points awarded. By this point in the game, everyone recognized number 66 as the frontrunner, and some had already given up. Correct. It's no challenge for him. Impressive. That's a 4-hit streak. What a fantastic answer. Yet, some remained unsatisfied, eager to surpass. I refuse to believe I can't secure first place at least once. The younger generation lacks decorum, bullying an old man like me. Super serious mode activated. The outcome was inevitable. Chloris effortlessly claimed first place. The seed guessing competition has concluded. Number 66 has achieved a perfect score and secured the championship. Please come to the stage to collect your prize. For those who did not win, please do not lose heart. The top 10 may collect a 7-petal fairy orchid from the staff. 7 petals indeed. Though its efficacy may be somewhat diminished, it remains a commendable prize. Quite splendid. A 7-petal fairy orchid is indeed a rare gem. Beyond this, I am more eager to discover the identity of number 66. I shall go collect my prize now. Chloris, with a charming smile, joyfully approached Huajulo's stage. The stage for the little flower fairy is indeed small, accommodating only one person. Once Chloris leaped onto it, it instantly transformed into her personal podium. The image of the lovely little girl left the audience in awe, rendering them incredulous. She is number 66. Are all masters this young? It seems I have truly aged. But perhaps she is a witch skilled in maintaining her youth, or possibly a centuries-old sorceress. Her composed demeanor certainly belies her youth. Regardless of the murmurs from the audience, Chloris gleefully accepted the 8-petal fairy orchid. This young lady. I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before. The astute Huajulo thought the victor appeared quite familiar. That is not possible. Chloris dismissively waved her hand. Confident in her magical abilities, she snatched the small morning glory from Huajulo's hands, infusing it with a touch of wood-type growth magic, causing it to enlarge. Holding the morning glory aloft, Chloris called out in a melodious voice, "Rare 8-petal fairy orchid. Auctioning on the spot. Highest bidder wins." How intriguing, little girl. I offer 50,000 gold coins. I bid 60,000. 63,000. The Count's garden is in need of a fairy orchid. Huajuo adorably bit her little finger. Her delicate face filled with confusion. This demeanor, it truly seems familiar. Observing Chloris selling her recently won prize at a high price, Huajuo retrieved another morning glory. Resuming her duties. All right. The award ceremony for this competition has concluded. Lastly, at the request of our guild leader, we will interject an advertisement. As Huajuo finished speaking, a beautiful portrait of a fairy appeared in the projection above the stage. You should all be aware. Yes. We hope everyone will pay close attention to their surroundings, for although our queen is exceptionally skilled at disguise, anyone who provides us with a clue will receive a vial of the Fountain of Life. The Fountain of Life. The fairy clan has indeed increased the stakes. This is a sacred relic unique to the fairy race. It seems we must diligently search for this fairy queen. I feel as though I've seen this queen somewhere. Chloris exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at the image. She has begun again. Chapter 53. Good night, sweet dreams. Where have I seen her? Huajuo hastily inquired, her mind also filled with doubt, knowing well that the fairy queen excels in disguise. Just at the gates of Harmony City, Chloris produced a wooden trinket and compared it to the image of the fairy queen. The queen's wrist, as pale as jade, wore a remarkably similar ornament. This was a charming young lady I traded with yesterday. She mentioned this trinket greatly enhances wood-type magic, and I found it quite appealing. So I purchased it. Huajuo's eyes brightened. She indeed remembered seeing Chloris wearing this exquisite trinket, considering that the queen had left her accumulated savings for the little princess. It was entirely plausible that she sold some insignificant trinkets to acquire gold coins, unbeknownst to the little flower fairy. Although Chloris had left all her personal savings from her reign as queen, she had amassed a considerable fortune during her adventurous days as a princess. The renowned adventurer, Chloe, once held a significant reputation, earning the title of King of Adventurers. He accomplished many high-level adventure commissions on his own, earning substantial rewards. This wealth serves as a testament to her adventurous career, which is why Chloris kept it separate from the queen's treasury. It was only upon embarking on this new journey of adventure that she unearthed the precious treasure buried deep within the elven forest. Guided by the treasure map of the great adventurer Chloe, personally retrieving this wealth. This was meant to be a legacy box for future generations, yet unexpectedly, she herself became the inheritor. Sigh, it is decided. The first legendary tale of the new adventure King Chloe shall be the discovery of the relic treasure left behind by the former adventure King Chloe. Young lady, may I take a closer look at that trinket? Huajuo intended to examine the ornament carefully. Of course, Chloris' adorable face instantly blossomed with a harmless, innocent smile as she handed the ornament over to the little flower fairy. There is indeed a trace of the queen's aura on it. After confirming with certainty, Huajuo earnestly inquired, after she sold you this item at the city gate, did she enter the city? Chloris shook her head, her brow slightly furrowed as she recalled. I don't think so. She sold this item at a low price, and after I purchased it, I left immediately, fearing she would raise the price unexpectedly. Very well. This ornament is a crucial clue. I will take it. You may collect your reward at the guild counter. Additionally, you can reimburse the cost of this ornament. Okay, since you all need it, I shall let you have it. Farewell, and may you find our queen soon. After Chloris sincerely offered her blessings, she promptly leaped off the stage, pulling Luo Yun and the others toward the guild counter to claim their rewards. Luo Yun witnessed her impressive maneuver throughout, silently marveling at the fortune of the fairy race for having such a queen. After a leisurely outing, the sky began to darken. Within the fairy gathering, lantern plants gradually illuminated, casting a suitable glow and adding a touch of ethereal dreaminess to the forest-like marketplace. Luo Yun and the others found a restaurant within the market, enjoying a sumptuous feast of fruits before exiting, intending to return to the Wofugyu district and conclude their day of shopping. Upon reaching the square, the nighttime Wofugyu square appeared even more beautiful. In this bustling square of life, men and women sat on benches, sharing laughter and affection, while adventurers who had toiled all day relaxed here, and wandering artists painted under the magical street lamps, capturing the vivid scene before them. Retracing their steps along the brightly lit streets, the lively sounds echoed, and the city of harmonies remained vibrant, enveloped in a sea of magical lights, flourishing even more than during the day. It was not until they entered the Wofugyu district, traversing the pathways through the outer forest, that Luo Yun and the others gradually distanced themselves from the clamor of the city streets. Before the luxurious castle-like courtyard, the old butler Kaibo awaited their arrival, and Saint Del, who had been busy at the guild headquarters all day, had returned as well. Indeed, she was the only one who did not partake in today's shopping expedition, although she was already quite familiar with the attractions of Wofugyu Square. Being excluded from such an event was undeniably disheartening. Saint Del's heart was heavy, yet she remained silent, for she was merely a worker, responsible for supporting the leisure time of the esteemed president. Poor Saint Del. What was the alchemy department's response to the satellite project? Report to the president. Minister Dolph expressed great admiration for the satellite data, stating that with just half a month, his team could create an alchemical artifact achieving such effects. How much funding is required for the research and development? A.O. Shwed directly inquired about the key details. 120 million gold coins. Additionally, 30 million more. They must expedite their research, as I wish to see the finished product as swiftly as possible. Understood, President. Chloris, however, expressed her disinterest in discussions involving commercial secrets and promptly tugged at Luo Yun's sleeve, dragging him towards the villa. Hey, let us play games in your room. Luo Yun had been captivated by A.O. Shwed's executive charm, but Chloris's interruption brought him back to reality. Don't rush. The game has a save feature. We can take our time. In Luo Yun's room, the same group from last night gathered, with 3 main players and 2 spectators. As Finlier and Chloris had already become quite skilled, the game's progress advanced rapidly that evening. They maneuvered 2 characters to outsmart a beetle boss, battling against an alchemical creature resembling a bumblebee. Upon entering the 3rd chapter, they became entangled with doll monkeys controlling flying saucers. After defeating the doll monkeys in space, they found themselves on the ocean, collaborating to pilot a small wooden boat capable of launching black bombs, engaging in combat with a giant octopus monster that could stir up massive waves. This exhilarating and delightful adventure game completely absorbed everyone in the room. However, the narrative's duration dictated that after defeating the pink octopus monster, it was already quite late. Luo Yun's biological clock rang, prompting him to disengage from the enthralling game. Alright, friends, today's gaming session comes to an end. Let us return to our respective rooms and enjoy a good night's sleep. Good night, sweet dreams. Chapter 54. The Adventurers Guild. As dawn broke, Luo Yun awoke to the bright morning sun streaming through the glass window, the fine dust particles vividly illuminated. He rubbed his eyes and gently patted Finlier, who was soundly asleep on his chest. Receiving the signal, the slumbering Finlier rolled off, landing on a pile of plush blankets in the corner. With the seal named Finlier lifted, Luo Yun finally rose from bed to freshen up in the bathroom. Today's breakfast was once again prepared by him. It seemed he had found his role within the team. But first, what shall I prepare for breakfast? During their cheerful breakfast gathering, the group sat together, each face reflecting varying degrees of anticipation. The black butterfly and white butterfly were no exception. Previously, they had no concept of breakfast, their sustenance driven more by survival than enjoyment. Yet, under Luo Yun's influence, they began to look forward to their daily meals. For today's breakfast, Luo Yun had prepared several large bowls of authentic beef ramen, showcasing 5 distinctive characteristics: clear broth, pure white radish slices, vibrant red chili oil, fresh green cilantro and garlic shoots, and smooth, yellow noodles. Luo Yun's own bowl omitted the cilantro, instead topped with a bit of mushroom sauce purchased at the ocean venue. He scooped up the steaming broth for a taste. Delicious. This authentic broth was crafted from chunks of beef shank combined with a precise ratio of chicken and beef liver stock, aromatic and rich, crystal clear, devoid of any artificial seasonings. The bone broth was truly organic, with no additives whatsoever. The breakfast was a delightful affair. Afterward, Chloris rushed over, taking Luo Yun's hand. Tilting her delicate face upward, her lashes gently lowered as she implored, "Could you accompany me to the Adventurers Guild? There are many fierce and rude adventurers there. I feel so scared alone." "Please don't say that. I am scared too," Luo Yun replied, a shiver running down his spine. The little fairy's emerald eyes sparkled like pearls, adorned with a hint of hope, making it hard to refuse her invitation, even knowing she was feigning fear. Yet, more than that, Luo Yun was intrigued by her mention of the Adventurers Guild, a place that held greater allure for him. "All right," Luo Yun nodded in agreement, a glimmer of uncontainable excitement in his eyes. "What do you intend to do there?" "I want to re-register as an adventurer." Chloris had already devised her plan. Starting a new account was her first step toward reigniting her adventure journey. "Can I register as well?" Luo Yun inquired curiously. "Of course." Chloris nodded earnestly, providing an explanation. "The registration requirements for adventurers have always been quite lenient. You don't even need to input your real name. As long as you pass the corresponding level test, you can obtain an adventurer's credential. Just follow me. The process is very simple," Chloris assured him, exuding the confidence of a seasoned veteran. "Can I join too?" Finlear suddenly spoke up, her crystalline red eyes shimmering. She felt a flicker of interest in the adventurers, a group often encountered in the forest. "Absolutely. Half-beasts can also become adventurers," Chloris readily affirmed. Finlear's snow-white wolf ears twitched, her expression turning displeased. "I am not a half-beast. I am the magnificent Fenrir wolf." "Oh. Now you've made things difficult for Chloris." She glanced at Luo Yun and continued, "If you wish to register as a magical beast, you must bring along a tamer or summoner partner. Given that you can transform, you might as well opt for the half-beast identity." Finlear nodded in acceptance of this reasoning. As Ao Shui and Saint Del returned to the Merchant Association, Luo Yun followed Chloris to the Adventurers Guild located within Harmony City. Unlike Wofuzu Square, the Adventurers Guild was separated from their location by several streets. Chloris requested a carriage from the old steward, Kaiba. She had indeed learned a great deal, even mastering the art of driving a carriage. Once seated, Luo Yun and the others discovered that the carriage was both fast and stable under her expert control, leaving a pair of impressive tracks along the way. After navigating several streets, Chloris skillfully brought the carriage to a halt before a distinctive building. It stood in an expansive square, devoid of any neighboring residences, its design and decor remarkably unique, with an imposing entrance adorned with a sign depicting a sharp sword, an exquisite magic staff, and a sturdy shield, all harmoniously integrated. "Adventurers Guild." Luo Yun looked up to see the unfamiliar yet familiar script of this otherworldly language on the sign. Achievement unlocked. Proficient in common language. Blessed by Lord Yuluo, he had become a master linguist in this foreign realm, capable of comprehending and mastering both the common tongue and various ethnic languages at a glance. Daily gratitude, 11. The Adventurers Guild in Harmony City held a unique status, serving as the headquarters for all adventurers guilds across the continent, thanks to Harmony City's role as a hub for interspecies commerce. After parking the carriage, Chloris adeptly handed over the reins and the fees to the guild staff. The kobold attendant appeared somewhat distressed. "Esteemed adventurer, the fee you provided." "Oh, it has been so long since I ventured out. How is parking charged these days?" Chloris blinked innocently, inquiring, "Do you possess an identity card?" "Adventurers of A rank and above are exempt from parking fees, while B rank fees are halved," the kobold replied, smiling amiably as he produced an alchemical identification device. Clearly recognizing that this group, driving such a luxurious carriage, must be of considerable status, Chloris smiled subtly. Her opportunity had arrived. She retrieved a card embedded with magic gold. Feigning hesitation, "May I ask if this one is acceptable? You may place it on this device for verification." Beep. A light sound emitted as the kobold's alchemical instrument produced a series of tones. "Welcome. SSS rank adventurer, Lady Chloris. Bang. The kobold, startled, fumbled, and nearly dropped the verification device. Though it was sturdy and sustained no significant damage. The adventurer, King Chloris. Upon seeing the identity card in Chloris's hand, the kobold trembled with excitement and trepidation. The commotion attracted the attention of nearby adventurers passing by. Chapter 55. I am to become the adventurer king. What is happening? Goodness. That little girl is holding a card belonging to Chloris. None of the demon tribe are provoking anyone. Crow, the legendary adventurer, who single-handedly battled sea monsters and slayed dragons with a mere sword. Indeed, the invincible sword Saint Crow, whose blade is said to rend the very fabric of space. Yet some claim that his ability to tear through dimensions stems from his mastery of spatial magic. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My idol is a paragon of swordsmanship. He could never resort to such tricks. Crowley's delicate face flushed a bright crimson. Even in my absence, tales of my sister's exploits abound in the realm. How could anyone spread such rumors? I, a distinguished sword saint, would never stoop to using spatial magic to cheat. Where's Lord Crow? A melodious and excited voice quelled the commotion. Even the vice president has come forth. Are you unaware? Our vice president is an ardent fan of Crow. Such audacity. Beware. Or the vice president may assign you a task in the demon realm. It is said that she was once Crow's companion and adventured with him for many years. Xylena. Crowley whispered, a nostalgic smile gracing her lips as she recalled fond memories. She quickly masked her reminiscence and looked up to see a gentle figure hastening towards them. Xylena. The vice president of the Adventurers Guild, held a prestigious position. Known for her kindness and approachability, she transformed into a figure of stern authority when duty called. A half-elf. She is a peak 8th-tier elven linguist, excelling in healing magic. Her mastery of elven language magic as a half-elf has long been a topic of intrigue among adventurers, giving rise to many speculations. The most popular version suggests that she acquired the legacy of an ancient elven mage while exploring a battlefield relic alongside the adventurer King Crow. However, the truth is that Xylena was mentored personally by Crowley. As Xylena approached, her half-elven heritage graced her with a delicate and refined visage. Her flowing light green hair cascaded down her slender frame, lending her an air of elegance. Beneath her gentle exterior, however, lay a resolute determination. You've certainly grown. Crowley mused internally, her innocent smile illuminating her face. Vice President, may I inquire what brings you here? Xylena's keen gaze was fixed on the identity card in Crowley's small hand, her tone filled with urgency. Dear sister, could you tell me who bestowed that identity card upon you? Crowley, unperturbed, recounted the tale she had woven. I discovered it within a treasure chest, along with a treasure map from an esteemed elder of my clan, which led me to it. An elder of your clan? Xylena pondered. Memories flooding back, a vibrant voice echoed in her mind. Little Nia, I must return to the elven realm. Do not be sad, for we shall meet again. I shall hide my accumulated treasures within a chest, which I shall call the Adventurer King's treasure. You might wish to seek it out. Ha ha ha. Do not weep. If necessary, I shall secretly provide you with half a treasure map. This brief recollection prompted Xylena to scrutinize the innocent girl before her. The human appearance might well be a disguise akin to that of Lord Crow. Xylena is among the few privy to Crow's true identity. While the world perceives the adventurer King Crow as a human sword saint, only a select few know that he is, in fact, an elven ranger, masking his identity to evade unwarranted attention. Xylena's demeanor softened as she regarded Crowley, affection glimmering in her gentle eyes. May I know your name? I am Kolo. I aspire to become the new adventurer king, a magical girl. Crowley declared confidently, hands on her hips, her youthful spirit shining through. Crow's persona is that of a magical swordsman. Thus, her current guise embodies a melee-focused mage. Crowley's endearing performance elicited warm smiles from the surrounding adventurers, who teased her playfully. Hey, did you hear that little girl proclaiming her ambition to become the adventurer king? Haha, go for it. I believe in you. Such small stature, yet such grand aspirations. Best of luck, little sister. Xylena chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Sister, I believe you will succeed. By the way, I am Xylena. You may call me sister. Xylen's sister. Crowley called sweetly, unabashed in her affection for her former disciple. Luo Yun struggled to maintain his composure, as this sprightly elf continually reshaped his perceptions of the elven race. Xylen's sister, My friends and I are here to register as adventurers. Crowley turned to introduce Luo Yun and the others while articulating their purpose. Certainly, I shall personally assist you in your assessment. Come, let us proceed to the training grounds. Observing the growing crowd, Xylania's expression shifted to one of authority. What are you all doing here? Have you completed today's assignments? Off you go. Yes, Vice President. I have no intention of working today. I wish to lounge. This newcomer is quite impressive, forging a connection with the Vice President. With her backing, I find myself believing she might indeed become the Adventurer King. Such fanciful thinking. The Vice President can only provide some conveniences. To truly become the Adventurer King, one must earn their merits through hard work. Chapter 56, Assessment of Strength, Acting. Following Xylania, Luo Yun and the others arrived at a testing ground blanketed in yellow sand. Once flourishing with greenery, the area had been ravaged by the assaults of adventurers wielding fire, lightning, and ice, leaving only a desolate expanse. Numerous adventurers were present, undergoing their strength assessments under the watchful eyes of staff. The criteria for becoming an adventurer are indeed lenient, as long as one passes the strength evaluation. They receive their adventurer credentials. The assessments are categorized into 9 tiers, corresponding to levels 1 through 9. Generally, adventurers choose their assessment tier based on their own capabilities. Although some cunning individuals opt for lower-level evaluations to appear more formidable, the Adventurers Guild does not regulate this behavior but imposes strength requirements on specific quests, necessitating a corresponding proof of strength to undertake such tasks. Notably, the strength assessment is solely that, an evaluation of strength, independent of one's adventurer rank. The guild employs its own experience system. Thus, possessing greater strength does not automatically equate to a higher rank. Advancing one's adventurer level requires the completion of various quests to accrue experience. Adventurer ranks, from lowest to highest, are designated as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, and SSSSS. To elucidate, a standard quest might be framed as follows. Quest: drive away the boar monsters terrorizing the village. Recently, the village of Kaegzu has been plagued by boar monsters, and the villagers seek the aid of adventurers. Quest requirements: A-level adventurer, with at least one first-tier combat class in the party. Quest rewards: 1 boar monster carcass redeemable for 50 silver coins and 250 adventurer experience. In this quest, the E-level designation reflects the adventurer's overall capability in handling tasks, while the first-tier combat class signifies the strength requirement of the adventurer. Which tier of strength assessment would you like to undertake? Xylania inquired with a warm smile, her affection for these fresh-faced, spirited youngsters evident. They are not only the descendants of Lord Crow, but also extraordinarily endearing. She couldn't be more delighted. The adventurer community thrives on such fresh blood, not a cadre of jaded veterans. Sister Xylon, Kolo wishes to pursue a 4th-tier certification as a wood magic mage, Crowley declared, mindful not to aim too high. After all, fighting beyond one's tier, overcoming the strong with the weak, is an essential element of heroic legends, a classic motif. Is it problematic for an 8th-tier peak elven linguist and ranger to defeat a formidable 6th-tier creature? Not at all. Have you not sought certification from the Mage Association first? Xylunia found the situation rather peculiar. Typically, the assessment of a magician's level is conducted by the Mage Association. Possessing a certificate issued by them would exempt one from further evaluations at the Adventurers Association. Nevertheless, she decided that undergoing certification at their association was acceptable, as the validity remained unchanged. Shaking her head to dismiss her concerns, she raised her delicate palms slightly towards the expanse of sand ahead. Spirit of nature, she uttered, her lips parting as she swiftly chanted an elven incantation in their melodic tongue. The smooth surface of the sandy ground began to ripple, forming a substantial mound as a formidable treant emerged from the earth, gradually rising to a height of 5 meters. This was a 5th-tier giant spirit treant, and she intended to assess the attacking prowess of Chloris against it. Not a problem. Chloris nodded enthusiastically, feigning an incantation before unleashing a 4th-tier wood-based attack spell. Venomous thorn arrows. With a swift motion, for arrows imbued with toxic energy shot forth, piercing the treant's robust limbs. The corrosive venom quickly tainted its wounds, transforming them into darkened patches. With a resounding thud, the towering treant collapsed, its limbs severed, as the potent poison relentlessly suppressed its tenacious vitality. Delicate green shoots struggled to emerge from the gaping wounds, only to wither away. Observing this, Xylunia nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "The 4th tier spell exhibited an attacking power nearly equivalent to the 5th tier. I shall refrain from evaluating your defensive capabilities. You have passed the assessment. How effortlessly you accomplished this." Chloris lifted her little head, a proud smile adorning her cherubic face. "Impressive performance," Luo Yun internally critiqued, eagerly awaiting his turn as Chloris completed her evaluation. "Make way. It's my time to shine. I too wish to undergo an assessment." Xylunia turned to Chloris' companion with a gentle smile. "What type of evaluation would you like to undertake, young one?" I would prefer to be assessed as a 4th tier healer," Luo Yun selected after a brief contemplation of the information in his mind. "Oh, that is indeed an indispensable role within a party," Xylunia nodded slightly. Being proficient in healing herself, she understood the significance of a healer in an adventuring team. A 4th tier healer is required to master at least 4 distinct methods of healing, aiding their allies in restoring vitality and energy, commonly referred to as mana and health restoration. Notably, there lay a treant on the ground, struggling in agony, and Xylunia gestured to Luo Yun. "Why not attempt to heal it?" "All right," Luo Yun nodded. Aware of his magical characteristics, he silently prayed before casting his spell. "Oh great Lord Iroh, may my incantation remain subtle this time. Thank you immensely." Wind of Revival. He cast this previously employed skill to test the waters. The prayer proved effective, as the results were satisfactory. A gentle breeze imbued with life swept over the fallen treant, allowing it to rise once more. Its wounds healed completely, and its limbs reattached. Remarkable. The healing capability is at the 4th tier, while the dispersal of negative states has reached the 5th tier. Xylunia mused, recognizing Luo Yun's potential as a healer. "Shall we proceed to the next healing test?" Luo Yun inquired eagerly, excited to showcase more of his magical prowess. "Take your time," Xylunia instructed the treant to remain still, then addressed Finlier and the 2 butterflies behind her. "You may take turns in your testing. It will allow you to demonstrate 4 distinct healing methods." Upon hearing this, Luo Yun noticed the treant, bound in place, seemed to tremble. "What test do you intend to conduct, young lady?" Xylunia inquired of Finlier. "A 4th tier berserker," Finlier casually stated. Xylunia acknowledged this, recognizing it as a common profession among half-orcs. Due to their unique lineage, half-orcs could often unleash their latent potential through secret arts, exhibiting combat abilities far exceeding the norm at the cost of descending into madness. "Very well, you may commence your attack on the treant." Xylunia gestured for Finlier to begin. In terms of disguise, Finlier certainly held her own. With her cold red eyes glinting, her slender arms transformed into fierce, sharp wolf claws as she charged forward, embodying the prowess of a typical 4th tier berserker. With swift and precise movements, she unleashed 4 silver strikes, retreating gracefully to her original position, her hands returning to their delicate state. Before her, the treant lay once more upon the ground, its limbs brutally severed. "Such a decisive attack," Xylunia noted, observing Finlier's composed demeanor as she executed her strikes with precision. "This is not the behavior of a berserker. She resembles a lethal assassin instead." She shook her head, acknowledging the association's leniency towards adventurers who concealed their true capabilities and roles. Regardless of their claims, one could still be recognized as a magician wielding explosive spells even if they merely swung a staff to obliterate their target. "You have passed the assessment, exhibiting the strength of a 4th tier berserker. Now, it is your turn to demonstrate your healing abilities," Xylunia prompted. "All right." Luo Yun once again prayed fervently, directing a water-based healing spell towards the fallen treant. Rain of Blessing. A small cloud materialized overhead, showering the battered treant with rejuvenating rain, continuously replenishing its form. Water magic proved particularly effective against wood-based entities, enhancing the healing results. The treant rose once more, fully rejuvenated and bolstered, while the sand beneath it transformed into fertile soil, sprouting tender green shoots. What astounding healing talent! Xylunia marveled, now convinced that this young man was indeed a prodigy in the healing arts. Next, it was the turn of the 2 butterflies to undergo their tests, both opting for the berserker role at the 4th tier, following Finlier's lead. They could be considered the most earnest participants in this assessment, possessing genuine 4th tier power and displaying a reckless, fierce fighting style. Faced with these 2 formidable challengers, the 5th tier treant finally revealed its true strength, exhibiting thick skin, high damage output, and nearly no weaknesses. As long as its summoner possessed sufficient magical energy, it could continue to fight indefinitely. Alone, the two butterflies struggled against the treant's relentless attacks, barely managing to hold their ground. However, they effectively met the criteria for a fourth-tier berserker, and after a fierce exchange, each managed to sever a limb of the treant. Both of them successfully passed their assessments. Let them team up for one more attempt, the usually reticent Finleer suggested to Xylunia. Xylunia nodded in agreement, having observed the determination of the two little ones. The butterflies exchanged glances and charged once more, engaging the treant in combat. Upon their first encounter, the cumbersome treant was quickly overwhelmed by the synergy of the two little fighters. Its attacks were consistently interrupted by one, while the other forsook defense to unleash a full frontal assault. Before long, the treant was stripped of its core, the source of its magical energy, leading to its immediate destruction. Holy Light Blessing, Song of the Wood Spirits. Luo Yun raised his hands, casting two different healing spells upon the butterflies. Instantly, their injuries mended, and amidst the intense combat, they experienced a breakthrough, advancing to the late fourth tier. Fourth tier healer, certification complete. Xylunia regarded Luo Yun with a complex expression. The expectation of demonstrating four distinct healing methods implied the necessity of differing healing techniques within the same magical attribute. It seemed that her instructions had not been conveyed clearly, as this young man had employed 4 healing spells of different attributes, each yielding remarkable results: wind, water, wood, and light. A prodigious sorcerer, deeply attuned to the 4 elemental forces. It seems the god of magic has providently provided for them, with all members successfully passing their assessments. Xylunia led the group to the association's front desk to collect their adventurer identity cards. Chloris, a 4th-tier wood mage, Luo Yun, a 4th-tier healer, and Finlal, along with the black butterfly and white butterfly, all 4th-tier berserkers. The entries are complete. Here are your adventurer identity cards. Please verify. Under the direct supervision of the vice president, the diligent clerk at the Adventurer Association's front desk swiftly processed the identity cards for everyone. Upon receiving her card, Chloris eagerly dashed to the task board, gazing upwards at the missions she could undertake. SSS level task: slay the great dragon Kuntuki Takatika. SS level task: defeat the demon Lord Batu. S level task: steal the demon king's underpants. Chloris briefly scanned the topmost task, nodding to herself, realizing she could confidently accomplish it. Among these, the last mission appeared to be the simplest. The current demon king had a pleasant disposition. She had crossed paths with him several times during her adventures, and later as he ascended to the throne as queen of his clan. However, was it truly acceptable to bully a king of a clan? As Chloris pondered this, her gaze fell upon another task. A-level task: steal the cup used by the fairy queen. Damn, which scoundrel issued this task? How could my cup possibly be worth only an A-level? Chapter 58. The fault is not mine. The Adventurer Association possesses a distinctive characteristic compared to other associations: an atmosphere of unparalleled ease. The vibrant environment of the headquarters reflects this, where numerous adventurers gather around small tables, enjoying drinks and food while sharing exaggerated tales of their exploits. To those unfamiliar, one might mistake it for a quaint tavern. Originally, the Adventurer Association served merely as a platform for task postings, but over time, adventurers transformed it into a leisure venue, developing unique customs around their gatherings. Once one enters the association, all defenses must be lowered, while vigilance is paramount during adventures. Having returned alive to the association warrants a moment of relaxation. Thus, adventurers excel at finding joy in their surroundings, posting humorous tasks on the board and teasing authoritative figures, a behavior that has become commonplace. Even though many adventurers face penalties each year for such antics, this phenomenon persists unabated. Some even took it upon themselves to compile statistics on the frequency of being teased, creating an unofficial popularity ranking, with the Demon King Iferidaman consistently reigning at the top. Although various races have coexisted peacefully for a considerable time, figures like the Demon King, rife with stimulating discussions, continue to capture public interest. The Adventurer Association has imposed some restrictions on such conduct, yet the measures remain insufficient, as it serves as a vital outlet for adventurers amid the pressures of their perilous journeys. Adventure is often a dance between danger and opportunity. What is this outrageous task that has resurfaced? Xylunia exclaimed angrily, her eyes narrowing. Remove it at once, and the reviewers today shall receive half their salaries. Oh dear, our poor little Kate is in for a rough time. Ha ha, what a fitting punishment. You all seem to revel in this misfortune, as if you weren't the ones bribing Kate. Humph, what I provided was far more generous than his half-month's salary. Indeed, if that rascal Kate has accepted a bribe, what does it matter if he doesn't deliver a fitting punishment for half a month? A record-breaking feat. This time, it took 3 days and 2 nights before the vice president intervened. Silunia is a leading figure among the higher-ups at the Adventurer Association, opposing the rampant frivolity. Little did she know, her very stance became fodder for the jesters. This was unavoidable, for their president, Christoph, is also a jester at heart. Oh, dear vice president. Weren't you off searching for your beloved? Have you found him? A robust old man with bulging muscles descended from the staircase beside the association's counter. It was none other than Christoph, the president of the Adventurer Association. This fellow remains as reckless as ever. Chloris squinted her light green eyes, silently criticizing him. She was well acquainted with the man who held the esteemed title of president. In her earlier days, when Silunia diligently practiced her healing magic, she often used injured adventurers she encountered on the road as practice material, and Christoph was among them. The beautiful and kind half-elf girl undoubtedly drew admiration. Christoph had once harbored feelings for Silunia, but alas, he was a genuinely good man. Not only did he fail to win her affection, but he also became her assistant, frequently aiding her and Chloris due to various misunderstandings. As time passed, with age and experience, Christoph came to terms with his feelings, settling down to marry and raise children. Even when faced with the perpetually youthful half-elf girl, he began to view her as a daughter, quietly supporting her bold romances. Yet, how unfortunate that she had chosen that pretty boy Chloris. Her romantic journey was destined to be fraught with challenges. President, come, let us share a drink. It is indeed our president who dares to speak to Lady Silunia in such a manner. Haha, a mere president daring to raise his voice awaits his fate. Soon, Lady Silunia shall take him out for a lesson. Haha, a joke for you. Our vice president is a professional healer. With Christoph's arrival, the atmosphere within the Adventurer Association reached a crescendo. In the presence of the young ones, Silunia momentarily restrained herself, choosing not to engage with the old man, simply stating, "It was not Lord Chloris, it was one of his juniors seeking me." Chloris offered an awkward smile, despite her disdain. She wouldn't reveal that she had only just learned of Silunia's presence here. As the president of the Adventurer Association, Christoph was aware of Chloris's identity. A legendary elven ranger. For half-elf Silunia to fall for such a legendary figure was indeed a poignant circumstance. Christoph could only wish her well in silence, hoping that one day she could break the mold, gain the acceptance of the elven race, and become a miraculous exception. Chloris's thoughts swirled. Even someone as astute as she found the situation challenging to navigate. So, all along, she had been guiding the young lady's growth as a mentor and elder. Why? In the end, did the young lady develop feelings for her? Where had the process gone awry? Chloris meticulously reflected on the past, rescuing a filthy half-elf girl from the clutches of a slave trader, cheering her up, helping her overcome her shadows, teaching her magic, allowing her to avenge her kin, instructing her on survival in the world. These were all standard steps in nurturing a disciple. Why then had she ended up with a rebellious student? Surely, it must be Silunia who had gone awry. I, the master, am beyond reproach. Chapter 59. The unremarkable A-level task. Chloris shook her head, discarding these troublesome grievances. She gazed at the task board, finally identifying a serious and suitable mission. A-level task. Rescue the princess captured by the witch. Task description. The princess of the Helian Kingdom was abducted by an evil red-haired witch on her engagement night. Defeat the witch and rescue the princess. Task reward. Title of Baron of Helian Kingdom. 500 gold coins and 5,000 adventure experience. Chloris nodded, albeit perplexed by the absence of strength restrictions for this task. She stood on her tiptoes, raising her delicate hand high, prepared to tear down this mission. Hey, what does this little girl think she is doing? A burly knight clad in heavy armor shouted anxiously at Chloris. He even stood from his chair, gravely approaching her. Halt! Who dares threaten Princess E and the witch? Who is this foolish child attempting to take on this task? It seems he is a relative of the vice president. Regardless of who you are, if you wish to harm them, you must first contend with me. Another challenger for our red-blue church, is it? My great sword has long been eager for action. Chloris. Upon realizing she had incited the ire of the crowd, quickly withdrew her hand and scurried behind Silunia, feigning fear. I don't know. Why is everyone suddenly angry? Though she could easily overpower them all, she had no intention of stirring trouble unnecessarily. They're merely teasing you, Silunia said with a gentle smile, comforting Clores by tenderly patting her head. Then, she surveyed the group, a frown creasing her brow. All right. The newcomer is unaware, so please don't bully her. I understand your desire to protect those two young ladies, but if this continues, I shall truly rescind that task. Please, I apologize. The knight who had instigated the ruckus immediately cowered, an apologetic smile breaking across his rugged face. My apologies, young lady. It has been long since I encountered someone bold enough to challenge this task, and I became rather excited. I hope I did not frighten you. Clores finally emerged from behind Silunia, her little head held high. Humph, I was indeed frightened. Unless you treat me to a drink of the Dawnstar, you shall not escape unscathed. Haha, the little one has good taste. Very well, I shall treat you. The knight cheerfully reached into his pocket to order the unique beverage from the Adventurers Guild. Dawnstar? Silunia momentarily paused, then smiled warmly. Like Lord Crow, little Clores enjoys it too? Yes, I've heard Senior Crow mention it, and I've always been curious. The server was remarkably efficient, soon presenting a wooden cup brimming with the drink, approximately a liter in volume, accompanied by a plate of unknown stir-fried beans from another world. Clores eagerly took a sip, a hint of nostalgia flickering in her light green eyes before she quickly masked it, her face lighting up with curiosity. Delicious. No wonder Senior Crow can't stop talking about it. Now, can you forgive me? The knight wore a simple, earnest expression, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Fine. Big guy, for the sake of this Dawnstar, let this matter pass, but do try to scare people less in the future. Big guy, allow me to introduce myself. I am Fansin Perui, the leader of the Red and Blue Sect. Red and Blue Sect? What kind of sect is that? Luo Yun inquired, intrigued, sensing a connection to the task of rescuing the princess. My young friend, are you interested in our Red and Blue Sect? Permit me to introduce our deity, the adorable and healing presence. Stop. Treston interjected, interrupting. Fansin, not again. You can't help but promote that peculiar sect whenever you see a newcomer. It's terrifying that you managed to rally quite a following. What do you think this Adventurers Guild is? What is this Red and Blue Sect? Are you merely a fan club? Luo Yun's lips twitched, recognizing a term he found oddly familiar. It was a word coined by a hero to describe a group of enthusiasts, said hero being the head of a fan club for a certain diva. To this day, many renowned singers, poets, and painters have their own fan clubs, to varying degrees. Clores, enjoying her drink, noticed Luo Yun's confusion and decided to enlighten him. So this Red and Blue Sect? Luo Yun remained curious. Silunia smiled slightly, and continued, they are quite the peculiar bunch, fervently adoring Little E and Little Ling, constantly proclaiming them as the goddesses of healing, lurking in the shadows to protect them. Even the vice president must not underestimate our faith. Fansin exuded fervor and conviction. Princess E and Witch Ling must surely be angels descended to heal our despondent souls and guide us on our path. This man named Fansin struck Luo Yun as oddly familiar, as if he were a figure he had encountered before. Could you elaborate? I have a drink, and I am quite intrigued by your tales. Luo Yun also ordered a Dawnstar, gazing at Fansin with curiosity and anticipation. Very well, allow me to regale you. Fansin cleared his throat and, adopting the tone of a bard, began to weave a tale filled with whimsical wonder. She, adorned in skirts and hats, the more splendid the better, wealth and jewels in abundance. She, wielding a broom, clothed in robes and a pointed hat, surrounded by cawing crows and frolicking black cats. The beauty of fairy tales, yet reality eludes me. Caught in a labyrinthine castle, who will come to my rescue? Potions piled chaotically, spells failing unexpectedly. Better to learn the art of broth. Storybooks teach me to be kind and excellent, to submit to the expectations of adults. Yet the storybooks declare me wicked and ugly. Roaming the world, delighting in cursing beautiful princesses. But I desire none of that. Born with a silver spoon, yet never allowed to feast. What matters appearance when hunger gnaws? But I refuse to comply. The pot simmers with flavor, not an entrancing potion, and can still lure away children. Chapter 60. The Princess and the Witch. In a remote and obscure corner of the continent, there exists a little-known kingdom named Helion. Though small, the kingdom boasts a precious treasure, They're exceptionally beautiful and adorable little princess. Princess Lanyi possesses exquisite features, a melodious voice, and flowing, lustrous gray hair. She is the pride of the Helian kingdom, beloved by her subjects. From a young age, she was meticulously trained in etiquette and the arts, with even her gait and distance carefully measured and designed. However, despite residing in a lavish palace of gold and jade, Lanyi is far from happy. She is a simple girl, easily pleased, with a fondness for delectable pastries and delightful foods. Yet, the adults strictly regulate her meals, never allowing her to indulge freely. A swift movement would elicit reprimands from her etiquette instructor, demanding she embody the grace of a princess. In her opulent chambers, Lanyi gazes out the window at the cerulean sky, where dark birds soar freely, and a yearning to escape takes root in her heart. The little princess closes her storybook, shaking her head to dispel the fantasy. It is an utterly absurd notion. A frail and helpless princess cannot possibly escape a fortified castle, and the outside world may not be as wondrous as the tales depict. In a tranquil forest, there stands a quaint little treehouse, the home of the apprentice witch, Hongling. She is a human orphan captured by an elderly witch. The malevolent old crone, mortally wounded by a white knight's sword, has little time left. The old witch imprisoned young Hongling within a decaying treehouse, forcing her to learn the craft within. After expending her last ounce of strength to cast a curse upon the girl, the old witch perished outside the treehouse, her body turned to ash, scattered by the wind. The curse transformed Hongling's lineage into witches, compelling her to master the 5 disciplines of sorcery housed on the treehouse's shelves before she could unlock the wooden door. The poor girl thus became a witch, confined deep within the tranquil forest. Fortunately, the old witch left her with 2 contracted magical beasts, a dim-witted crow and a black cat capable of human speech. As an apprentice witch, Hongling could observe the outside world through the crow's eyes and enlist the cat's help in procuring food. Thus began Hongling's study of the witchcraft tomes. One evening, Lanyi's stomach grumbled, for she had been punished by fasting due to sneaking desserts from the kitchen earlier that day. The little princess tossed and turned in her soft bed, unable to find sleep. "I'm so hungry." Lanyi's crystalline eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her delicate cheeks and dampening her pure white pillow. Caw! A hoarse, high-pitched caw from a crow caught Lanyi's attention. She looked toward the window to see a crow clutching a black package in its beak, gently pecking at her window. It was the same crow that had been circling above her during her training in the garden these past few days. Initially, Lanyi paid it little mind, but she had noticed it on several occasions, leaving an impression. A crow tapping at the window in the dead of night is indeed a peculiar occurrence. Yet, gazing into the crow's vibrant black eyes, Lanyi inexplicably chose to trust it. She opened the window for the creature. The crow flew in, placing the package on the table, then hopped back a few steps, regarding the bewildered princess. "Caw-caw, do you wish for me to unwrap it?" "Caw." The remarkable crow nodded knowingly, confirming the crow's intention. Lanyi curiously began to unwrap the package. A delectable aroma suddenly wafted through the air. To my astonishment, it was a bento box brimming with delicious food. "Is this for me?" Blue-E couldn't help but swallow hard, lifting her gaze to inquire of the crow, her voice laden with yearning and desire. "Caw." The crow nodded again, its black eyes betraying an inscrutable expression. "Eat, eat." Far away in the little cabin, Hongling beamed with joy. She had prepared this bento herself. After being trapped in the cabin for so many years, she may not have mastered much in the art of witchcraft, but she had honed her culinary skills to perfection. Even the cauldron used by the old witch for brewing potions had been repurposed by her to simmer a delectable mushroom soup. Now, even the black cat had succumbed to her charm, bringing her a plethora of recipes from the human world in exchange for her daily assistance in preparing fish from the river. In this place, there was joy, and the desire for knowledge had dissipated. Through the eyes of the crow, Hongling peered into the outside world. Despite being confined within the wooden walls, she felt a sense of expansive freedom, able to admire different beautiful scenes and experience various events every day. The renowned little princess became her most significant object of observation during these days. Initially driven by curiosity, she soon discovered that the life of a princess was not as blissful as depicted in fairy tales. One fateful night, the kind-hearted apprentice which was moved by the tears of the little princess. Utilizing the crow's body, she tapped on the princess's window, drawing back the curtain on the story between them. The apprentice witch's bento was quite simple. consisting of wild vegetables foraged from the depths of the forest and the game captured by the black cat. Though the ingredients were modest, Hong Ling's culinary prowess shone through, and the princess savored each bite, her adorable little face glowing with happiness. "Review. This is the most satisfying meal I've ever had since I was born," exclaimed the little Miss Duck. "Caw." The little crow flapped its wings as if to suggest she should speak less while eating. "Gurgle, all right." Bluey nodded obediently after swallowing her food. "Caw." Hong Ling was somewhat surprised. This innocent little princess seemed to grasp her meaning. "Caw." Bluey mimicked the crow's call, tilting her head in response. "Caw." The little crow hopped around excitedly. "Oh, so you understand what I'm saying." Bluey chuckled foolishly. "I can also guess what you want to say. I've always been good at interpreting the intentions of little animals." "Caw." "You know, in fairy tales, most princesses have this skill as well," she added with a laugh. "Caw." Not really. Little animals actually don't like me. Whenever I try to catch one for roasting, they always sense my intentions. Could it be that I'm too obvious?" "Caw." What was I drooling? Chapter 61. The crow's final tale. As autumn gave way to winter and winter to spring, time passed. And the little princess Bluey and the apprentice which Hong Ling became the closest of friends. By day, the crow would soar through the skies, resting in the woods, watching the princess's life from afar, witnessing her tears and laughter. By night, it would tap on the princess's window, secretly delivering delicious midnight snacks and tales of the fascinating happenings in the outside world. Through the crow's stories, the princess, though physically ensconced within the castle, was privy to the wonders and excitement beyond its walls. The crow perched on the princess's desk, its nimble wings flapping back and forth, its sharp beak producing sounds. "Caw, caw, 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 caw." Translation: Bluey, do you remember the old shepherd dog, Shushan, I told you about last time? Its teeth have all fallen out. So the shepherd plans to kill it and eat dog meat. "Ah," Bluey gasped, hastily swallowing her food, her curiosity piqued. "But didn't you say last time that Shushan drove away wolves and protected many lambs?" "Caw, caw, 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 caw." Translation: That story was from half a year ago. Back then, Shushan still had teeth. Now it is no longer useful. How cruel of the shepherd. Shushan has protected his lambs for so many years. Caw, caw. Translation: What can be done? Shushan has lost its ability to work. So the shepherd naturally sees only its last value. The shepherd is a wicked man. Caw. Translation: You're right. The shepherd is indeed a terrible villain. So, was Shushan really eaten? Caw, caw, caw. Translation: No, Shushan is friends with the wolves. They staged a performance together where the valiant old dog saved the shepherd's young son from their jaws. The shepherd and his wife were very grateful to Shushan and decided to treat this old companion kindly. What? The shepherd dog and the wolves are actually friends? The little princess Bluey was greatly astonished, her innocent heart shaken. Caw, caw. Translation: What is so surprising, dear Bluey? Aren't you also friends with me? The ill-fated bird. The black crow on the desk bowed comically like a gentleman. The apprentice which Hong Ling dared not reveal her true identity, having been transformed into a black witch, a representation of malevolence. Thus, she disguised herself as a wise little crow in front of her princess friend. Though the crow was also considered an ill-omened bird, it was far more acceptable than a black witch. Not at all. Ever since I met a Ling, I've been exceedingly happy every day. A Ling is not the bringer of misfortune. In truth, she is a lucky bird. Deep within the forest, in her small tree house, Hong Ling fell silent. Even though she seldom delved into the evil sorcery left by the old witch, the curse still subtly influenced her spirit, attempting to transform her into a cold-hearted witch. Over the years, she had observed the myriad facets of humanity through the eyes of a crow. Yet the instances that stirred her emotions had become fewer and fewer, and she felt her blood gradually growing cold. Fortunately, she had encountered the treasure of her life early on, the kind and innocent little princess Bluey. It seemed that she possessed a unique gift. As long as she remained by her side, Hong Ling's withering heart would gradually rejuvenate, for her smile held the magic to heal souls. The two, who had never met before, became each other's most cherished existence. Caw. Translation: I am Yi's own lucky bird. A blush rose to Bluey's fair cheeks. Time flowed like a song, and the little princess Bluey blossomed into a graceful beauty, her allure renowned far and wide. The apprentice which Hong Ling shed her title. bravely confronting the sorcery left behind by the old witch with the treasure of her heart in hand. She had not learned some of the malevolent sorcery that disrupts harmony, but she had become adept in practical spells such as potion brewing, flight, and hypnosis. She could have long since pushed open the wooden door of the cabin and stepped out into the forest. Yet she did not, for she preferred to be the crow friend by the side of the little princess rather than the despised black witch. She cherished this simple and joyful life, unwilling to disrupt the harmony of their current existence. Alas, fate is capricious. The more one wishes to protect something, the more likely one is to lose it. Year after year of calamity plunged the kingdom of Helion into financial crisis. Meanwhile, the old king of the neighboring kingdom seized the opportunity to propose a marriage, offering to assist the kingdom of Helion through its crisis if Princess Blue were wed to him. Indeed, the betrothed was not any prince of his, but the old king who had long coveted the little princess's beauty. The infamous Wu Jiang king, notorious for his lecherous reputation, for the sake of the kingdom. Even though he loved his little princess dearly, King Helion had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree to the old king's proposal. The kingdom of Helion was but a small nation, unable to withstand further turmoil. Ever since learning she was to be wed to the old king of the neighboring kingdom, the smile had vanished from the face of Princess Blue. She was merely a weak and helpless princess. What could she do? Her fate had been predetermined from the very beginning. Late at night, the little crow once again tapped on the princess's window. Blue opened the window, her expression weary, her once bright eyes devoid of luster, and her face lacking the healing smile it once bore. Caw, caw. The crow tried every possible means to coax a smile from the little princess, but to little avail. No matter how hard it tried, the most it could elicit from Blue was a forced smile, an attempt to reassure her friend. This was the kind-hearted and naive princess's first attempt to conceal her emotions like an adult, but she was terribly clumsy at it. After a prolonged silence, the little crow, with its hoarse and unappealing voice, finally shared the last story it had brought for the princess that night, a rare horror tale it's seldom told. Be cautious, It has come to my ears that a particularly malevolent witch has recently arrived in the capital. In fairy tales, such wicked witches often seek to capture kind and beautiful princesses like yourself. You must be vigilant. Chapter 62. The witch comes to capture the princess. As the day of the princess's wedding approaches, a somber atmosphere pervades the kingdom of Helion. This is hardly an occasion for celebration. Late at night, a diminutive figure clad in a black robe and pointed hat soared over the city gates on a broomstick. For years, Hong Ling had observed from the vantage point of a crow, becoming intimately familiar with the streets and alleys of the capital, even gaining insights into its weak defenses. Silently, she infiltrated the heart of the Helion kingdom, with only a week remaining until the princess's nuptials. Tonight she would emerge as an evil black witch, poised to commit her first act of malevolence, stealing the kingdom's most exquisite treasure. Even in the dead of night, the palace remained heavily guarded, with loyal soldiers patrolling in pairs. Perched on a large tree not far from the palace gates, a black cat clad in boots regarded Hong Ling with a grave tone. Have you truly made up your mind? You need not persuade me further, Grandpa Cat. Hong Ling replied, shaking her head, her wine-red eyes brimming with determination. Is the most important person to me. I must save her. You know, she is also rescuing her people. The old black cat's murky eyes twinkled with wisdom. The consequences of disrupting this union will rest upon her kingdom. Huh. Hong Ling let out a soft laugh, her lips curling into a slight smirk, though the coldness of her expression was more frigid than ice. I have come to a realization. I am a black witch. No matter what I do, I will always be seen as evil in the eyes of the world. Such is my fate. Therefore, I shall embrace it and fulfill the role of a wicked witch. And as the princess, is bound by her destiny to serve her kingdom. Alas, it is unfortunate that she has caught the eye of this malevolent witch. Her fate shall inevitably be rewritten. Even if she resents me, let her mistakes be borne by this witch. It is not that the princess does not wish to marry. It is the evil witch who has ruined the wedding. Ha! Do you think the people will enjoy this tale? The old black cat, gazing at the reckless smile on Hong Ling's face, momentarily perceived the madness of its former master. Meow, I am but an old cat, incapable of grasping your whims. All right. Grandpa Cat, please wait for me outside. I am going in to steal someone. The patrolling guards outside were mere commoners, now adept in various arcane arts. Hong Ling knew that a simple hypnosis spell would suffice to handle them. Silently, she slipped into the palace, skillfully making her way toward the princess's chamber, employing illusions and hypnosis to carefully avoid the eyes of servants and soldiers. However, as she neared the princess's quarters, the guards grew increasingly formidable, each possessing at least second-tier combat prowess. Gauging the distance, Hong Ling employed her transformation spell, metamorphosing into a pitch-black crow. For the first time, she did not possess another's body, but transformed her own into that of a crow. She adapted seamlessly to her new form, flapping her wings and leaping into the night, stealthily approaching the familiar window. Arriving at the window, Hong Ling bypassed the customary knock and simply opened it, entering the room. Long ago, Princess Luo Yun had ceased locking her window, allowing easy access from the outside. At this hour, Luo Yun was fast asleep. Seeing the tear-streaked, pale face of Yi, Hong Ling's heart twisted with pain. She should not hesitate. She ought to have accepted her fate sooner and used her powers as a witch to help her friend escape from suffering. This marked their first face-to-face encounter. Using the room's mirror, Hong Ling meticulously adjusted her appearance, donning her oversized pointed hat and black witch's robe. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, her fair cheeks flushed slightly, and her small hands trembled as she gently shook the sleeping princess, who had wept herself to slumber. No, wait. This beautiful little princess, please awaken. Luo Yun stirred at Hong Ling's gentle shaking, her eyes fluttering open to reveal a striking young witch with long, chestnut hair standing by her bedside. Black witch, Luo Yun murmured, recognizing the notorious evil kind. Yet astonishingly, she felt no fear in the presence of this unfamiliar witch. Instead, the gentle gaze of her intruder sparked a sense of familiarity within her. Ahem. Hong Ling cleared her throat, forcing an exaggerated smile in an attempt to appear fearsome, as if she were about to consume a child. Ha, beautiful little princess. Allow me to introduce myself. I am an evil witch, here to take you away. Your expression is quite amusing. For some inexplicable reason, Luo Yun felt utterly at ease in the presence of this witch, her previously burdensome heart lightening considerably. In that moment, she forgot her plight, as if she were lost in a peculiar dream. Do not laugh. Hong Ling's face flushed with embarrassment as she grabbed a pillow and threw it at Luo Yun. This was a menacing smile she had practiced in front of the mirror for quite some time. How dare Yi mock her? Luo Yun protested, her ire rising. But as she prepared to retaliate, a strange noise emanated from her belly. Grr. Luo Yun, unable to muster the strength to toss the pillow, felt her spirits plummet. I'm so hungry. Yi is so pitiful. Even Ling has abandoned her, not bringing her food today, which made her cry for a long time. Exhausted from weeping, she fell asleep. But now that she is awake, her stomach is growling. Enough of this nonsense. Let us speak of serious matters. Little princess, you should comply and surrender. This witch shall surely take you away today. Miss Witch, do you have anything to eat? Luo Yun asked, her sapphire-like eyes wide with innocence. I am quite hungry. May I eat my fill before departing with you? Very well. After a moment of feigned contemplation, Hong Ling produced a bento she had prepared in advance. Unlike the one meant for crows, this one was wrapped in red, with a different container. My dear little princess, after you finish eating, you must come with me willingly. Otherwise, I shall use my magic to turn you into a pig's head. Sweet Miss Witch, you are even gentler than the tales portray. I will not resist. Chapter 63. And thus, they lived happily together. Are you full now? The witch inquired. Not yet. The little princess replied weakly. I see you are merely trying to buy time. Hong Ling first wiped the remnants of food from Luo Yun's mouth, then playfully pinched her delicate, pale cheeks. No cheating. Having eaten my food, you must accompany me. Wah. Luo Yun whimpered as she struggled. Her face contorted into a piglet's visage due to Hong Ling's playful antics. My dear friend won't come to visit me anymore, she lamented. Upon hearing this, Hong Ling loosened her grip, her expression turning peculiar. Your friend? Yes. I have a wonderful crow friend, though it hasn't come to see me today. But I believe it will return, Luo Yun said, covering her slightly flushed cheeks, tears welling in her round, almond-shaped eyes. If it cannot find me, it will surely worry. Do not flatter yourself. I could never care. Taking a deep breath, Hong Ling performed a witch's transformation spell before Luo Yun's eyes. A swirl of black smoke enveloped her, and a pitch-black crow appeared before Luo Yun. Caw. Translation, Foolish Luo Yun, hear me clearly. If you do not come with me today, I shall never look after you again. By day, at the Helion Palace, Your Majesty, it is terrible. The princess has gone missing. What did you say? The king of Helion was taken aback by his subject's report, immediately gesturing for orders to be issued. The princess is missing. Seal the city. After dismissing the court officials, the king of Helion sat on his throne, sighing deeply in a manner hard to articulate. Alas! Your Majesty, a figure clad in white emerged from the shadows. The witch who abducted the princess has been confirmed. From the essence of her soul, it is evident that she is the little crow that has been by the princess's side since childhood. The king of Helion fell silent upon hearing this, his heart still in turmoil. A black witch with a pure soul. Can I truly entrust Yi to her? Should I send someone to bring them back? No. The king of Helion shook his head gently. Let them go. Throughout Yi's life, only she has been able to make her laugh with such joy. As a father, I have failed in my duties. After all these years, I am the ruler of a nation. I should have noticed the stirrings around the little princess. Let the captain of the knights protect them in secret. Vancy, I shall inform him shortly. Then, the king of Helion forced a bitter smile and continued to give orders. Sell some treasures from the royal treasury and issue an S-rank quest at the Adventurers Guild, a mission to rescue the princess. Your Majesty, the treasury cannot support an S-rank quest at this time. Then let it be an A rank. Understood. Also, gather some bards to weave their story and spread it far and wide. Your Majesty, must we really pursue fame? That is precisely what I desire. The king of Helion's expression turned resolute. A determined look graced his face. Whether good or bad, as long as there is fame, as long as the people of the continent know that the kingdom of Helion exists, then this financial crisis will not matter. A small kingdom has its own wisdom for survival, an unfortunate choice indeed. Ultimately, the king of Helion could not bear to marry his daughter off to the neighboring king of LSB. Yet, it is Yi who suffers. A pampered little princess destined to wander with that witch. Escaping from the gilded prison, the witch has fulfilled her wicked objectives. Where shall we fly next to savor cake, paired with fresh cheese? Tossing aside the cumbersome top hat and long gloves. The intricate folds nearly trip me. Borrow my cloak for your disguise to avoid falling. Being too conspicuous will attract attention. Look at the bustling streets, filled with laughter and joy. It surpasses the splendid loneliness of grandeur. How delightful indulgence is. Let us run through the fields. Let us soar on broomsticks to the ends of the earth. My most skilled magic is making you laugh. Within the Adventurers Guild, Vancy recounted the tale of a princess and a witch in the standard bardic tone to Luo Yun and others. Thus, the charming little princess and the kind which lived happily together. The witch, Ling, eventually opened a potion shop in Harmony City, where her potions were not only effective but also affordable. Moreover, she frequently offered free aid to struggling adventurers. What a black witch this is. To call her a white witch would seem believable. The shopkeeper is so adorable, haha. No, it is the owner who is adorable. Really, you have disguised yourselves as patients to buy potions again? Don't talk nonsense. I truly am unwell. Vancy's splendid performance concluded, eliciting applause from the adventurers present, who clearly enjoyed the story. Luo Yun observed Vancy, a contemplative expression on his face. Just moments ago, when Vancy introduced himself as the leader of the Red-Blue Church, a familiar buff activated within Luo Yun. Vancy, leader of the Red-Blue Church, captain of the Knights of the Kingdom of Helion, 6th tier knight, a rank adventurer, currently tasked with secretly protecting the princess. Good heavens, Luo Yun exclaimed. While issuing a quest to rescue the princess, he simultaneously dispatched people to protect her. The maneuvering of the Kingdom of Helion truly perplexed him. Here it comes. The freshly released The Daily Life of the Princess and the Witch. A voice called from the entrance, an adventurer shaking a bag of memory stones as he entered. Memory stone, a type of crystal or inscribed with memory magic. Upon seeing this adventurer, Vancy laughed heartily and waved. Here I am, leader. The adventurer eagerly approached, handing over a substantial bag of memory stones to Vancy. The latest edition of The Princess and the Witch has been released. Good brother, can we have a word? Give it to me. Hurry, my soul craves the healing of beautiful maidens. Vancy, observing the eager adventurers, smiled slightly. The usual rule applies. 3 silver coins for passers-by. Members of the Red-Blue Church enjoy a half-price discount. Vancy retrieved a memory stone from the bag and placed it before Luo Yun. Young man, I find you likable. This one is complimentary for you. After watching, consider joining my Red-Blue Church. With that, Vancy departed, skillfully navigating the room as he began selling the memory stones in his possession. The kingdom of Helion is indeed impoverished, leaving him to devise ways to sustain the fan club. Fortunately, the daily interactions between the princess and the witch, captured in memory, were immensely popular among the church members, yielding considerable income. This was all thanks to his efforts to bribe the old black cat by the witch's side, persuading it to assist with the filming. It was undoubtedly first-hand material. After Van C left, Luo Yun curiously picked up a memory stone and examined it, probing it with a sliver of mental energy. He then beheld an image. Two stunningly beautiful young ladies were intimately feeding each other. The silver-haired girl, delicate and gentle, wore an innocent and pure smile. The brown-haired girl, on the other hand, exuded an air of cold elegance, her wine-red eyes carefully watching the silver-haired girl's slender fingers, wary of biting them by accident. Such a beautiful maiden moment. Luo Yun's heart raced. This world also has such photographs. The otaku rejoiced. Clear eyes leaned over, extending her mental energy. Her fair face, slightly flushed from the drink, unabashedly commented, "The hero who invented this memory stone truly has an inflated ego," claiming it was to capture his valiant battles with monsters. Yet, what do we find? The market is flooded with images of beautiful maidens, while his battle footage collects dust. Chapter 64, Return of the Adventurers. In this world, combat footage is surprisingly unpopular. Luo Yun found it hard to believe. In his previous life, action-packed series were quite the market. Of course not. Some serious footage sharing adventure experiences still circulated well. The unpopular ones are merely those battle footages of the heroes. Clear Eyes patiently explained. After a few days together, she noticed the contradictions in Luo Yun's behavior. He understood many things, and once even excitedly conversed with her in Elvish, like a child eager to share a newfound skill. Yet, in matters of common knowledge, he often seemed more naive than a novice, treating universally known facts as if they were novel discoveries. He resembled a child raised by a reclusive scholar in the mountains, highly intelligent, yet lacking in experience. What is wrong with the heroes' battles? Luo Yun pondered. Aren't the protagonists of operatic epics typically heroes? The hero's battle footage is only worth watching once. Seeing it more than that loses its charm. Do you expect to learn anything from it? Of course. Luo Yun was taken aback, suddenly realizing, I understand now. It turns out that throughout history, heroes have always been formidable figures. What can ordinary adventurers learn from them? To replicate their overpowered attacks to defeat monsters in one blow? How astonishing. Is that how it's done? Let me try? Nonsense. Being an adventurer requires a grounded approach. Watching the heroes' combat styles serves merely as entertainment. Having become an adventurer, Luo Yun sat in his chair, symbolically scanning the task board displaying the posted quests. The task board was not extensive, occupying only half of the guild's wall, yet most adventurers within the guild could easily read the quest details, as no adventurer would crowd around the board. More often than not, like Clear Eyes who had just rushed to the board, it was a personal preference, a privilege of the petite. Most, like Luo Yun, remained seated, chatting and drinking with others while browsing for appealing quests, only leaving their seats to claim those that caught their interest. After all, being an adventurer required one to be sharp and discerning. Many could clearly see the quests posted on the first floor even from the second. Though some quirky and amusing quests were mixed in, the serious adventuring quests still made up the majority. Luo Yun soon found his gaze drawn to a particular quest. C-rank task. The Carnival of the Return Festival. Task Introduction. As the season approaches, countless marine creatures come ashore to spawn, creating a unique natural phenomenon by the seaside and a festive celebration for the local populace. However, the mass spawning of these sea beasts, while a joyous occasion, poses certain risks to the coastal towns. Please assist in alleviating the pressure on coastal defenses and join in hosting a lively sea return festival. Task Reward. Arrive at the designated event location within 5 days of accepting the task to receive 200 adventure experience points, with additional rewards based on the evaluation of the marine beast eggs collected. Curious about the Sea Return Festival, which is the first extraordinary world celebration that Luo Yun has learned of, he mused. Ah, it's that time again for crowds to steal eggs. Chloris exclaimed, her emerald eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, it's almost time for the egg-gathering festival. I've decided. I shall venture to the show city tomorrow. It's been buzzing with activity lately. Chloris, a free spirit who had flown out from the forest, had revealed her personality to Luo Yun over the past few days, and he guessed she wouldn't linger here for long. Yet, He did not anticipate her to set her sights on a new destination so quickly, eager to embark on her next adventure. Wishing you a delightful journey. Luo Yun smiled, offering his blessings to this intriguing friend he had just met. Although he felt a tinge of reluctance, for life would certainly lose some of its joy without the lively presence of Chloris. However, this was not a reason to restrain her. Chloris had fled the forest to pursue her own dreams. Luo Yun cherished tranquility, preferring to stay at Aok's home, playing games, preparing meals for Finlier, and occasionally going out for a stroll. With such a disposition, he was destined not to accompany Chloris on her whirlwind of adventures for long. What foolishness are you spouting? Chloris exclaimed incredulously, her round emerald eyes wide with disbelief. As if Luo Yun had committed an unforgivable crime. You all accompanied me to register as adventurers at the Adventurers Guild. Are we not a team? How could you suggest I, an elf, venture to the seaside alone? Alakamba. Luo Yun was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had been scolded by Chloris' elven exclamations. Hey, that is a bit much. I merely wished you a pleasant journey. Why did you suddenly flare up? Chloris remained visibly upset, her delicate elven ears tinged with a faint blush, trembling slightly. If I cannot share my experiences and joy with companions during my adventures, what meaning does it hold? I might as well remain in my previous position, she declared. You lazy bum. I see now, you are just a sloth lounging on the maca tree. 10 days of sunbathing like a rotten salted fish. Humph. Regardless, you have my approval now. Be prepared. For I shall use every means at my disposal to make you a member of the Colo Adventure Group. Sitting beside Chloris, Silunya had been in a daze for quite some time, her gaze fixated on the passionately animated Chloris. Truly, she resembled the great Lord Clo. Why would such an exceptional and powerful pure-blooded elf take me as her disciple? I am merely a mixed blood with a muddled lineage. Silly child. A solitary life of adventure is dreadfully dull. Nurturing, a lovely little companion is a meaningful journey in itself. A grand adventure cannot lack a witness. Take pride in it, child, for you have been recognized as my travel companion. Though Chloris' exclamations were harsh, Luo Yun felt that at this moment. She was more sincere and genuine than ever. The nonchalant Finlier narrowed her crimson eyes, discreetly observing Chloris. Despite the theatrics, her words ring true. Humph. Always laughing and joking. I thought your life was so splendid, yet it seems you are just another lonely soul. Well, my Luo Yun can play this silly game of pretend with you. However, the name Colo Adventure Group is rather unappealing. It should be changed to the Cloud Wolf Adventure Group. Chapter 65. Hooray, it's the sea. Prepare yourself. I am about to unleash my tactics. Chloris declared assertively, her charming face adorned with a confident smile. By the end of today, I will have you join my Colo Adventure Group. Luo Yun, an easygoing individual, would have readily accepted an earnest invitation from Chloris to visit the seaside. However, her overwhelming confidence piqued his curiosity, and he found himself eager to see what strategies she would employ. All right, I am ready. Bring it on. Humph. Chloris turned away, ignoring him, and leaped into Finlier's delicate embrace, feigning distress as she began to cry. Wah, big sis. Please join my adventure group. I'll make you the vice captain. Finlier raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as she wished to see what approach Chloris would take to persuade Luo Yun. To her surprise, Chloris had turned her focus onto her instead. Quite clever indeed. All right, but the team's name must be changed to the Cloud Wolf Adventure Group. Not a problem. I will heed Big Sis's wishes. Chloris replied obediently, her light green eyes sparkling like stars, her lips curving into a smile. After all, she was the leader. If necessary, she could always change the name back later. Finlier glanced at Chloris, her crystalline red eyes narrowing slightly as she nodded. Then I shall join. Luo Yun stood by, astonished. Wasn't it supposed to be about persuading me? How did she manage to win Finlier over instead? Team member 1. Chloris began her search for the next recruit, and soon spotted the black butterfly and white butterfly. These two little ones had always been rather inconspicuous, and Chloris had only a vague understanding of them. She knew they were Finlier's little followers, having emerged from the monster forest together. Chloris approached them, her eyes wide as she directly asked, "Would you like to join?" The two little ones promptly hid behind Luo Yun, each clutching one of his arms. "I'll listen to the master." "Me too. Little black, little white, please agree to that, elf," Finlier interjected. "All right, we'll follow Big Sis." The black butterfly and white butterfly quickly released Luo Yun and dashed to stand behind Finlier. Big Sis Finlier. So impressive. Cloris gleefully turned back to Luo Yun. So, what do you say, Luo Yun? Care to join my adventure group? Humph. You're just riding on someone else's coattails, Luo Yun firmly reprimanded, as he playfully clasped Finlier, holding her like a little tiger. He then shot a serious look at Cloris and declared, "Big sis, take me along. I'm itching to visit the seaside." Luo Yun was secretly brimming with anticipation. Such scenes were the stuff of dreams from his previous life. Now was not the time to be stubborn. He needed to seize the opportunity. Haha, absolutely. I am undoubtedly the best guide in the entire continent. You won't regret following me. After gathering everyone, Cloris promptly approached Silunya with a request. Sister Silunya, we wish to register as an adventurer team. Of course, little Colo. Silunya replied with a smile, having witnessed the entire process of Cloris forming the team. She had initially thought these little ones had already formed a group, but it turned out this was the moment they became officially established. Truly, a bunch of fresh, naive novices. I will assist you in updating your adventure information, and some team tasks will be made available to you. The rewards and experience from your adventures will be distributed among your team as you see fit. Thank you, Sister Silunya. Ultimately, Cloris accepted the C-rank task of celebrating the Sea Return Festival as the team leader. By the way, I will be heading to Show City West soon to deliver the rewards for this event. Would you like to accompany me? It's on the way, Silunya invited, knowing that the journey would be far from dull with these delightful little companions. What do you think, Luo Yun? Cloris inquired, fully aware of who the true core of the team was, despite her often erratic demeanor. Although Leon appeared to be an ordinary human, Finlier took heed of his words, and even the dragon seemed to regard him with importance. His two small companions occasionally gathered around him as well. Even more peculiar was the knightly maiden, who, after only a few simple duels with him, transformed her demeanor entirely. She no longer dared to address him by name, instead opting for a respectful bow and referring to him as young master. It was quite strange, had it not been for Leon's affinity with all of nature. Cloris would have felt too intimidated to remain by his side. Not a problem. The more, the merrier. Leon nodded, already pondering what games could serve to pass the time during their journey. With Leon's input, Cloris resumed her conversation with Silunya. Sister Silunya, when do you plan to set off? How about tomorrow morning? Is that really so soon? And the Adventurers Guild is sending you, the vice president, to personally escort the rewards? Is this year's homecoming festival particularly special? Little Cloris, you are quite astute, Silunya praised, revealing, this year's tide of sea beasts coming ashore is indeed unusual. Not only has it arrived earlier, but the number of beasts is also denser, with many not even in breeding season making their way ashore. The Adventurers Guild is taking this matter seriously, hence my need to investigate. However, little Cloris, you need not worry. Just enjoy the festival. There shouldn't be any major issues. And even if there are, we seasoned veterans will ensure your safety. Upon hearing Silunya's words, the surrounding adventurers erupted in laughter and agreement. Indeed, what significant problems could arise? The more challenging, the better. I relish tackling difficult problems. Newcomers, stop always thinking about charging ahead. Stay back and observe how the veterans address challenges with style. Oh, in the wild, I find it most bothersome to encounter those inexperienced youngsters who have no sense of their limits. I often have to clean up after them. Hey, old fort, have some dignity. Every time I see you, you're showing off in front of the newbies, boasting about slaying goblins. Wow, you're so impressive. Chapter 66. Hooray. Morsi. Luo Yun and his companions spent the day at the Adventurers Guild, gaining insights and listening to dubious tales from seasoned adventurers. Their peculiar experiences had certainly increased. Finally, as they prepared to leave the guild, Cloris respectfully led the horse-drawn carriage back to Luo Yun and the others. The sun was setting, painting the distant sky with hues of twilight. The streets and rooftops of Harmonia City glowed a fiery crimson, while the shop windows shimmered with the dimming light. Adventurers returning from the wild, regardless of their fortunes, bore signs of fatigue on their faces. As they transitioned back from the wilderness to urban life, their taut nerves finally relaxed. After all, Harmonia City was renowned for its security. It was a place under divine watch, where no one dared to offend. Upon returning to the south gate of the Wolfsnow district, they encountered Ao Shui and her assistant, Saint Delaware. This will be where we part. You can return now. Ao Shui informed the horsefolk girl who had been pulling her carriage, before boarding Leon's with Saint Del to return to the courtyard. How was the Adventurers Guild? Was it enjoyable? Ao Shui inquired cheerfully as soon as they boarded. It was evident she was familiar with the atmosphere of the guild. Each guild varies depending on the locale. Some are filled with despondent individuals, while others are bustling with competitive spirits. The adventurers in Harmonia City initially came to escort traveling merchants, but gradually, they found themselves captivated and chose to stay. They were not only skilled but also well-traveled, often congregating in tavern-like guilds to boast and share tales with adventurers from afar. As the most prosperous commercial metropolis, significant events were rare, yet the locals were well informed of rumors from various regions, making it a sanctuary for semi-retired adventurers. Yes, they are quite an interesting bunch. Uncle Fan Si is a fan favorite, Uncle Kai Lu is well-informed, and Lord Weizid is a puppeteer with exquisite dolls. I even commissioned one from him. Luo Yun eagerly shared his encounters with Ao Shui. Ao Shui merely smiled gently, listening to him recount his day. Although these tales held no commercial value, her fatigue from the day dissipated as she listened. It was not until they reached the courtyard that Lun remembered an important matter he had forgotten to mention. By the way, Sister Ao Shui, we also accepted a C-level commission and plan to report to the Shuzdix CC tomorrow. Oh, regarding the commission for this homecoming festival? Ao Shui's golden eyes sparkled with interest. Yes. Would you like to join us? Ao Shui pouted slightly, feigning a bitter expression. Oh, what a pity. I have a whole host of people to support, and I simply don't have the time to play. However, I can send Saint Del with you. I will allocate the travel expenses to her. So you needn't worry about my finances. Is this what it feels like to be sponsored? Lun mused, intrigued by the term magic egg procurement. Seeing Luo Yun's curiosity, Ao Shui explained, eggs laid by underwater magical beasts are highly valuable, whether as food or as pets once hatched. Some unidentified blind eggs can even yield high-tier magical beast offspring, making them quite precious. Thus, the Wolf Snow Chamber of Commerce sends people to procure them at the festival each year. The business scope of Wolf Snow is quite diverse, unlike the Elven or Marine chambers, which are more specialized. Speaking of which, I have a story to share. Chloris raised her small hand proudly, capturing everyone's attention. Have you heard of the tale of the adventurer King Clo, blessed by the goddess of luck, who hatched a mermaid egg? Ah, indeed, that is a delightful story. Ao Shui smiled. If I recall correctly, it occurred during the homecoming festival 53 years ago, and Clo received gratitude from the marine royalty, earning an honor medal as a marine warrior. Exactly. Chloris loves hearing others praise her legendary exploits, especially when they are unaware of her true identity. Still pretending, huh? Ao Shui scoffed, her demeanor shifting from warm to sardonic. Do you think I don't know? This is a charade you've orchestrated with those wretched sea creatures to monopolize the market for magical beast blind eggs. You have no shame. Ah. Chloris swallowed hard, blinking her large eyes in feigned innocence. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm just a simple, adorable little sprite. Oof, Ao Shui sneered, uninterested in continuing the conversation. Having interacted with Clo before, she could once be charmed, but after her own advancement to the 10th tier, Clo's tricks were no longer effective. Many previously dubious matters now made sense. Listening to so much, Luo Yun decided to indulge in a feast for dinner. Golden brown crispy fish fillets, deliciously spicy chopped pepper fish, refreshing non-greasy tomato and sour fish chunks, rich and sweet fish belly and radish stew, and fragrant green pepper-flavored fried fish bones. A plump fish from the original world was meticulously prepared from head to tail, offering a delightful feast for all. After the meal, Chloris habitually tugged at Luo Yun's hand, urging him to start the projection game. It had only been 2 days, and she was far from tired of the fascinating alchemical toy. Her curiosity remained undiminished. Even with their imminent departure for the seaside, she was reluctant to rest early and spent a long time playing in Luo Yun's room. That night, they collaborated in the clown's amusement park to solve puzzles and gain the abilities of a fire swordsman and an ice mage in an underground labyrinth. The familiar setting thrilled Chloris, and even Finlear became engrossed, poking Chloris' character with his sword several times. Unfortunately, without the option for friendly fire, Finlear soon lost interest and focused on slaying the small monsters on the screen. Perhaps due to his overly cautious nature in reality, Finlear became reckless in the game, where he could respawn infinitely, opting to act decisively rather than hesitate. Luo Yun observed this and considered finding some hack-and-slash games for her to unleash her energy. Chapter 67. The Sea. The following morning, as dawn broke, Luo Yun opened his eyes. As per her routine, the first task upon rising was to unravel a formidable seal, 10 levels high. With a gentle touch, she patted her chest, causing the delicate seal to roll away effortlessly. After getting out of bed, she washed up and prepared breakfast. It was time for the delightful morning meal. Today's culinary lesson focused on making wontons with thin skin and generous filling. Begin by adding torn roasted seaweed, a sprinkle of dried shrimp, a tablespoon of sesame oil, a teaspoon of salt, half a teaspoon of sugar, a tablespoon of light soy sauce, and 2 tablespoons of aged vinegar to the pot. Crafting a fragrant broth for the wontons. Then, introduce the wontons filled with crab and pork, adding a pinch of salt to the water to prevent the skins from breaking. Finally, garnish with aromatic green onions and cilantro. Those who are not fond of cilantro may substitute it with celery. Having mastered the recipe, let us serve a steaming bowl of wontons to our companions on this vibrant morning. At the dining table, Ao Shui tirelessly reminded Luo Yun of the precautions to take while traveling. Among their group, Luo Yun was the most innocent. Even the youngest, the black and white butterfly, possessed more cunning. Although they were unafraid of trouble, it was wise to heed a few small details, for this journey was meant for enjoyment. To partake in a seaside festival, not to engage in conflict. Fun Lier, meanwhile, was engrossed in her meal, devouring the warm wontons without needing to blow on them. Her sweet face radiating happiness as she chewed. Her rosy lips inevitably bore traces of broth, and Ao Shui, noticing, would occasionally cast a cleaning spell her way. In all honesty, despite Fun Lier's seemingly naive and adorable demeanor, Ao Shui had never worried about her since they left the forest. Even without Ao Shui, Fun Lier could survive in any environment, a belief Ao Shui held steadfastly. She wished to care for Fun Lier, yet more often than not, it was Fun Lier who took care of her. This dynamic led to Fun Lier occupying a parental role in Ao Shui's heart, embodying a wise and composed guardian. Thus, Ao Shui felt at ease leaving the monster forest, visiting her every decade, not only to fulfill their pact, but also to share her accomplishments with her closest companion, yearning for approval. However, Fun Lier always appeared disinterested, leading Ao Shui to believe her achievements were not impressive enough. It was only upon receiving a distress call from Fun Lier and rushing back to find her effortlessly forging a contract with a human that Ao Shui realized how profoundly mistaken she had been. Fun Lier was indifferent to trivial matters. She merely desired companionship to count magic pigs by day and stargaze by night. Fortunately, they had ample time ahead, and Ao Shui had also entered into a contract with that human, allowing them plenty of opportunities to mend the past. Let us have some fun, Fun Lier. You've never seen the ocean, have you? Humph. Silly dragon, how dare you look down upon me? I've seen the ocean in my bloodline legacy. Feeling provoked, Fun Lier set aside her wontons, though she had actually finished them, and began to argue loudly with Ao Shui. Ao Shui merely smiled. For while Fun Lier could often be quiet, she transformed into an inexplicably adorable version of herself under specific circumstances. At the table, without engaging topics, Chloris typically remained silent. She was essentially a transient member of the group. In the past, if she found things dull, she would quickly seek amusement elsewhere. However, so far, this assembly had proven to be the most intriguing she had encountered, and most of them appeared quite long-lived. A fortunate circumstance that offered her the chance to have a few permanent companions. Among them, only Saint Del was a pure-blood human, quietly consuming her meal, finishing every dish without a sound. While she was quiet, the cacophony within her mind was anything but. The sea, the sea, the sea. Grandson, hurry and eat. Let us set off for the seaside. Ancestor, did we not agree to refrain from disturbances during meals? I finally get to go out. And you say I'm noisy. No love left. I want to teach you the remaining legacy. You'll have to practice on your own. I'm sorry, Ancestor. I was wrong. I left something very fun on the other side of the sea, and I had intended to tell you, but now I want tea. Let it drive you crazy. Saint Del felt exasperated by her overly lively ancestor, who seemed to revert to her carefree princess self after completing the historical task of defeating the Demon King. Controversial historical accounts suggest that the Night King, in her youth, was a headstrong little witch in the royal palace, causing ministers to cover their beards and avoid her. Saint Del sighed, now believing those accounts she had once dismissed. She regretted having criticized them and tarnished the Night King's reputation. Recently, she felt exhausted, spending her days assisting the president with business and enduring sword training with her ancestor at night. Were it not for her resilient knightly spirit, she would have long succumbed to mental exhaustion. Nevertheless, All the trials were worthwhile, as her gathered holy sword gleamed more brightly. Whether it was harder remained to be seen. But it shone nonetheless. As mealtime concluded, Luo Yun and her companions gathered to prepare for their rendezvous with the Adventurers Association in Xilunia. This time, it was old Kaibo who would drive them, and Ao Shui postponed her visit to the Merchant Guild to accompany them to the Adventurers Association. President Ao Shui has arrived. Greetings. Esteemed President Ao Shui. Cough, cough. Kneel in respect, President Ao Shui. Fool, it's your grace. Whispered reminder. Upon arriving at the Adventurers Association, the adventurers displayed a demeanor starkly different from the previous day, each adopting a refined and gentle facade, even hesitating to speak loudly, let alone seek amusement. It was not only due to Ao Shui's status, but also her prowess. Word had spread that the president of the Wolf Snow Merchant Guild had recently broken through to the 10th level. This was a momentous event, marking her as a living piece of history. Now, it's time for supplementary information. The 10th level is the current upper limit of this world's ranking. As Luo Yun, this magic pipeline, continues to exert its influence, this limit will be elevated, ultimately giving rise to an 11th level powerhouse. Additionally, deities do not fit within this power structure. Their strength derives from the authority bestowed by the creator god. Some deities possess formidable combat abilities, while others serve more supportive roles. Gods of everyday vocations, like the god of gastronomy, can only wield basic divine arts reliant on their divine power. With the informative interlude concluded, welcome to the Adventurers Association. May I inquire, President Ao Shui, do you have a commission for us? Before Ao Shui, even Sui Stin rarely adopted a serious demeanor. Chapter 68. The Beautiful Girl Testing Device? It's nothing. I merely came to see off my friends. Ao Shui replied with poised elegance, gesturing towards Luo Yun and the others. So they are friends of President Ao Shui, Sui Stin remarked, astonished as he glanced at Luo Yun and her companions. Upon arriving in the Merchant Guild's carriage for testing, Sui Stin had suspected these newcomers were closely tied to the Wolf Snow Merchant Guild. He anticipated the depth of their connection. Instantly, whispers circulated among the surrounding adventurers. That group of newcomers is impressive. Not only are they associated with the vice president, but they also know President Ao Shui. It's more than just knowing. Did you not see President Ao Shui personally escorting them? Hee, that charming young man Luo Yun is quite endearing, which is only natural. Damn, you've been getting too familiar, and I'll eventually slice you with my sword. You vile creep. Come on, don't hesitate. What are you staring at, boy? That group of girls beside him is the real deal. I seriously suspect they've used disguise magic. Youngsters, do not be too arrogant. Let me offer you some advice. If you encounter a noble scion accompanied by several female companions in the wild, it is best to turn and run without question. Why? Read more hero biographies and figure it out for yourself. That is the eldest princess of the Night Kingdom. Wishing everyone a pleasant journey. After some more conversation, Ao Shui departed with old Kaibo, while Xilunia was ready, donned in a practical green adventurer's outfit, her long hair tied in a high ponytail. This gentle-looking half-elf now appeared quite capable. Although it was said she was there to escort the rewards of this activity, it only required a few spatial items. There was no need to hire a caravan or recruit adventurer escorts for this task. However, given that it was the vice president of the Adventurers Association embarking on a journey, a certain level of prestige was necessary. Thus, with a grand gesture, Tristan arranged for her a magnificent steed. Indeed, it was a remarkable creature, a majestic beast resembling a snow-white horse, adorned with spiraling horns and a pair of pristine wings, its form both elegant and powerful. This unicorn, a symbol of nobility, pride, and purity, possessed innate abilities for healing and detoxification, boasting a growth potential that surpassed even the dragon steed of St. Delaware. Among the entire Adventurers Association, only Xilunia, the pure-hearted half-elf, was worthy of riding such a noble creature. Though technically owned by the association, it had become her personal mount. That said, there was still something peculiar about the situation. One should not be surprised, for the Adventurers Association had its own customs. Adventurers were not particularly concerned with ostentation, showing little interest in the slow and delicate carriages favored by the nobility. In their eyes, the thrill lay in riding a formidable magical beast or piloting a powerful alchemical mech from the kingdom of Sains. Sains, a nation obsessed with alchemy, was founded by the brave and daring. There was little more to say. Change the subject. In the battlefield of the Adventurers Association, Sai Lunya affectionately soothed her unicorn while turning to inquire of Luo Yun and the others. Do you have any arrangements? Would you require the Adventurers Association to provide mounts or carriages? Their journey first took them to the outlying stations of Harmony City, from which they would then utilize a spatial teleportation array, necessitating some mode of transportation. Upon mentioning mounts, Luo Yun felt an urge to persuade Fenrir to transform. Fenrir's true form as a magical wolf was the most striking he had ever seen. However, in public, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Furthermore, should Fenrir reveal her true form, Sai Lunya's unicorn would likely kneel in awe, rendering any journey unfeasible. Let us go with the carriage, then. Thank you, Luo Yun said, as their group was substantial, and it would be enjoyable to pass the time playing games within the carriage. Sai Lunya swiftly arranged for a carriage. The Adventurers Association's carriage was not as extravagant as Wolf's Nose. It was simply a standard square box, drawn by a second-tier thunder horse with a coat of deep purple-black. Regrettably, Xiao Yu is far too proud. Otherwise, having her pull the carriage would be much more convenient, Sai Lunya said with a hint of apology. Xiao Yu. No sooner had she spoken than the unicorn struggled free from her caress, strutting proudly before the thunder horse with an air of indifference. The innate pressure from its bloodline caused the thunder horse to tremble in its limbs. Ultimately, the thunder horse, overwhelmed, discarded its reins and galloped back to its stable. Satisfied, the unicorn nodded and, disregarding the dust, looped the reins around its own neck, slowly approaching Luo Yun. It lowered its body affectionately, nuzzling against Luo Yun's chest. The unicorn towered over him, necessitating that it crouch down, its pristine form becoming dust-laden. Xiao Yu. Sai Lunya gasped, wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene before her. No, that cannot be Xiao Yu. My Xiao Yu would never be so affectionate with a stranger. Luo Yun reached out to stroke the unicorn's silky purple mane, casting a puzzled glance at Sai Lunya. It seems it genuinely wishes to pull the carriage for us. Sai Lunya regarded him thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Yu appears to have taken a liking to you. It is known that this creature is usually quite proud. May I ask, are you truly a boy? Unicorns typically only show affection to pure and beautiful maidens. I am indeed a boy. Luo Yun's fair and delicate face flushed crimson, his emotions surging. If not for Lord Iroh's insistence on not allowing him to optimize his appearance, he would undoubtedly be a tall and handsome young man. Plores also reached out her small hand to gently pet the obediently crouching unicorn. Given her status, the unicorn naturally welcomed her touch. Plores was not surprised by this interaction. If even an elf like her was drawn to Luo Yun, it was hardly surprising that a unicorn would be as well. She felt that even the unicorn king from the elven forest would be inclined to be close to this young man. Fenrir extended her soft little hand, eager to touch the plump creature. The unicorn quivered, suddenly feeling as though it were being eyed by a menacing wolf. Just as it attempted to shy away from Fenrir's approaching hand, she shot at a fierce glare with her crystalline red eyes. The unicorn complied, inching closer to Luo Yun, trembling as it endured Fenrir's gentle caress. Fenrir smiled, her face radiating an innocent charm. It seems I am also a pure and beautiful maiden. Chapter 69. Engaging in a thrilling and exciting game as they journeyed toward the outlying station country, Sai Lunya joined the group inside the carriage. Indeed, after substituting the pulling beast with the unicorn Xiao Yu, this ordinary carriage had gained the remarkable ability of autonomous navigation. Though it lacked grandeur, the Adventurers Association's carriage possessed its own advantages, particularly its surprisingly spacious interior. A well-known saying in the adventuring community goes, you would never guess how many burly men can fit inside an Adventurers Association carriage. Inside the carriage, on a whitewood table crafted from Gaia fur, Luo Yun had assembled the tabletop game he had purchased online. Xiaowei, is this game you recommended truly capable of passing the time? It feels rather odd to me. The sprite on the shop interface nodded confidently. Absolutely. The Fabled World of the Earth's Rift, Special Edition. It boasts an impressive approval rating of 911/451. It will undoubtedly meet your esteemed expectations. Well then, I shall give it a try. Luo Yun, somewhat skeptical, distributed the character cards to everyone. Since he was the only one who could barely comprehend the rules, he assumed the role of the deity, or the game master. Cough. After distributing the identity cards and props, Luo Yun cleared his throat. To be honest, hosting a game under the gaze of a group of adorable girls made him feel somewhat apprehensive, fearing he might accidentally fumble. However, He recognized this as an excellent opportunity to bolster his social confidence. Thus, he resolved to execute it earnestly. He picked up a thick rulebook and, with a serious tone, began to read. Brave adventurers, welcome to the Mountain of Creation. Please check your identity cards. You will face numerous challenges, strengthen your abilities, and ultimately ascend to the summit to confront the nefarious Dark Overlord. Now, who among you is the swordsman? I am. Saint Del hesitated, glancing at her hand cards before raising hers in inquiry. Correct. Courageous swordsman. Take up the finest sword in the village and embark on your journey. Now, please roll the die in front of you. Saint Del, somewhat confused, complied and received an attack 5 iron sword card from Luo Yun before tossing the die. A 6. Swordsman. Move forward 6 spaces. At this, Saint Del maneuvered a plastic figurine wielding a sword across the board, landing on a marked red space. Luo Yun promptly shook a yellow bell in his hand, drawing forth a card as he recited. The swordsman has triggered a random event. You have encountered a nesting white-winged rooster. Do you wish to challenge it? Saint Del, heeding the advice of an unseen spirit, chose to accept the challenge. The swordsman has elected to challenge. Please roll the die. A 3. The swordsman's attack power is insufficient. Challenge failed. You are injured for 2.5 years and must halt for 2 turns. Next, the mage may roll to act. Hey, it's me, the super adorable magical girl Clores. She exclaimed cheerfully, raising her identity card with one hand while grasping the die with the other. 4. Just as she was about to leap forward from her starting point, Luo Yun hurriedly called for her to stop. Wait. You haven't claimed your starting equipment yet. Oh, please give it to me quickly. Here you go. This is your village's staff. Also, the mage's initial path differs from the swordsman's. You must head south. Got it. This elf is a genius and learns quickly. The mage advanced 4 spaces south, encountering no events. Next, the priest may begin their turn. Fenrir looked at her priest identity card, her white brows furrowing in confusion as she struggled to grasp how to play the priest. Forget it, I'll just max out my attack and agility. The priest's initial equipment is a wooden cross. Fenrir took the equipment card and began to roll the dice. A 6. The priest moved 6 spaces to the west, triggering a random event. The priest encountered the swaying spirit of a red goat. Should it be purified? Purification. Fenrir remained true to her character in the game world and boldly charged forward, her delicate hand grasping the dice to roll. A 6. With a successful mana check of 66, the priest dispelled the red goat's spirit and obtained the skill card. Ghost. Summon the goat's spirit to forcefully repel enemies 2 spaces back, inflicting 1 point of damage. Fenrir tilted her head, accepting the peculiar-looking skill card. Next, it was time for the archer to embark on their journey. To be honest, Silonia preferred the priest class, but since she was matched with the archer, she accepted it. She had already contemplated her cards, picked up the dice from the table, and gently tossed them. A 1. Quite low, just as Silonia felt a tinge of disappointment. Luo Yun shook her bell and called out. The archer triggered a hidden lucky event, the Little Lazy Bug's adventure. Due to a slight delay in setting off, the archer was caught up by the village blacksmith and received a newly crafted exquisite bow, with an attack power of 10. Silonia blinked in confusion as she accepted the equipment card handed to her by Luo Yun. TCH. Cloris crossed her arms and turned her head, pouting slightly. Little Nia, truly, is lucky. Alright, it's the assassin's turn to set off. The black butterfly and the white butterfly exchanged glances at each other's cards. Their identity cards were quite similar, with the black butterfly marked by a short sword and the white butterfly by a dagger. The cards bore words, but both were simple country girls, utterly unfamiliar with the square, foreign characters. Seeing the bewildered expressions on their youthful faces, Luo Yun smiled gently and whispered, Little Black, you are the assassin. It's your turn to roll the dice. Receiving divine inspiration, the black butterfly's confused eyes brightened as she picked up the dice to roll. A 5. The assassin moved 5 spaces to the east, but nothing happened. Next, it's the thief's turn. Without needing to be reminded, the remaining white butterfly was indeed the thief, as this board game only offered 4 paths, placing her on the same route as the black butterfly. Heading east led to a path abundant with towns and resources, unlike the other paths filled with wilderness encounters. The random events on this road were particularly suited for the growth of assassins and thieves. Clatter. The white butterfly tossed the dice. After spinning a few times on the tabletop, it came to a stop, revealing the number 4. The thief advanced 4 spaces to the east, and nothing occurred. The white butterfly gently bit her pinky finger, maneuvering her character to jump 4 spaces on the table, landing just behind the black butterfly. Ding-a-ling. Luo Yun shook her little bell, glancing at the rulebook as she spoke. The thief triggered a passive event. Should she steal resources from the assassin ahead? The white butterfly looked at the black butterfly, both expressionless as they stared at each other. I trust you, the black butterfly declared. The white butterfly nodded slightly, averting her gaze, her pure white eyes gazing up at Luo Yun. I will steal. All right, please roll the dice for the action check. The white butterfly. The sorrow in the black butterfly's dark eyes surfaced. Compared to the white butterfly, her emotions were far more complex. You've changed. Didn't we promise to be the most trusted sisters? The white butterfly unhesitatingly rolled the dice, then calmly regarded the black butterfly. We are this way. As long as there are resources, we dare to do anything. Do you have any sense of humor? Finlear suddenly twisted her wrist, sending her staff equipment card flying, striking the white butterfly squarely on her forehead, causing her fair skin to flush instantly. Ouch! The white butterfly covered her head, feeling wronged. Had she done something wrong? Wasn't it because they trusted each other that they could backstab one another in the game without hesitation? Over the past few days, she had observed Luo Yun and the others play, and such behavior had been common. They all laughed heartily, thinking it was a way to strengthen their bond. This girl. It seemed she and T received much wisdom during her upbringing. Finlear sighed, perceiving at once that what the white butterfly expressed was entirely different from her true thoughts. This little one was lacking in intelligence, her expressive abilities severely deficient. Most crucially, the other, who usually appeared quite sharp, had also been foolish at a critical moment, believing the white butterfly's whimsical words. Hey, little black. Stop overthinking. Don't you know what kind of mind little white has? She's just joking with you. Joking? The black butterfly blinked, her brewing sadness interrupted. If this game needs a silly dragon, do you believe I could steal her underwear? Rarely. Finlear was exceptionally patient at this moment, and even offered a candied chestnut to help the black butterfly understand. This is the kind of joke friends share. But since little white lacks a few screws, the joke she makes, well, my suggestion is, if you can't make a joke, don't write a joke. The white butterfly nodded vigorously while nudging against the black butterfly. I understand now. The black butterfly gently ruffled the white butterfly's hair, signaling her to be at ease. This good little sister was indeed learning from their playful antics. The black butterfly's cute little face broke into a gentle and obedient smile, secretly tightening her grip on her short sword equipment card. It's fine, just a joke. I completely understand. Thank you for your guidance, big sister. What a handful. Finlear huffed, waving her hand to summon a breeze to return the staff card she had just tossed. As the card flew past Chloris, the little sprite swiftly caught it. Her expression was quite earnest as she offered the card with both hands, reverently presenting it. Big sister, I retrieved your staff. Though Chloris often behaved shamelessly, she was somewhat impressed at this moment. Finlear seized the card, casting a glance at the smiling sprite, then turned away, crossing her arms, still huffing lightly. Silunia merely smiled silently from the side, her delicate pink lips curled into a faint smile. As an experienced adventurer, witnessing such camaraderie among the new team was indeed a delightful sight. She finally understood why Lord Clur had always liked to include her in other adventuring parties. Dear Nia, if you wish to lead an interesting life and become an intriguing person, you must surround yourself with fascinating individuals. It is quite challenging to become interesting when you are all alone. Old ancestor, mind your words. That little white wolf is not simple. I see the shadow of little tortoise in her, and such a character is the hardest to deal with. Old ancestor, what do you mean? Who is little tortoise? She is my strategist. Don't be deceived by her innocent appearance. She has a wealth of cunning when it comes to battle. Old ancestor, there are no records of this strategist in the historical accounts. Old ancestor, what? Presumptuous. It's one thing to hide little tortoise during battle, but after the war, you still fail to remember her? How can you descendants be so careless? I'm sorry. It was my mistake, old ancestor. Saint Del hurriedly apologized in her heart, a skill she honed during her interactions with old ancestor over the past few days. However, if indeed a meritorious figure was overlooked in history, it was indeed a grave oversight for the kingdom. Old ancestor, could you please properly introduce that, tortoise strategist? Old ancestor, come. We must have a good chat these days, and when you return, You must write it all down in the history book word for word. As the game continued, seeing Finlear deftly resolve the friendship crisis between the black butterfly and the white butterfly, Luo Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finley, you are indeed the best, truly worthy of your reputation as a professional caregiver for little ones. You can always count on Finlear. After mentally praising Finlear several times, as a benevolent deity, Luo Yun raised her hand to cast a small healing spell on the white butterfly, reducing the swelling on her forehead. Holding the rulebook, she continued to preside over the game. A 66. With a successful agility check, the thief acquired 66 Genesis copper coins, 5 rations, and 1 small health potion from the assassin. The black butterfly bit her silver teeth, smiling as she handed several resource cards to the white butterfly. My dear sister, thank you for the joke. I will repay you. The black butterfly beamed, satisfied. Chapter 71. Setting sail towards the sea. Subsequently, the deity, Luo Yun, initiated the second round of the game. As the swordsman recuperated, the action was skipped. It was time for the mage to roll the dice. Kalen Cairo, curse be it. Saint Del smiled lightly, feeling rather indifferent. It was merely a game after all. Surprisingly, it was the ancestor who seemed more engrossed than she was. My turn. My turn. Chloris had long coveted the treasure chest depicted on the third square ahead. With delicate fingers brushing over the dice, she appeared composed, her supple wrists slightly bending as she prepared to cast the die. A hidden hand. Fenrir narrowed her crimson eyes. Chloris' subtle maneuver was skillful enough to deceive most present. However, it was futile. Not only was Luo Yun the judge, but Fenrir's presence alone ensured that Chloris would not succeed in her petty trickery. With a poker face, Fenrir extinguished the minuscule trace of magic Chloris had discreetly imbued within the die the moment it was cast. This magic was so feeble that it contained less energy than the elemental forces floating in the air, detectable only by the most sophisticated alchemical instruments. Chloris sensed her ruse had been thwarted, and a sheepish smile crept onto her face as she clasped her hands together, striking a demure pose. Fenrir understood Chloris' intentions. It seemed this little sprite would behave more submissively from now on. Nodding slightly, Fenrir chose to divert her attention elsewhere. Chloris breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared she had underestimated this seemingly small, yet formidable leader. Though she was currently only at the 8th tier, she was confident that the average 9th tier warriors could not unravel her schemes. Here, she could validate a long-held audacious hypothesis. It was widely acknowledged that Wolf Snow-S Dragon had breached the 10th tier. Her recent covert observations confirmed this. Yet she could not fathom the nature of that perpetually jovial dragon. Furthermore, neither Fenrir nor Luo Yun was transparent to her, and the dragoness attitude toward both was quite intriguing. While Luo Yun's nature was difficult to discern, it was highly probable that the wolf was also a 10th tier being. Contemplating this, Chloris became even more compliant. The depths of this team were potentially more profound than she had imagined. Although she had never exhibited the pride befitting a powerful entity and queen of sprites in front of Luo Yun and the others, perhaps her long-standing approach to life as a game was, in itself, a manifestation of her innate arrogance. It was merely the harmonious and forgiving atmosphere of the team that had prevented her from realizing it. In a flash of insight, Chloris pondered numerous thoughts, discarding many just as swiftly, focusing intently on the rolling dice on the table. Moving forward, she would exhibit greater sincerity, fully immersing herself in the game alongside her companions. 3. The mage advanced 3 spaces and encountered a splendid treasure chest. Should it be opened? At this, a genuinely radiant smile blossomed on Chloris' charming face. There was no cheating. This was the result of her own luck. Open it. Quickly, let this magical girl have her treasure. Chloris maneuvered her character forward with enthusiasm. Observing this, Luo Yun donned an enigmatic smile and vigorously shook the bell in his hand. As the mage approached the treasure chest, suddenly, 3 grass slimes wielding speakers sprang forth. Should they engage in battle? Slimes were no match for a magical girl. Battle. Chloris decisively rolled the dice again. 4. 46. The mana assessment succeeded. The mage defeated the slime at the cost of 3 health points, unlocking the exquisite treasure chest. The mage acquired a novice spellbook, 5 healing potions, 5 creation gold coins, 50 creation silver coins, and 250 creation copper coins. The mage leveled up to level 2, learning the skill Fireball. Spell attack 10. Free attribute points 2. The mage utilized a healing potion to restore health. Next, it is the priest's turn to act. Fenrir glanced at the dice on the table, her brow furrowing slightly. Chloris had rolled a bit too far. Her short arms could not reach. After reprimanding that sprite, using magic to assist herself would somewhat undermine her authority. Fortunately, the black butterfly opposite her was perceptive and promptly pushed the dice toward her esteemed leader. Fenrir nodded and seized the dice, casting it forth. 5. The priest advances 5 spaces, encountering no events. Next, it is the archer's turn. 6. The archer advances 6 spaces and encounters a resting red-eyed white dove. Should it attack? Such a cute dove. Why would I shoot it? The archer chose to forego the attack, and the red-eyed dove, touched by the gesture, promised to assist her in times of danger. The archer gained the buff, Dove's Promise. Next, it is the assassin's turn. The black butterfly rolled the dice. 4. The assassin advances 4 spaces. The black butterfly maneuvered her character, stepping onto a square depicting a merchant with a camel. Luo Yun chimed in. The assassin encountered a traveling merchant. Will you choose to purchase supplies? After a brief period of social interaction, the black butterfly had begun to grasp the concept of bartering. I wish to purchase. Very well. Luo Yun displayed several supply cards marked with prices before her. The little one furrowed her brow, counting the coins left after the white butterfly's theft, comparing them to the prices on the cards. Ultimately, she found a card within her budget. Item card, Hunter's Trap. Item description, set a hunter's trap in place, dealing 5 points of damage to passers-by and restricting their actions for 1 turn. Price, 5 creation silver coins. Master, what is the use of this? The black butterfly inquired, holding the card up to Luo Yun. According to the confidential game rules, Luo Yun utilized telepathic magic to convey the effects of the item card to the black butterfly. Understood. The black butterfly blinked her large eyes, glancing at the thief standing not far behind her at the table, unable to suppress a grin. I shall purchase it. Chapter 72. A Great Rest Period. Ceasing at the sea. The subsequent game was rather uneventful, merely a typical adventure-themed tabletop game. When night fell, waves of transformed creatures from the Demon King's army invaded, akin to a werewolf game. Players who had amassed 5 creation gold coins could issue commands to others present, similar to a King's game. After enduring numerous trials and tribulations, players would elevate their gear and levels to a certain threshold, triggering the scene, Demon King's Maze, necessitating action based on the directives from the cards on Demon Island, akin to Truth or Dare. The scattered heroes would regroup once more, collaborating to challenge the Grand Maze, earning rewards to enhance themselves while diligently seeking the hidden Maze Exit card on Demon Island. Ultimately, the heroes ascended Creation Mountain, assisted by many companions met along the way, locating and vanquishing the Great Demon King. Congratulations were in order. Under the guidance of Silonia, Luo Yun and the others arrived at the nearest way station east of Harmony's city, known as Lit City. Though it could not compare to Harmony's, this city boasted its own vibrant scenery. Those who could enjoy soup in the vicinity of Harmony's were certainly not of lowly status. Unlike the family-run governance of Pa-Ha-Si, Lit City, as a way station surrounding Harmony's, was a democratic and autonomous confederation, differing in administrative structure despite similar land area. As Luo Yun lifted the thick green curtain of the carriage, he found it was already evening. The sunset had consumed the last vestiges of light, and a few stars began to twinkle in the gradually darkening sky. At the city gates of Lit, members of the Adventurers Guild awaited to welcome Silonia. At that moment, just as in the past, Silonia could effortlessly pave the way for Luo Yun and the others with her mere presence. The vice president of the Adventurers Guild held some significance. With ample time for tasks, Luo Yun and the others decided to rest for the night in Lit City before setting off again the next day. They checked into the Adventurers Guild's branch in Lit, which provided specialized accommodation and dining services for adventurers. Given its location in a prosperous city, the lodging conditions seemed quite acceptable to Luo Yun. He was rather easygoing. He could camp by Fenrir's small lake or reside in Aoxu's grand villa. Speaking of which, this time frame was truly Luo Yun's stronghold. Indeed, he was already stroking his chin, contemplating what to dine on that evening. In a culinary dilemma. Should one prepare a tangy and spicy tom yum hot pot or a sweet and sour borscht? It is known that Chloris has a penchant for bold flavors, unafraid of meat and spice. However, the culinary preferences and aversions of the half-elf, Sylvania, remain a mystery. Consequently, the decision was made to forego the spiciness and opt for the sweet and sour borscht. With resolve, Luo Yun commenced preparations for dinner. Thanks to the convenience of online shopping, he could bypass the tedious ingredient preparation stage, such as washing, draining, and cubing the beef brisket, and jump straight into the cooking process. Welcome to Chef Xiao's cooking class. What should be done if the child refuses to eat? Prepare a digestive borscht for her. The first step involves placing the beef brisket in a pot of cold water, bringing it to a boil for 2 to 3 minutes, then draining and rinsing it with warm water. A gentle reminder, use warm water for rinsing. Cold water causes the meat to contract, making it difficult to achieve tenderness. The second step requires returning the brisket to the pot, adding enough water to cover it, skimming off the foam as it comes to a boil, then adding 2 slices of ginger and some onion shreds, allowing it to simmer for an hour over low heat. The third step involves heating oil in a separate pan, adding a small amount of onion to sauté until fragrant, followed by diced carrots, celery, and cabbage, which should be stir-fried for at least 5 minutes to release their moisture. This ensures the vegetables retain their shape during the subsequent stewing. The fourth step entails pouring the sautéed vegetables into the beef broth, then adding the sautéed tomato juice to enhance the flavor and impart a vibrant red hue to the soup. Thus, the delightful borscht is complete. If conditions allow, one might also sauté some white flour and incorporate it into the soup to thicken it for an even richer texture. Thus concludes today's lesson. Class dismissed. Dinner is served. Luo Yun presented a large pot of fragrant soup at the dining table. Just as he finished, a petite white figure swiftly appeared at the chair. Finlier sat upright, her snow-white tail sweeping back and forth through the gaps in the wooden chair, her bright eyes eagerly gazing at the soup prepared by Luo Yun. You are certainly the most enthusiastic eater. Luo Yun removed his apron and served Finlier a bowl first. He carefully picked out the carrots and celery she disliked, ensuring a generous portion of brisket and potatoes. As Luo Yun filled the bowls, the others gradually arrived and took their seats at the table. Chloris, Stellar, the black butterfly, the white butterfly, and Sylvania. With Finlier and Luo Yun, there were a total of 7 people. The small dining area became lively, with even one chair missing. Noticing this, Chloris, who arrived second, promptly used magic to conjure herself a wooden chair. Chloris furrowed her brows, instinctively crafting a chair that was overly delicate and artistically whimsical in elven style. With a flicker of magic from her fair hand, the exquisite wooden chair swiftly transformed to match the existing style of the dining room chairs. Nodding in satisfaction, she pulled the chair over and settled next to Finley. After ensuring everyone had their soup, Luo Yun finally pulled out a chair and, with a smile, sat down beside Finlier. Everyone, please give it a try. Although I have imagined this dish several times, this is my first attempt at making it. I am uncertain of its taste. With a soft thud as he sat down, Finlier began to dig in, her little stomach already ravenous. Had it not been for Luo Yun still standing to serve the others, she would have started eating at the moment the food reached her. After all, with Aoxu absent, she was indifferent to the others. But she was willing to wait for Luo Yun. Delicious. Luo Yun's culinary skills have improved. Chloris succinctly complimented, giving him a thumbs up before continuing to savor her soup. The crisp celery made a delightful crunch with each bite, thicker than ordinary celery stalks, offering a satisfying crispness. One for the vegetables I plan to take back to Little Alif. Sylvania appeared more reserved, yet being raised by Chloris. She quickly concealed her shyness and joined the others in enjoying dinner. She took a spoonful of the soup, her eyes brightening instantly. The borscht, with its balance of tartness and sweetness, rich yet not greasy, and smooth on the palate, provided her with an entirely novel taste experience. She couldn't help but glance at Luo Yun, surprised by his culinary talent. Stellar quietly consumed her meal, as was her custom, enduring the persistent chatter of a certain ancestor in her mind. Kanokiro, my dear granddaughter, is it delicious? Stellar, yes, it is. Kanokiro, can you describe the taste? Stellar, I'm sorry, ancestor, I'm not eloquent enough to articulate it. Kanokiro, I don't care. You must describe it. Stellar, it's both sour and sweet. Kanokiro, wah. I want to eat. I desperately want to eat. It's been ages since I've had food. I can barely remember what meat looks like. Stellar, perhaps you could consider that this is called brisket, sourced from the soft muscle of the cow's belly. Kanokiro scram. Chapter 73, A Private Conversation as per tradition. The delightful dinner was followed by even more enjoyable game time. However, given the inconvenience of being out and the hassle of reconnecting to Wi-Fi, Along with tomorrow's impending journey, a decision was made to ignore a certain elf's antics and prioritize an early night for better health. Rooms were assigned. There were 4 in total. Sylvania and Chloris shared one, the black butterfly and white butterfly another, while Luo Yun and Finlier occupied one together. Stellar had a room to herself. Adventurers, while on the road, do not have many luxuries, and sleeping on the ground is preferable to nothing. As for the relationship between Luo Yun and Finlier, aside from the black and white butterflies, everyone had their own speculations. The one most filled with doubt was Sylvania. If it weren't for Luo Yun's remarkably pure disposition, even she, a half-elf, might feel discomfort. She was inclined to add a note to a rather sensitive list of adventurers. This hidden list maintained by the Adventurers Guild included those of considerable strength and good character, but were prone to act inappropriately toward youthful and innocent employers. Often reported by several hundreds of years old little sorceresses and witches, to preserve the reputation of the guild, this list was created, prohibiting those named from accepting tasks involving young, childlike employers. As for how this peculiar trend spread within the adventuring community, do not inquire. It is attributed to a certain hero of old who had an affinity for youthful companions. Heroes, being highly scrutinized, find their every move easily imitated. Of course, that particular hero was clear-headed, having publicly denounced the rumors multiple times. I am the bone of my lowly. MOE is my body, and GL is my blood. I have pushed thousands of lowly, never lost, nor ever satisfied, withstood pain to crowds of lowly. Yet those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited lowly works. In translation, it means, you bunch of rascals, do not unjustly place the blame on me. It is you who enjoy lowly. Yet you insist it is my influence. This has severely impacted my reputation in the lowly community. The little ones I recently encountered no longer sweetly call me hero brother. My fighting spirit has been significantly weakened. If you dare to keep throwing the blame of being a lowly enthusiast onto me, I'll give up. Indeed, such troublesome heroes are not uncommon. Sylvania smiled as she cuddled with Chloris under the covers, relishing this intimate time for a private conversation. She had longed for this moment. To engage closely with Chloris S. Jr., to gossip while subtly steering the conversation toward Chloris herself. With a hint of mischief, the half-elf skillfully guided the dialogue. Speaking of which, your little adventure group is quite fascinating, isn't it? Humans, elves, half-orcs, what a rich tapestry of stories you weave. By the way, is that human lad and the wolf girl a couple? If so, may I inquire about the wolf girl's age? Chloris cleared her throat, feeling it necessary to provide some cover for her good friend Luo Yun at this moment. Ahem, to be honest, my understanding is rather limited, as we have only recently met, and I am still engrossed in the unfolding drama. However, I can guarantee with utmost certainty that Finlier is indeed of age. In terms of age, he is even older than you, Nia. Crowley's is genuinely curious. The youthful heart of Brother Leon is unmistakable. How did he and Finlier, two being so disparate in age and spirit, come to be so closely intertwined? The cunning and treacherous Finria from the monster forest has surprisingly chosen to guard him. It is essential to remember that Finria is not a benevolent unicorn that draws near to humans due to pure souls. In the eyes of a wild wolf, there exists no distinction between good and evil. Yet, I sense that their bond, while intimate and inseparable, does not resemble that of lovers. It feels far too insubstantial. The complexity of their relationship is palpable. The warmth shared between a wandering master and their pet, the beast tamer and their contracted beast, is akin to a long-term sustenance. Ah, the leader indeed plays extravagantly. Indeed, see Linya's side. In this world, the forms of bonds are manifold. The puppeteer and their puppet, the summoner and their summoned beast, the pilot and their alchemical mech. The connections they share may well rival those of familial ties and love. When emotions run deep, one might sacrifice their life for the other. Upon hearing this, Crowley's reminisced about their adventures with Silunya. The Adventurers Guild in Lit City had insufficient accommodations, though more rooms could have been arranged. Ultimately, she decided to share a room with Silunya, wishing to reminisce about the time spent in the desolate wilds, soothing the small half-elf to sleep. In the blink of an eye, Nia has grown up. In the dark, Crowley's blinked her emerald eyes and reached out her delicate hand to touch Silunya's cheek. The half-elf's skin was quite pleasant to the touch, though it had been softer in her childhood. Little Kolo Silunya blinked in confusion, but did not prevent the small elf's gentle contact. Sister Seal, your skin is so lovely. Kolo envies you. exclaimed Crowleys. Linya chuckled. Oh dear, little Kolo truly knows how to jest. You are a pure-blooded elf. When you grow up, you will undoubtedly be more beautiful than your sister. No, though Sister Seal is a half-elf, she is no less than a pure-blood. You are an 8th-tier elven linguist, far superior to many of the sisters in our clan. Linya's words instinctively encouraged Crowleys. Linya had often felt inferior due to her mixed heritage, and Crowleys had worked tirelessly to help her build confidence. All of this was thanks to the esteemed Lord Clo, yet little Kolo is indeed adorable, a kind-hearted child. Linya smiled faintly, feeling the warmth of the little elf's affection, reminiscent of the gentle ranger from her memories. Speaking of Lord Clo, can little Kolo and I chat about him? I wish to know how he has fared in the elven forest all these years. As for Elder Clo, at the mention of this, Crowley's immersion in the narrative heightened. She has not had a pleasant time. She has been grumbling about boredom in the clan all day. Had it not been for her significant responsibilities and the lack of a successor, she would have long since left to play. Haha, indeed. She truly embodies the essence of Lord Clo. Linya laughed, already envisioning the sight of the esteemed one slumped in a chair, utterly drained. With so few elves and so many matters to attend to, it is indeed likely that a powerful elf like Lord Clo would be burdened with heavy responsibilities, unable to indulge in leisure. It is decided. I will nurture little Kolo well, hoping you will grow swiftly and soon inherit Lord Clo's weighty responsibilities. Linya, are you a devil? Life should not be squandered, little Kolo. Oh, please stop, or I shall not be able to sleep. Chapter 74. A Bedtime Tale in the Room of the Black Butterfly. Black butterfly, white butterfly, don't sleep. Please say something. White butterfly, huh? ZZ black butterfly. After finally having a moment to shine, you need to be more lively. If you don't speak, we'll become mere background figures. White butterfly, huh? ZZ black butterfly, she's really asleep. White butterfly, huh? ZZ black butterfly. Well, if we are to be background figures, then I shall sleep too. In the next room, Luo Yun and Finler's quarters. Luo, Finler, why did you pull the blanket away? What am I supposed to cover myself with? Finler, I don't know. Luo Yun, the big white tail. Finler, eek. The scene fades to black, then brightens again in St. Dyer's room. In this pitch-black chamber, St. Dyer clutched a small blanket, curled up alone on a double bed. Kanokiro, good grandson, have you fallen asleep? St. Dyer, not yet. Kanokiro, about the story of me and the little turtle that I mentioned during the day. St. Dyer, I can't sleep. St. Dyer, ancestor, please tell me quickly. Kanokiro, ahem. I must remind you not to laugh. Now, I shall tell you the most authentic history. Historical records state that the Night King was not initially a strategic leader in her youth. She was merely an exceptionally gifted young princess. Although her growth was astonishingly rapid, war has never been a stage for a solitary individual. Despite her formidable strength, she faced repeated defeats against the Demon King's army, and the knights from her kingdom who chose to follow her into battle were continually dwindling. It was not until the Battle of Lwowów that the Night King, accompanied by the remaining soldiers, retreated to the banks of a river named Lwowów. After several days of camp, they were pursued by a sizable vanguard of the Demon King's army. Miraculously, during this battle, the Night King, seemingly enlightened, transformed overnight from a simple yet brave general into a sagacious strategist. Under her leadership, a group of weary soldiers gradually turned the tide, engaging fiercely with the ruthless vanguard of the Demon King. Later, the victory of the renowned Battle of Lwowów became a pivotal moment in the epic saga of the Night King. It was from that moment forth that a true knight, a complete general, and a rightful king was born. However, is this truly the historical truth? In the lesser-known annals of history, there exists another tale. Long, long ago, back when the river Lwowów still flowed across the earth, unblemished by time, on a night when the stars blanketed the sky, their light cascading into the crystal-clear waters of the river, the world was serene, and the evening breeze was gentle. The female knight dismounted, dragging her weary body to the riverbank, bending low to catch a glimpse of her reflection in the bright moonlight and the clear waters. Beneath her sharp brows, her eyes were dull, akin to faded emeralds, filled with profound weariness. Her straight nose, tightly pressed lips, and an expression of indomitable defiance spoke volumes of her unyielding spirit. With vestiges of despair lingering in her brow, "You truly deserve to perish," Kanokiro gritted her teeth, yearning to slash the reflection of that face with her sword. Today, Several of her knights had perished in battle. As she walked this path, her tears had turned to blood, and that proud, self-satisfied little princess had long since perished. Now, only a defeated, fleeing creature remained, unaware of which day she might meet her end on the battlefield. If she were to die, so be it. But she would drag countless others down with her. Kanokiro extended her scarred hand into the river, cupping a handful of icy water and splashing it onto her face. The dark blood mingled with mud was washed away into the river, muddying the once clear waters. The river bore no grievances, carrying the tainted waters downstream, soon returning to its pristine state. After refreshing her face, Kanokiro's complexion improved considerably. Under the cold moonlight, her visage appeared fair and delicate. Years of military campaigns had transformed that mischievous, willful little princess into a grown woman. Though her hair was disheveled, her face weary, and her armor marred, she undoubtedly embodied the spirit of a valiant knight. Just as Kanokiro stood up, the sword at her waist, worn from the trials of the journey, succumbed to the strain. The cord snapped, and with a plop, it fell into the river. The sword, realizing this, the fatigued Kanokiro hastily reached out to retrieve it. But the heavy blade quickly sank into the depths of the river, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. This sword was not a legendary blade. It could not slay foes, merely an ordinary longsword that had accompanied her during her sword training as a child. Its loss dealt a significant blow to Kanokiro, leaving her expressionless as she withdrew her hand. So be it. She had no strength left to mourn its loss. At that moment, the tranquil river began to stir, emanating a mysterious golden light. Chapter 75. That night, the encounter of the king and her strategist, a massive azure stone slowly emerged from the river's surface. No, it was not merely a stone. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a turtle-shaped magical beast. Its shell was a slate gray, the skirt edges a fleshy pink, and the belly a pale gold, adorned with mysterious symbols that radiated an intense yellow glow, truly a sight to behold. Kanokiro was momentarily entranced. She had never encountered such a magical creature before. Perhaps her decision to skip class in her youth had led to her current ignorance, leaving her at a loss for words. "Excuse me, is this your sword?" The azure turtle gently inquired, bearing Kanokiro's long sword upon its back. Yes, it is. Thank you, little turtle." Kanokiro eagerly nodded, realizing she had encountered a friendly and communicative magical beast, much like her steed. The azure turtle gradually made its way ashore, its expression slightly displeased. "What do you mean, little turtle?" Accompanied by a surge of yellow light, the turtle transformed into a pink-haired girl, her eyes serene and tranquil, appearing somewhat naive. "Nice to meet you. I am Dongfang Xian." The pink-haired girl introduced herself with a straight posture, holding the sword and offering a fist with a sweet smile. "Here, your sword. I borrowed it to strike a pose. I've always wanted to try that. It looks cool." Kanokiro, equally bewildered, accepted the sword, staring blankly at this peculiarly behaving girl. "Apologies, the system is incompatible," she thought, struggling to comprehend the girl's every action. "I mean to say, hello, my name is Dongfang Xian." The girl noticed Kanokiro's confusion and cheerfully reintroduced herself. "Hello, I am Kanokiro Nate." This time, Kanokiro understood and responded with a serious expression. "Thank you so much for returning my sword. It is very important to me. Is there any reward you seek? Although I am currently without funds, I will do my best to accommodate you." "Don't be so serious." Dongfang Xian scratched her head, saying, "I don't require a reward. I actually came to find you." "Find me?" Kanokiro squinted her azure eyes, her mind sharpening, becoming wary. "Is there something you need?" Dongfang Xian remained unfazed by Kanokiro's caution, maintaining her innocent smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am a descendant of the azure turtle, skilled in divination. Today, I performed a reading for myself, and the omen was water in the marsh. Could you speak normally?" Kanokiro frowned, exasperated by the girl's peculiar manner of speaking. "Fine. What I mean is, I am of the azure turtle bloodline, naturally adept at prophecy and divination. Today, I've foreseen that my home is in danger. As the demon army planning to poison the river where I reside, I can endure this injustice, for I have just learned the art of divination. Thus, I intend to assist you." Dongfang Xian stated her intent plainly. "You, a diviner, wish to help me?" Kanokiro gestured towards Dongfang Xian, then pointed to herself, her expression troubled. "I cannot defeat those demon soldiers. I may very well perish in a few days. I can only try my best to divert them from here. And don't say anything about helping me. It's dangerous to accompany me. Dry. 9-5. Dongfang Xian glanced at the downtrodden knightly girl, whispering softly, then shook her head. With a slight smile in response to Kanekairo's bewildered gaze, she added, Haha, I am precisely here to fight the demon army. You may not know, but my ancestors were summoned into this world by a hero who defeated the demon king with the help of my forebears. A hero? Kanekairo's eyes sparkled. Having endured the ravages of war, she had long abandoned her prejudices against heroes. As long as they could vanquish the demon king and ensure her knights returned alive, she would gladly revere and celebrate the power of heroes. It is well known that any profession can transform into something extraordinary when associated with a being known as a hero. Historically, there indeed existed a hero whose primary vocation was summoning. He had called forth numerous divine beasts from other realms, each possessing unique powers. After aiding the hero in battling the demon king, some returned to their original worlds while others chose to remain, continuing their lineage. Indeed. So, defeating the demon king is my specialty. Dongfang Xian pointed her slender, jade finger at her head, giggling. Moreover, in that other world, I am a harbinger of good fortune. Meeting me signifies that you are a person of great destiny, so do not fear. No matter the challenges you face, confront them with a smile. You shall turn misfortune into fortune. I don't understand, Kanekairo candidly admitted. Although she held the title of princess, she had skipped numerous cultural etiquette classes, leaving her incapable of effectively communicating with this eccentric turtle girl. However, she remembered one thing. As a knight, she must respect the customs and languages of other races. Maintaining a smile would suffice. Yes, that's the spirit. It's just the demon army. I'm here to help you fight. Not only am I proficient in divination, but I also excel in military strategies and am well versed in the art of war. Sister, just give me one chance, and I will prove myself to you. Chapter 76. The King and Her Strategist. 2. The auspicious sign of success is reflected in the water. Dongfang Xian examined the patterns on the turtle shell in her hands, her eyes narrowing like crescent moons, and a confident smile graced her lips. Xian, what do you think? In recent days, Kanekairo had become thoroughly impressed by this quirky girl's capabilities. Her strategic brilliance was unparalleled. Under her guidance, Kanekairo boldly detached from her troops, daringly infiltrating enemy lines. Utilizing her remaining personal combat prowess, she stealthily dispatched several commanding officers of the demon army, and with some colorless, odorless poison, she incapacitated the demon hounds that were tracking them, avoiding the strong and striking at the weak, despite being in an absolute disadvantage under Dongfang Xian's operations. They often managed to create scenarios of numerical superiority. Though such situations were fleeting, they allowed Kanekairo's knights to swiftly eliminate the isolated forces of the demon army. She, Kanekairo, had never fought such exhilarating battles since her debut. The time should be about right. They have been in that alluring jungle for 2 hours now. Dongfang Xian calculated the time, her sweet little face beaming with a mysterious smile. She waved her sleeve, tossing several jars to Kanekairo. These are some antidotes I've concocted. Let your soldiers consume them. That jungle, reinforced by me, will render even the fiercest demon soldiers as feeble as shrimp. Let us conclude this war. Just as Dongfang Xian predicted, a group of trembling, blood-drained demon soldiers had no resistance left, completely annihilated by Kanekairo leading her knights. At the modest outdoor celebration, the underprivileged knights roasted several demon pigs, savoring a rare moment of relaxation. After a simple meal, Kanekairo returned to her tent, under the admiring gaze of her knights. Dongfang Xian remained concealed, so this miraculous victory was attributed to the divine inspiration bestowed upon their princess. Rumors began circulating within the ranks, claiming their princess had garnered the favor of the goddess of victory, allowing her to triumph effortlessly in battle. Within the tent, Dongfang Xian waited patiently. Aren't you going to relax? You haven't slept much these past few days. Fear not, I have calculated everything. The water transforms into the mountain, a sign of good fortune emerging from the earth. You won't encounter the demon army for a while. Dongfang Xian casually reclined on the grass bed, her delicate legs playfully kicking back and forth, her little hands fiddling with her miniature turtle shell. Although the method of divination using a turtle shell was unheard of, it proved effective, yielding substantial results on the battlefield. Kanekairo hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Well, Dongfang Xian immediately put the turtle shell down, sitting upright. We will depart tomorrow. How has your life been here? Kano Kairo hesitantly inquired, swallowing her thoughts, opting for small talk. Indeed, having witnessed Dongfang Xian's abilities, Kano Kairo was eager to invite her to join the team. Yet, the thought of the girl abandoning her stable life to face the uncertainties of the battlefield left her feeling embarrassed to voice it. She was no longer the reckless and carefree little princess she once was. Dongfang Xian, sensing the mood, shot Kano Kairo a glance, exclaiming, "I am enjoying a leisurely life here." Kano Kairo reflected on the fact that the girl indeed had her own life, her head lowered slightly, refraining from further disturbance. Her impetuousness had already led a group of knights into turmoil. She could not drag others down with her, with such a thin skin and slow wits. How could such a fool possess the demeanor of a ruler? Suddenly, Dongfang Xian sighed, "Alas, although I am enjoying my little life here, I worry that one day I may encounter the scheming demon army again. Unlike my sister's formidable courage, I am but a frail maiden, lacking even the strength to bind a chicken." Dongfang Xian shook her head and sighed, lamenting, "Alas, as long as the Demon King remains, the hero is nowhere to be found. In this world, where can we truly find peace?" Having spent considerable time together, Kanuki Lu had finally managed to establish a tenuous connection with Dongfang Xian's thoughts. Under her series of subtle suggestions, a light bulb flickered to life atop Kanuki Lu's small head. Without hesitation, she knelt gracefully, performing a knightly salute to the seated Dongfang Xian. Her expression earnest and her tone sincere. "For years, I have evaded capture, and today, upon encountering such a fresh and vibrant presence, I realize there exists a different way to fight. This fresh talent is indeed comparable to, yes, it can be likened to the former sage. I beseech you, O fresh talent, to lend me your assistance." Kanuki Lu was not truly foolish. After all, she had managed to evade the Demon King's forces for many years. She understood that Dongfang Xian favored such eccentric expressions, and as long as she could win her favor, she could relinquish her pride without hesitation. Oh dear, this simply won't do. Dongfang Xian had not anticipated that Kanuki Lu would become so agile after gaining enlightenment, and hurriedly descended from her bed to assist her. All right. I acknowledge you as my leader. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, and I, Xian, shall not fail your expectations."